Winter means snow and icy roads. It means more serious car accidents. When you're injured in a car accident, Lawrence KG is the guy you want to call. He'll make sure you and your loved ones get paid big for your injuries because KG Law is uniquely qualified to fight for you when you're injured in a car accident. He's won more than $100 million for his clients, and he'll win big for you. KG will make the driver that hit you accountable, and he'll fight their insurance company to get you every dollar you deserve. Put the number in your phone, 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. Bald coaches unite. Drew Petzing, Mike Kafka, upgrading the brain trust for the Lions offense for the upcoming season, pairing up a guy who's developed some damn good rushing attacks with a former quarterback who's apprenticed under Andy Reid and Brian Daboll. Synergy. Take the play calling duties away from Dan Campbell. Let him be the CEO. The follow-up question is, are they going to do the same thing on defense? 248-539-9797. John, we got a game tonight to watch.
I know. It's Nebraska undefeated. Nebraska Cornhuskers in basketball, 20-0 in first place in the Big Ten. They come to snowy, cold Ann Arbor to take on the Wolverines. So it's interesting, too, because obviously Michigan has that one loss against Wisconsin, and yet Michigan certainly playing at home, but a 10.5-point favorite.
That's a pretty big statement.
Yeah.
What they think of Michigan.
Well, it is a big statement of what they think about Michigan, and I'm curious as to what does it say about Nebraska, because they're 20-0. It's in the Big Ten. They're 9-0 in the Big Ten, and
it's not like they're unproven. They beat Michigan State, for example, right? They won at Illinois. They won at Indiana in a big comeback. They're one of only 3 teams undefeated in the country. The other 2 are Arizona, who got a taste last night and a test last night, and Miami of Ohio. You're one of the only 3 undefeated teams. Get your 10.5-point dogs. John, it also tells you something about them, that this is a spot for them to really earn some respect.
It's certainly on the road in Ann Arbor, mid-January, and they probably hear it too. Like, they feel like we're not getting enough respect, even though they're ranked 5.
Should be 1 or 2.
Possibly.
In their mind, yeah.
In their mind, yeah. And they're a double-digit dog on the road to Michigan and Dusty May and no, come on. I'm not going to go that far. But they are a double-digit dog. So it's Fred Hoiberg, who was, famously at Iowa State, did a great job there, went up to, try his knowledge at the NBA with the Chicago Bulls, failed miserably, and now he's back at the college level and has turned around a just flailing Nebraska basketball program.
I also think it's a little bit of a check for Michigan knowing who they've got on Friday this week. Not that they're going to look past the number 5 team in America, but as we start to size up, well, Nebraska beat MSU.
Yep.
How do you stack up with Nebraska, right? Trying to figure out how Friday night's going to go because that game's at the Breslin Center.
Right, and it's a Michigan team that was, beating everybody by 40 points, and they took on what was at the time a ranked USC team, beat them by 30. And then, only won by 2 at Penn State. Obviously, that Wisconsin loss was what followed that. And then it's only been, 10-point wins, 14-point wins since then, which is, they're still like definitive wins.
But it's not the team that was beating Gonzaga by 40.
Right. And so now you're sitting there going, okay, well, is the Big Ten, especially the top of the Big Ten, is it legit? Is Nebraska legit? And I think they are. Is Michigan, Michigan State, Purdue, Illinois, some of those teams. And when you start looking at the resume for Nebraska, hey, that win against Illinois, that was big time. The win against Michigan State, that was big time.
Suddenly getting knee-deep into Big Ten hoops. This is a great week for it with Michigan playing 2 top 10 matchups.
Yeah, and obviously the big matchup everybody's looking forward to. As fans, we can look ahead to it, is Friday night in East Lansing.
And speaking of that game Friday night, Jim, we have updated projected win and loss totals for Michigan and Michigan State during the regular season, according to KenPom.
What do we have?
For Michigan, 27-4.
Okay.
For Michigan State, 26-5. That is 9.
Yeah.
Single digit losses. That's the line I set. Single digits. Let's go. These two teams are playing great. So Friday night should be a good time at the Breslin Center.
And if you missed it this weekend, I say it every time, and I do like watching Michigan State play. Cohen Carr. I mean, the flight has taken off. The alley-oops, it's so much fun to watch them, and you just never know when it's going to happen. Now, there was a couple there where it happened almost back-to-back. You're like, wow. Keep an eye on Michigan State. If you're just a basketball fan, and Michigan State rivalry aside, you like watching fun basketball, you got to keep an eye on every time Michigan State takes the floor.
So again, top 5 matchup tonight, Michigan, Nebraska, in Ann Arbor. Tonight, you also have a Red Wing hockey game. We'll talk more about it at 7:02. Critical stretch for the Red Wings, especially with the latest injury. We'll get to how that impacts them now and for the trade deadline to start the 7 o'clock hour. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So Sydney Sweeney could be in a little bit of trouble with the law after climbing the Hollywood sign to promote her new lingerie brand.
Oh, I thought you could just climb anything these days.
No,
you can't?
No, you can't.
Oh.
So she was there with a production crew and she snuck up this LA mountain, climbed the iconic Hollywood sign, and then laced it with bras.
Oh.
Yes.
Her own?
Well, I would imagine she is wearing these bras. It's her new lingerie line. So they are hers. I don't think they came right off her body. Maybe they did, but so it sounds like her production crew did have a permit to actually film the sign, but they didn't have permission to make contact with the sign. Definitely not climb the sign or, put unmentionables on it. So she could be facing possible trespassing and vandalism charges, but it sounds like the Chamber of Commerce, the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, which owns the sign, sent her a letter and basically said, let's talk about this. Basically, give me money, and we'll talk about this agreement here. So,
Yeah.
Well, and if I'm the company, this is good advertising. I'll chip in to pay this if I have to, right?
yeah, but you're really not supposed to climb the sign.
Right.
I mean, I don't think they need advertisement. The sign is advertisement.
I think Sydney Sweeney provides more advertisement.
Yeah.
To the Hollywood sign?
No. It's the production company that I think you're talking about, right?
Well,
I mean, the sign doesn't need any.
You said it's
No.
What is she promoting?
She's promoting her lingerie brand.
Right. So have her company pay the fine because this is
Oh,
good
yeah, well,
advertising.
Right, yeah.
Sure, I'm sure it would. I mean,
Yeah.
she can pay a fine. She's not worried about
No,
that.
but rich people have. I mean, you have a company. You use your company to pay for it.
Sure. She'll be just fine. She'll be just fine. Chaos broke out Friday night at Detroit Metro Airport. You probably saw the news about this after a car just crashed into the McNamara terminal, broke through these glass doors, and crashed into a Delta Airlines check-in desk.
Yep.
6 people were injured, treated there at the scene. Video of this Mercedes driving into the airport and a man wearing a Lions jersey being arrested quickly started circulating online. It sounds like it's still under investigation. Investigators are looking at the situation. The mother of the driver's child says that he was suffering a mental health episode. He remains in custody, but it sounds like charges have still not yet been determined. And anyway, at the airport, things are now, functioning as normal. Back to normal pretty quickly. Obviously, not at that check-in counter,
Right.
of course, but others are up and functioning. So you won't be delayed.
That was bizarre.
Very strange. Sad story. The body of a 19-year-old University of Michigan student who had been reported missing was found on Saturday. Lucas Matson, who was last seen walking alone on Friday at 1 a.m. in the frigid cold.
No jacket, right?
No, a T-shirt is what I read. And after a 20-hour search, he was found in a residential neighborhood near campus. He was an undergraduate student studying engineering. He was from Alaska, a member of a fraternity. I think he was at a frat party at the time. Just really, really sad news. Obviously raising concerns about some student safety. A lot of people I've seen online talking about use the buddy system, never leave a place alone. I mean, it's things you do in college, right? You go to parties and you do walk home. But yeah, you should, not that is always going to help you, but it's nice to know somebody is there looking out for you.
Yes.
Really sad story. Over the weekend, the NBA announced that Detroit Pistons coach JB Bickerstaff has earned a spot as a head coach in the 2026 NBA All-Star Game. So this is great. He's going to coach one of the 3 teams in the new U.S. versus World format. It's on February 15th. This will mark the first time in his career that he has received an All-Star honor as a coach. And he also becomes the first Pistons coach since Flip Saunders in 2006 to coach an All-Star game.
It's well-deserved. Should have been Coach of the Year last year. Has a hell of a case to be Coach of the Year this year. Good to see him recognized at the All-Star game.
Definitely. Finally, you might want to reconsider skipping those afternoon naps. I know, John, you're not much of a napper, but there's a new study that basically shows even a quick rest, and we're talking not long, 20 minutes, can help the brain recover and improve its ability to learn. These are effects that were previously thought to occur only on a full night's sleep. So they say about a 45-minute nap or even 20 minutes between like the hours of 1 and 3 p.m. So right in the middle of the day can just help improve cognition, wakefulness. It can improve creativity, improve parenting, and increase joy.
Okay. All right. Little power nap.
Yes, if you get too much sleep, though, then you
wake up groggy.
Well, and all negative. Then it leads to, obesity and heart disease and diabetes and high blood pressure.
So just get the perfect amount of sleep, guys. That's the lesson.
Exactly.
Just the right amount.
20,
Goldilocks
20
zone.
to 40 minutes is all you need.
What if you take a 90-minute nap? Is that
You're
not-
toast.
Okay, well, sorry, guys. Some days I'm just going to knock out to try to make up for the night before.
I've napped for hours before. I mean, like 2.5, close to 3 hours.
Well, if you only get 4 or 5 the night before, I mean, you're trying to get to a decent number. That's at least my thought anyway. It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, what the hell's going on with the Cleveland Browns head coaching job? And how is Shedeur Sanders a Pro Bowler? We'll talk Red Wing hockey at 7:02. It's 97.1. Talk Red Wing hockey coming up at 7:02. An injury in this critical stretch upcoming before the Olympic break. How does it change their philosophy with the trade deadline? Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We got Greg behind the glass. Good morning. Thanks for getting up with us today on a Tuesday. 2 Grand Slam in less than an hour. 7:25. Your chance to win $2,000. John, a lot of these NFL head coaching jobs are on pause because teams are still playing. Right, like the Raiders haven't hired a coach. The Bills haven't hired a coach. They got started a little later. The Browns job is one of the more bizarre jobs still open in the NFL. I don't know how much you followed this.
Well, everyone's opting out.
Yeah, like guys are just saying no. So Mike McDaniel said, I don't want to interview for this. I'd rather be an offensive coordinator.
Yep.
Chris Shula said, no thanks, not even going to bother.
Right.
Grant Udinsky?
Yeah.
He wasn't even on most people's radar. He's a 30-year-old OC in Jacksonville. Keep in mind, Liam Cohen runs the offense. So I'm like,
Right.
how's this guy even? Apparently,
I'd rather stay there.
he goes, yeah, I'm pulling out of the Browns head coaching search.
He's actually still interviewing for the Bills job.
Right. So what is going on with Cleveland? Well, then you dig a little deeper. Tom Pelissero was on the Rich Eisen show, and he said the Browns search, which they've run a number of times, is unlike any other in the NFL. It plays to certain types of candidates that are data-driven. They are a data-driven operation in Cleveland. They spend an extraordinary amount of time gathering data on coaching candidates. John, you're talking about a personality test, about writing an essay, completing homework assignments, going into both the first and second rounds of interviews, in addition to being the Cleveland Browns. What do you make of this job opening that nobody wants?
So I don't know everything that goes into an NFL head coaching search. And if you're interviewing, for example, a John Harbaugh, I don't think you're doing the essays, the personality tests, and all those different things. And maybe that's not normal throughout the rest of the NFL. I don't know what level of normalcy this, or where it falls in a level of normalcy. But at some point, they need a head coach. And I know that Jim Schwartz has interviewed for it. I'm curious as to, he was already on staff. Did they make him do all these things again?
I don't know.
Or what? And he has said if he's not named the head coach, then he doesn't want to stay as defensive coordinator. But you also have a voice of the players. That's kind of another wrinkle in this, because especially the defensive guys have all said, we love playing for Jim Schwartz. We want him to be the next head coach. And ultimately, they may default to him.
Because he's the only guy who'll take the job.
But is that really the best path? Because he was already there, and they were not a great team. Now, he wasn't the one that was calling anything offensively, and we all know that was the staff that was fired. But on top of it, you still have Deshaun Watson on the books. What's going on with that? You've got Shadur. You've got, 4 different quarterbacks and no answer, plus the albatross that is the contract of Deshaun Watson. What's the path to a starting quarterback?
Yep. It's as messy a situation. Guys are saying, I'd rather be coordinators. I don't even want to interview. No, thank you. I'm not jumping through all your stupid hoops that apparently make this job unique. Again, I'm going on Pelissero's reporting that this is extra unique what Cleveland's doing. And the only guy that seemingly wants a job is the DC they don't want to hire.
It's bizarre for a franchise that has been bizarre for a long time. And how long does it take? Because there's a lot of other individuals that are waiting for, like we have mentioned for the Detroit Lions defensive staff, are they going to pick off some of those assistants if they're not staying with Jim Schwartz?
Well, just use him as the domino. Like, if he gets the Cleveland head coaching job, he probably keeps a lot of those guys from his defensive staff. If he doesn't get the head coaching job and he's like, I'm just out of Cleveland, I think he makes a lot of sense if Buffalo hires an offensive coach to hire Jim Schwartz as their DC, or if the Raiders hire an offensive head coach to hire Jim Schwartz as their DC. I mean, hell, we talked about it from Detroit's standpoint. We're probably not going to get Jim Schwartz in a cushy high-level
defensive assistant.
But it could be someone from his tree or someone that gets shaken loose from a different coaching tree. It's the game of dominoes that still has to get sorted out. We can just blame Cleveland for some of the holdup.
And some of it is just because, and we talk about the quarterback situation, the Deshaun Watson contract, it's also, individuals that just don't simply want to work for. You have assistant coaches, and we've talked about this all the time. How much are they willing to pay? Because if you pay me enough, then I'll take a terrible job. But it may be the only shot you get at a head coaching job. Do you want your head coaching future to be determined by you took the money grab and never get to be a head coach again because you're destroyed by a terrible organization?
They're really challenging the notion that there's only 32 of these jobs. Like, that is the thing most people will say. Hey, Jacksonville OC that no one's ever heard of. You're a 30-year-old Johnny-come-lately. Who are you to be turning down an NFL head coaching job? It's one of only 32. The Browns are putting that to the test because guys are saying, well, I don't want that on my resume, that stench, if I get fired after a year or two. Mike McDaniel's not gambling on his next and maybe only other shot to be a head coach. Guys are saying this is so bad that this is like career suicide to take the Browns head coaching job.
You never want to have that brown stench on you.
Right. This is true. Yes. I mean, the jokes write themselves.
248-539-9797 is our phone number if you want to react to anything we're talking about.
However, if you do take the job, you get to inherit a rookie quarterback that is a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Yeah, you mentioned Shedeur Sanders. That's Pro Bowler Shedeur Sanders. How absurd is this?
It's completely beyond the realm of reality. Like, what are we doing? And I mean, so it's Josh Allen. Who's the other starting quarterback for the AFC?
So the original three that were named were May, who's in the Super Bowl.
Right, so he's out.
Allen and Herbert, who I believe are dealing with some injuries.
Right.
So this has opened up several spots. I think you'd have to go 15 deep before I'd pick Shedeur Sanders.
Or just not pick another one. It's a flag football game. All right, so we only go into it with one quarterback. And that quarterback is just going to be, stand out there for 4 quarters of a flag football game and toss the ball around. I think you should just say, you know what, normally we take 3 guys, and this year we're only going to take 2. We're only going to take 1. Mm-hmm. Or in the future, how about we just cancel the game? How about we just don't have a flag football game? And I know that because it's the NFL, it still gets 7 to 8 million viewers, and it's the broadcast companies are still gonna pay for it. Yep. But in regards to having, like, originally it was Tyler Huntley. That's the guy that we always joke about because Lamar Jackson couldn't go. He was a starter for a large part of that one season, and they said, okay, well, Tyler Huntley. I can get behind that more than I can Shedeur Sanders. It's an absolute abomination.
When you break this down by the numbers and take a lot of the media polarization of his last name and his dad and his draft position and Mel Kiper's conniption on draft, if you take all of that out and just go, how'd the guy play? Because isn't that what this is about? Take all bias out. How did the guy play? John, he was 41st of 42 qualified quarterbacks in passer rating. He threw 10 interceptions, only 7 touchdowns, and completed 56% of his passes. I'm sorry, take Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Let Aaron Rodgers, if the Swan Song Pro Bowl, what? Come on. Shedeur Sanders doesn't belong anywhere near the Pro Bowl. It's insulting to the Pro Bowl, but then you get to the point of, well, maybe this is just what the Pro Bowl is. And at that point, why even have it? Like, I'd stand with you. Just abolish it if this is what we're going to do. Put Geno Smith, who led the league in picks, in the Pro Bowl before I'd put Shedeur Sanders in the Pro Bowl.
At least he led in a category.
Right, he was a statistical leader, we'll call it. I don't understand this at all. Why is he here? Is it simply because of, I don't even know. Like, how would Dion influence this? This doesn't make any sense to me.
I know he was 2-3 as a starter, and he, was better than all the other Browns quarterbacks.
Cool.
But yeah, okay. But still,
sorry, Tim Couch, you're not going to go to the Pro Bowl.
I don't get it, because I do believe Josh Allen and Justin Herbert, even though Justin Herbert had the hand, like, this is the thing is, okay, he had the hand surgery. He still played. I believe he's still in it. Drake May is the one that is obviously not able to play because he's going to be playing in the Super Bowl. So Shedeur Sanders is your replacement.
How about this? I'm going to just look at touchdowns thrown by AFC quarterbacks. So Drake May was number 1. He's not going to play. Number 2 was Trevor Lawrence. Why is he hurt? Why wouldn't he be in the Pro Bowl? Herbert's 3rd if he's dealing with the hand. If Allen's dealing with something, he's 4th. Bo Nix got hurt. He's 5th. Aaron Rodgers. Mahomes is hurt. Lamar. Tua.
Joe Burrow.
Well, yeah, Burrow's a little further down because he missed some time. But yeah, Burrow. I mentioned Geno. I know Danny Dimes can't. CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud would make sense here. I'm still going. How about this one, John? Cam Ward. If you're going to put a rookie from this draft, put Cam Ward, who threw twice as many touchdowns as picks and played well down the stretch. I'm still going. Justin Fields.
Well, right. And so the ones I've got a list here about those that are out. And Drake May is out because he's playing in the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes out because he's injured.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, he's in, but questionable. Daniel Jones, obviously out. But the next on the list in regards to QBR and yards per game, and I know he was hurt, but Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, CJ Stroud, all able to be in this game. How about this one? Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, I mentioned him.
Shedeur Sanders?
How about another one that just got texted in? Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, Phillip Rivers. Aaron.
248-539-9797. The bizarreness that is Cleveland and now their Pro Bowl quarterback, Shedeur Sanders. Talking Red Wing hockey at 7:02, 2 Grand Slam at 7:25. It's 97-1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, so obviously that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC. So here's how this happens. Everybody's wondering why or how Shedeur Sanders is picked when guys like Trevor Lawrence, who was, I believe, a finalist for the MVP,
Sure.
is when players vote. Now, this isn't something that every player does, but some of them will. And I'll just give you an example from, let's just say, Buffalo. Players vote, and you put down 3 AFC quarterbacks as your Pro Bowl vote from the player's perspective. Well, we want Josh Allen. We want to make sure Josh Allen is in there. So I'm going to vote for Josh Allen, and then I'm going to fill out 2 obscure quarterbacks that that shouldn't have anything to do with the Pro Bowl, but I'm going to go ahead and put them in there. And you do that by saying, you know what? I'm going to vote for Josh Allen, Geno Smith, and Shedeur Sanders.
Thinking neither would ever get in.
Right. Or insert anybody at the bottom of the list.
Sure.
Cam Ward, Brady Cook from the Jets.
Brady
who?
Cook.
And so if enough players do that, that's how a guy like Shedeur Sanders moves up the list. If enough of them picked Shedeur as one of their 3. Then on top of that, you throw in the fan vote, and fans are more intelligent than I think a lot of people,
Then
maybe
St.
even
Brown gives them
locally,
credit for.
give them credit for. They're looking at Shedeur, and there's a lot of people that thought, well, somehow he got screwed in the draft. All of a sudden he's starting. I'm going to put him on the list. I'm going to show the NFL that they screwed Shedeur Sanders, so I'm going to vote for him for the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, that'll stick it to him. He'll carve up that Pro Bowl defense.
No. They're just they want to see exactly what has happened.
They want the headline. They want him to be named.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is and then all of a sudden now all those fans are looking at going,
See?
showed the NFL.
Yeah, but it's stupid because see what? He threw more picks than touchdowns. Like, yeah,
But-
let's prop him up so everyone can acknowledge how lousy he played.
Again, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just giving you about the only plausible reason that we heard yesterday that Shedeur Sanders, all 7 touchdowns to 10 interceptions, a record of 2-3, that's 2 wins and 3 losses,
Bizarre.
is now a Pro Bowl quarterback. Because on the flip side of that, you have somebody go down, and all of a sudden, Jared Goff goes in.
From the NFC side,
One
yes.
is not like the other.
Not even a little bit. 248-539-9797.
Hey, Shedeur is mobile.
Oh, there it is.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. But again, I'll go back to like the Pro Bowl has been on a steady decline. Just get rid of the game. And if you still want to have Pro Bowl week with the quarterback challenge that they have,
Or the
you're hitting
dodgeball.
target or dodgeball. Like if you want to have some of those things for Pro Bowl weekend to kick off Super Bowl week, fine. Put on your circus. Just don't name Shedeur Sanders. There needs to be something written in that there's a minimum of 10 starts. But then I know that you maybe will eliminate maybe more quarterbacks than you have available, but you
Yeah.
can't get all the way down to Shedeur Sanders.
But even if you eliminate too many quarterbacks, can you not play flag football with only 1 or 2? Do
You can
need
play
3?
with 1.
Yeah, you could have an all-time quarterback if it really came down to it. I know you wouldn't do that, but like it could be schoolyard. I mean, this is what it is. Like you said, it's the circus. You got the strongest man competition. Who can fit the ball into the target as the quarterback? We'll play dodgeball. I get it because it becomes a vehicle for the NFL to
Yeah.
make money and put eyeballs on themselves and own the
Or-
calendar. But you don't, and you should still name a Pro Bowl roster for the recognition, but to force a flag football game where we're playing not bad quarterbacks, truly atrocious quarterbacks, 41st of 42 in quarterback rating, don't even play the game.
Or make it interesting and just go complete backyard football and
I'll pick teams.
Well, no. Have a different player play quarterback. We saw it. We almost saw it in an NFC Championship game where Christian McCaffrey was going to have to throw passes for the Niners because everybody was hurt.
Yeah, and that's why you need 3 quarterbacks because everybody might get hurt.
Not in a flag football game.
Hope not.
But then all of a sudden, hey, I don't care. Pick out a player from the AFC and say, you know what, you're playing quarterback on this drive.
Play it in
Guys
one.
would love it.
Play it in one lucky fan's backyard.
Yeah.
There you go.
Take an offensive lineman that they're not using, but is a Pro Bowl offensive lineman. Hell, we heard Penei Sewell might be able to throw better than Jared Goff. Make an offensive lineman your all-time quarterback. Have some fun with it.
There you go. 248-539-9797. Guys, the Pro Bowl's a joke. The NFL needs to make it worth something like Major League Baseball did. Have the Pro Bowl take place of the opening coin flip of the Super Bowl. What? The coin flip takes 4 seconds.
No, but they're saying if the AFC wins it, then they, in essence,
AFC,
win the coin toss, and then they get to choose whether they want to receive or defer.
Yeah, here, one problem. Who playing in the AFC, NFC Pro Bowl, who's not playing in the Super Bowl, by the way,
right,
gives a rat's ass who gets the ball first?
Nobody, in fact.
Like
that's
in
where
baseball,
rivalries come in.
Like in baseball, it's the mid-season point, and you might be playing in the World Series.
Yeah.
You know you're not playing in the Super Bowl. Why do I care if the Patriots get to defer?
Right, or let's just say Josh Allen is playing in the Pro Bowl. If he were to be playing in it, and Denver had won, do you think he wants to see Denver win the coin toss because of how that game ended?
Nope.
Not to mention that, I forgot my train of thought. Gosh, I'm sorry, guys. I'll hang up and listen.
Okay.
That's all right.
Guys, look at the stats. JJ and Spencer Rattler basically had the same seasons, but they don't have the right daddy hype.
Well, they're also where was Spencer Rattler this year? JJ's in the NFC.
Yeah, Spencer's with the Saints.
Yeah, so
in the NFC,
both
so
NFC.
that doesn't help him. Yeah, there's too many healthy, quality quarterbacks in the NFC.
Here it is. The NFL will not get rid of the coin toss before the Super Bowl because it is one of the most popular gambling props.
Right,
Also true.
Yeah, can't get rid of the prop.
And they also won't change. They won't make it a custom coin with the team's logos on one side or the other
If it's
because they
already
want it to be
determined.
heads tails.
Yeah.
Hell, coin toss may decide who wins the picks for us. It's coming down to it last couple of weeks here.
Tom might pick Eagles like he did last year.
Yes.
Anyway, 7 o'clock hour, we've got the $2 Slam, a chance to win $2,000. Can you get all 10 questions right? That's at 7:25. We're also going to talk about the Red Wings. They got a critical stretch coming up here, John. They're going to play 5 games before the Olympic break. They're going to play the 5 games without Simon Edvinsson. That was the breaking news from the Wings. They'll be without their top pair left side defenseman who's having a hell of a season. Now, they say he should be back after the Olympic break. This isn't going to radically alter what they do at the trade deadline. But I would point out, they're basically playing 5 defensemen as it is with how little Pellikka plays. Do you really want to push up guys who aren't even in the lineup? Like, they're really going to water down their defense, which has helped make Gibson a confident, quality goalie.
Right.
I'm very nervous. Take care of business the next 5 games. Don't allow some slippage, and then doubt creeps into Yzerman's head. Oh, I don't know if we're really in this or not. We'll talk about it to start the 7 o'clock hour. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Almost no games yesterday, but we've got plenty to choose from coming up tonight. It's a big week for Michigan and Michigan State basketball. The Wolverines host unbeaten and 5th-ranked Nebraska in Ann Arbor tonight at 7 o'clock, and MSU plays Rutgers at 6:30. Michigan's favored by 10.5 points tonight. The Spartans are favored by 14.5 on the road in Piscataway. Then we've got Michigan and Michigan State in East Lansing on Friday. That's number 3 versus number 7. It will be the highest-ranked matchup in the rivalry's history. It's the first time ever both teams have been ranked inside the top 7 of the AP poll during their meeting. Michigan State has won 4 straight games against Michigan and 5 of the last 6. The Spartans also have a 7-game win streak in East Lansing, where this Friday's game will be played at 8 p.m. Michigan last won in hostile territory back in 2018. We've also got the Red Wings tonight. The news of the day for them is that Simon Edvinsson will be out for an extended period with a lower body injury until at least after the Olympic break. That's what Todd McClellan said yesterday. Here's what that loss means for the team. Puck drop against the Kings right here on 97.1 tonight at 7 o'clock. Our pregame coverage at 6:45. Pistons are back tonight as well. They have a late game at 9 o'clock out in Denver against Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. That game will be on WWJ News Radio 950. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
7 o'clock hour. Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Greg behind the glass. 2 Grand Slam, 25 minutes away. Red Wing hockey, they play tonight against the Kings. 5 games before the Olympic break. They'll play all 5 without Simon Edvinsson. This is a critical stretch because you want to see them not only keep winning, but also avoid a skid. At the same time, John, they have to do something on defense, whether Edvinsson's healthy or not. Him missing now the next 5 games puts him in a precarious situation. And I know he missed Winnipeg game 2 and they won, but my point is you got a couple tough games coming up here. You want to make sure you go into the Olympic break on a high note.
Well, and you want to be able to win the games that, quite honestly, you should win. And that is 2 games at home, LA and Washington, and then it's on the road at Utah against the Mammoth. The toughest ones, obviously, are going to be against the points leaders in the NHL, and that's 1 game at the end of the month against Colorado, and then it's a back-to-back with a couple days rest at Colorado. Like those are 2 games that we were sitting there pointing to, saying we can't wait to see how they match up with the Avalanche.
Right, and this is a huge blow. I mean, the Red Wings' top pair has been one of the elite pairs in hockey. Putting Simon Edvinsson with Mo Seider has been a huge strength of this hockey team. This team blocks a ton of shots. They play well in front of their goalie. In turn, their goalie has played confidently and as one of the best goalies since the start of December. I don't want to pull a piece of the Jenga tower and see slippage here because it's the domino effect. Who's playing up on the top pair now? Well, they take the guy who's playing on the third pair, Jacob Bernard-Docker.
Yep.
He's been playing up on the top pair. Well, now Hamonic's got to play, who they didn't even want to play on the third pair. Pellica, they've been sheltering and limiting his minutes. So you start looking around and going, which pair do I feel comfortable playing 20 minutes ice time?
Well, someone's going to have to step up. Like you heard Todd McClellan talk about, someone is going to have to step up. It is that next man up mentality, and it's a sprint. It's 5 games.
Yep.
You're going to have to play, whoever that is, your best hockey for 5 games. And in those 5 games, 10 points available. Mm-hmm. What is good to come out with? 6?
6 would be great, yeah. I would think so, especially because 2 of those games are Colorado, who's head and shoulders playing better than anybody in hockey. And I say 6, but like the way the Atlantic Division is, it feels like you always got to take like 8 of every 10. But yeah, take 6.
Well, considering the injuries and considering where they are, and then going into the Olympic break, if they can get 6 out of 10.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Are they locked in as buyers right now, or could a skid alter Yzerman's plan?
No, they've got to be locked in as buyers. They do, because the injury's not going to last the entire season. They said he'll be back after the Olympic break. So, yeah, you've got to find a way to continue to add to this team, no matter what happens within this 10-point period of time.
Yeah, if they win 1 of the next 5 games, that doesn't give you the right to bow out of the buyer sweepstakes in early March.
It shouldn't be that. You shouldn't be on that thin of ice.
No, and I know, look at this guy making hockey puns. And John, I know like how condensed things are. The Wings or any other team is a 5 or 10 game stretch away from being out.
Right.
So that's what concerns me. I don't think they're going to collapse right now or anything, but John, if they do throw 4 or 5 away, come out of the Olympic break, and they don't hit the ground running, does Yzerman go, well, shoot, we're not leading the division anymore. We're barely a playoff team. I know how this game goes. We're not going to give up guys for rentals. Better luck next year.
No, I think they're at a really pivotal point, and they need to look at adding as much as they possibly can. This is the season where it's the tipping point. You add, and you get to the postseason, and then you take those additions and you build on it going into next year. And so, and I know he said, well, we don't want to get in and just be that team that gets out in the first round. Well, at some point, you got to make a push to get in.
Well, and I think a pushback is, okay, nobody wants to get eliminated, but nobody goes into the NHL playoffs and instantly their first berth becomes a Stanley Cup team. That's incredibly rare. You do need to get in and get a taste of it. And the sooner you get a taste of it, the better it's going to be for a young team that they have drafted, developed, and started to put out on the ice.
And this, more than anything, highlights what they need. They need a defenseman.
Yes, I think it just strengthens that argument.
Because to think down the stretch that this is the only injury you're going to have,
Right.
it's probably not reality. You're going to have other guys, even if it's just 1 or 2 games at a time, you're going to have to strengthen the blue line.
Yeah, it felt like the best thing this team could add, and they have a couple needs, but the best thing they could add would be a second pair right shot defenseman. Because Pelika's playing that role right now, but he's playing the fewest minutes of any of their defenders. And it's a lot of power play. It's a lot of offensive zone. Get him out there. He's an undersized player, and by their own admission with ice time, they don't feel comfortable with him in the defensive zone. So that's your second pair. Sherratt's having to carry him. Ideally, he'd be your third pair as a rookie with some offensive upside, and you'd have Edvinsson Seider as your top pair, Sherratt and this mysterious addition as your second pair, and let's rock and roll. We got 2 real pairs, a good goalie. That's the backbone of a team that can get in the playoffs. And I don't know how far they go, John, but have a spine, compete, challenge, maybe take a series.
So what I'm hearing from you is they just need a better pair.
Yes, John. A strong,
That's my hockey
hefty
takeaway.
pair.
Yeah.
That's what this team needs. They also need it in the front office, and that's where Yzerman comes in. Is you got a lot out of this Gibson trade. You got a lot of mileage out of it. Those are the type of moves that we've been asking for the last couple of years.
And there's
foot on the gas.
Plenty of time to investigate and negotiate. You can't consummate a trade, but I don't think the phones get shut off during the Olympic break. You're still going to be making those phone calls. You just simply can't follow through on a trade because there's a hiatus over the Olympic break. And then as soon as you come back, you've got, 4 games?
Yeah, it's real short there. It's not like NHL GMs are all going to collectively throw their phones in the ocean and go to Cabo for a month.
Right, yeah.
You're going to be able to poke and while you can't make a deal, you can lay the foundation to make a deal.
Sure. Explore what's available and then start mulling over and create packages that you think would, be sufficient to seal the deal.
To your point about this being a key turning point, the Wings, I mentioned Gibson's played well since December 1st. The Wings are 19-5-3 since December 1st. They have the most points in the East. Patrick Kane, a leader on this team, said, I think everyone's feeling pretty confident what we have here. We put ourselves in position maybe to go get some players and try to be a team that's a buyer at the deadline. This isn't just Dylan Larkin, sad puppy after the deadline saying, I wish we would have added more. This is Patrick Kane, the greatest American hockey player of all time, saying we're putting ourselves in position to go be buyers. So whether they win 1 or none of the next 5 games going into this break, you are buyers. The task is get this team over the hump into the postseason. And when Edvinsson comes back, have another blue liner to help balance out this team so that you can be a team that makes noise in the postseason.
Now, this statement, I don't believe in this statement, but let's just say out of these 10 available points before the Olympic break, they get 8 of them.
Awesome.
I agree. But does Yzerman then say, you know what? Again, I don't want to be that team that just gets in and gets bounced, and there's nothing that I really like, and I don't want to give up any of my assets. Does he pull the Dan Campbell? We're good. I know. I mean, that's the feeling that I guarantee you there's a whole lot of people driving around right now growling at their steering wheel just like you did.
Okay, so let's say they take 8 of 10, but everybody else takes 8 of 10 because that's what the Atlantic Division does.
Right.
And you're still on the bubble, and you're going to play this game of who's going to fall apart. And it's an unknown coming out of the break. Gibson is playing like the best goalie in hockey. Like, I don't think he is. I think Sorokin this year has been the best goalie in hockey for the Islanders. But Gibson's making a case that he's the best goalie in hockey. When you come back from the Olympic break, what if he's just simply one of the 10 best goalies in hockey? Yeah. What if there's some slippage? What if you don't address the blue line and there's even more slippage? And they don't suddenly become a bad hockey team, but
just not good enough.
The threshold's so high, it's almost like 2 years ago.
No, so having put both scenarios out there, I don't think if they were to get 4 of 10 or if they were to get 8 of 10, I think both scenarios you're looking at it going, we have to get better through the trade deadline for the stretch that is the playoff run.
Text coming in, 248-539-9797. Guys, yet another reason this team should have traded for Hughes and will regret it every day until they're eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, I agree that they should. I think we could all agree they should have traded for Hughes. But if there were no assurances that he was going to sign a long-term deal here, and you may have got, Hughes wants to be in Detroit, but if you make that trade, now he holds all the cards because he knows, is he going to ask for more?
Yep, and he knows he's got two brothers in New Jersey that he can leverage, and
Yeah.
he may want to be in Detroit, but want to be in New Jersey more. Without the assurance, it was going to be risky. And I don't want to kill Yzerman over it. Like, I do think he needs to take more risks than he has at this juncture of his tenure. But if the rumors are true and they had to give up Edvinson and not have any assurances, that's hard for me to kill him over not making that deal.
Right.
248-539-9797. Text says, guys, this whole conversation is useless because we know whatever decision Steve makes will be the wrong one, and we know this team will collapse in February and March. No matter what they do, it's who this team is. It's the roster Steve built. He's useless, and he needs to go. I've never called for him to lose his job. It's gotten tense because it's taking so long.
Right. And this is
kind of put up or shut up time.
9 years not in the playoffs, and you're positioning yourself for that first opportunity without going double-digit years. Your double-digit disco, they've got a chance to put that to bed.
Let's make it happen. All right, Heather's news and the 2 Grand Slam coming up next. Plus, what is actually the best movie of 2025? If anybody's been watching these best picture nominations, I wonder if you have the same conclusion that this show has found. It's 97.1. All right, guys, start the new year with a brighter smile. I'm talking about Brightside Dental. Just like when you hit the gym to start the new year, it's time to get your smile back in shape. Make dental care part of that clean slate routine. Quick, easy, and ready for the new year. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. They're always welcoming new patients. $35 new patient special. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather, what's in the news?
Yeah, well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, the current owner of the Detroit Free Press, USA Today, has plans to buy the Detroit News. So in a release on Monday, USA Today announced that it signed a binding letter of intent with Media News Group to acquire the Detroit News as well. The deal is expected to close by the end of January. And even though they'll now operate under the same corporate umbrella, the plan is to keep both papers separate with their own, editorial voices.
Right.
Okay. It's weird because we just read headlines about them.
Separating.
Yeah. And now there's
Yeah.
more connective tissue.
Yep. Michigan State basketball is drawing the biggest TV audiences in the country this season, which is pretty great. According to Nielsen viewership data, the Spartans rank number 1 in average viewers among men's college basketball teams so far. Yeah.
I am a contributing individual to that because, well, first of all, I respect the hell out of Coach Izzo. Second of all, I've mentioned it, Cohen Carr. He's so much fun to watch, and it may only be for one play a game, but you can't miss it.
Well, and for a lot of Michigan games this year, the game's been over at halftime.
Yes.
So you're watching both halves when you watch the Spartans, and you're watching good basketball.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the most watched men's college basketball teams of this year, Michigan State, Duke, Kansas, North Carolina, and Kentucky.
Well, a lot of viewers will be watching Friday night, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They will, yes.
Showdown.
University of Michigan students are mourning the death of a classmate whose body was found in the freezing temperature on Saturday. Ann Arbor police say that 19-year-old Lucas Matson was last seen walking alone on Friday right around 1 a.m. After leaving a frat party. He was not wearing a coat. Last seen wearing a T-shirt, and he wasn't reported missing until 15 hours later. Well, his body was found on Saturday afternoon in a residential neighborhood just like a block away from the frat house where he was. Police say they do not believe there's been any foul play. They believe it's because of the elements. And the university does say they have counselors on hand for anybody who needs support. Just
sad story.
Devastating story, yes. Sydney Sweeney could be in some trouble after she snuck up the Hollywood sign and hung bras from it.
Oh.
All to promote her new lingerie line. And she posted all about it on her social media. So you can watch this. They did it in the cover of darkness. And her production crew drove a van up the mountain. They climbed the sign. They hung a extensive amount of bras from the entire sign.
It'd be hard to see from the highway.
Was covered in bras. But it sounds like they didn't get permission from the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, who owns the Hollywood sign, to actually touch it. Like they said, okay, yeah, you can film it, but they didn't give them permission to go climb on it or hang bras from it. So I'm sure she'll be fine.
Yeah, but if the PR win is more valuable than the fine, then
you do it.
Yep.
Let's see what I got here. This is interesting. I don't know if you've seen this. There's a collab going on. Legos and Crocs.
Oh, I did see this.
I did not see this.
It looks obnoxious,
It is.
but it's a real thing. So Lego
build your own Crocs?
No, Lego has partnered with Crocs in this really strange collab. Look at this. They're like massive block-shaped Lego brick clogs, and they were just debuted at the Paris Fashion Week. Well, they're not practical. Very difficult, I would imagine, to walk in, but they will be available starting on February 16th. So you can own a pair if you'd like.
If you're under the age of 7.
And you have to have, if you're going to buy your 7-year-old $150 shoes.
No.
You can't.
They will. I got to imagine that they will be deeply discounted soon.
I don't think so.
Just to get rid of them.
Or they're going to be collector's items.
People love Crocs and they love Legos.
But how
Yeah,
would
but
you
these are
react if
ridiculous.
someone walked into our office wearing those?
Well, I don't think you wear them to work. I think you just
Who's the most
I
likely
was just going
candidate?
to ask that.
Oh,
Well, Mark Ryan.
I was going to say Bob Turner.
Well, Bob Turner. That's perfect.
Don't
Yep.
you? You can
Yes.
see that,
Yep.
right?
I could see Bob doing that. Yeah,
He'd wear those.
sure.
70-yard line Bob Turner? Yeah, that'd be him.
I think he would. So we know that the life of an NFL head coach is pretty hectic. There's a lot of responsibilities that they have to obviously handle on a weekly, daily basis. Well, there's a story now about Mike McDonald. He recently kind of shared what a day in the life of his life is like and how little he actually gets to see his family
son, yeah.
and his son in particular. So he opened up about his schedule and he basically says he gets to see his son about 30 minutes per week. He's scheduled out sometimes. He's changing things. He's trying to get out of the facilities earlier on Thursdays,
Yeah.
get home. He'll watch film at home, and it allows him to see his son for maybe up to an hour before bedtime on Thursdays, and then he continues working. It's tough.
Yeah, it's tough, and certainly, if you're going to be a coach and you're going to have kids, you got to have an awesome wife.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
It's. I'm not going to argue with the results because they got a damn good defense and they're playing in the Super Bowl, but that feels wild that you can't carve out more than an hour to be with your son.
Do you know how old his son is? The article didn't say how old his son is.
I
Young.
don't particularly. Yeah, I mean, I would think under 4.
With the word bedtime, I picture
Yeah.
a young child,
Yeah.
but that is tough. Yes, you got to have a good support system at home.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to win $2,000, give us a call now. 248-539-9797. Your chance to win the $2,000 Slam. You probably saw this news over the weekend. Chaos broke out Friday night at Detroit Metro Airport when a Mercedes drove through the McNamara terminal through glass doors and literally into a Delta Airlines check-in desk. Really, we don't have a lot of details as to the story behind it.
Yeah, why?
It is still under investigation. The cause of the crash, the mother of the man's child says that he was experiencing a mental health episode at the time, but refused to give any other details or an interview. We all saw the footage, the man being cuffed. He was wearing a Lions jersey, still in custody. No charges have been filed.
Anybody injured?
There were 6 people treated
Are
at the
they
scene.
okay?
Yeah.
It sounds like it, that they
Okay,
were
yeah.
treated there, like didn't even need to be taken to the
Okay.
hospital. But it could have been.
Could have been way
Whoa,
worse. Yeah.
far, far worse.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Time to win some money.
All right, let's give away some money. This could be your easiest or quickest opportunity to win $2,000. Get 10 questions right in 60 seconds. Money is yours. If not, you're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly.
John in Lapeer. Oh,
Oh, hey, come on, Stoney.
try that again. John didn't hang up on you. John in Lapeer. Good morning. Sorry about that.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. How you
Good.
doing, John?
Good. Trying to stay warm out here.
Yeah. Are you working inside or outside today?
I work outside.
Oh, no.
What do
What's
you
your
do?
job?
I do signs and light poles.
Oh, okay. All right.
Good luck out there.
Yeah, it's
Good
going to
luck
be a cold
today.
one. Yeah, stay warm. Yeah, hopefully we give you some money to help you stay warm.
Yeah. All right. So you know the rules. If there's one you don't know, you can say pass. Hopefully there's going to be enough time and we'll get back to it. But your time is going to start right now. What number Super Bowl is being played in 2 weeks?
60.
What is the capital of Washington?
Pass.
Which team currently leads the NHL in wins?
Pass.
This 2025 movie had a record 16 Oscar nominations.
Pass.
Who is the lead play-by-play voice of college football on ESPN?
Pass.
Muskegon is located in which Michigan county?
Pass.
Who do the Red Wings play tonight?
Kings.
Where did Costa attend high school?
Pass.
Who is the host of Jeopardy?
Pass.
What is 7 times 7?
49.
What's the capital of Washington?
Seattle.
Which team currently leads the NHL in wins?
Islanders.
This 2025 movie has a record 16 Oscar
Got you with
nominations.
3.
That's harder than it is when you're listening.
Yeah.
It's hard.
We got you with 3 and 7 passes. All right, well, hang on the line. We'll make sure you get paid. We'll go over this. Make sure you listen. We'll give you all the answers. The 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays is brought to you by Femininity Law. Get David, get paid.
Well, that
He was off to a
tough.
great start. Got the first one, I
he
thought,
got the
okay.
first one. Didn't answer another one until what? 7?
Why did Tom make that one so hard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, throw time under the
Come
bus.
on, Milliken. It's like he never wants anybody to win.
So the first one, Super Bowl, the number, it is 60. He nailed that one. Off to a great start, as Heather mentioned. What is the capital of Washington?
I probably would have guessed Seattle too. I wouldn't,
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't know that it was Olympia.
So disappointed in you. Olympia. Which team currently leads the NHL in wins? Actually mentioned this just a few minutes ago. Colorado Avalanche. The 2025 movie has a record 16 Oscar nominations. Sinners. Who is the lead play-by-play voice for college football on ESPN?
Chris Fowler.
Muskegon, kind of a trick question here, is located in which Michigan county?
It's in Muskegon County.
And he nailed this one. Who do the Red Wings play tonight? The LA Kings. Where did Jim Costa attend high school? And you actually mentioned this, I believe it was yesterday.
I did mention this yesterday.
It is Livonia Churchill. Exactly. Who's the host of Jeopardy?
Ken Jennings.
And 7 times 7, he got this one.
He got that fast.
Yeah, 49, yes. That was, it's kind of one of those that you just,
Yeah.
you remember.
I think he was also excitedly relieved that he definitively knew one.
Yes, yes. And his comment at the end there, boy, that's harder than it seems.
I think it's important that the contestants say that because if you're listening in the car, you're going, what a moron.
Pass.
Pass. Come on, guess
Pass.
something. Name a hockey team.
Yeah,
I really thought he was going to get more.
I know. We went through this and you thought, oh, this one's gettable.
Well, if I can get at least 3, then I'm like, oh, someone's really going to get it.
Well, he got the same 3 maybe you got.
Yeah, no. No, yeah, no. Mm-mm. I mean, I knew the Oscar-nominated movie,
And you knew the math?
and I knew the math, and I knew Ken Jennings. That seems
Right.
like a gimme to me.
I think so. Anyway, look, one of the questions was about an Oscar-nominated movie. Heather, you watched a couple of the nominees for Best Picture over the
I
weekend.
did.
Couldn't finish either.
No.
I've watched a couple of the nominated movies. Wasn't impressed with either. We're going to talk about it coming up next. What's actually the best movie of 2025? Maybe there's a deeper conversation here. It's 97.1. No local sports on last night. No football on Saturday. It was a great weekend to catch up on some movies. And Heather, you watched a couple movies over the weekend.
Yeah, that was our goal. We wanted to watch a couple that have been nominated. I fell asleep through both of them, so I missed most of it.
They were that good, huh?
They were
Yeah, they really kept you on the edge of your
also
seat.
very tired by the time the evening rolls around when we can sit down and watch a movie.
Finally, the kids are in bed.
But we tried to watch Begonia, and I woke up for the end. So I slept through like the middle part of it. Saw the beginning, slept through a little bit of it, then woke up and saw the ending. And then we also tried to watch Sinners, and we both fell asleep. So I watched the beginning because I was like, can you rewind that and start over? So I watched the beginning of it like 4 times and then never made.
Poor
Kept
Colin.
falling asleep.
Yeah.
He's like, I've already seen this. Can we just let me?
Well, it was both of us. He'd
Oh,
miss
okay.
it. And then I'm like, okay, watch it again. And then I'd miss it and we'd watch it again. And then we never made it through.
And you've also seen the One Battle After Another.
Oh, and
the
I saw
Leo
One
movie.
Battle, yep.
So you've attempted / watched 3 of the Best Picture nominees.
Yes.
Okay. I watched 2 over the weekend. I watched the Leo one, and I watched Begonia.
Okay.
I hated Begonia.
You did?
Yeah.
Is it about flowers?
Not really.
No. No, not at all.
Not at all. So without spoiling anything, it's supposed to be a dark comedy. I didn't think there was any humor in it. It was weird. I
Yeah.
guess some people might find the weird absurdity of it funny.
Well, One Battle After Another won for Best Comedy as well.
Wait, what? That's
They won
supposed
an
to be a
award.
comedy?
Yeah.
So I like Leo, and I went in thinking this is going to be a great Leo movie, and it was fine.
There's
I don't
no
think it was a
comedy.
bad movie, but like these are the best movies of 2025. The critics never really connect with like regular people on this stuff.
They do like the artsy fartsy movies that are like,
Yeah, ones that
little
are not in
different.
my genre, especially the era of movies that I'm watching right now, because I haven't seen or really heard of any of the top movies. I've heard the name of the movie Sinners, but I just don't think I'm going to sit down and watch it, or really any of them. So like the whole, Academy Awards or Oscars, that just doesn't mean anything to me. All of our movies that we watch, and I think they're great, are the ones that Teddy wants to go see.
yes.
And so if Teddy was voting, I think number 1 that came out in 2025 would be Superman.
Okay.
Number 2, there's a movie, and this is more of it's an animated movie, but David. It's the story of David and Goliath, and it was recently in theaters at the end of 2025, and it's one where Teddy will basically reenact the entire movie, and I'm the giant,
of course.
of course, and I get the slingshot rock right between the eyeballs, and I go down, and Teddy will actually do what when Goliath gets hit in the movie, Teddy will drop to his knees and do the entire thing just as he sees Goliath go down. So those would be his top movies.
Just Begonia, 'cause people, you don't know what this is about. 2 conspiracy-obsessed young men kidnap a high-powered CEO, Emma Stone, and they're convinced that she's an alien intent on destroying planet Earth.
All right, you already lost me.
Yeah.
It was an interesting movie. I didn't hate it like you did, although I did miss some of the middle parts of it. It's not like my typical type of movie, but I like Emma Stone and I like that other Jesse something.
Is it Plemons? I like him.
I like him too.
And I think he played the role well. Like I think
He
a lot of
did.
the acting, like Leo, I thought was good in his daughter. In
Yeah,
that,
I
think
really
is
liked
well
her.
acted. But like the story, it's damn near 3 hours,
Yeah.
and I didn't feel like it was like a satisfying conclusion.
So I did go back and like type in what were the best movies or just movies of
Yeah.
2025. And I feel like I really haven't seen many. I feel like I've been focusing more on shows or series. I got into a lot. There was one thing, I think it's nominated. I do like documentaries. Did you guys watch The Perfect Neighbor?
No.
That's nominated. That one I liked. It was shocking. It was a pretty wild story.
Is it like a murder?
Yeah, it's a really sad. It's that it will leave you in well, it might not leave you, but it left me in tears. The end did. I
laugh at very inappropriate times.
I
for
don't
things.
think you'll laugh at this. I mean, it's
pretty
a
gruesome.
documentary, so it's not a movie. Like this is real life, right?
Okay.
Like it's a real story of something that actually happened.
Yeah.
I did enjoy that. So that might be one of my favorites.
So you said this off air, and I think we should talk about this as part of this conversation. Are we becoming more shows people? Like movies, these movies are getting to be 2.5, 3 hours. You can only develop a story so much. A show can be 12 hours, but it feels approachable because you just do 40 minutes when you're free, when you're available.
Yeah.
You can develop a richer story. Like I found myself looking at a lot more of the shows I watched this year. I loved Severance, right? But that's better than any movie I watched this year.
So I did the same thing. I Googled the 2025 movies.
Yeah.
And again, none of those that are up for Academy Awards. And maybe you could tell me if any of these up for some random awards.
Sure.
I already mentioned Superman. Jurassic Park.
I like that. Yeah.
Rebirth. Like,
I laugh. Yes, it was a fun movie to watch. Definitely not up for an award.
okay.
No,
well,
but that's the disconnect. Is like, yeah, I didn't put the pressure of this being some critically acclaimed masterpiece, and I was just entertained in the theater.
right. Yeah. And that's all I want to do is I want to be entertained. And I know that the score probably won for like the original
Yeah.
Jurassic Park because Teddy loves the movies, that movie as well. So we watched that one. Happy Gilmore too. That one came out. Yeah,
not
which
up for
I'm
an
sure it's not. Yeah, it's
not gonna win an award.
Travis
No.
Kelce's not getting a Best Supporting Actor.
No, he's not.
And then Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning. And that's a longer one, but I like things that go boom.
Okay.
And there's a lot of fast action and explosions in that one. So those are the movies that I am drawn to. Rarely am I drawn to the ones that are. Is that one
I
nominated?
lied. Achievement in visual effects, Jurassic World
Okay.
Rebirth.
That makes sense.
It's here. Yes.
I just think with how cold it's been and people have been shut into the homes, no sports last night, and really just football on Sunday. Maybe
Yeah.
you started checking out some of these movies like we did, and I'd love to get some feedback. 248-539-9797. What did you think of these Best Picture nominees? And like, what is the actual best movie you saw this year? 248-539-9797. Let's get to Andrew and Holly. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good morning.
Good. How you doing?
I got to tell you guys, the best movie of 2025 is Marty Supreme. If you guys haven't seen it, you got to go watch it. From
That the ping
start to
pong
the
movie?
finish- Oh, yeah, ping pong. It's the best way you're ever going to watch ping pong in your life, I promise you.
It's Timothy
And-
You don't
Chalamet.
like it now?
Yeah.
Yeah, Timothy Chalamet.
I
yeah.
haven't seen it.
Yep.
All right. I'll watch
Gotta
that one
watch
too.
Yeah, there's so much stuff going on from the start to the finish. You're going to be engaged the whole movie. It's great, I promise you. It's awesome. You got to watch it if you haven't.
All right.
Maybe that's the one
That's
that'll
up.
redeem the category.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not
What
a
about
huge fan of Timothy Chalamet, though. That's what gets me.
No?
Yeah, Timothy
No.
Chalamet, great.
I'm not,
He did the what's the other
but I'll watch it.
what's the one he did most recently? The biopic.
Or the biopic.
It was the Bob Dylan one, right?
Yeah.
We didn't finish it.
Yeah.
Like it just
Oh, really?
wasn't doing it for
yeah.
me.
Yeah. Yeah, and I threw that out there, the Marty Supreme one as ping pongers because everyone that is serious about it, they got to call it table tennis. Ooh. Yes.
What about F1? Has Colin seen
Colin
F1?
watched it. It was not impressed. What I don't know where it was streaming, but we specifically
Yeah.
got that platform so he could watch
I think
it,
it's on Apple or one of them.
and he was bah,
Really?
not great.
Because on paper that seemed like the trailers looked good. I haven't seen that one yet. That's up for
I
the
think he said it was kind of cheesy. It was and like not real. Like none of that would have actually happened or
Oh, so
something.
it
I
takes
never
you out of
saw
the
it,
moment.
but I don't know. He
Got
didn't
to
like
suspend
it.
reality.
He didn't care for it.
Let's get to Blake. You're next up. Blake, you're on 97.1.
Hey, morning, guys.
Good morning.
About the Oscar-nominated movies, Sinners, I watched that the other night. 7 out of 10, not bad. Pretty good. You got to be in the horror element for that. So if you're not up to that, you're not going to enjoy it. F1 was probably the closest thing to like a blockbuster, everybody can enjoy movie. It's like the guy that made Top Gun Maverick. It's Top Gun Maverick on wheels. You shoot the formula cars, the cameras, so you actually feel like you're in the race, which is pretty cool. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And another one that got snubbed was The Smashing Machine. Just Dwayne Johnson's performance in it. He transforms into Mark Kerr, and it's just phenomenal, his story and what he went through. And if you're into like UFC and that, then that's the movie for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Colin
Yeah.
watched that last night.
Oh, he did.
Well, he came down from wherever he was watching it and said, "Yeah, I'm watching The Smashing Machine." I'm like, "What's that one about?"
Yeah.
But it's not up for an award, I don't think.
No, I don't
Again,
think
the
so
disconnect.
either.
Yeah.
But again, yeah, I mean, if it's about, fighting, and I might watch it. And I think The Rock is always entertaining, but I'd like more of his comedies.
Well, that's a great point. So, like, I like Michael B. Jordan, but I don't like horror movies. So
Right.
every time I'm like, well, Sinners versus option B
Creed.
or option C. Yeah. Not even just Michael B. Jordan movies, but like the other, because I want to see these movies that are supposedly so good. And,
Yeah.
and I've heard good things about Sinners. I'm not a horror movie person, so I haven't prioritized watching it. 248-539-9797. We got some good feedback coming in on the text, and we'll get the phone calls in. 248-539-9797. You've been hunkered down, a couple slow sports days. Are you
Cold
watching
weather.
these cold
Yeah.
weather? Are you watching these movies? And look, if you have a disconnect, you're not alone. We're not wowed by these Best Picture nominees. What's the best movie in 2025? It's 97.1. Lions building up that brain trust. We'll get into it in the 8 o'clock hour, making another hire. Got some reaction to that. Talking movies. It's been cold. Everybody's been bundled up, hunkered down. You got these best picture nominees that are out there. And Heather tried to this weekend. Couldn't finish either. Tired.
I'll go back and rewatch Sinners. Like I do want to see it. It's already making history just for having the most nominations ever. So I do want to watch it. It just didn't. I was too tired, I guess.
Okay, and then Begonia.
It's weird, and I was tired. It's a weird movie.
And Colin didn't love F1, and I'm thinking, like, if Colin didn't like F1, I'm probably not going to like F1.
Okay, the movie might be good, but he likes F1.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's a big fan.
Oh, so he
of
wanted to be
Formula
more
One.
real, and it just was too Hollywood.
I had long conversations with him about it. I just know he was not as impressed with it as he was hoping to be.
But then Marty Supreme comes up, and you're like, I don't like Timothy Chalamet. And like, I like Timothy Chalamet like the sports fan do, but I don't know that I've ever enjoyed any of his movies. Maybe I haven't watched enough of them. And I'm going, these are the best movies. I'm a Leo guy. I like Leonardo DiCaprio. The hit rate on Leo movies for me is near 100%. We watched what I think is going to win for Best Picture, which is One Battle After Another. And I thought it was fine. I didn't come away like, wow, this is groundbreaking stuff.
Do you know any of these other movies, though? Because usually, like, different movies win.
So there's the one in another language. I'm just not going to watch it.
Which one is that?
And I've heard it's good. It's like a dialogue-heavy movie. I like those, John. I know you don't. It's the Sentimental Value
Sentimental
one.
Value,
Yeah, but it's in
okay.
another language.
Oh, so you got to read the
I'm not going to.
Subtitles?
I'm not going to do that.
Train Dreams. I've actually heard good things about that.
What's the Shakespeare one that's inspired
Hamnet?
off? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'd give that a shot. And I know I should watch Sinners. I'm not a horror person. People are saying it's so much more than that. So
I
I'll
think
probably
it
have
is.
to. And I like Michael B. Jordan, so I'll probably end up getting around to that. But we asked you guys, like, this is that thing where the Oscars are very hoity-toity and artsy-fartsy, I think was
Yes.
Heather's phrase. Like, the idea that, right, that these movies are, like, superior and, like, you're an uncultured swine if you don't like them. What is the best movie you watched this year? Like, let's talk to regular people about this, not the Academy and the best cinematographer, use of shadows in the movie. What did you like? What did you like this year? And I think we also stumbled into that it's not always movies. Series allow you to develop a story over a longer period of time. You don't have to commit to 3 hours in one sitting. Like, I liked Severance. I like White Lotus, Hacks. Like, I feel like shows have become a bigger part of my life than movies.
Jim, I just want to point out that you're being very smarmy and you're anti-smarm.
Okay. I can't even be anti-smarmy without being smarmy.
Right. Well, and the reason that shows have become more popular to whether it's binge watch or just watch 45 minutes or so at a time is because they're all available.
Right.
You don't have to wait for the reruns or, January 1st, New Year's Day is, reruns of Yellowstone. Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's you can actually watch them all the time, anytime you want.
They also have movie budgets, too.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a great point too, Greg. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Cam and Algonac. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Go Green. I haven't heard anybody mention this movie yet. I think Heather would like it because my girl would not stop talking about it. It's called The Housemaid.
I cannot wait to see it. I have it. I
the
want it
one
to
with
come out on
Sydney
streaming.
Sweeney?
Yes, and Amanda Seyfried, who is one of my. I really like her. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I thought it was really good. It had a bunch of twists and turns. All she told me was that it was based on a book, and she told me it had Sydney Sweeney in it, so, I had to watch.
Well, it's funny, Cam. We got a text that echoes what you said, and it goes, John, take your wife to see The Housemaid.
Mm-hmm.
You'll score husband points from your wife, plus there's boobs in it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I keep waiting to see when it's going to be available to rent at home, but it's still like on pre-order because I just don't have time to go to the theater. I have to watch it at home when the kids are sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
But I do. That's like one of the only movies I'm like excited to see.
Yeah.
Let's get to Steve in Garden City. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
So I just wanted to talk to hey guys. I just wanted to talk about the movies. F1 is actually I thought was really good. Sinners definitely going to win some awards because it is just a great movie. If you don't mind a little horror effect. But yeah, without football, like the only thing you can do is stream movies or stream TV shows.
Yeah, it's about what we're left with.
Yep. So you're digging in. You got some thoughts
Yeah.
on it. Appreciate it, Steve.
Yeah. Another show that Lisa and I watched, and I think it's in its third season now, is The Diplomat.
Never heard of it.
That one's, I think,
Is that with Kerry Russell?
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh. She's a really good actress, and a lot of twists and turns, but it's a good show.
Okay. Deshaun in a truck. What are you watching? You're on 97.1.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, I just kind of wanted to lend my 2 cents about a great topic. First of all, I agree with you, man. I think a lot of the watching has been geared towards the shows. I'm an African American guy, man, and I picked up my remote and I started watching this series with Tommy Lee called Paramount. On Paramount, called Landman. Very interesting series, man. Very interesting series, man. That kind of shows you the inner workings and the business side of the oil industry. And I'm very intrigued. It's got a great dialogue, and I just think not only Tommy Lee, you got Demi. I believe what's her name? Demi,
It's not Tommy Lee. It's Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob Thornton, you got
Yeah,
me.
Landman.
Yeah. Sam Elliott's in season 2.
Yeah. I thank you, John. I appreciate you for correcting me on that. Billy Bob Thornton plays in it. I think we got. I don't want to misquote any other actresses, but I think Demi Moore might be in it.
Yep, she
And
is.
Allie Larder's in it, I think.
Yeah, Demi Moore is the widow of the oil tycoon that.
Absolutely. I think that my man died off a little too early, her husband. But other than that, man,
spoilers.
it's pretty. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, Deshaun. I'm just giving you a hard time. So this is the
Yeah.
best thing you saw this year. That's kind of our point. Is it's not always the big blockbuster movie or the one that the Oscars put up is the best thing you watched all year. I think people have shifted more to shows.
Yeah.
And that might be some of it.
You guys
Yeah.
watch Landman, right?
I haven't.
Oh,
I've heard great things.
I've watched all of season 1, and I've watched the first, I think, 2 or 3 episodes of season 2. I was waiting then for the rest of them to come out because I don't like watching one and then waiting a week for the next one. So I hit pause, and I do think, I can't remember. I think the last one, I think they've already aired the last one. So now I can go back and watch the rest of the season. But it is terrific. And it's a, who's the guy that writes the shows for Paramount? He wrote
Taylor Sheridan.
Taylor Sheridan. I think it's another Taylor Sheridan series, and he's really good. The Yellowstone ones, 1923. There's another spin-off, and there's another
1823?
one. Or 18, was it 1823?
There's 2 of them. There's 1823 and 1923.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, both of those, they're really good. There's a new one coming out, another spinoff called Marshals. So I'm looking forward to that one coming out.
Brendan Shabath, best movie you saw in 2025?
One battle after another, without a doubt.
Interesting.
Sinner's second. I'm really perplexed by the conversation I was listening to from down the hall.
Oh, you're a movie
This
snob.
is just unbelievable.
Oh,
I'm really, really upset with the 4 people on this show right now.
Oh boy. See, we're not snobby enough about the movies.
No, I'm admittedly snobby about it. It's fine.
Yeah, we can tell.
I'll take
Okay.
it. But
Have you watched any of the other Best Picture nominees?
I watched Begonia. I
Okay.
watched Marty Supreme. I watched Hamnet.
Okay,
I
fine,
watched
you have.
Train Dreams.
Tell me you didn't like Begonia.
Begonia's great. I think it was really funny. Jesse Plemons is
Funny?
Funny?
Yes, I think some of the stuff in it is funny.
Wow.
I do this thing where I intentionally don't watch much of the trailers or read a lot about movies, so I don't really know everything about it going into it because they
Yes.
spoil too much, and that worked well for that movie.
For sure. I knew nothing about it when I watched it.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting.
It's 97.1.
We have an interesting update from the NCAA today. Ex-Motor City Cruise player Charles Bediako made his return to college basketball on Saturday for Alabama. The 3-year G Leaguer returned to the Crimson Tide after he was granted a temporary restraining order against the NCAA. That restraining order was only supposed to allow Bediako to play on Saturday before it expired. However, yesterday, an Alabama judge granted a 10-day extension of the order because an attorney in the case was unable to travel from Tennessee to Alabama due to the weather. That means Bediako is free to play tonight tonight for the Crimson Tide at home against Missouri. He had 13 points and 3 rebounds on Saturday in Alabama's home loss to Tennessee. Nate Oates used just 4 guys off the bench for Bama. None played more than 8 minutes other than Bediako, who played 25. We also have local college basketball tonight. Michigan hosts unbeaten Nebraska in Ann Arbor at 7 o'clock. Before that, Michigan State is on the road to face Rutgers at 6:30. Pistons and Red Wings also back tonight. The Red Wings are at home against the Kings. That game will be right here on 97.1 at 7 o'clock. Our pregame coverage starts at 6:45. Yesterday, Todd McClellan said defenseman Simon Edvinson will be out for at least the next 5 games, saying he'll be absent until after the Olympic break. McClellan also said John Gibson will start in net tonight against the Kings. Gibson is 17-2 since the start of December. Right now, he's on an 8-game win streak. Pistons also on the road against the Nuggets. That game tips off at 9 o'clock tonight. The Nuggets without Nikola Jokic. He's been sidelined with a knee injury since December 29th. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We'll talk Lions hiring Kafka. Just want to clean out some of the texts you guys have been sending in on movies. Best picture season. Hunkered down. Giving these a shot. What's the best movie you saw in 2025? I did watch Smashing Machine recently. It was good, not great. Wouldn't watch a second time.
Okay.
Name text. Sinners was amazing. Great acting, music, deeper meaning. There's a vote for Sinners. This one says amazing soundtrack. It's so much more than a horror movie. Great performances all around.
Oh, it's got to be.
Marty Supreme does have stuff going on start to finish, but it sucked. At the end, I was left so annoyed. Another says, I tried watching Marty Supreme. I walked out halfway through. Seems to be the 20-somethings like the movie. I'm in my 50s. I just couldn't relate.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then maybe I'll pass.
Yeah.
You identify more with the 50 over crowd?
I think so.
Or the over 50 crowd? Okay.
I don't.
I don't know.
John's young at heart.
No, I don't identify.
Just wait one day.
Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow I might.
Marty Supreme is fantastic. Favorite movie of the year is Sinners for sure. Just watched one battle after another, and it was too artistic. It was more like a collage of scenes. That's from Cooper. See, I could buy that. Like, I thought individual acting performances were good, but for the cohesiveness of the movie, I don't know if you felt the same way, Heather. Like,
I don't know. I mean, maybe. There are certain parts that I didn't think, like, the beginning didn't necessarily
they lost a lot of
go
people
right
in the
with
beginning.
you had to get past the beginning, I think, for me to get really into the movie.
That's what this says. I like Leo, but I couldn't get past the first 20 minutes of
Yeah.
one battle. I knew we've had these conversations before, but movies today are kind of trash. Look, and I get it. They're going to make whatever decision they want. This doesn't spoil much, but like I thought there was going to be a more prominent role for Leo's, like the mother of his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like and I get it. I don't want to spoil anything because it is up for Best Picture, but I just was left wanting more.
I just wanted to know if Tom Cruise was going to save the world again. And he did.
Did he?
Spoiler.
Okay. Guys, you haven't brought up The Accountant 2, Tim and Adrian. He really liked that movie.
So I saw the first one. I have not yet seen the second one. It's
Oh, of course I'm not going to see that movie.
why?
I don't know. It's just, there's two men standing there with huge guns. Like, that's just not what I'm into.
Heather, he's not really an accountant.
Oh, you don't say.
Or not just an accountant.
No, Ben Affleck. He's kind of he's a numbers guy, and I think he's maybe somewhere on the spectrum. But then he just goes on, saving the world, killing spree,
Yeah.
defending the unjust.
The Accountant 2,
Yeah.
Tax Day.
Yeah.
No, I'll pass on that one.
Tex says, Begonia sucked. Sinners was very overrated. Sounds like Teddy should be the head of the Academy. John in Lake Orion.
Yeah, Teddy would do a great job of analyzing these movies.
Another one says the best movies in 25 were the ones my kids liked.
Yeah.
Zootopia 2, David. The majority
Elio? Did you see that?
This didn't say that, but I know Greg's seen it.
We took Low Man to see Elio. He liked
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, we watched it at home. Everyone kind of enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think Teddy has seen Elio. I don't think I've seen that one with him. But yeah, David was a huge hit for Teddy.
Guys, I've watched every Best Picture nomination. I can honestly say the best movie I watched is K-Pop Demon Hunters. Says great message, brilliantly put together.
It's gonna win.
You think so?
Well, this is for the animated movies.
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
it's not.
yeah.
It's up for best animated feature film. I think K-pop Demon Hunters will win. I've never seen it. I don't know anything about it, but
Great
it's popular.
message. No demons.
Yeah.
One battle after another was horrible, and Sean Penn's role was really weird. Do you agree with that?
I'm trying to even remember what his role was. You guys,
One
I
battle
watch
after another.
movies and I can't really even remember everything I saw.
Are you on your phone while you're watching these?
No.
TJ just sent me an analysis of One Battle After Another, but used words I can't use.
Okay. I know he didn't like it. I saw him tweeting about it over the weekend.
Yeah.
I'll have to check and share some notes
He
with him.
says he's surprised you didn't like it.
Oh, okay. Because of the political connotations or something?
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Wherever you stand on it, they're trying to make a point. I didn't think it was an overly cohesive movie. Penn's character is weird. He's the
Oh, now I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he's like
Yeah.
the head of. He's got like a major role in the military.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a weird.
And then he tries to join that white supremacist society.
I'm remembering more.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah. I'm not going to give away too much more.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right. The Lions made a hire with
There's
Mike,
a reality show I can get behind.
Mike Kafka comes in to be an offensive coach with an unnamed role. John, what's your thoughts on the move?
I like adding more good coaches to either side of the ball, and we'll talk about defense in just a moment, but Mike Kafka gets added as a high-level offensive assistant, and you got Drew Pensing, who's now the new offensive coordinator and play caller. Mike Kafka, we saw what he did as an interim coach, and he's a guy that over the last couple of years has gotten head coach interviews. Nothing came to fruition, and he's obviously out of a job with the Giants, so, Dan said, hey, let's give him an interview. We don't have a position coach available at the moment for him, but we can give him the title of high-level offensive assistant. And I just like more good minds. And Dan has always talked about the collaborative effort that it is putting together a game plan. So you got Pensing, you got Kafka, you've got Campbell, you've got, Mark Brunell, Hank Fraley. I think that the offensive side of the brain trust is in really good hands. The question I have then is if they're going to add more of these coaches to the offense, okay, yeah, it had its struggles. It's still a top-level offense. What about the defensive side of things? Are we going to add high-level defensive assistants to just bring more perspective to Kelvin Shepard and everything going on the defensive side of things?
Yeah, it felt like Kelvin Shepard was drinking out of a fire hose at the end of last season. And some of that was short weeks, the congested, condensed schedule, where you got to assess what just went wrong in the last game. You're bleary-eyed, and how do you install? How do you put tweaks? And as a first-year...
With guys dropping like flies as well.
And as a first-year coordinator, I thought he would have benefited and would still benefit if they added a little more expertise, a, quote, high-level position on the defensive side. That's not to take anything away from the Kafka stuff. I love this. I think this makes a lot of sense. It's clear Dan wanted to take the play caller duties off of his plate, so he hired a proven guy in Pensing, and there's some clear run game components that he can bring here and help get this team back to what they do, bully ball and running the football. But you don't want to be like caveman and play rock fight. Kafka comes from the Andy Reid tree, has had head coaching interviews, and even in this cycle, an offensive coordinator interview with the Philadelphia Eagles. So you pair up, in theory, two very bright, young offensive minds to supercharge your offense, which, by the way, was already very good, and make sure that you are more efficient. Well, okay, let's see the same on defense then.
Yeah, and it's, Kelvin Shepard, I don't think the hiring cycle is done. It certainly isn't done for, certain franchises in regards to them hiring their head coach and then obviously offensive defensive coordinators, staffs. And I do think that there are some guys out there that are defensive-minded coaches that are, Jim Schwartz is in the running for the Cleveland Browns job. If he doesn't get that job, does he then get the DC for Buffalo? For whoever ends up getting that head coach, because it sounds like they want to go offensive-minded for the head coach. And if that happens, does he take all of his assistant coaches with him? Are there some high-level assistants to be added from these staffs that are still looking for landing spots?
Yeah, I think some of this is the domino effect. I would certainly be disappointed if the Lions didn't address their defensive coaching staff with an outside influence. But some of this has to get settled because if the Raiders hire an offensive coach, they're going to want to hire a qualified DC.
Yeah.
Well, that's a guy the Lions might want to bring in. Same thing with Buffalo. If they hire an offensive coach, that takes up some of the guys that they may be interested in. But those coaches have every right to wait for a true defensive play caller spot, and only once those jobs are off the table do they filter down to a spot like Detroit.
Yeah, and I don't think there are any coaches on the offensive side of the ball that are going, "Oh, I'm so offended that you brought in Kafka." The sentiment to me feels like it's, hey, more minds is better. So if they bring in a high-level defensive assistant defensively, it's not a shot at Calvin Shepard. It's just propping him up and giving him another perspective. So you get into those short weeks or you get into injuries. And we saw it at the very last game of the year where it was more zone defense against the Bears. And it literally seemed like it confused Ben Johnson. I would have liked to have seen some of those adjustments earlier. And it's not like it was a complete disaster for Calvin Shepard. We saw throughout the course of the season, up until the Philly game, we're talking about, well, maybe this is really starting, and then everything after the Philly game seemed to fall apart. That's when the Giants game happened and some other things. And so you just want to give support to those coaches that you have on staff.
Well, think about this. I don't think it's a coincidence when Dan Campbell took over the offensive play calling duties and put a lot on his plate that Calvin Shepard didn't have the oversight to help him on the defensive side of the ball. It does coincide with the defense taking a big step back when Dan took a bigger role on offense. So, stands to reason you need to give Shep a little more help over there. And that's not demeaning. It's the reality. Right. Campbell believes in collaboration. I think one of the criticisms I was reading online is there's too many cooks in the offensive kitchen. Not if you're doing this collaboratively. Not if you're, look, a week to get a game plan, it may sound like forever. It's really not. So the more people you can have, like imagine Shep had a defensive coach to go, hey, I actually think there's a wrinkle we could put in this week for this specific week. And I don't know, you don't have the time to identify this or install this. We can do it. That's the stuff that I'd like them to be able to do in his second season.
And all the best head coaches aren't just, yes, the number one thing is developing your players and going out there and winning. But they also do a great job because you have to have great assistant coaches to then be able to coach those players up to go out and win. The best head coaches develop the coaches underneath them, and you've got to give them all the tools. And if there's an area of weakness that Dan has identified in Calvin Shepard's game plan creation or, going through a 17-game season, what is Dan going to do to, again, help support him and develop him as a coach? So he ends up being the coach that he needs him to be defensively. And when that happens, all right, you lose Aaron Glenn to the Jets or you lose Calvin Shepard to somebody else, but it's because you've been able to develop them to such a level that you are seeing success, and in turn, other organizations want to tap into those coaches.
I guess to tie a bow on it for now, you were spot on yesterday highlighting we got two defensive coaches squaring off in the Super Bowl. And we're going to get a defensive coach to win the Super Bowl for the first time since 2018. Defense matters, and if you're going to supercharge your offensive staff, don't leave your defense in the lurch here. So we'll see what they do, but I think it's clear what they're doing on offense makes sense. Do it on both sides of the ball. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. You want to talk to Kafka hire, Lions coaching staff. Got a big game tonight to spotlight. We'll get to that next. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch, championships at any level and any sport is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are of their massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
some response on the Kafka hire for the Lions. Lions need a new defensive line coach. The front seven was healthy and didn't perform. John, would you like to see that move made? Yes.
I think that's where I would like to see the biggest improvement, because that group, other than, the typical injuries of Davenport, everyone else was healthy. Lee McNeil got healthy, but we didn't see his impact. DJ Reader was there. Tyleik Williams was there. We did see some guys play better, but as a unit, no. That's where I think they do need the biggest improvement, just because in the secondary, health will make a big difference.
Sure. Up
front, it's about performance and scheme.
So they lost Terrell Williams. He joined the Patriots staff.
Yeah.
So they had to replace him, and was it Casey Rogers came in?
Yeah.
And had some familiarity with Dan and some of the coaching tree. And Dan will have to make that determination. Is it that Casey Rogers, a year under his belt, can tweak things, or they need to tweak his job? I mean, some of this is they got to see how these defensive staffs get shaken out across the league, as there's still a bunch of openings. But it would stand to reason that they need an upgrade on the defensive staff, even with Kelvin Shepard coming back as the DC.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I agree with you guys. The emphasis needs to be on the defensive side of the ball. DC and Brad Holmes love the offense, while the defense is continuously in the bottom third of the league. Signed, Jim.
Going to have to be a top 10 defense. You got to get there one way or another.
Yeah, and it can be personnel's the best way, because then you just win one-on-ones, but scheme has to complement it.
Yes. And I ultimately, I do think that Ali McNeil, a year removed from his ACL injury, Tyleik Williams in his second year, obviously Aiden Hutchinson, but I think there are some things that you can do opposite him, and I know there's the argument for Al-Quadin Muhammad as a pass rusher. Fine, he was able to get double-digit sacks. It wasn't that wasn't there. It wasn't there quick enough or reliably enough throughout 17 games. But he's also a pass rush guy. What are you going to do for 3 downs?
Yeah.
Because Marcus Davenport's not the answer. Josh Pascal's not the answer.
Right.
Levi Onwuzurike's not the answer.
Guys, I think it's smart the Lions hired their replacement OC in case Petzing is fired midseason. I also think Shep could use a high-level defensive assistant, since it took him 17 weeks to figure out they needed to run zone coverage. Signed, Kendo. Okay, the first part is smarmy, right? Replacement OC.
Yeah.
But I do think there's some wisdom in, if they need to shift play caller duties, they have more than one guy capable on the offensive staff.
Or if one guy gets hired away at the end of next year, you've got another one ready-made to go.
John, tonight.
Oh, we got a good matchup.
Top 5 showdown.
Yeah, the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Huh? Who?
What?
Top 5 team, 20-0, 9-0 in the Big Ten, with wins over Michigan State, Illinois, and they just keep plugging along. They are going to be visiting Ann Arbor to take on the Wolverines, who have one loss against Wisconsin, and they're coming in as the 5th-ranked team in the country. Michigan is at 3 as 10-point dogs, 10.5-point dogs. I think it's going to be wildly entertaining. Fred Hoiberg, their coach, it's taken him I think he's been there 5 years. I think he got the job during the pandemic. It's taken him this long to build it up, but he had great success at Iowa State, not so much in the NBA with the Bulls, but having success again at Nebraska. I can't wait to see this game tonight.
One of only 3 undefeated teams in college hoops. The others, Arizona, who got a scare last night, and Miami of Ohio, yet double-digit dogs. Will they disco in Ann Arbor? I think it's a chance for Nebraska to build some credibility. At the same time, I point out they beat MSU. They won at Illinois. They won at Indiana with a big comeback, yet there's still more for Nebraska to prove. I mean, they're probably saying, why aren't we ranked higher than Michigan? We're undefeated. Great opportunity for them. And then if you're Michigan, you got the Spartans on Friday. You got 2 top 10 showdowns. This is a great week for Michigan hoops.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, this one will be in Ann Arbor. Friday night's matchup will be in East Lansing. And, you're talking about how tight things get as you get towards, the midpoint, just past the midpoint of the season. Nebraska, 9-0. Michigan State, Illinois, all 8-1. If you want to win the regular season in the Big Ten, this is a pivotal game for them.
Do you think Michigan crushes them? I bet you it's pretty close.
I think it'll be close. I honestly. I mean, I haven't watched Nebraska enough other than just knowing that they've beaten some of those quality teams.
And they defend. So if you can hang in.
Yeah. And you're going to have your best players step up and play. Mm-hmm. And Yaxel Lindenborg has been a little dinged up. They're going to need him to step up tonight and be the guy that they brought him in there as a transfer to be.
And the name to watch for Nebraska, they've got one of their guys, Braden Frager. He's been dealing with an injury, so see if you can get an update ahead of tonight's game. It's going to be a big deal for Nebraska. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Okay, so this is interesting. This week, a wild Super Bowl conspiracy started blowing up on social media. Maybe you heard about it, but it all stems from this NFL graphic that the league posted months ago. Did you hear about this? You know, normally it's about the logo and the colors on the Super Bowl logo that's like predicting who's going to make it. But this is not about that logo. So back on September 4th, that was the first day of the NFL's 2025 regular season, a graphic with notable players from all 32 teams was shared on the league's official platforms. And it had the caption, 32 teams with February dreams were so back. And it's not really the whole picture that people are talking about. It's specific players that are standing closest to the Lombardi Trophy in the graphic. And they're saying this is a leaked script moment is what they're saying. So the two players standing closest to the trophy are Seattle Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold and New England Patriots quarterback Drake May. Lo and behold, the two quarterbacks who are, in fact, going to the Super Bowl.
Well, we all know that the Pope is the one that is the reason why Seattle's in the Super Bowl. Every time there's a new Pope, Seattle goes to the Super Bowl.
I didn't realize that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's the third time now, new Pope, Seattle goes to the Super Bowl.
I thought he was a Bears fan.
I mean, I don't.
He doesn't have that much power.
No.
Interesting.
No.
So, yeah, people are just saying, hey, this has already been planned out.
Oh, people
Not
are getting really into it, too.
Yeah.
Like they were saying, like the Bronco player was Pat Surtain, and he's one rung away, which is Denver was one rung away.
Yeah.
So look, if you really dive into it.
Where were these people Saturday?
Right, or Friday when we're making our picks.
Yeah. The largest powerhouse gym in the world has opened at Partridge Creek in Clinton Township. So it's a 2-story, 120,000 square foot gym. It opened last Monday, and it was built inside the former Carson's department store that closed years ago. So that store had just been sitting there. Obviously, besides rows and rows of weight racks and cardio equipment, the gym also features a swimming pool, aerobic studios, a basketball court, hot tub, recovery rooms. There's also a physical therapy office that will be functioning out of there as well. They say the gym can accommodate as many as 16,000 potential members. There's still about 18,000 square feet left in the building for maybe a subtenant or whatever is going to be used there. The membership prices are $49.99 to $59.99. Go check it out, I guess, if you're in that area. As most of people know, most powerhouse gyms are not nearly this large.
Right.
They're much smaller spaces. So far, right now, there's about 180 powerhouse gym locations open in 28 states and 20 countries. So pretty cool. The current owners of the Detroit Free Press has plans to buy the Detroit News. So USA Today owns the Free Press, and they just announced that they have agreed to a binding letter of intent with Media News Group to acquire the Detroit News. And they say that even though they have this plans to basically bring them under the same corporate umbrella, they say the Free Press and the Detroit News will continue to publish separately.
And you can still transfer if the coaching changes too.
Yes.
I'm just so confused by this because there was a big public split not that long ago.
Well, yes, there was a big split, but they were together technically for 40 years.
Right.
And then their contract or whatever it was ran up.
Okay.
And then they split apart, and now somebody's coming to bring them back together. Michigan State basketball getting a lot of attention, is drawing the biggest TV audiences in the country this season. It's all according to Nielsen viewership data. They say the Spartans rank number 1 in average viewers among men's college basketball teams so far. If you look at the top 5 in viewership, Michigan State's number 1, Duke, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Kentucky.
Cool.
John, you love watching some of this Spartan team.
I do. I mean, every time that they're on, I feel like I need to watch because I just love watching Cohen Carr. He's just a fun athlete to watch, and there's dramatic moments. So yeah, I'm part of. You can count me on that
Yep.
one.
Why isn't Michigan higher on the list?
The blowouts.
Yeah, my theory is that the second half, so you don't have to watch most of them. Like the Gonzaga game, it's over.
So the internet is all riled up over a couple who left a note for their cleaner saying that they hit 100 mini ducks around their apartment. And they said the cleaner, needs to find them all to prove that they did a thorough job.
No, this
And
is stupid.
The internet has things to say about it. So the note said, to our cleaner, we hit 100 mini ducks around the apartment. We do this to ensure a job well done. Please leave all ducks in this jar. And then they also left like a couple photos of the hidden ducks.
No.
And people are very upset about it.
Do you want him or her, searching for ducks or cleaning your home? They may stumble onto the majority of them, but do you really want them to take the time that you're paying them to do things to search for stupid little ducks hidden around your house? If you don't think they're doing a good job, fire them and find someone else.
Yeah, it's dumb.
It's stupid. It's awful.
It's Heather with the news. Hey, 9:02, we're going to talk about our hockey team. They got a game tonight, and it's a critical stretch. No Simon Edvinsson. Does it change the trade deadline? We'll get to that at 9:02. Coming up next, John, you really couldn't watch this, huh?
No. Uncomfortable moments.
It's next, 97.1. All right, 9:02, we're going to talk about our hockey team. No Simon Edvinsson until the Olympic break. How does it change the trade deadline? Critical stretch here. John, uncomfortable watch.
Yeah, and I tried to watch. I just couldn't. And it happened this weekend where Alex Honnold, who is a free solo climber, and if you've watched the show Free Solo, he climbed El Capitan, which
Yes.
is, where is that?
Yosemite, I
You
think.
say, okay. And he did it, no ropes, anything, and climbed the face of El Capitan. So, I watched that one, and for some reason, while he's climbing that, I don't have the same sense of, obviously if he falls, he dies. But I've never seen El Capitan, and I've never seen this building in Taipei. Taipei 101 is the one that he just climbed. But it's one of the tallest buildings in the world. But then when you see it in relation to all the other buildings around him, even watching little snippets, I've got to look away because it just makes me feel so, awkward. And
Are you
just
scared of heights?
I'm not afraid of heights. And in fact, there are a lot of things I do that, my family would be like, "What are you doing?" I'm just not afraid of heights. So I don't know why this one got to me so much.
Is it urban setting versus the nature?
It's got to be that's part of it is understanding how high he is. And I kept thinking to myself, and I'm sure this could happen when you're climbing a rock face, where one single grip, if in construction of this, and I don't know how old this building is, if there's one piece of trim that's just not riveted down securely enough, could be no fault of his, then all of a sudden, hey, that piece of trim comes off, he loses balance and he's dead.
Is it maybe because this one was live compared to Free Solo, which was a documentary?
You know he doesn't
it was,
die.
yeah.
Well,
maybe,
he
maybe
could have
that's
died.
it.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? In Free Solo, he doesn't die because they wouldn't.
Well, why not? There's a lot of documentaries on people who died doing things they love, extreme
Oh, okay.
surfers.
Yeah.
No, it could have been his death at the end of the documentary. Obviously, it wasn't. But
Yeah, but I
Is
think
it
there'd have
the
been a news
live
story
factor?
that would have said, okay, he died. I think in that one, I knew that he lived.
Yeah,
And obviously, if you're going to go back and watch this, you know that he lives. There's
Right.
still something about when I see him at the very top of this building that it gives me the butterflies.
Sure, I get that. I didn't really
Did you
care
watch
to
it?
watch. No, but I did listen to a couple, whether it was a podcast or an interview he did pre-climb, because I did watch Free Solo, and I've been to Yosemite, and I've seen El Cap, so I've seen it up close, and that's wild to me. But he did talk about how this was a pretty, calculated climb. Compared to what he's done, this was
Sure,
a
there's
cakewalk. It was pretty
it's-
easy. He got to practice.
Yeah.
He got to practice the climb before the climb.
And it was much more repetitive, right? Going from floor to floor to floor, it's the same holds, it's the
Yeah.
same grip, it's the same everything. But the higher he gets, and then you can see the people on the inside that are waving at
Well,
him,
that's
and
what I thought was crazy. There was a guy taking his picture.
Yeah.
What if somebody just pops out of the curtain and you're like, "Whoa, I wasn't expecting that."
They're banging on the
What if
glass
somebody
like a hockey
flashed him
game?
or
I
something.
know, yeah. The front row, front row of the wings, banging on the glass.
Let's go.
And then just
Shoot
let's
the
go
puck.
and. Because it's different now, though, because he is married. He's got a family. And that was one of the things I was waiting for him to answer in his interview, that do you do things differently now that you are a father? Because I would, and I do.
Has he done this his whole life? Is this his background?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's just a guy that just simply climbs everything that he can, climb. This was so uncomfortable for me. And it's weird because I'm not afraid of heights. And I don't know. I don't know why it was. So the question is, when have you ever seen something on TV that has just made you so uncomfortable that you can't watch it?
Interesting. 248-539-9797. The other thing with this Netflix airing it, there had to be some delay, right?
In case
As I
he did
understand
fall.
it, there was a 10-minute delay so that if he did fall, they'd cut away.
'Cause you can't air. I mean, they can do whatever they
No.
want, but you can't show.
How long did it take him?
This is an hour and 40 minutes.
This was this Saturday night?
It was.
Okay.
And so I'm Saturday night we were at the wedding, but I was, bopping around while Lisa was getting ready, and it just, an hour and 31 minutes to be exact.
Wow. Okay.
He's cruising.
Yeah. And it's one of the tallest buildings in the world. And then you see him standing at the very peak of it it feels like a stiff breeze would knock him off. And you got to know it's got to be windy up there.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just standing there like, yeah, okay, well, how do I get down now?
No big deal.
So, I mean, it's like, was anybody else uncomfortable watching this?
So I didn't
Or was it
watch
just
it.
me?
It's funny because Saturday night we were looking for something to watch, and you go through the apps, and I'm on Netflix. I go, "What's this? Not interested." And I moved on, and now I see it's a much bigger story.
Yeah,
everybody's eating this stuff up.
And I do enjoy the extreme sports. I do enjoy watching people do things that there's absolutely no chance I would ever do. But your imagination starts to wander, and okay, well, if do this and that, and I just watching him climb the exterior of this building. First of all, I thought it was a guy I didn't know that this was like sanctioned and it was planned. I had just turned it on. I see this guy climb. I'm like, oh, is this a news story of because we hear those all the time here. People climbing buildings. They're like, they're not supposed to.
It's like, yeah, the camera showed up. We're just following this dude.
And he gets to the top. And there were just multiple times where I'm watching it and he's taking a rest, right? He's got his leg wrapped around something and he's just kind of hanging there. And, he gets his little chalk bag and, dusts his hands off, licks the bottom of his shoes, and he just keeps on going.
Licks the bottom of his shoes?
Well, licks his hand, and then,
okay.
I don't think he's that. Maybe he's that flexible. I don't know.
As he's just holding on with one hand.
Well, that's the thing. It's a free climb. Like I saw some clips, and it is like, I know it's easy for him, but it is remarkable to just like visually see this guy doing it. And if you can ignore the giant drop off, but you can't. And that's why it's terrifying.
And maybe it was just the way that they presented it on TV, because a lot of the shots are them actually like pulling away. So you could see this little speck of a human being on the outside of the building, but then you see the rest of the city around him. And there were multiple times where I had to look away.
Some text coming in because, John, you wanted to hear from people things that they just can't watch because it's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Human Centipede. Never watched it. Will never force myself to watch it.
Oh, please explain. Human Centipede. What is that?
It's like a horror movie.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
You can picture how you would attach one human to another to form a centipede.
Oh, so they like get stitched together, or?
Yes. Yeah. It's really disturbing, disgusting, and gross.
There's other ways to connect.
Thanks, John. Heather would call it El Cap.
Well,
that's what the locals call it, you know.
Oh.
Sure. When you've been there, you're allowed to say that. No, it's just easier to say than El Capitan.
I mean,
that
was
sounds elite.
I was laughing back here with John calling El Capitan.
Well, that's what it's called, right? El Capitan.
There was a really thick, like, in it. Like, really kind of a thick Midwestern in it. Capitan.
Oh.
Just call it El
Gracias.
Cap. That's what the people do. The cool
El
people
Cap.
do.
Yeah.
El
Well, I
Cap,
haven't been there, so I guess I'm not
you're not
licensed
that cool.
to say that. Yeah.
Guys, the Lions make me uncomfortable, but I watch every week. How about this? Anything with surgery, blood, guts, I can't watch.
Oh, the other one that I can't watch, the Dr. Pimple Popper.
Oh.
You're all about
I
it,
like
aren't you?
that. Yeah, I can watch that. I don't like the. I don't like the blood and guts, but I like a good pimple pop. Yeah.
The pus.
The cyst.
And
Yeah. It's good.
That sound effect.
It's good. I like that.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, no.
Some more text coming in. I can't watch broken extremities, like football injuries, the Hutch injury being one of them.
Oh, yeah. I don't have a problem with that, having gone through one. I'm like, yeah, okay. It hurts.
I loved watching Joe Rogan's Fear Factor, the bug stuff.
I forgot about
So they're
that show.
bringing that one back,
Yeah,
aren't
they
they?
are.
Is Joe
Is he
doing
don't-
this one again, or
Gosh,
Has
I
he
don't
moved
remember.
on?
who's the MC?
The guy says I could watch the bugs, but the one I remember that I couldn't was when they had to eat pig anus.
Ugh.
Yeah, they have to do that kind of stuff a lot. It's
Ugh.
gross.
Ugh.
Oh, yeah. It's gross.
Ugh.
I highly encourage you guys to watch the Red Bull video that recently came out. The guy who climbed Mount Everest and skied down the entire thing without any oxygen.
Oh, wow.
Well, I guess that's your fastest way to get down.
Yeah.
Side note, Johnny Knoxville will be hosting Fear
Fear
Factor.
Factor?
I don't really care for him. But yeah, so probably that. I remember I was watching one episode where they had like somebody's head in a box.
What's
and
in the box?
And the bugs it was clear, and the bugs were all crawling around. And
no
like, how
thanks.
long could you stay in this box?
No thanks.
Yeah.
Nope.
Al Cap is almost twice as tall as the building this dude climbed.
Yeah.
He said Netflix paid very little for both. He would have done them for free. Just loves the game, man.
Guess so, yeah.
Things you're uncomfortable. You can't watch. John, not a guy afraid of heights, is watching this dude climb this skyscraper going, ugh.
Yeah, and it made me feel all sorts of weird.
All right, we'll talk a little hockey at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness, you got to get in there. You got to start the year off right and prioritize your health, your fitness. You can do all of it at Planet Fitness. $1 gets you in the door. $15 keeps you there for the month. And every single level of membership, this is what I think is really cool, offers free fitness training. If you like it and you want a little bit more, you can explore the Black Card membership, which gets you access, obviously, to the Black Card Spa. But what I like, because I do travel a little bit and I'm all around Metro Detroit, anytime you get a chance to get a workout in, you want to be able to have somewhere local. You get access to all 50 Detroit area locations, 15 in Grand Rapids, West Michigan, and 7 in Toledo. But if you travel across the country, there's 2,800 clubs nationwide, and you get access to all of them. You also have unlimited guest privileges, so you can always take somebody with you. Find your nearest club and join today. You can do it in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
John, what's this guy's name? This climber dude?
Alex Honnold.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
People may have seen live or after the fact him climb this giant skyscraper, free climbing. And you're not a guy who's afraid of heights, but you found it uncomfortable to watch.
I did. And it's been pointed out, like, I don't know exactly how tall this building is. They just tell it's one of the tallest buildings in the world. And I don't know how tall El Cap is.
I did look this up earlier. It was like 3,000 something, and the building's 1,000 something.
Oh, so it's way... El Cap is way bigger.
Yes.
This is a piece of cake for this dude. But if you didn't know who he was and you're just watching him soar above other buildings...
Yeah.
With no harness, nothing to help him if he loses his grip or slips and falls. He's an expert, so there were no issues.
I mean, that was like 8 years ago, though. He's older. He's got kids. So, yeah, it's a
just more
cakewalk.
experienced and stronger.
Wiser.
I guess, or weaker and older and
frail.
less feeble.
Hey, some of us get stronger as we age. Careful.
Maybe.
He's got kids. He's got dad strength now.
Yeah.
That's true.
There you go.
More reasons to live.
Some of the texts coming in. I can't watch any program where someone gets buried alive. It freaks me out, Glenn in Grand Rapids.
Yeah, that would be something that would freak me out too, is the thought of being buried alive.
Joey Chestnut eating hot dogs makes me very uncomfortable.
I could understand that. It doesn't do much for me, but I could understand that.
Guys, I've been a commercial roofer for almost 40 years. I'm not afraid of heights. I'm afraid of falling. And I can't watch people eat bugs. Yuck, Ken the roofer.
Yeah.
Guys, The Pit is this medical show, and they are very graphic with the stuff they show.
Oh, really?
Yeah. To the point where this text says, The Pit, Season 2, Episode 2, there is a Viagra 4-hour mishap, and they showed in graphic detail the result and treatment. Brian and Canton.
Oh, really? That's it. I thought that was a network TV show. They can't show stuff like that.
It's on HBO.
Oh,
Yeah.
is it? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Oh,
they
yeah.
have to- so,
Okay.
Heather, you've seen
I've seen it. I watch it. I saw that episode.
where they have to drain the
How many
blood?
times
Yeah,
you watch it?
That particular scene, John. I just rewind. No.
Sorry, I set you up for that one. I'm honestly a little proud of it, though. 248-539-9797. Let's get to the phones. Mike in Grandville. Mike, good morning.
Heather's over there making notes. What is she going to tell HR?
Every day, just waiting for the right opportunity, boys.
Sorry, Mike. How you doing?
Good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, you guys should check out the show Kings of Pain. It's on Amazon, where these two guys voluntarily get bit by venomous snakes, spiders, and they put them on like a pain scale. It's freaking, it's disturbing, but you guys should watch it. It's quite fascinating, but it's just scary at the same time.
Oh, I don't think I could. I see a tarantula in one. That's
Like I don't.
They get bit by a tarantula and they put out rescue from like 1 to 10. They do it voluntarily on purpose.
Kings of Pain.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's
Interesting.
odd. Yeah.
You guys definitely love that. Well, I'm a big fan of you guys. You guys are awesome. Enjoy your day. Stay warm.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike.
You too. Yeah. Snakes and spiders and bugs don't really bother me. I think I could watch this one. I just think it would be stupid.
I agree. It's different than when it happens spontaneously.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, I can't see. But when these guys are here,
And there's like medical teams there. And,
well, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
are they
with the
venomous?
antidote?
Yeah.
Right. That's a little different. How about this one? Watching Jared Goff scramble is a tough, uncomfortable watch, but it is must-see TV, signed Carl and Milan.
Yes. How's it going to end?
Boy, I don't know about this one. John, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
What's up, guys? Thanks for talking.
Of course.
Travis Pastrana, big daredevil, he put out a documentary last year showcasing all of his injuries. And he talks about how he broke over 90 bones in his body. And he shows all the big stunts, like where he jumps out of an airplane with no parachute, he base jumps off of skyscrapers, all sorts of things. That's a giant cringe fest, the entire episode.
That seems like like somebody like that's got a death wish.
They do.
And
It's wild, though. He's so mild-mannered. He'll fall from 40 feet doing some dirt bike stunt. He's like, oh, guys, I broke my wrist. I need help. And that's it. Then he just move on to the next scene. It's wild.
so when he jumps off a building, you say he jumps off buildings with no parachute?
He's done base jumping, so he's got a parachute on, and he'll jump off a skyscraper. And he broke his spleen and several bones doing that for one stunt because the parachute didn't open up fast enough.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, no, thank you.
It seems absurd. Hey, life's going good. Let me see if I can somehow injure myself.
Break every bone in my body. Yeah. Sounds like a good time.
Somebody will watch it. Somebody will broadcast it, and I'll get paid.
Mm-hmm. Would you watch this guy climb somewhere that isn't a city? Like, have you seen the other stuff this guy's done?
I did watch the free solo.
Free solo. Yeah. Okay.
But again, I don't have a context because I haven't been there. Now, when you say, okay, it's 3,000 feet tall, but you see it, and in its surroundings, it seems more legit than climbing this building because this building stands so high above everything else.
So I get that. So I don't consider myself someone to be afraid of heights, but when we went to Hawaii for our honeymoon, we did Mount Haleakala.
Oh, yeah.
Where you're above the clouds.
That's awesome.
And you go for sunrise or sunset.
Yeah, I've done that.
Yeah. The way down, you're above the clouds.
Yeah.
And there's these blind turns every step of the way, and that was kind of sketchy for me. I'm like gripping the wheel because you don't want to lose traction and off into the abyss you go.
So what I wanted to do was, people will drive up there and then they'll ride their bikes down.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I thought
really?
that would have been cool.
Yeah. Now we did sunset, so it's getting darker.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to do the bike down, you probably do the sunrise.
Sunrise, yes.
Yeah.
I went up there for sunrise.
Of course you did. Early riser.
Yes.
I wasn't going to get up early on vacation.
No, but you stay up late.
Yeah.
You're burning the candle on one side or the other.
I know, but like on vacation, most people stay up late as opposed to get up early. No?
The waking hours are the same.
Okay, but you're going to get up before sunrise on vacation.
Right, which means I may go to bed earlier than you do. So I'm either up early or up late. Not either. Not both.
No, I get the same number of waking hours. I just mean it's a very old man thing to do to be like the early bird special and be in bed by 8.
It
when you're on
depends what kind of vacation you're
Unless
going
you
for.
like things that happen earlier in the day versus things that happen later in the day.
You'd have to plan your entire
like
day.
a sunrise versus a sunset.
Yes, you'd have to plan your day around the
so
sunrise.
all old people like sunrises. They just don't like sunsets. Maybe we just like to be able to see the sun come up. The sunset is
another day.
indicative of
Still
what's
there.
to come.
All right. Anyway, 248-539-9797. A guy says, I'm an airline pilot. I can fly around 35,000 feet all day, but you couldn't pay me to climb a ladder on my roof. It's about losing your footing to me, Ryan, in a truck.
Yeah. Uh-huh. I get that.
Quick phone call. Lou in Waterford. I can give you like 40 seconds.
Hey, there's a YouTube video. It's called Stairway to Heaven. And if you do Stairway to Heaven Light Beacon, this guy climbs an 1,800-foot tower that's 2 feet by 2 feet wide. And like the last 500 feet, he's free climbing to change a light bulb at the top of this thing. But he's got a GoPro camera on his head, and he's showing you, all the videos going up and doing the whole thing, and it's wild.
Yeah. Is he at least, like clipped to it?
At the beginning he is, but then the last 500 feet he's got to unclip and free climb the whole rest of the way.
Huh.
And then he's got to climb down.
Yeah. Take a parachute, just jump.
Yeah, really.
Is that how does the guy climb down from the Netflix special?
No, I think he climbs in a window or something and then just takes the elevator down. Yeah.
Good call.
Lame.
No, big deal. He didn't climb down.
Yeah, he got up. Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, next hour, we are going to get into the Red Wings. They play tonight against the LA Kings, and it is a critical stretch. There's no Simon Edvinsson. This team's trying to position themselves for a trade deadline. Are they buyers regardless? They need to be careful not to go on a skid here and scare Steve Yzerman away from making the big move. Get to it next, 97.1.
We have another update in the Charles Bediako Alabama basketball saga. In case you haven't been following, Bediako played for 2 years at Alabama before declaring for the NBA draft. He went undrafted and eventually played in the G League for 3 years, signing 3 official NBA contracts, one of which was with the Motor City Cruise. He was actually with the Cruise this season as recently as December. Recently, Bediako went to court in an effort to return and play again for Alabama 3 years later. An Alabama judge granted him a 10-day restraining order against the NCAA. Bediako played in his first game for the Crimson Tide on Saturday. That restraining order got extended yesterday, so Bediako is now available for Bama's game tonight against Missouri. Turns out, according to Front Office Sports, the judge that granted the restraining order is an active Alabama athletic donor. Bama's website says Jim Roberts and his wife, Mary Turner, have given between $100,000 and $249,000 to the athletic department. Mary Turner is also an attorney of Bediako's former Alabama teammate, Darius Miles. She's defending him in a murder case. Bama plays tonight against Missouri at home at 8 o'clock. More college basketball locally tonight as well. Michigan State at 6:30 on the road against Rutgers. Then Michigan will host one of the biggest regular season games in Nebraska basketball history as the Huskers are in town for an AP Top 5 showdown at 7 o'clock. We've also got Wings going on at the same time. You can hear our pregame coverage on 97.1 here at 6:45 before the Wings take on the Kings at 7. Also, Pistons on the road tonight against the Nuggets at 9 o'clock. At the Crowell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Got Greg behind the glass. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for making us part of your commute on your way wherever you're going today. We're going to talk about an unorthodox Pro Bowl selection at 9:35. And what to do with the Pro Bowl, because I think it's a total farce if this is what we're going to do.
Yes, it is.
Yep. Oh, and by the way, nobody wants the Cleveland Browns job. We should probably check in on that before the end of the show. Very bizarre. Critical stretch coming up for the Red Wings. They're playing 5 games before the Olympic break. They will be without Simon Edvinsson for all 5 of those games. The team announced that they'll likely get him back afterwards. John, it's a critical stretch because this team is on a tear, and the time to add is now. What you don't want is to see this team stub its toe, drop 4 or 5, go on some skid, and scare Steve Yzerman away from doing the right thing. I don't think it matters if they win a single game here. They need to add regardless, but I think it's critical that they keep the train on the tracks to nudge their previously cautious general manager into taking action at the trade deadline.
Well, you hope the resume is more than just the final 8 or 9 games that lead up to the trade deadline. You hope that you're taking a look at everything, which I think Steve Yzerman is doing. And then you get the comments from Patrick Kane before the trade deadline versus Dylan Larkin after the trade deadline.
Yeah, this isn't sad puppy eyes after we didn't do anything. This is the greatest American hockey player, arguably, saying, hey, we're in a position to buy.
Yeah, and what's one of the positions that you think that they would likely add at the trade deadline?
I think they need to add defense, and that's before losing Edvinsson.
So now all of a sudden you lose Edvinsson up until after the Olympic break, and even though you're going to get him back, injuries are going to happen. So if you're that thin at that position, or just, hey, right in front of the goalie that you have given the resources to be performing at the level that Gibson is performing, I would think that this would highlight the need to go out and get another defenseman.
I guess where I'm spooked, that'd be the best word for it. I'm spooked that what if they were to drop 4 or 5 here and how tight things are in the standings, then you get cooled off, go into a layover, you come back. Is Yzerman going to be as incentivized to do something if they're on the bubble? Because being in and being on the bubble, the gap is not that big. And we know what Yzerman's done in the past.
They're on the bubble now.
Right. Well, so what does Yzerman do when his team's on the bubble? Well, I'm not trading for guys just to trade for guys to help us get in the playoffs. So that would be my fear, why I'd be spooked if they were to go on a skid. They're already, in my mind, 1 defenseman down. Then you lose Edvinsson. Like, they're already sheltering Pellikka. Their second pair right now is Sherratt, who's playing very well, and Pellikka, who plays the fewest minutes of any defenseman. And it's a lot of power play and O-zone face-offs. They are sheltering and hiding him on defense. Ideally, he'd be on the third pair. If you add a true second pair right shot to put with Sherratt, you've got Simon Edvinsson and Mo Seider as your top pair, and everything trickles down. But now you're missing one guy, you're hiding another guy, you're having to play someone you don't want to play. And if the margins are already so thin, I'm worried, spooked, that if they go on a skid, Yzerman would would clam up at the trade deadline. If anything, I think it's a reason to be aggressive so that you keep this thing rolling. You've got as many points as anybody not named the Tampa Bay Lightning in hockey.
Right.
Well, in the East.
And in the East, obviously Colorado Avalanche. You got them going on, and you're going to face them twice in the next 5 games right before the Olympic break. So let me ask you this. Of the teams that are currently below the cut line, underneath Montreal and Boston, those are the 2 wild card teams as it stands right now. Mm-hmm. Then you've got the Florida Panthers. We know what they've done the last couple of years. You got the Flyers, the Leafs, the Capitals. How many of those teams, and then even you go, there's only, the Devils are only 1 point behind them. How many of those teams do you think are a legit threat to get into a wild card position?
I mean, a good chunk of them.
All right, so you could say all of them.
Yeah,
so if the bubble is that tight right now, why not add to make sure that you stay above it? Even if you were to drop and say you only get 4 points out of the next 10 before the Olympic break.
Yeah.
You're still going to be above the cut line.
Yes.
But coming out of the break, and how many games are there before the trade deadline outside the break?
9 total, so 4 after the break.
4 after the break. So you only have 8 points available after that. It's whether you go, 8 out of 10 points here or you go 2 out of 10 points.
It shouldn't matter.
Either one would highlight the need for adding a defenseman and maybe even somebody up front.
Sure. I think you can make a case for that too. And you're right. I think the time is now. This team, we talk about how Gibson's played since December 1st. The team, 19-5-3. Got the second most points in the East. You got Patrick Kane, a veteran player, talking about, hey, we're putting ourselves in a position to buy. It shouldn't matter if they win 1 of the next 5 games or 5 of the next 5 games. They're in the hunt. Now, in the hunt has not necessarily been enough for Steve Yzerman to make a move. But if this team truly is turning a corner, like it's now or never, right? If you're not going to do it now, I don't know when you're ever going to do it. You're going to wait till everybody's 35 years old and it's their last go-round?
Or are you just simply waiting to have a 10-point lead going into the trade deadline?
Or you're waiting to rip someone off at the deadline on the off chance that you can get away with that? No, if you're buying, you're probably losing at the deadline. You got to lose a little, take a little risk, because, John, this team can make the playoffs, and with the right move, they can win in the playoffs. I'm not going to say instantly they're a cup team, but you can get in and do something about it if you handle this correctly.
Going into the Olympic break, not just the trade deadline, but the Olympic break. Let's just say they get 8 out of 10, which means at some point they're going to have to, either they'd have to beat Colorado one
at
of
least
those
once,
times.
Yeah.
Does Steve Yzerman look at that and pull the Dan Campbell?
We're good?
Yeah.
Oh, I hope not.
And say, you know what, we're good because
look, we just beat the best team in hockey.
I think we're a team that can get into the postseason and maybe win the first series, but legitimately we're not really going past that.
Right.
Does he look at that and say, that's good enough for this year, and it's a building block for what we want to do in free agency next year, for what we want to be able to put together in the 26-27 season? I'm not saying I agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
you're just saying like the trying to put yourself in the mind of
do
Steve
I
Yzerman.
Do I want to give up the assets that it would take to buy at this deadline?
Well, that's been the hang up for years. Is he's like, I'm not going to give up high picks for rentals because they're not a cup team. And really, it sounds like the only deals he's willing to move players for are long-term guys, which logically makes sense. But the teams you're going to compete with on the bubble are going to make moves for rentals, and they're going to get a little better. And in a tightly compact bubble, Edvinson's out, you drop a couple, you cool off, your goalie's not the best in hockey in the second half. Suddenly, you take on a little water, and we know how March has gone for this team. That's what spooks me. Like, handle your business the next games, in the next stretch of games here. Give your GM no excuse so that he has to see and reward what they've done on the ice, and they finish the job. They break through, get over the hump, play playoff hockey. And, John, if they beef up the blue line, 2 legit pairs and a good goalie, good power play. Like, I know you're not going to get a ton of power play opportunities in the playoffs, but a little bit of punch, yeah, you could beat somebody in the first round. You could do something about it.
And he'll have extra time to be able to self-evaluate. It's not going to be evaluating now and where we are and then, hey, there's another game tomorrow night, and evaluating, and then another game tomorrow night. Like, you're going to have these 5 games, and then you're going to have, 3 weeks to sit there and do a deeper dive, and then also get on the phone. Now, you can't consummate the trade while the Olympic break is going on, but you can be on the phone and be conversing with all the other general managers and saying, how can I get better? What's it going to take to make that happen?
Yeah, it's not like they all take a vacation and throw their phone in the ocean. Like, yeah, there's going to be laying the groundwork for the trade deadline that takes place while the games are being played in the Olympics. And if you're Yzerman too, I want to be clear on this. The move he made for Gibson was a damn good trade. And you would hope that spurs more action. He gave up a future second and a future fourth, and he got a goalie who's been standing on his head for 2 months. It's put them in a much better position at this trade deadline. If you add a blue liner, you help support that goalie down the stretch, and you keep having that defensive bone, that spine that this team had lacked in previous Marches. This team blocks a lot of shots. They help their goalie out. Help this team out. You would hope he could pair the Gibson move from the offseason with an in-season move to push the team to the next level.
No matter what happens over the next 5 games, I hope it just reaffirms, either way, what the team needs to do at the trade deadline. And if you're struggling defensively because Edmondson is out, then clearly you need to solidify the blue line.
Yeah, not
even when he comes back.
Correct.
To think that you're going to go the rest of the season without somebody missing some time. That was 2 years ago? When Dylan Larkin was out, and it was what are they going to do? They just don't have any depth, and they lost the majority of those games, and then they're out.
Right. It's a good reminder. Like, guys are going to get hurt.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the depth to sustain, especially with this tight wound race, you're not positioning yourself properly. Tech says, guys, imagine trading away our assets last year just to get in the playoffs. The Wings wouldn't be in the position we are today. It makes everything you guys said last year seem foolish. Well, I guess I would counter that. They gave up future assets to add John Gibson. What if they only get in the playoffs and get eliminated? Was the Gibson trade foolish? No, I wouldn't think so. Why'd they give up a second and a fourth if they're not going to win the Stanley Cup? Because that kind of thinking has permeated deadlines past.
Yes.
Why make a move if we can't win the cup? Well, you make the Gibson move because you get in the dance, right? Or you make a blue line move because you get in the dance. Well, what's the point of making the playoffs if you can't win the cup? I don't know. Ask the Pistons, who got in last year, didn't win anything, and now the best team in the East. You think you just instantly enter the Stanley Cup playoffs and you're a cup team? You got to get in and you got to see what that environment's like for a young hockey team. No one's saying trade 5 first-round picks for a third-pair defenseman, but there are strategic moves that you can make to be more competitive and to push your organization further. Gibson only highlights the reason you make these trades.
The impact that he's had is you could have maybe not somebody with the same impact, but similar, or even if it's just depth pieces so that you can sustain some injuries and not miss a beat.
248-539-9797. Talking a little hockey with you guys. We're going to talk some football later in the hour. Heather's news coming up next as well. It's 97.1.
Hey, this year's winter conditions are absolutely no joke. You got black ice, blowing snow, whiteouts. 1 second the roadway or parking lot looks clear, and the next second you're sliding on ice. If you're in an accident or you slip and fall, know this. David Feminitio gets it. He's been an injury attorney in Michigan for over 30 years. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces after an accident. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Talking a little bit of Red Wing hockey ahead of their game tonight against the LA Kings, a critical 5-game stretch before the Olympic break, a stretch where they will be without Simon Edvinsson. Already felt like defense was the need ahead of the trade deadline. If they're a little undermanned there, they're more undermanned now. Hold your water, win as many of these as you can, incentivize your general manager to do something they haven't done before. Buy at the trade deadline, and buy in a meaningful way, not Peter Mrazek and Craig Smith from a year ago. And John, I think we both were making the point that even if they only won one of these 5 games, it shouldn't take them off of the buyer market.
It should highlight it even more.
There you go. Shoot, we definitely need to add up on our blue line. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Paul in Northville. Paul, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for being included me in the conversation. I appreciate it. Cookies, first up, belated happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Hope it was a good one. You going down tonight?
Yeah, I'll be at the game tonight.
Me too. It's going to be awesome.
Anze Kopitar's final game in Detroit.
Exactly. The end of an era. LA was on a hell of a run with him and Quick and those boys back in the day, weren't they?
You think Ken Holland will be in the building?
Well, let's talk about Ken Holland for a second.
Let's not.
What if in 2018 he would have taken the guy that was picked after the guy he picked, and that right-handed defenseman who now plays for Minnesota was now here in Detroit. How different would that be, right?
Zadina versus Quinn Hughes. Oops.
Quinn Hughes, yep.
Just a minor mistake. Paul, what do you make of the deadline as we approach it here?
All right. So how are we better right now than we were a year, 2 years ago? Number one, coaching staff. I mean, the leader, McClellan, 100 times better than Newsy. Hate him being with my Leafs now, but that's a story for another day. And Tanguay coaching the back end, how different is that right now?
Yep.
Hole's gone. Petrie's gone. Please do not bring Hole up to fill this hole with Pellikka being out, because he was terrible in Toronto.
Edvinsson being out, but yes.
Hey, my bad. Yep. So that's better. Kending's better. I mean, we had Lyon and Husso. Lyon's playing well in Buffalo for a minute, but Buffalo over there. We've got Gibby, who was lights out, and then we've also got Talbot. So our goaltending's better. And then on the front end, we got JVR replacing Tarasenko. I mean, we're just better now than we were before. So, yeah, it's time to do something. I wish he would have, manned up and gotten Quinn Hughes when that was an option. But I guess the price tag was too much.
Yeah, so my understanding there, and I want to be fair, because I do think he needs to take more risks, Yzerman. My understanding, 100%. Though, is they weren't going to be able to get the commitment that Quinn would sign long-term, and it would have required moving Simon Edvinsson. So the risk is you lose a guy that you think could be on your blue line for a decade for a player who may ultimately want to go play with his brothers in New Jersey regardless. I do think there are risks they need to take. That's what I'm irked they didn't make, but I can't kill him over. You know what I mean?
Right. But who was the guy that just got dealt out of Calgary? He's the guy that should have came to Detroit then.
Okay, here's another example, right? So Rasmus Anderson, right shot. I keep talking about right shot, second pair. Here's the problem. It's like Vegas operates in a different universe. They gave up essentially 2 firsts, 1 first and another that could become a first. And no one was of the belief that you could re-sign him, but Vegas finds ways to re-sign all these guys, right? They want to play in Vegas. Because that would have also been a really nice move for the Red Wings to make. Texas, the dream guy is Larkin's best friend, Zach Werenski. He's got a demand out of Columbus. Not a right shot guy, but an elite defenseman.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're looking for, obviously, you'd love to have the perfect fit.
Yeah.
But you just need to strengthen the blue line any which way you possibly can.
Yeah, and I think you've pointed out, too, it's not like it's the only area they can get better. We got a text that points out, hey, they need a winger for Larkin still. And this texter says, guys, what are we doing? The obvious answer is Panarin. He's the only answer. Automatically makes us a contender, brings us elite skill, elite puck movement, elite power play, gives Larkin the winger he needs, not to mention automatic chemistry with him and Kane in the locker room. It's not rocket science. Jared in Woodhaven. Yeah, the Rangers are selling off. Yeah. Panarin's going to be a name to watch. 248-539-9797. Guys, don't get it twisted. I'm talking about making the Gibson move was last June. I'm glad Yzerman didn't make big reckless moves before last trade deadline. No one wants reckless.
No, but you're also looking at, I mean, you already mentioned a team that's selling off. And because it is so tight, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to wait until those final 4 games right before the trade deadline before they make a decision whether they're going to be buyers, sellers, holders. There's going to be more people that I think are more teams that are going to be, well, we'll sell this because we're just not where we wanted to be.
Yeah, look, the Wings will play the Kings tonight, and then Washington, pair of games with Colorado, and then Utah. And it feels like Utah's always been, even when they were Arizona, kind of a pain in the ass
nemesis
at this time of year.
Yeah.
Win these hockey games, leave no doubt, incentivize a move, because I would hate for them to only win 1 or 2, cool off, come out of the break, knock it off to a hot start, and Yzerman going, shame we're on the bubble again. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
All right. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So multiple streets in Detroit are just icy messes this morning after water main breaks flooded the roads and then obviously quickly froze due to our freezing cold weather. The water has been pouring into the streets all morning. Like I said, with the frigid temperatures, it's causing a lot of problems for those who live in the area, but also for drivers. The pictures are crazy if you haven't seen them yet. Just cars with water and ice almost up to the bottom of the vehicles. People are unable to get out of their driveways. They're driving across lawns because the roads are flooded. So it sounds like the flooding appears to span several blocks. I don't have any update or what's going to happen, but it's happening right now.
Yeah, and for all of that water that is now on the roadways and is frozen, especially so deep, I mean, we're not going to get a warm-up for another week plus.
I know.
Yikes. A number of guests had to be evacuated from a Macomb Township hotel early Monday morning due to a fire in the building. So firefighters were called to the Candlewood Suites Hotel on Hall Road, and there was smoke coming from one of the guest rooms. And one of the guys in this guest room had to be rescued by firefighters because when they got there, he was like hanging out of a second floor window, just screaming for help. So they were able to get up there, get him down. He had to go to the hospital. His condition so far is unknown, and the cause of the fire is still under investigation. So some fans are convinced that the NFL predicted the Super Bowl matchup all because of a graphic that the league posted months ago. So back in early September, the NFL shared a promo image showing a player from all 32 teams surrounding the Lombardi Trophy. And it wasn't necessarily the entire image that people were looking at, but they were looking at the 2 players who were standing closest to the trophy, which happened to be Seattle Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold and New England Patriots quarterback Drake May.
John, it was in front of us the whole time.
Yes. From the very beginning. It was scripted. It was set up. So people are having fun with it, but also having a little bit of like some conspiracy theories are coming out based off of this image.
Okay, the image, for the people who haven't seen it, it was very obvious. The teams furthest away from the image, closest to the Super Bowl, were the teams expected to be bad this year.
Right.
Like Cam Ward is near the front. He's nowhere near the Super Bowl in real life.
Yeah, they were simply trying to pick the teams that were least likely to be there.
Right, because the teams most prominent are like the Eagles, the Lions, the Chiefs. They're at the front of the photo.
Yeah.
But it's an upside-down year in the NFL. You got the 2 teams nobody thought would be here playing for the Super Bowl.
So Seattle Seahawks head coach Mike McDonald is really trying to make an effort to make sure that he has some time at home with his son, Jack, specifically on Thursday nights. And he just kind of opened up about his schedule and how he's trying to get away from the Seahawks facility as much as possible, maybe do some film watching at home. But he says even so, he's getting about 30 minutes with his son per week. But he's saying it's far more than some other coaches are getting, that there's some coaches that are not getting any time at all with their families.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the coaching, especially he's not an old school coach, but the old school mindset is you watch film, you watch practice, you meet, you do all that stuff, and you sleep at the building.
Oh, there's stories of guys with a cot somewhere to sleep at the facility. I'm not going to argue with the results. The guy's one of the best coaches in football, and they're coaching and playing in the Super Bowl. But there's like a martyrdom to coaching that's always been odd to me. Like, you can be with your kid more than a half hour a week. You just got to be a little more creative. Everything's on digital now. You can watch some film from home if you have to.
Well, you can, and your family can visit you at the office as well.
There's ways to. Yeah. That feels like just not enough time.
Oh, when you hear 30 minutes a week with a young child, it feels like no time at all.
Like even with the demands of being an NFL coach, you got to be able to be more creative about that.
Hey, every staff does it different. It's hard to argue how he's doing it because he's playing for the Super Bowl.
This is an interesting story. There's a meteorologist whose Facebook page got a little more PG than she was expecting this weekend.
Oh, I saw this.
Did you see this? So this woman, Lacey Swope, she does the weather for 9 News in Oklahoma City. And she was a little too vague with her request from viewers when she asked people to, quote, send us your measurements and locations, please. She was talking about the snow.
Snowfall.
Yeah, she wanted to know how much snow people had been getting, but she didn't specify the snow. And people started flooding her page with other measurements. Yeah, most of the replies from men ranged from 3 to 7 inches. And one man did joke that it was too cold to get an accurate measurement. And there were women who were chiming in too. Specifically, one woman said the 2 inches she got was a far cry from the 4 to 8 she was promised.
Obviously sent that one in without a name.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's on Facebook. Your name's attached to it.
Oh, boy.
It sounds like the meteorologist had a
taking
little
some
bit of
heat,
fun
yeah.
with this, but yeah.
That's good stuff.
Yep.
That's Heather with the news. John, we're going to end the show with a little football talk. Specifically, how the hell is this guy a Pro Bowler?
It's disgusting.
It's 97-1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. Got Greg behind the glass, taking your phone calls. Talked a little hockey to start the hour. Got some football to end the hour. John, how is Shedeur Sanders a Pro Bowler?
I have absolutely no idea what is going on because, so I'll cut to the chase. This is how I think Shedeur Sanders got to this place, or how the NFL got to this place. Because of the guys that were initially voted into the Pro Bowl. It was Drake May, Josh Allen, and Justin Herbert. All right? Justin Herbert looks like he's going to be available, even though he's went through that whole broken hand thing. Josh Allen, questionable, and Drake May is playing in the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So then you go down the list in regards to, well, who would be next? Patrick Mahomes.
He's hurt.
Would be a guy that you would think would get a lot of votes. Daniel Jones, with the season that he had to start the season, would get some votes. Bo Nix.
Hurt.
Okay. So you go down the list and some of these guys are hurt. When you're voting from a player's perspective, you get a chance for the quarterback. You put down 3 players. So I'll just use Buffalo as an example. His teammates all want Josh Allen to be a Pro Bowler. And so they put him down as number 1. And then to stack the ballots in his favor, instead of putting down Justin Herbert or Drake May,
they water it down.
And I'm guessing they probably put down who is least likely to be a factor.
So like a Geno Smith or even
Shedeur Sanders.
Gross.
And so you have enough of them that do that. And then you pair that with the fan vote, and the fan vote typically goes to guys like Patrick Mahomes. You know, Drake May would, I'm sure, got a lot of the fan vote, all of Josh Allen. But
there's a contingent.
There's a contingent that thought Shedeur Sanders was screwed by the NFL in the draft. Like all of these teams, general managers and ownership and whatever, didn't want to draft him for whatever reason, and he falls to the 5th round. So the fans, all of a sudden, hey, let's just stick it to the NFL and let's vote for Shedeur Sanders. Well, this is what you get. What I talked about from the players voting, along with the fan vote, and then you get all of these other guys, because you can't tell me, even though Joe Burrow was hurt a lot this year, Lamar Jackson was hurt, C.J. Stroud coming off a terrible, and maybe he was available, but he just said no because he threw so many picks in the playoffs. Quarterback's hurt, and the voting, the way it can go, all of a sudden, Shedeur Sanders is in place.
Yeah, but it's a total joke.
There's no question it's a joke. I'm just trying to give you a reason how this could possibly happen.
Well, I'm glad you are explaining this, because I had a hard time when I saw this news, because he doesn't belong anywhere near the Pro Bowl. Shedeur Sanders this year, 41st out of 42 qualified QBs in passer rating. So you can make the case that 3 or 4 guys should have been in and another 3 or 4 guys got hurt. There's still another 10 to 15 guys that are more deserving. How about Cam Ward, if you want to take a rookie who actually had a decent season? Shedeur threw more picks than touchdowns.
Right, but this is about voting. And
it's about who your daddy is.
No, it's about voting. And there's a lot of different reasons why teams may vote, or guys in the NFL, or I just explained that.
Yeah, but why not vote for Cam Ward over Shedeur? Neither's likely, but at least one is semi-deserving.
I can't tell you the reason.
Because people don't really pay attention to Cam Ward in a lost Titan season, but they know who Deion's baby is. They know who his boy is.
Well, they know all the drama that surrounded him through the draft, through his, the number being retired. They know all of the news that has followed him, the spotlight, the highlights, the lowlights, all of that, because you can't tell me that they wouldn't go, and maybe, so we're not privy to the fan vote or to the player vote. We just hear the results. And did Joe Burrow get more votes?
I would hope so.
Probably, but
did he opt out?
He may have opted out. We don't know if he was offered that spot and opted out. Same with Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud, Trevor Lawrence.
Lawrence was second in the AFC in touchdown passes. Did he have some injury I didn't see?
Aaron Rodgers.
How about Joe Flacco? I'd rather put Joe Flacco. Phillip Rivers should be in the Pro Bowl over Shedeur Sanders. If this is what, you know what? Maybe this is fitting, John. If this is what the Pro Bowl wants to be,
then just get rid of it.
If you're going to make a joke of it, then I guess Shedeur should be there. If it's a total clown show, then Shedeur should be a quarterback in the Pro Bowl.
You could still have the vote, make the announcement, hey, these guys are Pro Bowl caliber players. Whether they're healthy or they're playing in the Super Bowl or not, all right, these are the guys. And they get their bonuses of however it's stated in their contract. Here are the all-pro guys. We're just not going to have a Pro Bowl game. Or another option is if you do have a healthy quarterback and Josh Allen is questionable but decides to play in the game. Mm-hmm. Quarterbacks are going to get touched.
Right.
Just let him stand back there and throw the ball for 4 quarters. It's a flag football game.
Thank you. Look, it's become this like circus, the Pro Bowl, right?
Yeah.
So maybe
do you think
it's
the
fitting.
NFL, when they had to make this announcement, they're like,
oh boy, or do they love it because
the
it's,
rules tell us we got to do this, but we're going to take some heat over this.
Yeah, but it's buzz, it's talk. That's why this exists.
But it's not good buzz. And I know there's no bad press. This is bad press. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, but are there going to be people who want to watch the Pro Bowl now to see him do what he does?
Well, they'll be, you might want to, if there's fans of Shedeur Sanders, yeah, sure, you want to see, is he going to go out there and play? Or everyone else is going to say, yeah, hey, how many picks is he going to throw in a flag football game?
See, he shouldn't even be here. Yeah. Look, they've done the dodgeball. They've done like the quarterback challenges.
Sure,
all
yeah,
that
we
stuff
see the
is
obstacle
fine.
courses.
Yeah.
Those are all fun. Yeah, if you want to have a Pro Bowl weekend to kick off Super Bowl week,
awesome.
So be it.
But
just,
yeah, I did.
Just don't take 3 quarterbacks. Take 2, take 1. And if something happens to that quarterback, then put a position player in there to take snaps and throw the ball downfield.
Whatever voting there was or is, there needs to be a common sense clause. If you threw more picks than touchdowns, if you ranked 41st of 42 quarterbacks in passer rating, if you didn't complete 60% of your passes, if all 3 describe you, enjoy the offseason. Or we're going to play without you.
Take the fan voting out of it. Say you have to have a minimum of 9 starts. You got to start at least half the games.
Right.
Now, okay, it takes out a
Like
guy like Joe Burrow. That's fine. All right. He doesn't belong in the Pro Bowl either.
For this
He's
year,
got a
you're right.
reputation and a skill set that says, yeah, he could be a Pro Bowl caliber player, but hey, he didn't make the cut. When you only start 5 games, you only win 2 of those 5.
Right.
You throw more interceptions than touchdowns. Maybe that's it. You just have to simply throw more touchdowns than interceptions to be able to be a quarterback in the Pro Bowl.
Which is a very low bar and would still allow for plenty of alternates and plenty of backups to the regional manager. 248-539-9797. Shedeur Sanders in the Pro Bowl. I'm sure this is one that's irking people out there. That's even if you care, because the other response is, it's a Pro Bowl. I don't care. They can put whoever they want there. I'm not going to watch it anyway.
Sure, yeah, and maybe we're just wasting our breath, but I think it's a farce that anybody that has ever been a Pro Bowl player, anyone that is this year, that they're going to share it with Shedeur Sanders. And I'm not saying eventually, someday, maybe if things work out for him, in the future, he could be a Pro Bowl quarterback.
If he earns it, absolutely.
Yeah, but and maybe that's the best way to put it. He just hasn't earned that honor.
Well, you know, I think some of this is it's unfortunate because the story about him has been about anything but the football, right? Mel Kiper having a conniption on draft day and the fact that his dad's Dion and his numbers retired at Colorado and he should have been a first-round pick even though collectively the league decided, no, he's just not that kind of prospect, but it couldn't just be that. Why can't it just be that? Why can't it just be that he didn't have a first-round grade, that he botched some of his interviews, rubbed teams the wrong way, so he fell even lower than beyond the first round. And then when he played football this year, he didn't play it well. And look, to be clear, as a rookie quarterback, no one expects you to be elite right away. Let's just not hand you accolades. Right. You go earn them.
Yeah, it's become a joke that a player that hasn't earned the right to be there gets that honor of saying he was a Pro Bowl player.
If you got thoughts, we'll take them. 248-539-9797. The other thing that's been very odd is the team that Shedeur Sanders plays for. Look, there are other jobs still open, but nothing quite like what's happening in Cleveland. John, there are people excited to interview for the Buffalo Bills job. Mm-hmm. There are people trying and probably waiting this out for the Raiders job. You get the number 1 pick and a chance to start over with a bunch of cap space.
Arizona.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if Arizona's overly appealing, but nothing has been quite as toxic as this Cleveland Brown job.
We've talked about there's only 32 of these jobs. They're the highest paying jobs from a coach's standpoint that are possible. but is it career suicide to take the Cleveland Browns job? If it's your second one, Mike McDaniel.
He didn't want to touch it.
He didn't want to touch it.
Yeah,
he doesn't
he
want to fail the second time.
Yep. He pulled his name out of the running, and he's going to be an OC.
Yeah.
It does really put to the test the notion, because this is very popular. There's only 32 of these jobs, and you have to take one when you're offered. Yeah, Jacksonville has a 30-year-old offensive coordinator that most people have never heard of.
Udinski.
And he said, you know what? I'm pulling my name out of the Cleveland Browns job. Buddy, you don't even call plays in Jacksonville. And you're going, I just don't want to put the Browns on my resume. And then you start to hear more about their process. And Tom Pelissero, he was on Rich Eisen's show, and he broke this down. He talked about how different the Cleveland Browns search process is. He says they're a data-driven operation. So they gather data on their coaching candidates, personality tests, written essays. You have to complete homework between the first and second rounds of interviews. This is apparently so unique that other coaches are just not going to jump through your hoops, not to take this job.
I wonder what type of essay they're looking for.
Why should Shedeur Sanders be a Pro Bowler? 500 words. Your time starts now. Good luck.
It's the Blue Book exam.
I mean, it sounds like the only guy that wants a job is Jim Schwartz.
Right, and he's already in-house.
So if they wanted to hire him, they would. What a mess. 248-539-9797. Is the Cleveland Browns job so bad that it isn't one of 32, that it is career suicide if you take the Browns job? It's 97.1. Shedeur Sanders to the Pro Bowl. On what planet? Apparently Earth. 7 touchdowns, 10 picks. That's a Pro Bowler. 41st among 42 qualified quarterbacks in passer rating. That's a Pro Bowler. 56% completion. That's a Pro Bowler. Deion Sanders' kid. Oh, that is a Pro Bowler, let me tell you. John, we're trying to make sense of it. You had a really good explanation with the guys that are hurt and if players filled out their ballots with some dummy names.
Yeah, stuffing the ballot box, so to speak.
Either way, there's got to be a common sense clause. 248-539-9797. Or you just accept what it is. The Pro Bowl's a joke. Of course it makes sense that Shedeur's in the Pro Bowl. Tony, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
My question, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Are you blaming Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders because the system got Shedeur in the Pro Bowl? I haven't heard one comment from Deion Sanders or Shedeur about the Pro Bowl.
Why do you think Shedeur's brand is as big as it is?
He was top. He was highly successful individually in college. Most people and think that he should have been drafted ahead of time.
You know who disagrees with that, Tony? 32 NFL teams disagreed with that.
Well, it's only maybe 4 teams that needed quarterbacks at the time.
I mean, Tony, he didn't just fall out of the first. He fell out of the second and the third and the fourth round as well. If he was some can't-miss prospect, teams would have taken him early.
There is no can't-miss prospects. I thought he should have been taken early. He ended up beating out the guy that was taken before him on his own team. I don't think he should have been a Pro Bowler, man, but to bring his daddy into it and act like he was campaigning to be in it.
I didn't say he campaigned, but
I get from your comment.
Tony, I didn't say he campaigned, but you can't separate the fact that his dad's Deion. That's the huge reason that his brand is what it is. I don't care that Colorado retired his number. They also did that because of his dad. He was not this elite player that you make him out to be.
Isn't his jersey one of the top selling jerseys in the NFL?
Yeah, because it's not Smith.
So does it really bother you that he's in the Pro Bowl?
I think he should earn it. Look, do I really care about the Pro Bowl? No, but the idea that he's in the Pro Bowl only emphasizes how big of a joke it is.
You just care about bringing his dad in it, bringing Shedeur. You don't even care about the Pro Bowl.
Tony, I'm not bringing his dad into it. His dad's a part of it. His dad's a part of it. I'm not bringing his dad into this. You're gonna pretend.
Said one word. I haven't seen one article.
His dad doesn't need to, Tony. His dad doesn't need to.
So, Tony, let me ask you this: is a quarterback?
Yeah, don't you know his dad?
I do. He was a teammate of mine. I love Deion.
Right.
And so, my point is, this is a quarterback that played a total of 5 games. If you played a total of 5 games, do you belong in the Pro Bowl?
No. So we should bash the system, not the player.
Right. And he's
probably in Cabo somewhere chilling out, and then he got the news that he's going to be in the Pro Bowl. Do we even know that he want to go?
Well, he could opt out.
Hell yeah, he wants to go.
Okay. But play flag football.
Right.
Yeah, I think he wants to be there.
I guarantee you he wants to be there.
Okay, John, you tell me this. Since you played with Deion Sanders, do you think Deion Sanders is sitting in Colorado somewhere thinking about if his son should be at the Pro Bowl?
No, it doesn't factor into his thinking at all. But part of who Shedeur Sanders is, and you mentioned it, he's a high-selling jersey. Fans obviously voted for him. Why did they vote for him? Maybe they thought he got screwed in the draft. That's a possibility. And
that's a possibility.
And so all of those different things are factoring into why he was voted by the fans as getting a lot of votes, not because of his performance on the field. That's all I'm saying.
And Tony, all I'm trying to articulate to you is, the reason he's so popular, and it's not because of the player he is or the performance of this season. Why is he so popular?
You're asking that question?
Yeah.
Well, he's popular. His whole aura, his persona, his confidence, a lot of people gravitate to that. And a lot of people don't like it also. A lot of people tune in for him just to bash him, just because they don't like to see him fail, to see him crash out. And a lot of people tune in because they like his personality. Like, I like his I like a player like Deion, because that's how I grew up. I like a player like Deion
or Shador. Their confidence. I like that.
Tony,
That
I actually do
doesn't bother
too.
me.
No, I
That
like
doesn't-
I like it too. I'm pro. Like I wish these guys could get away with more taunting on the field. I have no issue with confidence and
doesn't-
charisma and personality. The difference is Dion backed it up.
What there? The guy's been in the pros 1 year. Maybe he'll back it up.
Maybe he will.
eventually, too.
Tony, in all fairness, maybe he will. I just this is coming from this season where this performance is nowhere near worthy of being recognized as one of the best at your position.
Right.
That's no longer what the Pro Bowl does. I mean, it's not the Pro Bowl. Who cares? You're arguing something. It's like literally nobody cares about. And I'm not killing you for doing it for a topic.
Yeah, Jim, what a waste of a half-hour radio.
it's like, I mean, I don't know how many people plan on watching the flag football game with professional
You'd be surprised
athletes.
how many people watch
I know.
it.
Every year we are, and it just seems kind of ridiculous. But I was driving and listening to it, and I found myself trying to defend Shador, and I'm like, why am I even defending Shador? Because obviously he doesn't belong there. However, some of the statements you made were over the top. When you said that Joe Flacco or Phillip Rivers deserves to be there over Shador Sanders.
Flacco does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does. He played quarterback better.
Oh, did he?
He did.
He went 1-3 in his starts with the Cleveland Browns. They beat Green Bay in a slog of a game. Shador actually won 3 games with Cleveland. He was thrust in his first game when he had 0 snaps in practice. He has to go into the game and they lose that first game he plays. Then finally gets a week's worth of practice. He actually went like 3-5, I think, down the stretch.
So Shador is a really good defense, yes? Flacco had a terrible Bengals defense. Flacco threw more touchdowns, threw fewer interceptions. I don't know how we're measuring Flacco as a worse quarterback than Shador.
Because Flacco played for Cleveland.
Right?
Yeah, so they played on the same team. You're talking about the same.
He played on 2 teams this season.
Yes, I know, but he also played with the same team as Shador did, and Shador was better than Flacco was when Flacco played on the same team.
Shador was the worst passer of the 3 that played football for the Cleveland Browns this season by the numbers.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was. Most interceptions, fewest touchdowns.
He was. If you take
and
away
lowest
the first
completion
game,
percentage too.
Actually, his quarterback. If you look at the touchdowns to interceptions, his rate way better than Flacco's rate. I think Flacco was 2 touchdowns and 6 picks. Shador was at 7 and 10. And if you take away the first game when you threw him to the Wolves with no practices at all, you improve the completion percentage. It gets to nearly 60%, which is nothing to write home about, but it's certainly better than the 56%.
Right, and I have to correct a stat that I said. I said he was 2-3 as a starter. I was wrong. I heard you say 3 wins. He was 3-4 as a starter.
I'm just saying, I think you're being a little overly punitive to Shador when you start saying that guys like Phillip Rivers or Joe Flacco deserve it over him, particularly Flacco, who was actually on the same team and did worse. But it's okay because he doesn't belong there. You're right, 100%. He doesn't belong there. And by the way, Cam Ward won 3 games all year. Shador won 3 in the last 8.
So we're just doing it by QB wins.
No, but you seem to be just doing
No,
it because by quarterback
passing,
rating.
by the passing, what they do with the football in their hand. They throw the football. They don't play defense. They don't tackle.
Yeah,
they don't hit the quarterback. They don't kick field goals. Cam Ward was a better quarterback than Shador Sanders, and you know that too. Come on.
So winning doesn't matter, I guess. It's
Are
okay.
are you yelling about this?
Yelling
This is
about
a stupid thing to get worked up about, I know.
Doug, how are you?
I'm good.
Is there something we could argue about here in the last 20 seconds?
Not like that.
Not like that? No.
No, we're setting up KNA 1.0. We're a little late to this, our first mock draft, but it's the people's choice. The perfect pick at 17. We veto a bunch of picks, so that right out of the gate.
It's next 97.1.
All right. a lot of passion there about the Pro Bowl. I would describe that.
I don't know who's passionate about the Pro Bowl. I think it's
I walked
it's
in at the
sad to
end.
see
You're
what
right.
it's sad to see what the game has become because it's not even a game anymore. It's an exhibition.
It hasn't
of
been a
flag
game for
football.
years.
No, but I mean
Yeah.
now it's an exhibition of flag football.
Yeah. It was just voices raised. But I walked in on the end of it. So.
Yeah, no.
Were you trying to get them worked up?
Maybe a little bit.
Were you? Is that what it was?
I mean, well, no, it's just there were some things he said that I'm like, okay, I think you're going a little too far to make your point. That's all. I think it's obvious Shedeur Sanders does not belong as one of the 3 quarterback representatives in the AFC in the Pro Bowl festivities. I think that's obvious. That being said, I don't think I'd go to the great lengths Jim went to denigrate the man and say something ridiculous like Joe Flacco deserves it over him when Joe Flacco played on the same team and actually was worse. Or that Phillip Rivers deserves to be on it over Shedeur Sanders when that's not true. Phillip Rivers wasn't winning. And then at the end to say that so winning games, that's what matters. Yeah, well, I mean, it matters a little bit. There's some other things that matter too, but it's okay. It's okay. Again, I was just trying to stick up for Shedeur a little bit without saying there's no way that he belongs in a Pro Bowl because he doesn't.
Don't ever say that Jim can't bring the heat over the current state of the Pro Bowl and who belongs and who doesn't on the roster.
No.
If you're going to talk about Jim Costa, do not say he doesn't bring the heat. How are you today?
I'm okay.
Are you?
Yeah.
Good. Glad to hear it. Anything exciting last night? Did you find a mice?
I'm not sure it's a mouse is the first thing. The second thing is that I realized that he's not behind or underneath or in the piano. He is in the wall in the vent.
Okay.
And he can't get out.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's a mouse or if it's a chipmunk or a squirrel or a raccoon or what. It's not squeaking and it's not like making any noises of distress other than scratching.
So basically you got something that's entombed.
There's something that's in there and it's something that's going to stay and it's going to spend the rest of it.
Get ready for the smell.
Well, maybe. Or I didn't hear it after a certain time yesterday, so maybe we found a way to escape to another part of the house. And if it's up in the attic, then I'll never notice it. So I don't know where it went, what happened, but yeah, it wasn't an issue last night. It was a little bit of an issue yesterday afternoon when I got home and I was on my computer and I could hear it constantly. And the dog is just sawing logs on the couch. I'm like, really? But it's okay. That's fine.
Gator?
Doug?
We are actually a little late for this. That is something we do each and every year, and it is the Carson Anderson Mock Draft 1.0. We annually do it 3 months to the day to the NFL Draft. However, we missed it last week, and last week was kind of busy. And last night was one of the slowest sports days we'll have all winter. So today seems like a perfect day to do Mock 1.0. The way it works is we want to know who Detroit, meaning all of you, think is the perfect pick at 17. So, of course, there are players that are going to be off the board, and it's up to us to deem which of these players will not be on the board at 17. So what you essentially do is you look through the most credible mock drafts you have and you go, okay, can I find one of these credible people that has Akeem Messidor going to the Lions at 17? And I can. So, or on the board at 17. And who are the names that are always gone before 17? And those picks are vetoed. Absolutely vetoed. So you cannot vote for the following players. Are you ready?
I am ready.
Quarterback Fernando Mendoza, Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Running back Jeremiah Love, Notre Dame. Wide receiver Makai Lemon, USC. Offensive lineman Spencer Fano and Francis Muiaga from Utah and Miami, respectively. Edge rusher David Bailey, Texas Tech.
Damn it.
Ruben Bain from Miami. Linebacker Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles. And defensive backs Caleb Downs and Jermod McCoy. All off the board. That leaves, obviously, everybody else. Who do you want most at 17? Do you want one of the tackles, Caleb Lomu from Utah or Caden Proctor from Alabama? Do you want an interior offensive lineman like Olavenga Ioane from Penn State? The best tight end in the draft, Kenyon Sadiq, is there. Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State, is there. Edge rusher, Akeem Messidor, is there. Defensive tackle, Peter Woods from Clemson, is there. Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, is on the board. The safety, Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, is on the board. Or dare you shake it up and take quarterback Ty Simpson, Alabama? What is your move at 17? 248-539-9797. We've given you the list of some of who is available, but obviously everybody we haven't vetoed. Mendoza, Love, Lemon, Fanu, Muiaga, Bailey, Bain, Arvell Reese, Styles, Downs, and McCoy all off the board. Who do you want at 17 the most? What we do is we tally these up, we keep track of them, and throughout the draft process, we see how it evolves, my friends. But this is really up to the people. Who do you want at 17? And if you want to give us a reason why, that always helps. If you're sending a text or a tweet, 248-539-9797. Gator, out of those who are available, who would you most want?
Well, again, it's so tough because you want to know what they're doing in free agency, but because we don't know what they're going to do in free agency, and I'm going to think that I think they can fix part of that line with free agency. So with those players available,
yep,
I'm still going with a tackle. I'm going to go offensive tackle. I'm going to go with Lomo. Big fella is rated as the third best offensive tackle according to Mel, behind Mauigoa and Fanu. So he comes in ahead of Caden Proctor from Alabama. I like the fact that he played a bunch. Obviously he was a starter. He's still relatively young because I think it was a redshirt sophomore at Utah. Good size, 6'6", athletic, because he's only 300 pounds, so he can move well. And he was coached by pretty good coaches who now have moved on to Michigan. I like Caleb Lomu. He's going to be my guy. And it was not an easy decision because it came down to him and one other.
Yeah. Yep. I'm with you. I do want to throw this caveat in there. You cannot trade the pick. Invariably, we get people saying, I'm trading that pick. Well, we're not trading for the purposes of this because we have no idea what trades could possibly be out there. So if they cannot trade out, if you don't want to participate, you don't have to. But if you cannot trade out, who do you take? Gator, the pick is in. And with the pick at 17, the Detroit Lions select Caleb Lomu. I agree with you, the tackle from Utah. My perfect offseason plan. I think it's time to move on from Taylor Decker. If he's after a June 1st cut, that means an $18 million cap space freed up. You throw all of that money and more at Tyler Linderbaum, the center. You move Penei Sewell from right tackle to left tackle, and you draft Caleb Lomu to start as a rookie at right tackle, offensive line, and quite frankly, the offense fixed in one fell swoop. That is what I do. Then I've got a battle at guard between Ratledge, a battle at guard between Mahogany, Frazier, Glasgow, whatever you can come up with the best interior of the offensive line with those four battling for the two guard spots. Kang, given this scenario of who we say is off the board, who would you take?
All right, the pick is in for me too, Doug. And as you, Gator, I'm on the same wavelength. I'm going with tackle as well, but I'm going with a different tackle. I'm going with Alabama offensive tackle Caden Proctor. He's just a massive, massive human being. I think he can be dominant in the run game, which this team needs to get back to doing, is running the football. I, like you guys as well, not sure what's going to happen with Taylor Decker. And even if he does come back, there's a good chance he doesn't play the entire season because of all the injuries he has to deal with all the time. So I'm going Proctor. But that doesn't rule out me going back on the line inside with a guard or center in the second round because I want to build competition. If they were true about that, they would think about the same way. But, yeah, I'm going offensive tackle.
There it is. All three of us go offensive tackle, but two different tackles selected. What do you do, Detroit? 248-539-9797, the perfect pick at 17. Again, we tally these up. We track it throughout. But as of today, it's 1.0. Who do you want most? We'll do it again in February. We'll do it again in March. And our final one comes the week of the draft. That's Carson Anderson 4.0. And it's always intriguing to see how these things evolve as we get set for an offseason for the Detroit Lions. It is a big night in Detroit sports. You got college basketball with Michigan State and Michigan both playing. You got the Red Wings in action against the LA Kings. You got the Pistons taking on Denver. Man, big night in sports. We'll talk about all of that as teams jockey for position. You know what? All those teams are winning. All those teams are winning.
What do you mean they're winning? Like winning like a lot or just by 500?
Oh, winning a ton.
Oh, my
and it's
goodness.
awesome. All that coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. You know what else happens tonight? The Big Ten football schedule gets released. It's kind of a crazy day.
Not times, though. Although you know the time of the Michigan State game.
I do not know the time of the Michigan State game.
Yeah. Don't say anything if you do. All right, he does. Gator, he knows.
I know. He knows.
You know, I know. We know.
I know.
The number one question I get asked is, do you know the time of the Michigan State game? I do not. As we get closer, you can start to narrow it down when you see other start times. But they don't float out to us when the games are ahead of time.
No, I mean, floating and telling you are two different things.
Right.
Right?
No, they aren't. All right, so, Gator, we've set up the table here for Carson Anderson 1.0. This is the mock draft that we do where you get to make the perfect pick at 17. Who would you take? And, of course, we've got, I think it's 11 players that are off the board. Recapping them real quick: Mendoza, Love, Lemon, Fanu, Muiaga, Bailey, Bain, Reese, Styles, Downs, McCoy. Now, if you think we don't trade the pick, you can't trade the pick for the purposes of this. It's if they stay at 17 of the players that are left, who do you want? You and I have a very similar draft board in that I wanted Lomu, you wanted Lomu, we both took Lomu, but we both struggled passing on the same guy. And that guy is
Akeem Mesidor, edge rusher, Miami. He has just been fantastic for the last 2 years. Yeah, he's an older player. Played, I think, 6 years of college football. He's like 25.
Mm-hmm.
But he's really, really productive the last couple of years in particular. I think he's got 17 sacks and like 5 forced fumbles. I think he'd work really well on the opposite side of Aiden Hutchinson. It'd be similar to what he had in Miami. In Miami, you got to pick your poison. Which end are you going to try to block? You're going to try to chip, because Ruben Bain was on the other side. Those guys were fantastic, and they rolled that all the way up to the championship game, and they just missed out on winning a national championship. But he's awfully good. He's got really good size at 6'3" and 275 pounds. He's I think almost that prototypical size that the Lions are looking for somebody that can play perhaps all over the defensive line. I think when you talk about drafting a guy like Unzarike or Josh Paschal in the past, and they would talk about the size, I think that you'd say the same things about Mesidor. The difference is Mesidor has been awfully productive in his college time. So I'm very excited. I'd be very excited if they selected him because I think he'd hit the ground running with the Lions. But right now, you're going to tell me that number 3 offensive tackle is available and he's really good. I'll go that route.
It's tempting to want to go to the defensive side of the ball, given that it's kind of been a common theme throughout with the Lions is that the defense has struggled. And the point of not knowing what's going to happen in free agency, look, I've got my master plan, so I'm going to try and follow it, which is if Decker says, I'm coming back and I'm healthy, it might make sense to hang on to him. It feels like we're getting near the end and that it might be the most prudent move, unfortunately, to move on to from a player that's been really, really good here in Detroit. And we do appreciate everything that he's brought to the table. And I really hope he's healthy and can return to a great form moving forward and is nothing but an asset. But in the case that's not, and it feels like it's quite possible, the $18 million in savings and to try and go get the best player that I think fits perfectly in Tyler Linderbaum, who also may not be available. He could get franchised. Mm-hmm. He could sign a new contract. He could also be the number 1 target for John Harbaugh, his former coach, up with the New York Giants. So there's a lot that could get in the way of the master plan, but you make plans. Plan A, plan B, plan C, right? And in this particular case, that is plan A. And so I feel like one fell swoop, you get the line right back to where it was, and the Lions get their superpower back, which is an offense that even though it was really good last year, it was the offense that led him to 15-2 2 years ago.
Yeah, and Kang had brought up how he'd like to look at an interior offensive lineman in the second round, and I'm not against that. I think that there's a handful of really good interior offensive linemen that may not even be taken until you get to the second round. Mm-hmm. And my mind is going to, I want somebody who's going to have versatility to play guard or center. So I might be willing to take a center in like the third. I don't know if the Lions had the third round pick, but the fourth round, whoever their third pick overall is going to be, and you might be able to still land the center from Iowa or Michigan State and Logan Jones or Matt Golban. Connor Lew from Auburn is the number 1 center on the board, and that's a possibility as well. Maybe you trade up higher in the third round to get one of those guys. But my second round pick, there's a lot of talent at second round, and I may be, looking at an interior offensive lineman, but Mesidor would be the guy I would try to get in the second round if he's there.
There is a player, and again, we're discussing all the players that'll be on the board there that could emerge as we get closer to the draft because of the position. And I think the Lions should take a serious look at either Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo.
Yep. I like him a lot.
Yeah, I will tell you that if there is trade possibilities, Caleb Downs, if he starts to fall, could be a player that I would maybe aggressively try to move up for.
But 100% like
But let's be clear here. He's off the board, and for the purposes of this conversation, I probably shouldn't even bring him up. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised through the draft process to see one of these safeties really start to rocket up draft boards and all the pre-draft workouts and the combine, et cetera, where I could shift to a safety.
Well, I really like the safeties, and that's an area I'm looking at as well in the draft. And, if you're going to end up trading back to maybe get the better value by going with one of those guys. But there's a safety who's at the Senior Bowl who's worth taking a look at, and it's Jalon Kilgore from South Carolina. That's going to be a guy as the practices go on this week that I'm going to try to take a look at and see the updates and what are they saying about him. Maybe that's a guy that you can get later in the draft, like the 4th round. But safety is absolutely a position that I didn't think this time last year you're going to have to look at. And now you've got 2 significant injuries to your 2, all-pro safeties that you gotta watch out for. And one looks like it could be a lingering injury that just has to deal with, and the other one, with Brian Branch, you're talking about an Achilles injury where he's not going to play until halfway through the season, maybe. So, yeah, you have to look at safety. It doesn't feel good to say that when you thought you had 2 studs and now you're not sure.
All right, 248-539-9797. That, of course, is the phone number. As always, we take your texts, your phone calls, your tweets, your posts on YouTube and Twitch. Any way you can get across to us, we will get your votes in on this Mock 1.0 for the 2026 NFL Draft. We got some other Lions stuff we'll get to throughout the day. We also got it would be huge, a huger Piston game tonight if Denver were healthy, but they are not. But it is still a game on the road against one of the teams in the West. The Pistons measuring stick for NBA title, you get measured against the Western Conference. And are they measuring up is a real legitimate question to ask about the Pistons, and a question we will get to today at 11:02. 248-539-9797. Of course, Red Wings college basketball talk with Michigan and Michigan State, both in action tonight. Huge week for the Big Ten. Michigan and Nebraska, undefeated Nebraska ball in Ann Arbor tonight. Of course, they're dealing with an injury themselves. And Michigan and Michigan State will cap off the week playing one another up in East Lansing. So lots to talk about on Open Lines. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback next. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1, 248-539-9797. We will spread it across almost all the major food groups today. But starting with Carson Anderson, 1.0 for the 2026 NFL Draft. And we've set the table for you. Let's get to some of the picks as they have come in from the people. First from Twitter. Pat says, with the 17th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Caleb Lomu, tackle Utah. Ryan Jones tweets us, is Lomu still there? It's him all day.
Oh, all day.
And he says, otherwise, Delane at corner, Woods at defensive tackle, trade back, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but if he's there, and you said he's there, take him. From JJ, he says, Lomu from Utah. Another vote for him. Vega Ione moved Tate to center. We got our guy. Allen Park, probably. That's from Jason. From Pub Tables, takes Proctor with the pick. RN, Virtual Nestor on Twitter, takes Caleb Lomu, tackle from Utah. Some of the texts we have gotten. Tim and Lapeer, give me Lomu, who's a beast that would likely start immediately. From Brian. Brian has a good pick here, and it's something that I think I could see myself coming around to as we get closer to the draft. Brian writes in, Peter Woods, the defensive tackle from Clemson. We might possibly have the best left tackle in the league on our team already. Hopefully we can find a right tackle in free agency or a second round of the draft. Ty Simpson is very tempting, though. I really like the Peter Woods pick. Ty Simpson is tempting. Would you be tempted at all by the Alabama quarterback?
No, I like Ty Simpson. I don't love Ty Simpson, and no, that's not the guy that would tempt me out of the quarterbacks, and I'm not sure there are many that would.
Yeah, I don't think it's a great year to have a quarterback pick, to need a quarterback.
No,
personally,
I'm curious about Trinidad Chambliss if he doesn't get that extra year, if he goes in the draft, what he would be like as a developmental guy. But I don't know if I want a developmental guy. Carson Beck is probably the guy that intrigues me more than anybody else.
If the Lions were to draft a quarterback, it would be a mid-round developmental guy.
Yeah.
If Chambliss is there in the fourth round.
Well, it'd be a mid-round developmental guy, or it's a guy who's just not highly rated that may have reached his ceiling and you think he's got the acumen to play the game, but maybe not be athletically gifted.
Just be a backup.
Yeah, like I said, like a Carson Beck type. Carson Beck's done a lot of winning in his career as a quarterback, and he's got prototypical size, but I don't think he's great.
Yeah.
But if I'm looking for a quarterback in the fifth or sixth round and he's there, I might take a flyer on him.
Next pick is from KC in Ann Arbor. The pick is Vega Ione, guard, Penn State. Pound the frickin' rock. Next one, Tim in Grosse Pointe says Pat Coogan, center, Indiana. What do you think of that?
A little undersized, I believe, but I'm intrigued by him. Not in the first round. Absolutely not in the first round.
Oh, Tim's going first round. Pick at 17. From Dave and Warren, the pick is in. Caden Proctor, tackle, Alabama. Need Decker's replacement, and with Sewell, the Lions could have bookend tackles for a decade. Kang, I'm intrigued as to why you went Proctor over Lomo.
I just like him better. He's got athleticism and a big, huge frame. His issue is, apparently, according to scouts, is technique could be an issue, but I feel like Hank Fraley, if he's as good as we all think he is, and he can clean up those techniques, he could be one of these dominant, 10-year left tackles. Because I don't think it's a given that Sewell moves to left, by the way, guys. I think he likes it on the right side. The right tackle isn't what it used to be, where people thought that was the second tackle. No, the right tackle is just as important as the left tackle in the NFL nowadays. I think he's really good over there. They could utilize him. You saw how Ben Johnson utilized him, even John Morton, Dan Campbell. So I think there's a chance he stays there. Especially if, they draft a guy who they don't want to move a young guy like Proctor necessarily. Sewell, I think, could move anywhere. He was that type of tackle. Proctor might be a lot more, feel safer staying on the left side.
Yeah, and Proctor's massive. I mean, 6'7", and he's listed at 366. I don't know.
He might have to lose a little bit of weight, but he's massive.
Yeah, I mean, he's a mountain of a man. Had a horrible first game against Florida State, but so did Alabama in general. And then was basically lights out great at left tackle for them the rest of the way. But I there's a lot to like there. There's a lot in the extra size. You're talking about a guy who's 60 pounds bigger than the guy that we suggested.
And another thing, Doug, the reason why I like him too, if it doesn't work out at left tackle, there's a lot of people that think he's so big. The easy move is move him inside, and there's your, at least he's got that versatility to be able to play guard. Yeah.
Next text from Jeff in a car. I want the pick to be Peter Woods, if only so I can hear Gator giggle.
I mean, if it were Peter Wood, it'd be different. But Peter Woods is.
Nick and Shelby, give me Ione, the guard from Penn State. We keep talking about needing to fix the O-line, but everybody wants to seemingly run it back with the same guys. Not based upon this mock draft, but we got you down for a vote for Ione. A lot of people looking to improve the offensive line. Meanwhile, the Lions did make news yesterday in a very intriguing move. They add Mike Kafka to the staff. Mike Kafka, who was the interim coach with the Giants this year when Daboll was let go, and Mike Kafka, who interviewed for the offensive coordinator position here before they opted for Drew Petzing. And Mike Kafka, who has interviewed for, I believe, 9 head coaching positions over the last couple of years. And his role is not really specific.
Not yet.
But it's the wording is high-ranking offensive staff role. What do you make of this news?
Well, so the Lions, when it comes to their coaching staff right now, they do have a hole in their staff because of the departure of the tight ends coach, Tyler Roll. They have Scotty Montgomery, who's their current receivers coach, who is also the assistant head coach, who's being interviewed by other teams as a potential offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to think about it, right?
Yep.
But when I look at Kafka's experience, he was a quarterback at Northwestern, which we remember him from playing days here. He's not that old. He last played, I think, in 2011 or 2010 at Northwestern. So he's not that long ago. But what he has done in the pros as a coach, he worked with Andy Reid at Kansas City as a quarterback's coach, and then the quarterback's coach and passing game coordinator. So you work with Patrick Mahomes, you work with the best of the best, and then eventually becomes the offensive coordinator and assistant head coach with the Giants. Is it possible that the Lions might have a move where are they going to move on from Mark Brunell and elevate Kafka to that position and then also give him the assistant head coaching job?
I don't know. I find this to be really intriguing. I don't think that there's anything wrong with it.
Well, when his name was brought up as offensive coordinator, what did you think?
Well, here's what I think, because I did a scouting report on him and to find out everything I could, and I don't know if we ever got around to it, but there was one term that kept coming up over and over with Mike Kafka.
This was left in the bucket?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that gets left in the bucket.
Yeah.
But the term is football IQ. Everybody raves about Mike Kafka's football IQ. Pat Fitzgerald from his days as a player back at Northwestern, high IQ quarterback. Here's a quote from, and I found this on ESPN a few weeks ago, from one high-level executive who was involved in interviews with Kafka, considered him prepared and organized. He saw confidence and conviction on top of having a strong football IQ, and that the team was impressed. This was a team that had interviewed him for a position. Football smarts is something that was written about him when he was a candidate for the Seahawks job, and they took Mike McDonald. You've got the fact that he's known for his poise in big moments, I guess, when he got late in games, and Daboll was kind of a emotional, fiery guy. Kafka was like the rudder. I just find it to be really interesting, and how would you feel about this if you were Drew Petzing?
Not sure.
You'd think you'd be like, yeah, I'm cool with it.
I mean, yeah, it was right here to call play. I'm the play caller, right? I'm the play caller. You got to make him a play caller, right? I'm going to get credit for calling plays. But at the same time, like, okay, I am getting credit for that. But then you just brought in this guy who was the interim head coach with the Giants, who was getting legitimate head coaching interviews throughout the league this cycle. And now he's coming here in an undisclosed role. I would have to think that Petzing knows what's going on right now. I think it would be kind of bogue of Dan Campbell if he's bringing another coach in and hasn't told him what's going on. So I think he knows.
But I'm curious to see how this shakes out and who's going to have what role and what responsibilities, and is somebody cast aside? It might be just as simple as, yes, he's going to be the tight ends coach and the assistant head coach.
Right.
It might be something like that just to replace the departing Tyler Roll, but something tells me it's not, because he hasn't been a tight ends coach. He's been a quarterback type guy.
Yeah.
And he's a former college quarterback.
It's
And pro
intriguing. It's curious. It feels like there's another shoe to drop here. What also is curious is, given Kafka's reputation as an offensive coordinator and the fact that he's been a head coaching candidate, part of me too is this the best job he could get? Like, why would he take this job? What would it be about? I mean, part of being part of this offense? Is he building the resume?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is it would definitely build the resume. It's now working with Andy Reid and Brian Daboll and now Dan Campbell. I mean, those are three pretty good offensive-minded coaches in the league.
I feel like, though, again, I just find it curious that he would accept this undefined, and maybe there's more definition from Kafka. He knows exactly what his role is going to be.
You don't accept that job without knowing.
Yeah, but is this truly the best job he could get? Because I find that to be a little bit curious as well. Not to discredit him, but I'd very much like to hear from Kafka when the dust settles, and Petzing,
and Campbell,
and what is the hierarchy here? How's this going to work? Kang, what did you make of this move when it went down?
Yeah, I thought it was strange, because I get a little worried about like too many chefs in the kitchen, right? Too many cooks in the kitchen, like whose idea you listen to. But they obviously must really like what he brings to the table. I read this yesterday. Corey Woods, I believe, he writes, covers Alliance for MLive. He wrote that Johnny Morton and David Shaw are like best friends, and they let go of Johnny Morton. Could this guy be taken over for David Shaw's role? So maybe there's something there. I don't know. It's not, Shaw's still employed by the Lions as far as I know, but I know Scotty Montgomery interviewed for a job recently. I mean, are they looking to replace other coaches that might be leaving the staff too? So I don't know. But I did find it a little weird off the bat. But
well, think about what Petzing is known for. He's known for his acumen in the run game, right? And Kafka is a quarterback guy, and at one point was the passing game coordinator for the Chiefs, known for the throw game. So is this like the perfect mix of two offensive minds, with Petzing being the coordinator? But I mean, is Kafka simply going to be the passing game coordinator?
Well, that's David Shaw's role.
Oh, and there you go. I don't know, man. There's really obviously something else is going to happen, or already has happened, and we're not aware of it. I think that's a pretty safe assumption. 248-539-9797. Big night coming up in the local sports. We will touch on all of that. Pistons have some decisions to make, and we've kind of discussed them. We go a little bit more deep dive on the NBA trade deadline today at 11:02. What is the smartest thing that they can do? We will get to that. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Hope everybody's doing well. Gator, I have finished and completed a movie. A whole movie.
Was it the same one that I finished and completed?
I can't remember which one you finished and completed. Which one did you finish and complete?
Smashing Machine?
No, I did. Oh, I didn't know you finished that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, it wasn't Smashing Machine. Smashing Machine, well, first of all, was it any good?
So I watched the second half of it. I just was flipping around the channels. I'm like, oh, okay, because it's a documentary of sorts. You know, it covers 3 years in the life of Mark Kerr, the former MMA fighter, and The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, plays Mark Kerr. So I watched the second half of it, and I'm like, okay, this is intriguing. I'm looking forward to seeing the first half, and then I watched the first half last night, and basically then fast forwarded towards parts of the end to see it. It's okay. I would not give this it's strange. To me, it's strange because as someone who enjoys movies, I want some setup and there's a backstory and all this, and there's nothing. It starts off and says this covers the years 1997 to 2000. And like you don't know anything about Mark Kerr other than there's like this short interview that his training partner, Mark Coleman, who was another fighter, they asked him about, hey, how do you know Mark Kerr? And he's like, oh yeah, we trained together. We wrestled against each other in 1988. He went to Syracuse, and that was it. That's all you hear. You don't hear anything about his childhood or anything. And the next thing you know, here's full-grown Rock, Dwayne Johnson as Mark Kerr, and it's kind of strange. The soundtrack that they play throughout the movie with different songs, I feel it's kind of weird. Like these scenes, some scenes feel like they go on too long for the sake of playing the song. I thought it was strange. It's just really there's just no backstory of anything, and I'm like, I know his story, and I'm like, you could make this a little bit different. And then I felt like they went out of their way to paint him as like this absolute saint of a person, with the exception of that he had an addiction to painkillers, which they really don't go into that much. He has like one episode, but you never really see him using them outside. It's just strange. What I found cool about it was that Dwayne Johnson changed his body type. He looked exactly like Mark Kerr with his body type. Dwayne Johnson, when he was The Rock at WWE, different body type than Dwayne Johnson in this movie. Now, I don't know if some of that might be CGI done or what. The other thing is you got to cover up massive tattoos on Dwayne Johnson, but they're able to do that with the magic of Hollywood. But I thought that the way that they made him look with the hair and like makeup around the eyes to make his eyes different and his smile and his speech pattern, I thought all that stuff was kind of cool. And then seeing there's a fighter, Ryan Bader, who is portraying Mark Coleman, and they have a similar body type, and that's kind of interesting to watch that. And I'm wanting to watch some of these older fights that I know what happens in some of these fights, and it's just not done very well. It's kind of like haphazardly thrown in there, so it does not get a big endorsement. And at the end, you see they show Mark Kerr currently in 2025, and it seems like, oh, this must be the nicest guy in the world. And I'm not saying he wasn't. It's just strange how it's like a fluff piece for Mark Kerr. I'm not sure why. I don't know if he needs a story done on him. Like, I don't think his life story is that dramatic where we got to make a movie about it.
Right.
And then if you wanted to, you didn't do a great job of making it and developing it. Like, oh my God, what a character this guy is. What adversity he went through. You just didn't develop it all that well. So no, I wouldn't recommend watching.
I think you built yourself the way this went. I think you started with kind of a lukewarm, and you built yourself into a full-on disdain for this movie.
I think, yeah, and not disdain. It's just it was disappointment, is what it was. Because I was really looking forward to it. I wanted to really like it, and in the end, I just didn't. It was just strange. Just randomly, we're going to do these 3 years. And then it skips ahead. It has like a postscript, and the postscript looks like it was written by a 12-year-old. It's just really weird. And eventually it says he quit he ended his fighting career in 2009. And I'm like, do you maybe want to maybe have a postscript and you tell what his record was and all this, but you probably don't because you lost most of his fights at the end of his career. But like I said, you're skipping huge parts of it. You're concentrating on this 3-year period, and it ain't that interesting.
Okay, well, so Gator says no to Smashing Machine. I say yes to F1.
Oh, is that Brad Pitt?
Yeah, and that is basically take the Top Gun formula
and put it
in Formula One cars. I'm like, okay, so this is Goose, and that's Charlie, and that's Iceman.
So it's Days of Thunder.
It's Days of Thunder.
But it's F1.
It's F1. But I enjoyed the hell out of it because I'm a sucker for the Top Gun formula.
Yeah, well.
Total sucker for the Top Gun
it's
formula.
Entertaining.
Yep. But I mean, it's a classic. The protagonist is kind of an F up. He's got his challenges and all that, and but he's a genius. He's a misunderstood genius, right? AKA Maverick, right? Kind of gets in his own way.
Sounds like someone's gonna die.
Oh, you have to see the movie.
Yeah.
I don't want to give anything away, but I would give F1 a thumbs up.
So Kang, between the two movies Doug and I have watched, between Smashing Machine and F1, which are you more inclined to watch?
I thought F1 was about keyboard functions. So maybe now that I know it's a racing movie, I'll probably go with that one because the biopic, I don't care about Mark Kerr. Like, I like biopics, but usually it's about people I want to know more about, I have no interest in his life and career, even though I'm an MMA fan. I'm going to go with the F1 because Top Gun was entertaining. So if this is Top Gun on,
I will give you
on the
one
racetrack.
Interesting thing about F1. It's 2.5 hours long. So
2.5 hours. Huh?
Yeah, it was 2 sittings for the wife.
For you.
Yeah.
It could be 6.
Yeah, that's true. But
So to get it done in 2 is pretty good.
I think we watched half of it Saturday morning and watched the last of it, last half last night.
Yeah, if you want to watch a movie about Mark Kerr, I'd watch the actual documentary that they did.
Yeah, that's different.
Back in 2002.
Yeah. Okay.
The HBO did, and that's actually really good.
Is it? All right. How was The Rock? Because I know he got nominated for
he's pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, he's pretty good in like I said, the way his body transformed and looked like Mark Kerr's body type. And the way they did the makeup made him look a lot like Mark Kerr. And
But his acting was good.
His acting was fine. Yeah, okay. I thought it was fine. Actually, what I was most impressed with was Bas Rutten, who trained him for one of his last fights, who's an actual MMA fighter and trainer and commentator. Bas had a very small role in it, but I thought he was great. And I thought Ryan Bader did a real nice job as Mark Coleman. And Emily Blunt is in it. She's the Mark Kerr's girlfriend, becomes wife at some point. She's all right. I mean, the rest of the movie, it's just not a movie.
I'm going to say this about F1 though. Okay, if you are a hardcore Formula One fan, I don't think you will like it. I think you will be rolling your eyes at a lot of the racing strategies and things that play itself out. And I am not a hardcore F1 guy, but I was sort of not sure that can be done, but okay. But what was cool is they have Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, and they have the actual F1 drivers, and one of the drivers has a bit of a rivalry with Kevin Magnussen, like real drivers, and they've through the wonders of Hollywood, they've got the fake cars on the real tracks with the real cars. I mean, they did a nice job with some of it. So I suspect that they did some live filming at tracks during. And even there were some speaking parts from Formula One people.
That's always interesting to see how they do.
Yep, they did a nice job of marrying them together. We were going to talk about the Big Ten schedule getting released tonight. What are you most looking forward to seeing with the Michigan State schedule when it gets released tonight?
I mean, it's finding out when they're going to play Michigan, what weekend that's going to be.
According to the Wolverine, it'll be in November.
Outside of that, I think Oregon and Washington both come to town. I'd like to see when that is. But my number one is to see when they play at UCLA. And is that a game that I'm going to want to make a trip out to LA?
You might head out there, huh?
Maybe.
Gotcha. Michigan, we know when they're playing Ohio State. I'm going to look for the schedule could be tough And there are reports out there that the schedule has been released. I'm going to look for tough back-to-backs. Like, who do you have to play in back-to-back games? Do you have to play Indiana and Penn State back-to-back, or Indiana and Oregon back-to-back, or Oregon and Ohio State back-to-back? Like, this is the stuff I'm going to be paying attention to when it comes out tonight.
Indiana. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's,
Indiana.
That's a little wild.
They're coming to the big house. Huge game next
That is
year.
a huge game.
All right. I got some Piston discussion we'll get to next here on 97.1.
Plenty of action tonight between our local teams, college basketball, NBA, and NHL. First, Michigan State basketball is on the road taking on the Rutgers Scarlet Knights. That game tips off in Piscataway at 6:30. Michigan State 14.5-point favorites against Rutgers. They're on a 6-game win streak, Michigan State, that is. Then at 7 o'clock back here locally in Ann Arbor, Michigan basketball has one of their biggest games of the year as number 5 Nebraska is in town. That's the first AP Top 5 matchup in Ann Arbor Harbor since March of 2021. The Wolverines favored by 10.5 points against the unbeaten and 5th-ranked Cornhuskers. That game tips off at 7 o'clock. At the exact same time, Red Wings versus Kings will be happening right here on 97.1. The Wings without Simon Edvinsson in that game tonight. John Gibson will be in goal. The Kings have 55 points this year. That's good for 9th in the Western Conference. They're on a 2-game win streak. They were supposed to play last night against the Columbus Blue Jackets, but that game was postponed due to weather. Wings have won 4 of their last 5 and 8 of 10. Jeff Rieger has pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:45. Then in the nightcap, the Pistons will be on WWJ News Radio 950 at 9 o'clock. Their pregame coverage starts at 8:35. The Nuggets tonight without Nikola Jokic still. He's been sidelined with a knee injury since December 29th. Pistons have won 5 of 6 and 8 of their last 10 in that one as they continue to have the second-best record in basketball. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
If you're just joining us, we are in the midst of Carson Anderson Mock 1.0. The reason we do this is to find out who the people want the most. And we do it 3 months out, 2 months out, 1 month out, then week of the National Football League Draft. 1.0, 3 months out. We have eliminated 11 people that we do not think will be on the board based upon mock drafts and other reasoning. Those 11 people are Fernando Mendoza, Jeremiah Love, Makai Lemon, Spencer Fano, Francis Muiaga, David Bailey, Ruben Bain, Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs, Jamal McCoy, all players that we are saying we don't think will be available. So who's available? Ty Simpson, if you want a quarterback, Caleb Lomu, Caden Proctor, the 2 tackles, Olavenga Ioane, the lineman, interior offensive lineman from Penn State, Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end, Carnell Tate, the wide receiver from Ohio State, edge rusher, Keem Messidor, defense tackle, Peter Woods, Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Oregon. We made our picks. Now we're taking yours. We tally these up, and it's intriguing to see how these things evolve as you get closer to the draft. Kip and Dundee says, go back to Alabama and take Caden Proctor. He's the massive, like the size of a mountain, offensive tackle. Guys, plan B of Linderbaum is tackle. Available should be Connor McGovern, the center of the Bills. He's an unrestricted free agent, would be a great fit here in Detroit. That's from Dan, although I don't think he made a pick there. Yeah, there's a lot of guys. I mean, there's even some cut candidates I would pay attention to. Guys who are, like Ryan Kelly at Minnesota might get cut. That could be cap casualties. So, yeah, pay attention to those things. Regarding the Lions offense, Hank Fraley could be a bit overrated. Didn't get much out of the line with with 3 All-Pros, without all 3 All-Pros, and was also the run game coordinator. Our running game was garbage most of the year. Oh, it wasn't as good. It wasn't as good. There's no doubt about that. And, yeah, I mean, I think it's important for Fraley to have a good bounce back. Would you not agree?
100%. I mean, the offensive line has to, the play has to be better. I mean, they did still score quite a few points this year.
Yep.
I don't think the offense is the biggest problem with this team, but I think it's maybe the easiest way to fix this team and get them right back into the playoffs is if you fix the offensive line. It should be good enough to put points up on the board, and it is, but you've got problems on the defensive side of the ball, specifically in the secondary right now. There's uncertainty with what's going to happen on the other edge rush position opposite of Hutch because Al-Kani Muhammad is a free agent, and is he going to price himself out what the Lions can afford when I think we can all agree that the number one priority in the offseason in free agency would be an offensive lineman. So if you're going to spend the money there, then you're not likely to double down and spend money on Muhammad as well because you may not have the money. But they've got a lot of things they got to work out. This is going to be a complete effort from the organization to figure it out. Scouting has to figure out who the best player is to bring in. Brad Holmes has to be able to negotiate that, and Rod Wood's got to let him know what's going on. Or not Rod Wood, but whoever the capologist is. Rod Wood's not the capologist. Whoever the capologist is going to have to do a lot of work behind the scenes, and they're going to have to approach guys like Jared Goff and maybe some others about renegotiating deals to free up some space. And they got to know what's going on with Taylor Decker. There's a lot that's happening this offseason.
Is Disner still with the team? He was interviewing with.
I think he is.
Yeah, I think Disner's still there.
Yeah, it wasn't. He was interviewing for the Falcons job, which ended up going to Matt Ryan. So as far as I know, he's still here.
Which is
that's
big.
good. Yep. Okay. So the Pistons, Gator, you linked the NBA power rankings according to the Athletic.
Mm-hmm.
The top tier contenders, and there are 5 teams in that category. The top tier contenders for the NBA title are the Boston Celtics, San Antonio Spurs, the Houston Rockets, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Detroit Pistons, which is really, really interesting. Denver is not in that group, but with Jokic missing quite a bit of time. And who else is out tonight? Isn't Aaron Gordon? Aaron Gordon will not play tonight against the Pistons. He's been out, but they've had a bunch of guys banged up ahead of the Denver Nuggets. And that's factor. But right now, I guess the Athletics considering on the outside looking in. Here's a critical question that the Pistons need to ask themselves and that we all need to think about. If in the back of your mind, you can't shake the feeling that you think this group is good enough and you don't want to see a major trade. And I think that there's probably quite a few of you out there that believe that want to keep this core together and don't want to break it up and think they can make a run. The question I have is, do you believe that because you think they can win the East as constructed, or do you believe that because you think they can win the NBA title as constructed? And the reason we bring it up is the Pistons are 33-11. They have only 6 losses. They're 22-6 against the East. They're 11-5 against the West. And against the West, they have really only truly played maybe one title contender in Houston. They played them twice and they've split. And the last time they played them, obviously, was this past Friday night in a frustrating loss. And if you consider the Lakers a title contender, they did beat the Lakers. But it's hard to know how they stack up against the West. They haven't played Oklahoma City. They'll play a depleted Denver team tonight. They haven't played San Antonio. They're 1-1 against Houston, which, I mean, maybe that's fine to be 1-1 against Houston. You can make an argument that it is fine. But it's really hard to know if they truly are NBA title contenders. And should this impact their trade strategy? And the reason I bring it up is because you sort of think of a team that is building. They're building towards trying to win it all. And so it kind of feels like it's okay just to win the East this year. You know what I'm saying? If they get to the NBA Finals, that will be a resounding success. But you kind of trick around, and the next thing you know, you're the Lions, and the Lions are still in a good place. But, we started with, hey, how about hosting a playoff game? Holy crap, they did that. How about winning a playoff game? Holy crap, they did that. How about winning multiple playoff games? Holy crap, they did that. How about, they made it to the NFC title game, and that was pretty good, but now it's get to the Super Bowl. And they come back the next year and they go 15-2, and they're the number 1 seed. But all they did was check boxes they'd already checked. They won the division. They'd already checked that. They were, home for the playoffs, and then they lose as the number 1 seed. With the Pistons, it feels like they're building towards something. And I mean, right now, it's ridiculous to think that winning the East isn't a great season. But
correct.
Should they be acting like a team that's trying to win the NBA?
Well, I think they can, because the way that I look at it, you can make additions to this team and be additions that'll be here for the future as well, without really completely disrupting what you have. If you think about this team next year, if you don't make moves, if you don't make any trades, Tobias Harris is likely not to be on this team next year, correct? He's got the expiring contract. I doubt that they're going to sign him to a new contract.
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
It's certainly possible.
I would be surprised.
The way you hear the
brought
Piston players gush about Tobias, you'd think you'd never want to let him go, but he'll be an unrestricted free agent next year, and I would imagine he's only coming back at his age. Less money?
I'm going to assume that.
Okay.
All right. So that he's not part of the plans for next year. And maybe that's part of the camaraderie and why they love it right now is because, hey, we got him in the last year. He's going to be here. We're going to enjoy him while he's here. I'm not sure Jaden Ivey's going to be here next year if you don't make any trades, right? Because he hasn't made a significant impact on the team this year. He's been slow to come back from the injuries that he had because it's not just the broken leg from last year. I mean, it was a knee injury that he suffered after he'd recovered from that. So that's a problem. So is it possible to think that this team could add now at the trade deadline if they were to use those two components along with draft capital and get somebody significant in return? And I think the answer is yes. So if I'm doing that and I'm getting a player in return that has under a contract that'll be here for the next couple of years, then I haven't really impacted negatively on what we have currently and in a window for the future.
Yeah,
I think they can get something done with doing what I said. If you could trade Ivey and Tobias Harris and a first-round pick or a combination of picks, whatever you want, and maybe one of the other, guards that come off the bench, if that's going to be a sweetener that, again, wouldn't have much of an impact on your roster now, but you end up landing that 3-and-D player that maybe puts you over the top, that guy that can be the secondary scorer behind Cade on a consistent basis that's going to pour in 18 to 22 points a game or whatever. I think those moves are there. And I think that's what's going to be what Trajan Langdon is going to have to look at.
It's really a question of what's appropriate. How aggressive should they get? Because it's hard to know how they stack up against the West, having really only played Houston out of the West with a game against the Lakers as well. But they have all the games against the teams in the West ahead of them, like the real contenders. Should they get super aggressive to try and win the NBA? Or is that move still a year away? Like they use Tobias's money and Ivey's money to be a big player in free agency. And I kind of want to see what this group can do, but you'd hate to see the trade deadline come and go because they don't play Oklahoma City until after the trade deadline.
That's why I don't want to talk about moving guys like Duren for sure, and Asar Thompson and Ron Holland, because those are guys that have room to grow to be even better. Like if you hang on to these guys, how much better are they going to be next year? How much more impactful will they be next year? And I think the answer is probably much more impactful as their careers matriculate. When I think about the Eastern Conference, right now it's the Pistons to take because of injuries throughout the other really good teams in the conference. Those guys are going to come back next year. And all of a sudden, you've got a really tough Indiana team, a really tough Boston team, and Cleveland and whatnot, along with the Pistons. But the Pistons can still continue to grow because they are so young, and they have the opportunity of adding without disrupting your core.
Feels like they're clearly a legitimate contender to win the East, but should they be thinking about more this year? And we put that in the context of three teams that plenty of people complain about them not thinking about more.
Right.
Red Wings, Tigers, Lions.
Now the other thing is,
and yet I feel like Detroit almost doesn't want this team to break up the core. Sorry to interrupt.
I was just going to say, you keep bringing up the Western Conference, and I understand it because it's like you want a yardstick, a barometer to compare yourself against. I don't know if I really care that much about the Western Conference at this point. I want to be the best team in the East and get to the finals, and then we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's sort of the point. Because if you're in that mode, then you don't need to get aggressive. You don't need to break it up. You don't need to do something super aggressive. 248-539-9797. We talk to you next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Get to your phone calls and feedback in a moment. Just saw a text that came in from Scott in Madison Heights.
All right.
Scott writes in, Doug, the wife and I are taking our 8-year-old son and 6-year-old daughter to Boyne Mountain tomorrow. We are not big into skiing or snowboarding. Any tips, ideas? Thanks. Well, Scott, I will tell you that they have tremendous learn-to-ski programs if you are interested in that at all. If you are not interested in that at all, Boyne Mountain, take them to Avalanche Bay, which is the indoor water park there, which is fantastic. And quite frankly, you can, if you don't want to be involved, the kids are there. There's lifeguards there. There's a little bar over to the side, so you can, yeah. But the village there is pretty cool.
We're going to Boyne Mountain. Go to Boyne Mountain to enjoy the snow.
Yeah, you can go to the bridge they have up there now. They got
that long.
Yeah, the suspension bridge. And I believe they've also got a brand new igloo bar up there, which is like a massive snow structure. You can go in there and get like a hot chocolate or
something
an Irish hot chocolate.
There you go.
But I can't remember the name of the bridge. What the hell's the name of that bridge?
I forget it. But
it's got the glass floor. Sky Bridge. I think it's called the Sky Bridge. So you can go up there and check that out. And, they have like tubing that you could take advantage of. But, the learn-to-ski programs are pretty good. If you're staying in the hotel's nice. And the village is cool. There's little bars, restaurants, shops. So you'll be able to kill time there and keep the kids entertained.
This might sound like a really stupid question.
Yep.
Do they have like sledding? Like, can you go down a bunny hill, for lack of a better term, on a sled?
So I know that they have, like Boyne Highlands has tubing. I'm pretty sure Boyne Mountain does too, where you basically get an inner tube, and
but not a sled.
But you ride up. No, you can't. I don't think you can bring your own sled. But I like the
toboggan. I just meant like that plastic thing.
Yeah, Gator's going to be out there on the luge. He's going to get his luge. Gator has a luge at home.
That's a different part of up north. That's out in Muskegon, I think, where they have the luge track.
Yeah. So no, I don't think you can take your own sled, but you can rent a tube and go ride a tubing run. Again, let me double check on Boyne Mountain, but I'm pretty sure that they have.
As we discussed last week, the downside to sledding is you got to walk back up the hill. But if you're doing it on a skiing hill,
yep. They've got the little clips. Yeah, they've got it at Boyne Mountain as well. You can go snowshoeing if that's your thing. Big, peaceful walk through the woods.
I don't mind that.
Yeah. Anyway, hopefully that helps, Scott. Report back. Let us know how it went. What was a hit? What wasn't? 248-539-9797. All right, we're talking about the Pistons. And look, this trade deadline talk, there's really three things they can do. They can get super aggressive and try and take the big swing like Lauri Markkanen. Or I would think Michael Porter Jr. falls into that category. Maybe Trey Murphy. You could take the little swing, which is what they did last year, little supplemental move, which got them Dennis Schroeder, who was really, really effective for them. Or you could stand pat. And the question is, are we motivated to win the NBA championship or not? Because if you're motivated to win the NBA championship, then the measuring stick is Oklahoma City, is Denver, who they play tonight, although it's a depleted Denver roster. It's San Antonio. It's Houston. If you're not, I don't know that you need to do anything big to win the East. So why give up any future assets? Because we are in a place right now where it feels like winning the East is, as you put it last segment, it feels like it's kind of good enough.
Yeah, but you can give up assets without necessarily being future assets. Because that was my point, is if you don't think that Jaden Ivey or Tobias Harris are going to be part of your future, would those players, along with some draft capital, be enough in a package to get a player of significance that will be here for years to come? So when I say that I don't care about the Western Conference, it's not about I don't care about competing with the West. It's that it doesn't matter until you get to the finals. You got to get to the finals before you worry about the West. And at that point, I'll take a chances with a team that they are now, or the team that they could be if they added another piece without giving up a Sar Thompson or Ron Holland, which is really what we're discussing.
Let's go to Mark in Huntington Woods. You're on 97.1. Hi, Mark.
Morning, gentlemen. I'm really enjoying your show. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
I don't think we should be too aggressive. I really like the chemistry on this team. And I think in the NBA especially, chemistry is really important and hard to manufacture. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this. What about Bobby Portis from the Bucks?
Love Bobby Portis.
He gives us defense, right? He's won a championship. His contract matches up. I believe we had have a trade exception for around $14 million.
Yep.
I don't know if that would be. We could use that to get him, but I think he would fit perfectly with our team. Give us 3-point shooting, especially from the corner, and not disrupt the chemistry. Well, what do you guys think?
I've always loved Bobby Portis. I've always thought, and look, he's getting a little older, but there are NBA players that I have always liked the impact that they have on the floor that are not the biggest names. One of them was Schroeder, and I couldn't believe they got him last year. Bobby Portis is one. Colin Sexton is one. And there could be accessibility to him. But Bobby Portis has always been a player. Every time he's a free agent, I want the Pistons to sign him.
Yes.
I hear you.
And I think Milwaukee Giannis is going to leave. They might be doing a fire sale. They have no first-round picks, so maybe we can throw them some future first-round picks, and we take Bobby Portis. And maybe it's a long shot, but I would love to see us do that.
I don't know if you need to give up future first-round picks in plural, but I think, I would love to see Bobby Portis. 248-539-9797. Feedback into the Carson Anderson inbox. We'll get to that in a minute. A lot of trade talk involves Tobias. And we were talking today in the office, and Evan was like, every time a Piston steps to the podium, it sounds like they're lobbying to keep Tobias Harris. Would they break this up, or are they maybe a little too much hanging on to Tobias Harris?
I think that if I'm a GM of a team, if I'm just looking to improve the team, improve the roster, and part of that you have to take into consideration is how much it would hurt to lose a guy that is beloved.
Mm-hmm.
But I think everybody knows what the situation is. You've got an expiring contract in trades in the NBA because everybody's up against the cap. You have to make it work, and the way it could work is with salary. And he's got $26 million of salary on his full season contract that would help facilitate those trades from happening.
Ken, your thoughts?
Clearly, I like Tobias Harris, okay? He clearly brings a lot to this team. The players seem to love him. Every time the Pistons release some kind of video on Twitter or social media where it's behind the scenes, you see Trajan Langdon, the president, talking to him. Like, everyone seems to love him. But part of the job is to win a championship, and I think it would hurt to lose him. But I think you have to do it. To answer your original question, Doug, do you try to win it all this year? I think you do, and that involves trading Tobias Harris. It just does. Now, I will say there is a chance that that team that he goes to, he could get bought out and maybe come back to the Pistons. That would be cool. But if I'm trying to get my team better, and I am, to answer your question, trying to win the championship this year, Doug, I am. Then I have to trade Tobias Harris. If that gets me Michael Porter Jr., if that gets me Trey Murphy, if that gets me Jaren Jackson Jr. or Lauri Markkanen, I think the Pistons are a really good team, clearly. They have the number one seed in the East right now. But they do have flaws and do have red flags that will come, I think, when playoff basketball comes. It's not just a one-game series. These are long series. Everyone plays harder. Playoff basketball is definitely different than regular season basketball. And when they focus on Cade Cunningham, and they will double-team Cade Cunningham, and they will try to force him into turnovers, he's going to have to look to somebody else to score, and they're lacking that secondary scorer. Right now, Duncan Robinson's been a great acquisition for him. But if he's off it on the playoffs like Malik Beasley was last year, they were screwed for a second scorer. Jalen Duren is not that guy that you just throw the ball into the post and he scores. They need somebody else that can score, shoot the three, and that's why I think you need to go for it this year. You only got to beat one team in the West. I think if they make a nice move here, they could win the East, and then you take your chances in the West with whoever comes out of the West, because to win a championship, you don't know what's going to happen year after year. They got a chance right now to do that and still keep your franchise player, which is Cade Cunningham.
248-539-9797. Are you trying to win the NBA title this year, or are you more patient with this young core? What is the appropriate thing for Trajan Langdon to do? It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Should Trajan Langdon at the trade deadline be thinking about winning the NBA instead of just winning the East? It feels like right now, yeah, they might be good enough to win the East. You can make a strong case that they're good enough to win the East. The Athletic has them as the second best team in the NBA right now and ahead of Boston in their power rankings. But should they be thinking bigger picture? No, winning the East isn't the goal. Winning the NBA is the goal, in which case they might be motivated to be a little bit more aggressive. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. You know why there are no dynasties in the NBA right now? Writes an unnamed texter. Because the lack of patience. I hate how every time someone gets a good player, the immediate reaction is to burn all your assets for a player that age doesn't even align with your young star. The Warriors all got drafted together and don't even count the KD thing because they were great before him and one after him. The core was all drafted together, just like ours. Okay, so obviously this person's in favor of not expediting the process, leaving it together, and build a dynasty. How often can you say your team can legitimately win the East? That's your answer. We should go for it. If you can win the East, yes, you try to win it all. So even though they got a good resume to win the East, you get super aggressive. This is somebody who would do a little bit more to try and win the whole thing. A major move for the Pistons would be disrupt the core because you have to give up too much. A minor margin move for a decent shooter gives us a chance at the title, considering we're 10-5 against the West right now. They are 11-5 against the West. But look who they played in the West. New Orleans, Phoenix, the Clippers, Sacramento, Portland, Utah, Memphis, and Dallas. Against those teams, they are 9-4. The Lakers they beat the one time they played them, and the only contender they've really played, I mean, the Lakers could be, they're on the fringe of it. Houston, they're 1-1. They've played a lot of, they haven't exactly killed those teams, and they've played a lot of the bottom of the West. Next text, this from an unnamed texter. I think Ivy and Tobias are truly the only players I'm okay with letting go. If those two and some picks can get us Michael Porter Jr., or Jackson from Memphis, then I'd go for it. Otherwise, I think the current roster can make a run. Then there's this. Pistons definitely need to make a move. We can't think of with our hearts, but with our brain. Detroit Piston history tells us to make a move. The 1989 Pistons were in first place when they made a move for Mark Aguirre, and they were in second place when they made the move for Rasheed.
Different teams, different situations. The team that traded for Mark Aguirre, look who they gave up to get him. They gave up Adrian Dantley. I mean, it was a personality swap is what they did. The players were basically the same player, but one was a much better fit with this team because of his relationship with Isaiah Thomas and the rest of the team, whereas Adrian Dantley was a bit of a malcontent and a disturber, and they moved him out. Rasheed was interesting. That was a go-for-it move.
Well, all that's true. It doesn't mean you have to do it again. It's not like the gateway to a championship.
No, and they fleeced Portland in that trade, right?
Oh, it's technically Atlanta, I think.
Or whoever it was. They fleeced whoever it was in the trade.
Yeah, they gave up nothing for Rasheed Wallace. Nothing.
And they got Mike James in return, too.
Yeah, so
Chucky Atkins?
No, that was part of the Ben Wallace deal.
Who did they give up in the
for
Rasheed trade?
Rabracha? I don't even know. No,
Zellico Rabracha.
I think he was he part of the team? I don't know if he was part of the championship team or not.
That's funny because you're right. They gave up nothing.
Yeah, but you're right, Doug, about the past. You don't let the past, like what worked in the past, affect what you do now. Now, I go back to speak about Tobias Harris, Doug, whether they would trade him or not. Remember the first interview we had with Trajan Langdon in the Pistons practice facility?
Yep.
One of the things I remember him saying was, no one's untouchable. He'll do whatever it takes to make this team better. Now, at the time, the team was not that good, so it's easy to say. But I hope he remembers that and sticks to that when the team is good, that he'll do whatever it takes to make the team better. And so if that involves trading Tobias Harris, a guy that everyone loves, then so be it. It's a business, and you're trying to win a championship.
So the trade was Pistons received Rasheed Wallace and Mike James. They got Rasheed from the Hawks, Mike James from the Celtics. The Hawks received Bob Sura, Zelly Rabacha, and a 2004 first-round pick. And then the Celtics received Chucky Atkins, Lindsey Hunter, and a 2004 first-round pick.
Oh, there you go. So it was Chucky. Yeah, I mean, that worked out. But again, there's more ways to get the deal, get to the top. 248-539-9797. Dave's in Clinton Township and next. Hello, Dave.
Hey, fellas. So I kind of believe they are constructed to win the West. Yeah, they may not play well against the West in one game, but can Kevin Durant do what he do the other night in 7 games?
Yeah.
At his age, I think this team might be built for a series more than they are a one-game shot. It's not one and done like Super Bowl. It's a marathon. When you get to, a lot of people say that you have to shorten your bench in the playoffs. I don't think this team will have to shorten its bench in the playoffs.
It'll be interesting. I was wondering about that literally today driving into work, Dave, about paying attention to minutes and how those minutes get distributed when we get to the postseason.
Well, maybe we air-timed. I was driving close to you or something. I got the same idea.
Dave, because it's I don't know that they need to either. And yet, as we get closer to the end, if their seating is locked up, I want some guys fresh. And so minutes will probably go up for some of the bench guys, but we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see how it plays itself out.
So, I mean, do you see them finding a need to shorten the bench come playoff time?
Do they need to do it? No, they don't need to do it. Do I expect them to do it? I expect them to do it a little bit, yes.
All right, I like I said, I wouldn't want to play one game against the West, but I have no problem playing a full series and see where it goes with attrition.
No, thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. I mean, what will Javonte Green's minutes look like? What will Dennis Jenkins' minutes look like? Sasser. You know what's something I wondered how much they were thinking about today? How much behind the scenes are they or aren't they falling in love with Chaz Lanier?
It's so funny. I was thinking the exact same name that you were
Really?
going to say.
Because if Chaz Lanier is showing them some things that we're not seeing on the court during games, does it make him more motivated to move one of those 2 or 3 kind of players? Like I'm talking about Jaden Ivey. Is Chaz Lanier showing enough promise where they're like, we could see him totally elevating his minutes as the years go by, and we think he can play Jaden Ivey's role?
I mean, maybe he went through a stretch in November where he was getting decent minutes. I mean, he averaged 12 minutes a game in November, which isn't a ton, but you look at what Jaden Ivey's averaged, and it's not much more than that.
Yep.
But it's not like he was a scorer at that time. I don't know what they think of Chaz Lanier. I have to imagine that they like his upside, but imagine that his ceiling isn't terribly high. I mean, it's not like you're looking at this guy and saying, "What's a future All-Star?" But is he, future Marcus Sasser type? I don't know.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Kitech on Twitch just posted, I blame Doug. He's made all these GMs in Detroit scared they will have their day rude. You think I've done that to them? Am I the reason they're not making trades?
Oh boy. Is that what you've done?
I apparently. Hey man, I wield some power, I guess. 248-539-9797. Pistons mulling over what to do next, and I still think if I had to predict, it's going to be something on the margins. I do not expect a big trade, but would it be necessary to win the NBA title? Can they win the NBA title as constructed? Doug, what time is the Michigan State kickoff? Asking for a friend. That's from Mark in Grand Rapids. More here on the Lions coming in and the Kafka hiring. Kafka will be calling plays by week 5, guaranteed. That's from an unnamed texter. Learning Leadership 101 from Dan Campbell would be a very good career builder for Kafka. That's from an unnamed texter. So we're trying to figure out what's going on because Kafka's role hasn't been defined. He seems like he was a coveted coach. He was a head coaching candidate, and he takes an undefined role with Detroit's offense. It's quite possible that it's defined to him and somebody is out, and we just don't know it yet. DW in Warren says, I think it's a backup offensive coordinator in case Pretzing fails. Although he wrote Pretzel.
Petzing?
He wrote Pretzel. Yeah. Next one, unnamed texter. I was also thinking of a possible conflict of too many cooks in the kitchen and also 2 guys in a similar role, both trying to advance their careers in the head coaching roles. Next text, Jacob in Minnesota. I'm not saying Kafka hires a backup plan, but last year when Morton wasn't working out, the best play caller option was Campbell. It's a good idea to have someone else who can call plays. It's from an unnamed texter. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Today is Carson Anderson Mock 1.0. We got a whole bunch of votes to get caught up on. We will do that. Coming up at 12:02, who's the perfect pick at 17? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Sam Bernstein Law has been respecting Michigan clients for more than 50 years. To insurance companies, you're just a file. To them, you're a person. They give your story the respect and dignity it deserves. Get the Bernstein advantage. 1-800-CALL-SAM. Okay. So what could be a secondary move for the Pistons? What could be the Dennis Schroeder kind of move that they could make to improve the roster without giving up too much, but would be considered a bit of a move on the margin and not a big move? A local writer took a stab at that, and let me bring it up because some of the names that came up were interesting, and I got a guy that I would be intrigued by. I think there might be a path to. He's listed as one of the players that's most likely to get traded. Not a big name, but something to look for. What could be the under-the-radar move, it's called, by Cody M. Davis of the Detroit News. The names he listed were Trey Murphy, which I didn't think was under the radar that much at all, but okay. DeMar DeRozan from the Sacramento Kings and Colin Sexton from the Charlotte Hornets. I have always been a Colin Sexton fan. The efficiency, the shot, not a great defender, but not considered terrible either. It's an $18 million rental and 39% career three-point shooter. Colin Sexton would be, I think, would be a great addition if Charlotte would let him go. Spot Track did a thing with contracts and players that most likely to get moved. They suggested that Indiana might move on from Benedict Mathurin. I'm like, really?
Already, huh?
Yeah. And their reasoning is the Pacers are starting to get a little expensive long term. That makes re-signing Mathurin tricky as Indiana has depth at the guard position. I'm like, I don't know that I believe that they would really move on from Benedict Mathurin. Kang, do you think there's any way Indiana would move on from Benedict Mathurin?
I mean, I don't know what their salary cap situation is, and it seems like that might be one of the reasons why they move on from him. He's a talented player, kind of a hothead at times. Mm-hmm. Got into it with some Pistons too, I think, at one point, but I think everyone did at some point last year. Would they move on from him? Like I said, it could be just a cap casualty. That's the NBA now.
What about the other players that were suggested in the story in the Detroit News? DeMar DeRozan, Trey Murphy, or Colin Sexton? I'm out on DeMar DeRozan. A mid-range guy, I think they need a three-point shooter with more range.
Mm-hmm. Trey Murphy, he's been decent at three-point this year. He's an athletic wing guy. I'm interested in him. And Colin Sexton, he's shooting the ball well this year too from three, and he's another ball handler, which they could use to help alleviate Cade Cunningham from bringing the ball up so much, because when he gets double teams, he's going to have to dish it to somebody who can handle the ball, and Sexton can do that.
Yeah, Trey Murphy is interesting. Only 25, 26 years old, somewhere in that range. He's 25, I believe. Averaged over 21 points a game each of the last two seasons, and a guy who's got his 3-point percentage in his career now, it's up to 38%. And he's 6'8", so there's good size, good length with that.
Another player that Spot Track listed would be available is a player that I've always kind of liked. That's Pat Connaughton, who's with Charlotte. He can shoot the three a little bit. He's considered a plus defender. He's the guy who in the dunk contest dressed up as Billy Hoyle and jumped over Christian Yelich.
Is that why you like him?
I'm not going to say that's not. But he could be a player that would be available.
He's a veteran.
Yeah, I like this guy better, Malik Monk. He seems to be that he might be on the move, and that guy can shoot the three, come off the bench, be that instant scorer. He's basically Malik Beasley. He's about 6'4", 6'5", maybe, but can shoot the three well, 20 minutes a night. Help with Duncan Robinson from the 3-point. If Duncan's off, they have another guy to go to. I like Malik Monk, and I don't think you have to give up much to get him.
You know who the GM is in Sacramento?
Scott Perry.
It's Scott Perry, yeah. Detroit guy. So that could be a call that would be easy to make, but they are listed as one of the teams that is selling, and perhaps selling aggressively, and perhaps interested in lottery position more than anything else.
And going back to Trey Murphy, the Pelicans, they have Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver over there. So, I mean, there's connections. There's guys that, like Jaden Ivey, who Troy Weaver drafted, right? You might want him.
You get a pick. You get a pick. And you get a pick. Seems like that's what the Pistons could do to get those guys, right?
Was Trajan there when they drafted Trey Murphy?
I think he would have been, right?
I think so.
So
you could have Trey Murphy going back to the guy who drafted him and Jaden Ivey going back to the guy who drafted him. Seems like that would be a match made in heaven, right?
Yep.
Anyway, just things to watch as we get closer to the NBA trade deadline. Kang, I want to bring this up for you. You annually do a bet in Vegas. We've talked about it the other day because 260-1 long shots are playing for the Super Bowl. This is the first year in how many years have you done this?
10 plus years.
10 plus
probably,
years.
yeah.
You would bet, and correct me if I'm wrong, it wouldn't be a small amount of money.
Normally be the $50 to $100.
Okay. On a 40-1 or greater long shot, correct?
Yep.
I've got a list of next year's 40-1 long shots.
They're already out?
Yeah.
Well, this is the year that the two favorites make it because I'll, waste my money again. But
You
yeah,
gotta
I'm
jump back
listening,
in.
Doug.
They are Tampa. They are 40-1. Teams that are 50-1 are the Commanders and the Colts.
Commanders.
Minnesota's 55-1. Pittsburgh is 60-1. The Giants and Panthers and Falcons are 80-1. The Saints are 90-1. Tennessee Titans are 110-1. Cleveland Browns are 130-1. The Jets and the Vegas Raiders are 150-1. The Dolphins and the Cardinals are 200-1.
I got to tell you, man, some of those
There's
sound
a couple
enticing,
that
right?
sounded like this. Washington doesn't sound bad. You know what doesn't sound bad? Indianapolis.
Colts.
Best team in the NFL, and then the quarterback got hurt. And they're going to have Sauce Gardner healthy next year, along with Daniel Jones. So,
Yeah, I mean, you could see a path for a lot of these teams. That's what always suckered me in before.
Yep.
But now I feel like there's more teams, especially with recency bias going on right now. The two teams that are in it,
Yep.
I mean, both teams didn't make the playoffs last year. The Patriots were 4-13. Yeah, it sounds like I'm going back. Going back.
My first instinct is Tampa, and that feels like it's not particularly bold because they have the best odds of all these teams. But Indianapolis feels like it's a solid pick.
Commanders, I like that call, Gator. I mean, Jaden Daniels, a healthy Jaden Daniels changes that team dramatically.
Okay. So now let's go to the other end of the spectrum. How many NFC teams do you think have a better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Lions next year?
all right, I would imagine that. You've probably with Seahawks for sure. Philadelphia, Rams, San Francisco. Would the Bears be there? I'm going to go 5 teams.
5 teams you think in the NFC have a better chance of winning the Super Bowl than
better
the Lions.
odds.
Better odds, yes.
From Vegas, yes.
Kang, what about you?
It's a good number. I was just gonna say 5 as well. I'm gonna go under, so I'll go 4.
Okay. The correct answer is 2. The Lions are tied for the 3rd favorite in the NFC. These odds, according to DraftKings.
Behind Seattle and whom?
The Rams.
Seattle and the Rams.
They're both plus 950.
They think that it's a dumpster fire in Philadelphia.
Detroit and Philly are both plus 1,300.
We're a dumpster fire too.
We're
I
a
guess.
dumpster fire too.
The Packers are plus 1,400. The 49ers are plus 1,600. The Bears are plus 2,200.
So I'm looking at cap space that teams have right now before you start maneuvering.
Yep.
And the top team in the NFC with the most cap space is Seattle, with almost $72 million in cap space
For next year.
Yeah.
Do they have a bunch of their own guys they got to bring back?
They've got several. I mean, they got
Yeah.
K9 is one of them, but he's a running back, so he's not going to kill you. The next team in the NFC behind Seattle are the Commanders. It's $63 million.
Mm-hmm.
Rams are further down the list at $43 million. But you get to so we've got the contenders like Seattle and the Rams and maybe the Commanders. But it's amazing. You get down this list and so many NFC teams are in trouble with the cap. San Francisco has $23 million in cap space. The Eagles have $10 million in cap space. The Giants have $1.7 million in cap space right now. The Packers are $10 million in the hole. The Lions are $16 million, almost $17 million in the hole. The Bears are $17 million in the hole. Cowboys are $39 million in the hole. The Vikings are almost $49 million in the hole. This is according to over the cap.
Yeah. I mean, look, I like the Lions. I still like the Lions roster. This should tell you that it's not Detroit bias, Vegas likes the Lions roster. Vegas odds are put together based upon where the money is going. So the money out there likes the Lions roster. Third best chances in the NFC to win the conference next year. I'll take it. I'm a little surprised. In fact, it's that good. And does this make me encouraged? Yeah, it's confirmation of what I believe. So I guess if I do have bias, it's confirmation bias. But Gator, it makes me again reiterate how important this offseason is for Brad Holmes. Dude, it's not like a rebuild. It's not like it's finishing touches either.
No.
But there's maintenance that can be done here.
There's work to do. Lots of work to do. Work to do on the offensive line. Work to do in the secondary. Work to do and do you keep some guys or not? There's some big decisions to make on your own free agents.
248-539-9797. All right. We will reset the table for Mock 1.0 and get to some more of your votes. Who's the perfect pick at 17? Talk some Red Wings next hour as well on 97.1.
Breaking news in the NFL today. Reports are surfacing that the Bills are promoting offensive coordinator Joe Brady to be their next head coach, so there are now only 3 more vacancies in the NFL coaching carousel this year. Also, NewJersey.com is reporting that one of the newest members of the Big Ten has lost nearly $500 million in revenue since joining. No, it's not a West Coast team, but on the other side of the country. Rutgers apparently has lost a record $78 million in the 24-25 fiscal year. The school's athletic deficit has now grown to over $500 million since joining the Big Ten Conference. Speaking of Rutgers, that's where Michigan State basketball will be tonight, as the Spartans are 14.5-point road favorites in Piscataway. They take on the Scarlet Knights at 6:30. Michigan basketball has a huge game tonight as well. The third-ranked Wolverines will host the fifth-ranked Cornhuskers of Nebraska at the Chrysler Center at 7 o'clock. Nebraska is 20-0 this season and has shot up the polls to its highest ranking in program history. Also at 7, we'll have Wings versus Kings right here on 97.1. Detroit has been without defenseman Simon Edvinson for the last 2 games and will remain that way for at least the next 5, as Todd McClellan announced yesterday that the young D-man will be out until after the Olympic break. Pre-game coverage starts right here on 97.1 at 6:45. And finally, the Pistons are out in Denver to take on the Nuggets at 9 o'clock. That game will be on WWJ News Radio 950. The Stones are favored by 6 points tonight against the Nuggets. At the Coldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Where, pray tell, did you find that, Gator?
So there's a tweet that comes out from Chris Johnston saying that the Swedish Olympic team has added forward Marcus Johansson and defenseman Hampus Lindholm to their Milan roster as injury replacements for Leo Carlson and Jonas Brodin.
Hampus, huh?
Hampus. I don't know if it's Hampus or Hampus.
How do you spell it?
Hampus.
So campus with an H.
Yes.
All right. So we'll go with Hampus for now.
Yeah, for now. I mean, it's Swedish.
Can we hear otherwise?
Hampus Lindholm.
Okay. Do you root for Sweden in the Olympics?
I do.
Do you?
Except when they play United States.
Yeah. Okay. Scott Anderson today is Carson Anderson 1.0. How does 1.0 work? Well, if you're new to the show, we do it 3 months out, we do it 2 months out, we do it 1 month out, and we do it the week of the National Football League draft. Who is the perfect pick for Detroit at 17? These things evolve a little bit as draft boards change. We do our best to eliminate players that will most likely not be available, guys that aren't accessible at 17. So, for instance, Mendoza, not accessible, the quarterback at Indiana. Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame. Whether you want him or not is irrelevant. You can't pick him. Makai Lemon, wide receiver, USC. You've got Spencer Fano, the offensive lineman from Utah. Francis Muiaga, the offensive lineman from Miami. Not available. David Bailey, edge rusher, Texas Tech.
Yada-da-da-da-da-da. Yada-da-da-da-da. 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 It's about time we got to a 1.0. My God, man.
Yes, we're a few days late. I apologize for that. But perfect day on the calendar with everybody off last night. So Francis Muiaga not available. Neither is David Bailey or Reuben Bain Jr., the edge rusher from Miami. Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles, the 2 linebackers from Ohio State, gone. Caleb Downs, a safety from Ohio State, gone. Jamal McCoy, corner, Tennessee, gone. Who's available? Well, if you want an offensive lineman, Caleb Lomu and Caden Proctor, the tackles from Utah and Alabama, respectively. You got Olavinga Ioane, the guard from, or interior offensive lineman from Penn State. Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end. I feel like you've been waiting for this.
I feel like I've been waiting for this too.
All right.
Finally,
Anyway.
it just came out of me, Doug.
If you want Akeem Messidor, he's on the board. Peter Woods, defensive tackle. Messidor, of course, the edge from Miami. Messidor on the board. Peter Woods, a defensive tackle for Clemson. Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU. He's out there, as is Dylan Thieneman, the safety from Purdue, or anybody else that I did not mention in the group that is vetoed. you can take who's the perfect pick at 17. We tally up the votes, and at the end of the show, we will give you who Detroit's perfect pick is. 248-539-9797.
Just a correction. Thieneman started at Purdue. He was at Oregon.
Did I say Purdue? He was at Oregon at the end. My apologies. Yes. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Champ and Chump, by the way, are posted. Speaking of tallying up votes, we posted Champ and Chump. They were both runaways this week. Go to 971theticket.com to see who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the week. And today you're selecting the perfect pick at 17. Gator and I both took the same guy. We both want Caleb Lomu, tackle Utah. Your reasoning is?
Well, they need an offensive lineman, and I think the guard or the center position is one that they can address in free agency. The tackle position is a little bit different, and I like getting a guy who's very large, 6'6", but also athletic. At 300 pounds in today's NFL, it seems like you need those more athletic guys. The other thing is this: he played the whole season. The last 2 years, he started for 2 years as a redshirt freshman and as a sophomore. He's entering the draft as a younger guy. He started at left tackle on a team that had Fano. So Fano's off the list. He's a right tackle. This guy was so good, he could play left tackle. So there you go.
I've got my plan A for the offseason, so I'm going to try and execute it as long as I can, understanding that all kinds of things can nuke this plan. But plan A is, I think it probably involves moving on from Taylor Decker, as much as we appreciate it, at $18 million cap savings to cash in Taylor Decker's contract and throw that money at Tyler Linderbaum, plus a little bit more. The center from the Baltimore Ravens, who could get franchised. Decker may be healthy enough to stick around. We'll see. But ideally, you get an all-pro center. You then draft a tackle, move Penei Sewell from right to left, or figure out your best configuration. Then you got 4 guys that could battle for the 2 guard spots. Frazier, Mahogany, Ratledge, and Graham Glasgow. And if you decide you don't, want to move on from Decker, that's fine. But this is plan A. And so that's why I'm going with Caleb Lomu. Kang, you in a different direction.
Not totally. Went with a different player, that's for sure.
Exactly.
And I went with the offensive tackle from Alabama, Caden Proctor. Massive, massive human being. 6'7", 350-plus pounds. Also athletic, though, for his size. Very athletic for his size. I don't know what's going to happen with Taylor Decker, like you guys don't know either. But even if Taylor Decker does come back, I think you create competition for the guard position, because I think he can move inside and play guard as well. I think the versatility I like from him. And then when Taylor Decker is hurt, because I don't think he'll play all 17 games, or if he does decide to retire early, you can kick him outside to tackle again where he plays. I think Penei Sewell stays on the right side personally, and Caden Proctor's your future left tackle. So I stay with the line like you guys, but I just like a different player, Caden Proctor.
He's a mountain.
So a couple things about this. For the purposes of this exercise, you cannot trade the pick. Secondly is make a pick. Make a pick. I can't believe how many people will send in, do this or that or this or that. The Lions can't do that. You can't do it either.
You're on the clock.
So shallow Cal golf when you said Messidor or O-line.
Nope.
Which
Not
one?
up in here.
Make a pick. When Matty Icing says, well, Matty Icing made a pick. I'll give him credit. How about this one from Donald? 17th pick usually gets you a spot for the best guard or defensive tackle.
Uh-huh.
Make a pick. All right, here we go. Matty Icing writes in, feels like it comes down to Lomu, Delane, Woods, or Messidor. At the value of the pick, I would go Delane, possibly the best player at his position. Cornerback isn't deep in the draft, and our secondary is still an issue. So there's a vote for Mansour Delane. From Derek Brooks, as much as I want to ensure our offensive line is a priority, give me Messidor. He's a beast and should be ready to go day one. I really want to see what Hutchinson is capable production-wise with a true running mate. That's my pick. Messidor is a day one kind of player. Did you say he's 25?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Andrew Klotz, the pick is in. Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah. Thomas Kavanaugh tweets us, Cassius Howell, edge rusher, Texas A&M. Oh, there we go. Vote for him. I have a feeling we're going to hear that name a lot as we get closer to the draft. Jason says Vega Ione, move Tate to center. JJ says Lomu from Utah. Joseph Edwards says Proctor. Another vote for the Bama tackle. From C. Shale, he goes Lomu. Woody, take the best right tackle on the board. Move Penny back to his natural position. You didn't make a pick. Make a pick.
Uh-oh.
248-539-9797. Who else? No, a lot of oars.
Come
Make a
on,
pick.
people.
Make a pick.
You know how this works.
Make a pick. 248-539-9797. Again, get your votes in. We will tally them up. In the meantime, big night for college basketball with Michigan taking on Nebraska, Michigan State at Rutgers. They both get back at it, leading up to a game this Friday between the Wolverines and the Spartans. Arguably, you can put them in the case, certainly in the conversation for the best teams in the Big Ten. One of them right now, though, Nebraska, is 20-0. They play in Ann Arbor tonight. We'll preview that next here on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're getting ready to warm up your winter with these hot deals. Like lease a new 2026 Equinox LT for just $249 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. Shop their huge Equinox inventory and drive for only $249 a month. All you need to activate the savings is a GM employee discount, current lease in the household. Don't forget Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, your number one volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. That means they have a huge inventory of Silverados, Equinoxes, Blazers, Trax, and EVs, hundreds on the ground to choose from. See dealer for detail. Offer ends February 2nd. Together, let's drive. we all like to carry our weight here at the Carson Anderson program. And, as a full-on and veteran participant, we all kind of have an obligation to the audience, of which I fulfilled my obligation. I'm still waiting for Gator. I suspect he won't, but
whoa,
yeah, team player-ish at times when it's convenient for him. I made a shoot the boot guarantee, and the Buffalo Bills are naming Joe Brady as their next head coach.
This is correct,
and that removes another coach that could keep me from drinking beer out of a shoe on draft night. The positions left are now what? Arizona, Vegas, and Cleveland?
I believe so.
My shoot the boot guarantee was that a college coach would take one of the NFL jobs. One of the college coaches would be moving on to the NFL. There are only 3 jobs left. I was thinking that Bill Belichick would end up in Buffalo, and that had some legs early, and it has died. I thought that Cignetti, and specifically, I thought Pittsburgh would go after Cignetti. He's a Yinzer himself, and I thought that would be too much for him to say no. And so I'm 0 for 2 on my hunches.
Mm-hmm.
I do always hold out hope that Vegas will do something because they are as unpredictable as it is. But Scott, it looks like there's a good chance I'm going to be drinking beer out of a shoe.
And I morally support you in doing that.
Yep. But you've wussed out and have no shoot the boot guarantees for as long as I can remember. And I really would think that at some point, quite frankly, you should be shamed into making some shoot the boot guarantee.
Well, I'm no stranger to shooting the boot, nor am I a stranger to making shoot the boot guarantees. I'm fine with doing them when they present themselves. And right now I'm just, waiting for the right moment to feel strongly about something. Mm-hmm. And it hasn't come up yet. I've got a lunch bet with Kang that I'm more than likely to lose. That he's given me the grace of going up right up into the first game of the regular season in the NFL. That involves Frank Ragnow. I still think that I'm holding out hope that Frank's going to want to come back, but it doesn't look like it, doesn't sound like it. And yet that's exactly what they said last year. And then, a few weeks later, Frank's on the roster. So who knows? I'm going to try to make you feel a little bit better.
Great.
Based on, odds, and does Vegas really know anything? Odds came out this morning at 8:35. We got this email about the odds for the remaining of head coaching jobs in the NFL. And Buffalo was still listed because they hadn't made the hire yet. The number 1 odds-on favorite for Buffalo was Grant Urdinsky, followed by Brian Daboll, Clint Kubiak, Davis Webb, and then at 12-1 odds was Joe Brady.
Yep.
Joe Brady just got the job over all those guys. It looks like Brian Daboll is going to take the offensive coordinator job with the Titans. So there's still hope for you, my friend.
Okay.
Now, as I look at the Vegas Raiders' next head coach odds, none of the candidates listed are college coaches.
Mm-hmm.
As I look at Arizona's head coaching candidate odds, I don't think any of these guys are college head coaches. But that leaves Cleveland. None of those guys are college head coaches. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Are you?
I mean, let's see if we can, get this plan of attack ready to go, get Cignetti on board, although he says no. Is Bill Belichick? I thought Bill Belichick, it was a savvy call by you. Does it make sense? Hey, is there some contact with Tom Brady? Maybe he wants to coach the Vegas Raiders? I don't know. Doesn't seem likely for you, but I'm rooting for you.
As Stingray 1222 just put it on Twitch, Doug, at the end of the day, treat everybody with respect unless you're too chicken to make a pick. And whatever. Those aren't my words, but I kind of endorse them. With that said, I will prepare myself and I will be ready, and it will not be the first, and it probably won't be the last. Because this is not trending in a good direction for me.
I got an idea, Doug.
What's that?
So you try this all the time. I don't say all the time. You try like every year whenever it shows up to see if you still hate it. Guinness.
Oh.
Have you ever tried Guinness out of a shoe?
Oh, I don't.
That
I
might
don't
change,
that.
man. That might change your
recommend
opinion. You should try it. You've never tried it out of a shoe, right?
No, I haven't.
Okay, let's do it.
I got to tell you, You're right. Every year,
might taste better.
St. Patrick's Day rolls around, and I go, when you read the description of Guinness, it sounds like something I'd love. And damn it, this year is going to be the year because I do have a bit of evolving palate.
Yeah.
Not much, but a little bit.
Not much.
It's evolving a little bit.
And I try Guinness, and I'm like, nope, I can't stand it. And I end up pouring it out. The problem with Guinness out of a shoe, I mean, I guess it's not that different because drinking beer out of a shoe can be a mess.
I feel like you don't have to tell us what the problem with drinking Guinness out of a shoe is.
It doesn't need much explanation.
I think it's kind of self-explanatory.
I just said dark beer is going to stain whatever I spill it on more.
I wouldn't worry about that. Plus, who sees it inside the shoe?
Well, I'm not talking about the shoe. I'm talking about when I spill it on my shirt because it's a
that's
messy
gonna
thing.
stain.
It's a messy thing.
That'll stain. Yeah. And plus, it's typically foamy. I would say this. I would not recommend doing it with Guinness. And for you, the best way to enjoy Guinness, as I've found out, is at the bar where they pour it properly, not when you buy it and bring it home in a 6-pack or something like that.
I've ordered it from the bar. Yeah. I've ordered it from an Irish pub.
That's as good as it gets, my man.
I know.
No, we don't know. Gator, stop. It could be better in a shoe. Could be better in a shoe.
I see what you're trying to get me to do.
Just saying.
Maybe it is better in the shoe.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it is.
What's your pending shoot the boot guarantee, Kang?
I'm with Gator on this one.
You don't have
when the
one?
time is right.
Yeah.
We're not afraid to make them.
I would.
I'm certainly not afraid to make
a
shoot the boot proclamation. Yeah. Who's done more shooting the boot?
I've done 2, so I don't know how many you've done.
I've done at least 2.
Have you?
It might just be 2 though.
Yep. Kang, you've never done it, have you?
Yeah, because I'm right when I make them.
Oh, this guy.
That's the point, guys. You don't want to be drinking
No,
out
that's
of a
true.
shoe.
You want it to. It's sort of like the one that you're pretty confident in, but it's a little bold.
Yes.
Whatever. It looks like that. Well, still hope. Still hope. By the way, your boy Schwartz.
Jim Schwartz?
Yeah, is he going to be the coach in Cleveland?
I mean,
Gator loves Jim Schwartz. Not as a football coach of the Lions, as a dude.
There was a report last night that there's been some movement in the negotiations there. And as I looked this morning, for the Cleveland Browns' next head coach, Jim Schwartz is the leader. Minus 350 to become the next head coach. So those are pretty good odds.
Wow.
Nate Scheelhaus is second at plus 175.
God,
those
what is
numbers
it with
were
old
like flipped the
Big
other
Ten
day.
quarterbacks.
Right.
Scheelhaus was at Illinois. Kafka's coming here to be an offensive assistant. He was at Northwestern. All right, I said we preview Michigan State and Rutgers and Michigan and Nebraska. Spartans have this Rutgers team has historically at times been a pain in the butt. I don't know if this team is going to be that for MSU tonight. Spartans are playing exceptionally well right now. Rutgers is not. Is there much of a threat with Rutgers?
No, I don't think there's much of a threat with Rutgers, but the thing Michigan State is going to use this game for is experience when you think about having to travel in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan State just came back from the left coast, and now they're going to go out to the right coast. So there's that. Obviously, Michigan State does want to look ahead to the matchup they have on Friday night against Michigan. I don't think that they will look ahead to that. They're coming off a game where they absolutely, positively demolished Maryland. And they smoked them in the first half, and they didn't let up in the second half. It was a 91-48 game. They're playing really well right now, and they're clicking along, and they play really good defensively. And this is a team that just knows how to bring it. I don't suspect Rutgers is going to present much of an issue, but what matters is just getting out of it healthy and ready to go against Michigan, because that's going to be a battle on Friday night.
Nebraska's in Ann Arbor. Nebraska undefeated at 20-0. They lead the league in 3-point shooting. They have the Sanford kid that was at Iowa. His little brother was at Iowa. He's transferred to Nebraska, and he leads the Big Ten in 3-pointers per game, and he's over 40%. So that's a team that you have to guard the perimeter. They move the basketball. They get a lot of open looks. They got Fred Hoiberg as their coach, and his son runs the show for them. Coach's son, coach on the floor. All the cliches apply. They got Braden Fragan. Is likely a game-time decision. He's been a ruthless player for them at times this year. In Big Ten games, Nebraska is giving up the second fewest points in the league. So they're shooting it and they're playing defense, which is a formula to win you a lot of basketball games. Michigan, this is one of the better defensive Michigan teams we've seen in a long time. Offensively, they aren't getting the open looks out of their half-court offense that they have been getting. When they are at their best, their defense leads to breakout fast break buckets, picking up the pace. And I think they're going to try and speed up Nebraska tonight. I wouldn't be surprised to see them throwing on a lot of full court pressure, try and get Nebraska into a bit of a track meet. I think that's a game that Michigan prefers to play, and I think that helps them get offense out of their defense. So big one tonight at the Chrysler Center.
Which is more unusual to see? The undefeated Indiana team in football that won a national championship, or a team right now in Nebraska that's 20-0 in college basketball and ranked 5th in the country?
Yeah, both really unusual to see, and it makes me wonder, would those fan bases, would they trade? Would Nebraska say, yeah, you can have our basketball program if we can go undefeated in football, and would Indiana do the same? I don't know that Indiana would do the same.
I don't think Indiana's given up anything. No.
Would they prefer it be the other way around, I guess is the way to put it. I don't know, man.
I mean, I've never thought of Nebraska as being any kind of threat in basketball, and yet they're off
some
to
good
a
teams,
great start.
But yeah, there's nothing to not like about Hoiberg. You know, he's just and their
fun to
team.
say.
Yeah, what, Hoiberg?
Yeah,
you like saying that? What if his name was Hampus?
I mean, if his name were Hampus Hoiberg, look out.
Anyway, so big games tonight for Michigan and Michigan State, and certainly a huge one looming on Friday. 248-539-9797. Let's get caught up on some of these picks as the people are getting their 2 cents in on Mock 1.0. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
I find the Buffalo Bills situation to be so intriguing.
Do you?
They decided to move on from Sean McDermott as their head coach, even though that he had had really good success with a win-loss record anyway. They couldn't get over the hump and get to the Super Bowl, but they clearly have a quarterback to work around, and they've got a pretty good football team. But they said enough is enough. Like they want the bar to be raised higher. They have higher standards, and he couldn't achieve those standards. And when did you want to fire him? Well, as soon as we lost the game, I knew that we had to make the move, they said.
Yep.
So their move to fix this team and make them even better is to promote the offensive coordinator. That's the move.
It doesn't seem like it's all that radical, does it?
I mean, you would. It's one of the you would think a pretty cherry job in the NFL would be to go ahead and take over the Buffalo Bills, a playoff team.
Yeah.
And a team that has the franchise quarterback. You think you'd want to work with that. And they're going to go with, well, a hire from within.
Who do you think is going to rue losing their coach the most? Pittsburgh, Baltimore, or Buffalo? Well, Pittsburgh was a step away. But who do you think is going to look back and go,
I think Pittsburgh. I think Mike Tomlin was a hell of a coach, but Mike Tomlin decided to walk away. Now, did he decide? But I'd love to know why he decided to walk away. The truth. Did he walk away because he was tired of feeling the pressure?
I like to think that one of the people I respect the most, and I absolutely just professionally adore, and Mike Tomlin walked away because one of the people I can't stand drove him away, Aaron Rodgers. That's what I like to think.
I like where your head's at.
That's my line of thinking.
But for them to then hire Aaron Rodgers' former coach and Mike McCarthy, who also had coached the Dallas Cowboys, which is a rival of the Steelers to an extent, just find it just strange. Like McCarthy, you didn't know is that a great hire? So and if that means that Rodgers is going to stick around for another year.
Well, remember when Rodgers won the Jets and they kept collecting former Packers?
Yes.
Now they're collecting former Packer coaches. Why is everybody doing everything
I don't know.
to appease Aaron freaking Rodgers?
I think they're going to regret that one. As far as look at the other teams at Baltimore. I mean, firing Harbaugh, I get it. It kind of got stale there. I can see, but they replaced him with is it Jesse Minter? Is that the coach there now?
Yeah.
Heck of a defensive mind. I think they'll be fine. We'll see who they hire as offensive coordinator and all that to work with Lamar Jackson, and but that also would seem like that's a job a lot of people would want.
Yeah.
Oh, I could be the OC at Baltimore, work with Lamar and Derrick Henry and the like. Okay, Zay Flowers and lots of weapons there. And what was the other team you had mentioned?
Buffalo.
And Buffalo. Yeah. And Buffalo, I can't believe they hired from within. That is stunning to me.
Yeah.
After you've got this job out there, and this is what you're going to do.
Yep.
And then in the end, if Cleveland ends up with doing the same thing, hiring from within, and the reports out of Cleveland are that the reason that they may end up going with Schwartz to begin with is that everybody they brought in to talk with, I guess that the report is that they want to keep Schwartz as a defensive coordinator. Cleveland does. So you're going to bring in a new head coach and you're going to force them to hire him as your DC. Maybe that's rubbing coaching candidates the wrong way, and they're not so inclined to take the job. I don't know why. I mean, he's done a heck of a job with that defense. I mean, if I were taking over the Cleveland Browns as the head coach, I'd leave my DC in place.
Yeah, it's going to be intriguing to see how it shakes out. I think that they really need to take a look at Lincoln Riley in Cleveland.
They probably should.
Doesn't everybody agree?
100%.
I also think that what's becoming clear is that Matt Rule in Vegas would make some sense, maybe.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe. And Kalen DeBoer.
What about hiring
to Arizona?
Matt Patricia instead? If you hired Matt Patricia, you kill two birds with one stone. Not only get the college coach to avoid you from shooting the boot.
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to point at you.
It's okay.
The other thing is that you would get the former Detroit Lions head coach getting another head coaching position, and thus breaking that string of guys that have coached the Lions.
Yeah, I think Schwartz is more likely to get that done, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think Schwartz is a really good coach.
All right, feedback coming in. Mike in Belleville says, I'll take Caden Proctor for a second rounder. I'll hope for Dylan Thieneman, safety from Oregon. I mean, he could. He's not in everybody's mock. Jansen doesn't like Proctor's pad level, according to an unnamed texter. Is that for real, or are you just making fun?
You may not.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy's 6'7", and at 365 pounds, does he have the bend that other
waist bender? That's what Jansen. He's a
tackles have.
I don't know if Jansen actually said that or not, but I would believe it. I mean, one of the knocks on him is his technique, and he's got to work on that. And if the Lions feel like, though, they can work on it and get him to improve it with Hank Fraley as the coach of the offensive line, then it might be something worth doing, but I don't know,
Yeah, I don't know if Fraley's up people as much as Fetter's up people in the Tiger staff. We'll see if we can get Fraley up.
From an unnamed texter with 17th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Caleb Lomu, tackle Utah. Now swing Sewell to left tackle. Next text, Proctor. That's from Owen. Unnamed texter, the guard whose name begins with an O and I can't pronounce or to spell it while I'm in the car. I presume he means Olavenga Awane from Penn State.
Getting back to Kang's idea that he thinks it's possible that Penei Sewell stays at right tackle if Decker retires.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's some validity to that. They could do that, and if you were to draft Lomo, who's never played right tackle, okay. I mean, you don't have to rock the boat. It works really well with Sewell being the best right tackle in football. I think he'd end up being the best left tackle in football if he moved over there, but you don't have to put a fish out of water and move a left tackle to right.
You could. I mean, look, there's maintenance that needs to be done. I don't know that this matters to anybody else but me. Vegas has the Lions as the third favorite to get out of the NFC, the highest favorite in the division. There's still respect for the Detroit Lions. Okay? The team that we put on the field this past year wasn't good enough. Dan Campbell, the job that Dan Campbell did wasn't good enough. The job that Brad Holmes did wasn't good enough. And I don't want that ever to be misconstrued. But what they've done leading up to this point is build a team that a bad season doesn't mean we're back to square one. Okay? And that's nothing to plan a parade around or print shirts. Hey, not back to square one. No. But they're in a position right now where some maintenance can get them right back to where we want them to be, which is a strong contender out of the NFC. And that to me is affirmation that we're not the only ones, and I'm not the only one that believes that. So as it stands right now, and let me be clear here, it's DraftKings. It's not Vegas as a general. It's DraftKings as the first ones I saw with next year's Super Bowl odds. And the Lions were 13-1 to win the whole thing, and only two NFC teams were ahead of them, Seattle and the Rams. So, look, a good offseason, they're right back at it. Good draft. I mean, you want to get a starter in year one out of the draft. If you're simply going for a starter, then the offensive tackle, if they move on from Decker, is an obvious one. Mm-hmm. And if they don't move on from Decker, and you're looking for a starter, an impact player, I think Messidor is the other one that makes a ton of sense. The 25-year-old edge rusher from Miami, physically mature and ready to go.
Yeah.
And he becomes a cheaper option to El-Quadin Muhammad. Now, can he produce the way El-Quadin Muhammad did? El-Quadin Muhammad wasn't it wasn't the most impactful 11.5 sacks I've ever seen. But it was still, he did something that would be a measurement of success in the edge rusher opposite of Hutch, unless you are in the go big plan. I don't care about winning and losing and giving up future assets. I just want two elite edge rushers, which so many people in Detroit want. They want to collect elite edge rushers with the consequences be damned. You can address it in such a way that you can get production from the other side, and they did this year. And I like Messidor a lot. And when it all shakes out, if plan A doesn't work, plan B doesn't suck. 248-539-9797. You can tweet us your answers as well as to who you would take with the pick. Another vote for Proctor from somebody on Twitter. Who else? There you go. I'm not reading that one on the air.
Uh-oh.
That's funny, but I'm not reading that one on the air.
Are we falling into the trap, though? I mean, this is what we would do, right? This is what we as fans would do with this. But it does that completely change what you think the Lions will do?
What do you mean?
Well, because we as fans, we do a lot of things based on need and also on the talent. And
dude. No, we're totally falling into the trap. If you mean, do I think this is what they're going to do?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Kang, is that name materialized in your head yet?
Yeah, Kang's the one that pulls the name out of left field and is right.
I'll stick with Jack Slaughter.
Say the center from Florida?
Yeah. Second round pick.
If that one happens, by the way, because that was like an October.
Oh, yeah, I know.
That was an October.
October call.
That was the wide nine blitz thingy, wasn't it?
It was, I think, the
Or
college
maybe the
football
college
version.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah, college. Yeah.
It was like off the radar guy that you're thinking about, or off, that for some reason I was thinking about Jack Slaughter at that point for the Lions.
If that hits,
that'd be more impressive than Tesla, I think.
He just changed to the second round though, so.
Well, I never said first round.
I hear. Okay.
I don't know, for the Lions, any round.
Any
I think
round.
it'd still be an impressive call.
248-539-9797. Wings back on the ice tonight. We'll get to that next here on 97.1. Okay, there's quite a bit of feedback coming in on me and drinking beer out of a shoe. So you don't like Guinness. I'm not sure that drinking it out of a shoe is going to be the thing that makes it work for you. That's from Scott. Doug, you better start putting all those NFL coaches on the desk of doom. Boost the odds.
Oh, that's a thought. We haven't done that in forever.
Tell Doug to get a black and blue from Buffalo Wild Wings. Half Guinness, half Blue Moon. It's wonderful. Well, given my feelings about Guinness, I don't know that I could like it less, so I may as well try that.
Do you like Blue Moon?
I do.
Okay.
I don't love it, but I like it. Doug, when they come out with a Guinness Light or a Guinness 90 calorie, you'll embrace it. That's from Chuck. In spite of it being dark, it's not supposed to be the heaviest of beers. It's just a dark color.
It's heavier in I guess it does taste like it's heavy, but it's not. It's like for alcohol content, it's less than 5%, I think.
Scott in Carlton says, Doug, the best way to enjoy Guinness is mix it with a hard cider. It's called a snake bite. It's my favorite beer.
Yeah.
You ever had that?
I have.
And?
I like it. I like a snake bite better with Bass Ale as opposed to Guinness. I don't like. I mean, Guinness for me is you can do the black and tan, but I always thought that the snake bite was done with Bass Ale as opposed to Guinness.
Doug, a Guinness shake, Guinness and 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream in a blender.
Probably not too bad there.
Actually, sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily hate that.
In a shoe.
So when the Berkeley front used to be around, my brother and I went out there one time and we got a chout, which was a chocolate stout. So what they did was they took a pint glass and then they poured chocolate sauce on the inside of the pint glass, faintly, just a little drizzle of it on the inside. And then they would pour a Guinness. And then you would drink it and you had this, Guinness kind of has a little coffee flavor to it or whatever. So it was actually pretty good. Always thought about the chout. Maybe what you need to do is drizzle a little bit of chocolate sauce on the inside of the shoe and then put the Guinness in there.
Yeah, maybe. I'm up to try it. Actually, I'll just drink Miller Lite. What am I doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just going to pour a cold Miller Lite, 12 ounce in there, slam it down, and it's over. If I lose, it's not over yet.
It's not over.
Not over yet. It doesn't look good.
Doug, we just got this text. Unnamed texter. Doug, trust me, bro. I didn't like Guinness until I drank it out of a shoe. Thank you, ticket texter.
Yeah. Hey, you don't know it.
That's great.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Well, we'll see. We got some time. And maybe I won't have to do it at all. Some college coach step up. Some NFL team get desperate. All right, Wings back in action tonight. They will be without Simon Edmondson. So I saw this. You wrote, the thought is, and this is in your show sheet, the thought is that Edmondson will be more than ready to go after the break, but should give Yzerman more or less incentive to deal for another blue liner. Wouldn't an injury to Edmondson give him more incentive?
If you thought it was going to be something, that's the thing. We don't really know. I mean, there are people out there that seem to think, look, he can come back any day, but why not take the extra time off? You got the break coming up, give him full rest, let him heal up completely. So if I think either way, they need to consider adding another player to the blue line to get an upgrade over or one of the other defensemen, just to add to that depth. But this is where the depth is tested. And maybe they're going to find out a lot here in the next 5 games playing without Simon Edmondson, which will then be a 7-game total outlook on the team without Simon Edmondson of who fits in right. And do they need to make that move?
Well, everybody that wants them to get aggressive and everything that I read and everything that, insiders say, it's that the Red Wings are shopping for both a blue liner and somebody up front. And whenever we bring up one or the other, invariably we get just smashed with texts. If we're talking about adding a forward, I want to add a defender. Yeah, got it. Yeah. They could use both. And by all accounts, I shouldn't say all accounts, many accounts, they seem to be interested in adding both. We'll see how it plays itself out. But yeah, I think with Edmondson's injury, they'd be way more inclined to go ahead and pull the trigger on something now. In the meantime, Patrick Kane is a point away from tying Mike Modano for the all-time U.S. NHL scoring lead. this is a great accomplishment. It's wonderful. And Patrick Kane has been great for the Red Wings. I can't help but say that my instinct is that this record isn't ours to celebrate. And the reason is this kind of thing feels like it's ours to celebrate if it's our guy through his entire career. Like if Dylan Larkin were on the brink of doing it and he played his whole career here in Detroit, which he has so far, that would feel like something I would be super stoked about get to see. And it's no knock against Kane, don't get me wrong. It just feels like we're co-opting his success in Chicago, and I don't want any part of that. It doesn't feel right to me, you know?
I understand what you mean by how it feels. I mean, in reality, what you're doing is you're applauding the player for the accomplishment.
Yep.
You know, look, Mike Modano, when he retired, his last season he played was with the Red Wings.
Mm-hmm.
He had 14 points in his final season playing for the Red Wings. So technically he set those numbers, set the bar as a Red Wing. So, I mean, it's interesting, but it's a footnote. I mean, I think when people are going to remember Patrick Kane and his amazing career that he's had, they'll think of his time with Chicago because he won Stanley Cups with Chicago. Maybe that changes if the Red Wings win a Stanley Cup this year.
Right.
You know, but maybe he sticks around for a few more years in the NHL and wants to stay here and play for the Red Wings and builds his own legacy as a Red Wing. And I'd love to see that, but you're thinking about this guy, he's a Blackhawk. He's an NHL future Hall of Famer without question. And it'd be an amazing accomplishment, and I'd love to see him do it tonight.
And let me put it to you like this: I feel no negative thoughts about Patrick Kane, but because so many of these points came as a Blackhawk, it feels a little dirty to celebrate this. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Dirty is an interesting word.
That's how I feel. But Kenny, how you feel about it? Our station's Kenny, big hockey guy.
I feel like we're watching a player that plays for our team make history in his career and in the NHL. I'm never going to be upset. I don't feel particularly dirty about it because he's no longer the enemy.
Yeah. I wonder how Chicago fans feel about it if he breaks the record as a Red Wing. I bet they don't like it.
They probably don't. I don't think that they're thrilled that he's no longer playing in Chicago to begin with, plus because he's playing well.
Yeah.
He's an asset. He's not a blanket liability.
This is true.
And to have that kind of leadership on a team where they're, a young team, maybe they could use a guy like him, but they don't have him. He's ours.
One more thing as it pertains to the Red Wings as they get set for tonight's game against LA. And that is there a legitimate clock ticking on Talbot/Kosa? Backup netminder.
I think there might be. Cam Talbot's lost 8 of his last 10 appearances with the Red Wings. 8 of his last 10 starts. And during that time, his goals against average is, I think, well north of 3. His save percentage is well below 90, or it's below 90 anyway. And John Gibson's done the exact opposite. John Gibson's been fantastic over his last near 20 starts. And he's become the best goaltender in hockey, frankly, over the last 10 starts. But with Sebastian Kosa and what he's done, and this is a guy who was a first-round pick years ago for the Red Wings, but what he has done this year in Grand Rapids is pretty incredible. He's 18-2-2 as a starter with a 1.77 goals against average and a 933 save percentage. Now, to be fair, all the goalies that have played at Grand Rapids have very similar numbers. All their goals against average is below 2. Their save percentages are right around 930 and above. But Seabass is the guy that's gotten the most play there, and he's the guy that's the top prospect at that position. There's not much more left for Sebastian Kosa at Grand Rapids. And I think at some point you've got to get a look at him this year, because this is the last time you get a look. I think he's a restricted free agent after the year, and they have to make a decision here on what's going to happen. Why not get a look and see what it can do? I haven't been. It's not like Talbot's been garbage, But Gibson has been obviously the number one guy. Every once in a while, I wouldn't mind seeing it, just taking a look at Kosa to see where he's at. Give him some starts this year, because you only got to see him for a couple of periods all of last year in the game that he ended up winning in was it a shootout or the overtime win, whatever it was. But I just, as a fan, I want to see it. But as an organization, I think that they owe it to themselves to find out what they've got this year before they
They do. They're playing for something, so it's not like you're in a position to experiment. But, it's also not like – what are the odds that Sebastian Cossa comes up and is useful in more important games later as opposed to Talbot? Are you likely to give a rookie that kind of opportunity, or are you likely to stick with Talbot if you need him in more important games?
I mean, and you're thinking of those situations, that would be like a back-to-back game down the stretch where you've played Gibson in the first one, you're going to go, or you're trying to decide which one gets the start, and okay,
it's almost too late, I guess is my point.
It might be.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
BetOnline has released its odds for the winner of Super Bowl 61 before we even have the winner of Super Bowl 60 in the coming weeks. The Buffalo Bills are the odds-on favorite per BetOnline with 9-1 chances to win it next year. The Lions came in tied fifth in the odds race with a 15-1 chance. Also in the NFL, the Bills are promoting offensive coordinator Joe Brady to their head coach today. Also, the Titans are hiring former Giants head coach Brian Daboll as their offensive coordinator. Only 3 NFL head jobs remain. That's the Cardinals, Browns, and Raiders. College basketball tonight for both Michigan and Michigan State. The Spartans are first. They're on the road against Rutgers, where they are 14.5-point favorites for that 6:30 tip-off. Just a half hour later, Michigan welcomes number 5 and unbeaten Nebraska to the Chrysler Center at Ann Arbor. It's a 10.5-point favorite spread for Michigan in that game that tips off at 7 o'clock. At the same time, Red Wings versus Kings right here on 97.1. Jeff Rieger has your pregame coverage beginning at 6:45. Also, the Pistons are on the road to take on the Denver Nuggets tonight at 9 o'clock. That game on WWJ News Radio 950. The Nuggets second in the NBA right now in NBA Finals championship odds, despite being without Nikola Jokic recently. He's been out since December 29th with a knee injury. He is also listed out for tonight's game. 8:35 is when pregame coverage starts on News Radio 950. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hey, I just checked the weather on my phone because I see that it's snowing.
Yeah.
Good news, bad news. Good news is it looks like the snow's going to stop here in the next couple hours.
Depends on your perspective.
We've got enough, Doug. We've got enough snow here, and your snow up north is just fine. But the bad news is that it doesn't look like the conditions are good for running. So I'm sorry about that.
Oh, too bad.
Why that shows up on the app?
Wait, your app actually does give you? Is that
if
for
I
real?
look at it'll give me the temperatures for the rest of the day, hour by hour. Then I
Right.
go here and has a little update what's going on with the weather, another weekend, winter storm lurking, whatever. Then it goes the temperatures
rest
for the
of the
day.
week, yeah.
And then it says running.
You have a running update in your weather app.
Yeah, why not? Poor weather for running right now. And it doesn't improve between 1 and 3 p.m.
You don't say, huh?
Mm.
Okay, well, we have different phones, and mine does not give a running update.
You guys should switch phones.
Sounds like you should go to the Genius Bar and figure that out.
Yeah, if there's anyone that doesn't need the running app, is you, Gator. You hate running, right? You think running is
running's
the
awful.
worst.
It's not good for you.
Is there anything that says about flying a kite? What are the conditions for that?
Oh, I don't have that, but I imagine
No?
it's pretty good.
Okay.
Kang, did you shovel yesterday?
I refuse to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm sick of going out there for like another inch or two. You know, like at this point, we're 11 inches more than our average at this point. We're supposed to not have this much snow at all.
That's just over the average. Yeah. Well, I mean, how many times have we gone
11?
How many times have we gone 11 inches below the average?
I don't
That's
know.
happened.
It's happened.
Has it?
Well, I don't know
I
if
want that.
exactly 11, but I know that a couple winters ago.
Yeah, it feels like we've gone months with it, a month without snow.
But that cumulative.
Yeah, no, I know it's hitting.
Yeah, look.
I'm sorry you like the snow. I hate it.
Yeah, it's been well established here. And I think you sound defeated back there.
I am.
He is defeated.
I'm absolutely defeated.
He said something today. We were in the office, we're sitting around, and he just goes, if it weren't for our in-laws, we'd be out of the state.
Pick up the family and move.
You like Michigan, and you're proud to be from here. You just reached a breaking point when it comes to this weather. And I feel terrible about it. I want to figure out a way to get you to not hate everything about it.
I feel where you're coming from, Kang, with the snow shoveling thing. At some point, you're just like, you want to give up and forget it. I've got 4-wheel drive. I can get over this. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
I'm not dealing with this. I'll make 2 tire tracks into the snow, and that's all that matters. And it'll crumple down. And yeah, there might be 2 inches of snow there. I don't care. I can get over 2 inches of snow.
And on top of that, just the coldness. The coldness is ridiculous. Like
It's
right
not
now,
warming up anytime soon.
your skin breaks just being outside. You're getting cuts from not cutting yourself.
It has been very cold. It's been bitterly cold, but that also is what makes the springs in Michigan so great.
Because winter's over.
And
We're celebrating the end of winter more than
we
anything.
appreciate the warming of the thaw. and
I
all
feel like
that.
white guy in shorts is going to come out when it's 30. Like we don't need that abnormally
No.
warm spring day or whatever else. Hey, it's 60 today. Oh, yeah, and everybody's white guy in shorts everywhere. No, I feel like the first day we break 30 again, it's on.
I used to think we were like tougher. I just think we're dumb. I'm just like, well, why do I live here again? Oh, yeah, family. That's
I'm
right.
going with tougher.
Like,
People, we're way tougher.
I got friends that live out of
I
state.
think most everybody's tougher, and I think then there's you.
I think we're dumb.
I got friends of mine that live out of state, like warm weather areas, and when they come back, it's always, oh, it's so cold here. I'm like, you are so soft. And now, to your point, King, maybe we are just dumb.
They leave and they go, no, he's just dumb.
I think what is dumb is going to Florida and being colder in Florida than I ever am here. I swear to God, it happens to me every trip to Florida.
Yeah, you're soft when you go to Florida.
When I go to Florida, I think I do turn into a soft person. But then I think that's kind of the South. Soft. And that's where you belong, Ken.
You just assimilate. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we got a huge night in sports tonight. I'm actually a little peeved about this calendar because there are 4 games to watch. Now, they're not all at the same time. Multiple TVs will be in use. But yesterday, there was nothing. And today, Michigan State, Pistons, and Red Wings. Thankfully, the Big Ten schedule football release is coming out early. I think that's at 5:30 on Big Ten Network.
They couldn't do that yesterday, huh?
Regularly scheduled programming of what's in Joe Tiller's mouth is going to be preempted for the Big Ten schedule release. But it's a heavy night. I'm actually disappointed in how many Denver Nuggets are hurt for this game tonight. Because I want the measuring stick game. I want to know, this is a chance to really test yourself before the trade deadline. And with Aaron Gordon out, with Jokic out, are we really going to get a sense for, are the Pistons on par with the Denver Nuggets?
I think I speak for you as well, Gators. No one wants hurt Nuggets.
No.
Nobody.
No, not at all. Damaged Nuggets.
Yeah.
Sore Nuggets. That's different.
Ineffective
Now
Nuggets.
that's different. That is totally
Ineffective Nuggets.
I don't care. I mean, would it be better if they were fully healthy and you could use that to see where you're at? Sure. I think that Trajan Langdon has a pretty good grasp on what this team is. Same thing with JB Bickerstaff. And regardless of if it's a full squad tonight or not, it won't change what their plans are for the deadline, which, by the way, is now, 9 days away?
Crazy.
Yeah. So, because you want to measure yourself up against Oklahoma City, and those games don't happen until after the trade deadline. But it shouldn't affect it. Do you think it's going to? Do you think that would affect it at all?
Well, I think every data point helps, and I don't think tonight's data point helps at all. And if Denver were at full strength, I think it'd be something that they could look at and use. But with Denver being banged up and 2 starters out, including a guy who's been the MVP of the league, I think you're probably it makes it less important in terms of any decision making that might have to take place as it pertains to the trade deadline. Look, the schedule when it came out, I never imagined that this would be a problem, but the Pistons really don't play the best teams in the West before the trade deadline, which is really, really weird that all of their games against San Antonio and Oklahoma City come after the trade deadline. And, it would be helpful. And so it hasn't happened. Not the end of the world, but, the Houston, they did split the series with Houston, and this game with Denver is now. When is Jokic supposed to be back? Do you know, Kang, off the top of your head?
No, not top of my head, but he's closer and closer. I think he's within a week or 2, I would say. It sounds like, at least. He's day-to-day, but he's not coming back. They ruled him out for the next couple of games just to be safe.
Because they play Denver again in a week.
It's a possibility he's back now.
I would hope that he plays. Would hope that he plays. Now they got 2 games against San Antonio, 2 games against OKC. After that, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson. It's the last hour of Carson Anderson Mock 1.0 coming up today at 1:46. You will find out who Detroit wants more than any other player at 17. What makes the most sense? Get your picks in right now. Again, 11 players are off the board. Obviously, there'd be more than that, but we have not seen these players available to the Detroit Lions at 17, so we just cross them off. And out of all the rest that could be available, what is the best case scenario for you? Mendoza's off the board, Jeremiah Love, Mekhi Lemon, Fano and Muiaga, the 2 tackles, the 2 edge rushers, Bailey and Bain, the linebackers, Alvaro Reese and Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs and Jamal McCoy, the corner from Tennessee, all can't draft them. Out of everybody who's left, who do you want the most? Get your pick in. And again, today at 146, we will tell you who the people's choice is here on Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Looking for a brand new Chevy with a payment that actually fits your budget? Well, head to Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield, where the deals are rolling in right now. You can get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Equinox EV LT for just $199 a month and with only $999 down. If you want even more options, and who doesn't want more options, how about this? The 2026 Equinox LT or the 2026 Trax LT can be yours for just $249 a month, again, with just $999 down. Now, that's cutting-edge technology, bold design, and Chevy dependability, all at payments that make sense. Don't wait. Inventory is moving fast. Visit Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield at 696 and Telegraph today, or go online at sarahchevrolet.com and see why so many drivers are choosing Sarah. Together, let's drive.
Gator, I'm workshopping something here.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I got it down.
You wear your safety goggles for this?
No, they're not necessary for this project. I have got the Super Bowl odds here, listed 1 to 32.
From what? From when?
This is from Bet Online that just came out.
So this is for next year.
This is for next year's Super Bowl. The top half of the NFL in terms of odds to win the Super Bowl, and the bottom of the NFL. Of the Lions' 17 games, they play 5 games against teams in the top half of the NFL. Odds to win it all.
Ooh, the schedule game. Here we go.
They play the 6 teams at the bottom, longest odds. New Orleans, Tennessee, Arizona, Vegas, Miami, and the Jets. In inverted order there. The Lions have 5 games against those 6 teams.
Yeah.
This is so damn tempting to believe that this is important data, isn't it? They have as many games against the bottom 5 teams in the NFL, bottom 6 teams in the NFL, as they do the top half of the NFL.
Well,
in terms of Super Bowl odds. And I look at this and I go, how can this not be significant? Feels damn significant.
How is it not significant, Doug?
Because every year is unpredictable.
Oh.
Because we have 2 60-1 long shots playing for the Super Bowl.
Oh.
But, I mean, doesn't that feel like it's significant? It should be significant.
I think some of those teams you could look at and you say that's a duck.
A duck?
Yeah, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Okay, I think some of those teams at the bottom of the NFL, they're there for a reason. They're going to have a hard time improving or being one of the top half teams. But, yeah, by and large, I mean, you're not sure what you have. The division Lions are in doesn't do them any favors.
No.
And Green Bay is good. The Bears have proven to be good, even though the Lions beat the Bears twice last year. And the Vikings, who you don't think is good, Lions lost to the Vikings last year twice. So it's a tough division to battle through. And then you look at what's the division they're playing. Everybody plays?
In this, there's 2. The Lions play every team in the NFC South and every team in the AFC. Is it AFC South?
So Jacksonville,
AFC East. It's AFC East. Sorry.
AFC East. So
and I'm wrong. There's 6 teams in the top 16. So my apologies.
So I mean, New England, Buffalo, those aren't going to be easy
Those are the
contests.
2. Those are the only 2 out of division games they have against a team with the top half of the NFL in terms of Vegas odds.
That's it.
Yes. Every other game they have, Green Bay, they play twice. Chicago, they play twice. So the only 2 non-division games they play against a title contender are Buffalo at Buffalo and home against New England. I mean, dude.
So they play Tampa. They play the NFC South, you say?
Yeah. Tampa's 33-1. They're in the bottom half of the league.
So it's tricky because you got 3 teams in the NFC South that were 8 and 9.
Yep.
Right there at the brink of being better teams. Yeah, it's dangerous. You can't get too carried away with the schedule thing. And looking at it right now, it's fine, okay? But the odds are going to change after free agency.
No.
Then the odds are going to adjust again after the draft. And then they're going to adjust again after you see training camp. So it's ridiculous to try to glean anything from it now other than just say, okay, interesting.
This is like the illegal narcotic I can't say no to. I can say no to Pro Football Focus.
Yeah,
And
you love Vegas odds.
I do, but I can say no to Pro Football Focus because Pro Football Focus, to me, enough people in the game have eye-rolled Pro Football Focus that if they come up with something that is not in any way judgmental, but them trying to grade out players,
right?
People in the game have laughed at it, okay? And so I can say no to it. I saw something the other day from Pro Football Focus. I sent it, and I said, Kang, I'm going to say no to this. And he said, yep, you should. But it's out there. This I can't say no to. I cannot say no to playing the schedule game. And when you look at the schedule, you start highlighting all the teams in the bottom half of the league that they play and how much they're down at the bottom compared to how few there are at the top. It's pretty amazing. This is bottom heavy, man. This is bottom heavy.
That is bottom heavy.
And, does that make the Lions any better as a team? No, it might make the record better. But if your record's better, you get yourself in the most advantageous position to go through the postseason, which we know doesn't always work, but still.
Well, the Lions took a step back this year, and it was a big step back. They didn't make the playoffs. They didn't win the division. They didn't make the playoffs.
Yep.
That's a pretty big step back from a team that went 15-2 a year ago, won the division for the second straight year. Everything is dependent on the offseason because it doesn't feel like if you run everything back, then you're not doing anything. You're not doing anybody any favors in this team.
Well, you know what is because literally we could do the same thing with this year and say all you got to do is sweep Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't do that.
They couldn't do it. There are other factors beyond personnel on the field that are going to be making a difference on this team. The offensive coaches they've hired, right? They've got a brand new offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing, who we don't know a ton about, but seems to have a bright future according to people in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel like everybody that talks about people in the NFL, everybody's got the bright future. You don't hear it too often. We're like, this guy sucks. And I'm not saying he does. It's just we don't know too much about him. And then the news comes out yesterday afternoon that they've hired Mike Kafka, the interim head coach of the Giants, who had been the offensive coordinator with the Giants, who had worked with Andy Reid in Kansas City, specifically with the quarterbacks.
Yep.
And we don't know what role he's going to play with the Lions, but we do know that he got interviews throughout the league for coordinator jobs. In fact, was interviewed for the Lions coordinator job. He was one of the 10 guys that got an interview.
Yep.
They're hiring him, not to be the OC, not to be the play caller, but we don't know what. They haven't said what his role is going to be, but other than the reports are that it's a significant role with the offense.
Yep.
I'm curious what that is. You've brought in 2 new guys to head up the offense. And yet it looks like this team has the bigger problems on the defense. Like the offensive line is the problem, which seems like that's something that could be fixed with personnel, not with coaching. But this is what they're doing.
Well, there's they allocate their offseason resources, they need fewer on offense, but they might need the bigger investments on offense. Now, can you find a second-tier center that's an upgrade? I mean, I mentioned earlier that Ryan Kelly could be a cap casualty in Minnesota, center there. I was looking through at a list that SpotTrack put out of the players whose contract makes them vulnerable to be cap casualty cuts.
Mm-hmm.
Would you be interested in Daron Payne, the defensive tackle from Washington?
I mean, I was years ago. I loved Daron Payne years ago.
There's some interesting names. Sean Murphy-Bunting, the corner who is hurt and I think missed all of this year, could be a real cheap find if he gets cut. That could help in the secondary. Malik Hooker and Xavier Woods, 2 veteran safeties, that could come in here and help keep the train on the tracks while they get healthy back there. Bradley Chubb could get cut in Miami, the edge rusher. So there's some players out there that will add to the pool of players that could help Detroit. And most of those that I mentioned were defensive guys. And obviously the only exception being Ryan Kelly.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do. And one of the biggest jobs they're going to have to do is first order business is who you're going to re-sign, your free agents.
Yeah.
Because before you get to free agency, you have to make the decision on those guys and find out if they're going to add to the pool of free agency or are you going to bring these guys back. Mm-hmm. The other thing you have to do is find out how do you get a handle on this cap situation when you're so far in the hole right now, in the negative with how much you're owing in cap space. You got to figure it out. You need to create some space if you're going to make a big move and try to get Linderbaum if he's available or not. Or any free agent for that matter. You have to have money to pay these guys. So that's the other thing. And it means you got to go and talk to Jared Goff or you got to talk to Amon-Ra St. Brown and say, hey, we need to reconstruct your contracts so we can get players in here so we can remain competitive.
Just for the record, the center position has some dudes.
Yeah.
Connor McGovern, Buffalo, free agent. Cade Mays, Carolina, free agent. Ethan Pocic, Cleveland, free agent. These could be some big money guys, not huge money. Nobody like Linderbaum. Linderbaum's going to set the market.
Yeah, but these are also guys at positions that typically get re-signed. You don't typically see really good offensive linemen hit free agency. And at a position like center, I mean, I'd love to land any one of those guys, it sounds like, because I think it's an upgrade over Glasnow.
And he could, if he's still here, he can battle for one of the guard spots. And if you're better than the kids, then play him.
Yeah, I mean, Graham Glasgow did a nice job with this team. But obviously he's not Frank Ragnow, and that's tough. That's tough to live up to that.
248-539-9797. Get your picks in. Ideal pick at 17. We'll have our totals coming up today at 146. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Taking your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. Talking a lot about the draft today. Why? Because it's Carson Anderson Mock Draft 1.0. We've offered up the players that we would like to draft at 17. And yes, there are 11 players that are off the list. But Doug and I both came up with the same player that we wanted on this team at 17, which ends up being Lomu, Caleb Lomu, the offensive tackle from Utah, 6'6", 304 pounds. He's played left tackle both of his years he started at Utah, and he's young. He was a redshirt freshman when he got his when he started, and then a sophomore last year. So he's entering the draft young. Kang went with Caden Proctor, the massive offensive tackle from Alabama, 6'7", 365 pounds, and you people have offered up your choices as well. It's interesting, Doug. I just saw this list that Daniel Jeremiah from NFL.com has come out with, and it's his NFL Draft Prospect Rankings 1.0. The first offensive lineman that he has on this list doesn't come in until number 11.
Really?
And that's the
Fano?
No, it's the guard from Penn State.
Yeah, you know, Jeremiah is interesting. As Jeremiah worked in front offices, I've always found his stuff to be super credible. As a guy that was in the league, and I really like his stuff. I listened to his Moving the Sticks podcast, and he's got the Lions in his first mock getting Akeem Messidor. And, you know, that would be...
I ain't mad at it.
No, I'm not mad at it.
I ain't mad
either.
at it. But I thought it was interesting because 11 is Yoni, the Penn State offensive lineman, Spencer Fanu, the Right tackle at Utah is number 12. Number 13 is Maloa at the offensive tackle from Miami. And so you have a run on those guys, which is just it's curious to look at. Messidor he has is 18. And the next offensive tackle he has is Blake Miller at 23, Monroe Freeling at 24. So our guy doesn't even check in. Caden Proctor at 28. Our guy checks in at 29 on his list at Caleb Lomu. And I only think that's significant because of how many offensive tackles he's got ahead of him that are on our list of players that are draftable for Carson Anderson 1.0.
Yep.
But everybody's going to have their own rankings, and we'll see what shakes out. But what it tells me is I think there's some pretty good depth at the tackle position at 17. Now, that's not how the Lions draft.
No.
The Lions draft by best player available. So they're going to have they'll have a similar list like this. The top 50 players in the draft just by talent alone. And there'll be players that they have no access to, like a Fernando Mendoza or Caleb Downs or David Bailey or whoever, right?
Yep.
And when 17 comes up and you start crossing off these guys, hey, here's number 6 on our list, and who knows how the Lions rank them. That's what we'd love to be the fly on the wall in the draft room and see how they actually rank these players.
I think there are 2 players in the best player available category that could be on the board that we shouldn't be stunned for anything they do, right?
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't be. And those 2 players that, as we've taken our first kind of deep dive look at it today, if they go BPA and the pick is Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, I
think people will be throwing up.
I do too. And the other one is Carnell Tate, the wide receiver from Ohio State.
I think people will continue to be throwing up.
But these are 2 BPA type of picks that more than one get on the field, even though they have guys at those positions. But knowing Brad Holmes, you almost have to realize that this is a possibility. Laporta got hurt. Brock Wright got hurt. And you had, as far as the wide receiver position is concerned, what are we talking about outside of, I guess if they believe in Tesla, he's their number 3.
Yeah.
That would be more controversial than Sadiq to me.
It would be. I'll give you something that's a little less controversial, but I think people aren't going to be too keen on it. And that is Emmanuel McNeil Warren, the safety from Toledo.
Yeah.
I think he's a great safety, and people aren't going to really be thrilled about taking a safety when you have 2 really good ones. But the problem is these guys are hurt. And the other is a position, and it's defensive tackle.
Yeah.
And there's Peter Woods from Clemson or Caden McDonald from Ohio State. There's Kristen Miller from Georgia. I mean, there's some big guy. Caleb Banks from Florida is the other one. They could go defensive tackle in back-to-back years, and it wouldn't surprise me because that's the BPA system that Brad Holmes adheres to. And when you look at a team that's likely to move on from DJ Reader and several others in the defensive tackle position, they need a defensive tackle. But would they go ahead and take one in the first round? The answer is yeah, they would.
I think Sadiq, as I think through that scenario, right? You cut Brock Wright, you save some money, you take Sadiq. They love multiple tight end sets. I could see that. Carnell Tate, I really can't because I think I
can't see him taking a wide receiver. I can see them taking a tight end.
Even if he is the BPA.
Yes. Yeah. I can see them taking a tight end, but not in the first round. Yeah. I don't think that there's, as good as Sadiq is, I don't think Sadiq is as transformational tight end. Like say Brock Bowers was.
Mm-hmm.
But you can watch Brock Bowers playing, like that guy's amazing. If he falls, you'll take him. Or like Kyle Pitts was. I just don't see Sadiq being that guy.
248-539-9797. We get to your phone calls and feedback. If you want to get your pick in, Lions need to draft a pass rusher because that one person can fix the defense. The offense needs vets. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, and we'll see who's available then. The other thing that we don't do with because it's 1.0, but what the Lions will actually do on game day is the closer they get to their pick, if they've got their guy that they really covet that they thought was out of reach, Brad Holmes will make a move.
He will.
So if that ends up being a David Bailey, if the edge rusher from Texas Tech, if he's slipping and he's available, I'm not going to be surprised at all to see the Lions have made a move to go get their guy.
Wouldn't be shocking. I mean, I could see it being Bailey, I could see it being Bain, I could see it being Caleb Downs. If your BPA is not going to match up with your draft position, then manipulate it so you can get the guy you want. And he did it a couple of years ago with Terrion Arnold, who is a player that really needs some health and really needs to start stringing. I don't know that year 3 is his last stand already, but clock's kind of ticking here. It's starting to tick loudly on Terrion Arnold.
Very loudly.
Yep. Now, do I think he would be gone after next year? Could I see a scenario that happens? I guess I can. I'm not expecting it.
Well, now as a first round pick, who's you've got the 4th year, and then you have to make the decision if you're going to extend him for the 5th year, and he'd be entering year 3 next year. So I don't think that's on the plate for next year's team.
Probably not. In the meantime, you know how we played the schedule game and how dangerous it is, but how if you just look at the Lions schedule, how incredible it is that they play 6 games against the top half of the league in terms of Super Bowl odds and 11 games against the bottom half, and they play 5 of the bottom 6 teams. They also play, it feels like damn near all the new coaches.
Yeah.
They play Buffalo. They play the Giants. They play Atlanta. They play Miami. New Orleans doesn't have a coach yet, right?
No, they do, don't they?
Do they? Did I swing a miss?
Yeah, Kellen Moore is still their coach.
No, I'm sorry. No, who am I thinking of? Arizona, they play Arizona. They do play Arizona. They don't have a coach. They're going to play a lot of new coaches next year.
Well, so are a lot of teams because there's a lot of head coaches in the league.
Schedule game is dangerous, but I can't help myself.
Get more than a third of the league that had an opening this year.
Crazy, isn't it?
It is crazy.
Red Wing 2244 says, I do like Proctor a lot, but I would probably take the Utah tackle over him if he is still available. Well, in our scenario, Caleb Lomu is indeed available, so the pick is in there. It's 17 this year is actually a decent place to be because I feel like the number of players that could help them at positions that could help align nicely with where they're picking. It's not perfect, but
no, I think it's a great position to stay, trade back, or move up because I feel like you're not terribly far from moving up to get the guy that you really covet, and also you could slide back and still get a guy that you really like because I think it's a pretty deep draft at those positions. It seemed like it's really a position of need, even though that's not how they draft. Or you just stay where you're at and make your pick.
Yeah. I mean, and I one thing that we haven't heard a ton of, and I really, really don't know that we will at any point, although I guess we may, and that is if they'd only lost that Bears game. We haven't gotten a lot of that yet.
No, not yet, but that's going to rear its ugly head leading up to the draft, yeah. Well, on draft night itself, yes.
Always a chance of that, so... Big night tonight in Detroit sports. Red Wings in action against the LA Kings. You got the Pistons on the road at a depleted Denver team. Unfortunately, depleted Denver team. Michigan and Michigan State both in action. Spartans at Rutgers. Michigan playing host to Nebraska. Big one in the Big Ten there is Nebraska is undefeated. And the Wolverines aren't playing as well as they did, even though they've won 4 straight games by double digits. It feels like they still weren't playing as well as they did. Big showdown for them. And the Big Ten schedule gets released tonight at 5:30 on Big Ten Network. All stuff to be taken in, and we'll be talking about tomorrow. In the meantime, just a reminder, you can stream our show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket, anywhere in the United States. Also, you can stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Participate in the streaming chat on both those sites. And go to our website, 971theticket.com, where you can stream the show and see who you people voted champ and chump of the weekend. And I will tell you, they were both runaways. Runaway champ, runaway chump. Lopsided polling this week. All right, we'll tell you who the perfect pick at 17 is. The final results of Carson Anderson 1.0 coming up at 146 here on 97.1. All right, Gator. Since the only really major team we haven't talked about today is the Tigers, I want to play a little game with the Tigers and the remaining MLB free agents. And this is what would you do? What will they do? Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, we promised the results of Carson Anderson mock 1.0. The voting is final and finishing tied for third with 10% of the vote. The perfect pick at 17 between edge rusher from Miami, Akeem Mesidor, and guard from Penn State, Olavenga Ioane, both with 10% of the vote. Finishing second with 20% of the vote, Alabama offensive tackle Caden Proctor, and finishing first with 37% of the vote, Utah offensive tackle Caleb Loma. So there it is, Carson Anderson 1.0. In a month, we'll do 2.0. 2 months, we'll do 3.0. And then the week of, we will see who the people want the most.
Be something to get if the Lions are able to get two of those guys, because you never know what happens with draft day. Things are from now until April. I mean, the lists are going to change dramatically.
There are people listed as first-round picks now
Yeah.
that will probably go in the second round. People listed first-round picks now could go in the third round.
Yeah.
It's early, and that's what makes this kind of a fun exercise.
Yes.
Is just go on the record early and see how things change. All right, Gator, this is What Would You Do? What Will They Do? The Athletic put out a piece today, actually it was a couple days ago, but Jim Bowden, ranking the top remaining MLB free agents still on the market.
Okay.
I feel like the Tigers have had their name associated with all but maybe one.
Okay.
At number 7, Max Scherzer, former Detroit Tiger. Guy who's 41, and there's speculation that he may sit out a portion of the season to join a contender when they need a starting pitcher. But he is not planning on retiring. Number 6 on the list,
Scherzer, interesting.
Lucas Giolito, right-hand pitcher starter, just like Scherzer. Detroit has been a team that has been mentioned as a possible landing spot for Lucas Giolito. He's another year removed from surgery, threw 145 innings last season.
Good ERA last year.
People think he could be ready to take another step back. At number 5, Justin Verlander.
Jeez.
Yep, the nostalgia card is strong with JV, but is this the year it actually does make sense to bring back Justin Verlander? At number 4, Chris Bassett, right-handed pitcher. Listed by The Athletic as the most underrated starting pitcher left on the open market. Would he make sense in Detroit? At number 3, Eugenio Suarez. I mean,
I'm amazed that that there has not been any smoke at all with the Tigers and Suarez, given how hot the embers were at the trade deadline.
Right.
But in free agency, where it doesn't cost you any prospects to go land them, like there's not even a wisp of smoke with the Tigers and Suarez.
Number 2, right-hand pitcher, Zach Gallen. And number 1, left-hand pitcher, Framber Valdez. Of all the remaining free agents, these are the best, according to Jim Bowden on The Athletic. What would you do, and what do you think they will do?
Oh, boy. I'd stay away from Max Scherzer. Not interested in that. I'm not interested in Lucas Giolito either. Not nearly as much. He had a really nice year last year, and prior to that, he had the arm event. But before that, he wasn't anything special either. So it doesn't really do it for me. Looking at Zach Gallen, I got a little bit of interest in Zach Gallen. He had not a great year last year ERA-wise, but the previous 3 years, his ERA was pretty good at 2.54, 3.47, and 3.65. So the problem is that it's ticked up every year. And now last year it's a 4.83. So I don't know. I'm interested. Who's the last one? Valdez?
Yeah.
I'm interested in Framber Valdez. But is there some baggage that comes with him? Maybe. But 192 innings pitched last year. You're getting a bit of a workhorse. He's pitched over 200 innings once in his career, and that was 4 years ago. But as a career 3.36 ERA, lifetime Houston Astro. So A.J. Hinch knows him. I'm more interested in him. The Verlander thing, to me, would be interesting for nostalgia's sake. But what about adding him to the bullpen? Is this a guy that can? Yeah, because great. He finished up and had a couple of really great starts at the end of the year, but by and large, he wasn't very good last year.
Yeah.
But still has velocity. Is that a guy that can make a transition to the pen, at least for one season anyway, and make it any kind of a difference?
It's a great question. The in this analysis of Verlander, they point out that he did have some good starts at the end. He allowing 2 runs or fewer in 13 of his last 15 starts while posting a 1.78 ERA.
And that's excellent.
Later, it says his presence around younger pitchers is also a real plus, but at this stage of his career, he deserves to be with a contending team. Return to San Francisco or joining the Braves, Padres, or Orioles could be a good fit. The storybook ending would be for him to finish his career in Detroit. Could he be repurposed in the bullpen? I mean, I suppose he could. You can always look at that kind of thing. That feels like a bit of a long shot.
Well, and that's not what he's going to want because he's got 266 wins. He wants to get to 300. Now, 34 away, you're not getting it in 1 year. It ain't going to happen. And you're not going to get it in 2 years. And he's 42 now.
He's probably not going to get it.
But if he can keep himself in shape, I mean, even if I just don't see it happening for him getting to 300. It's very tough to do. And obviously, he's a shining example why it's tough. But he still has something in him. Those starts at the end of the year were really, really good. But he's also way more hittable now than he has been basically in his career. I mean, we saw the best years, and Houston saw the best years out of him. He was one of the best pitchers in all of baseball, and he's a future Hall of Famer. But lately, it's a different kind of JV that you're seeing out there. He's not the strikeout per inning guy that he was, or well above that. He gave up 155 hits in 152 innings last year. His whip the last 2 seasons has been 1.38 and 1.36. Those aren't good whips. So I wonder if you can control that a little bit by having a pitch out of the bullpen, using that arm that can still launch it in the above 95. Does that make any sense?
So, as far as what I think they're going to do, you know how this is more of a hunch than anything, but as I've seen the Tigers' names associated with a bunch of these pitchers, you see one of them like, that sounds like the guy the Tigers are going to sign to me. I swear the Tigers are going to sign Chris Bassett.
I was just going to say, if you're asking me who I think they're going to sign, I think it's going to be Chris Bassett.
And the question is, why do we both believe that?
Older, veteran.
You know what this
bit of a reclamation project. It's done on the cheap.
It reeks of Alex Cobb.
Yeah.
And just because Alex Cobb failed doesn't mean this will.
No, and actually he's been durable. The last 5 years, you go back to 2021 when he pitched in Oakland. He pitched 157 innings. The next year went up to 181. The next year, 2023, he threw 200 innings. And then with Toronto in 2024 is 171, and last year was 170. He's still a bit of a horse. But his last 2 years, the whip is up, the ERA is up. But can he get fettered up and slide into the rotation at a cheap price? That's exactly what it looks like.
Well, here's what Jim Bowden writes of him. Bassett's the most underrated starting pitcher left on the open market. His best fits could be the Padres, Orioles, or Tigers. I think he could help a rebuilding team such as the Athletics, Marlins, and Angels and give them an asset come trade deadline. But if I'm a contending team, I'm looking for back end of the rotation depth. Yeah. Yep. This feels exactly like the kind of move that the Tigers would make. So that's who I think they're going to get. The Suarez thing I was high on at one point, but I will tell you that I am becoming more and more fascinated with Hao Yu-Lee. And I feel like the game values Hao Yu-Lee way more than the fans. And I'm waiting to see if he's going to be a solution somewhere in the infield this year.
Well, if I could have Hao Yu-Lee play or Eugenio Suarez, I'd take Suarez.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't even think twice about it. there's way too much offensive upside that you just don't know with Lee. I mean, Lee is nowhere near that. But it comes with a price, but we haven't seen what the price is yet because he's still a free agent.
Mike Stone has sauntered into the studio and is filling in today for Rico, I believe. Is that
Yes,
correct?
indeed. How are you?
Good. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we're going to wish that Tarek Skubal was like Jose Ramirez. That's definitely number one.
That would be nice.
Yes. Also, a little ginger apology probably from Mr. Valenti. And some things in sports you never thought you'd see.
Okay.
Like what's happening at Chrysler Arena tonight.
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
That's Mike Stone. Apologies for yesterday. Travel disaster. Not out of my hands. Thank you again, Mike.
Oh, you're welcome.
Tremendous by you yesterday.
You know, they said they're looking for, they needed Will Vest, and they brought in the righty.
I appreciate it, and I also appreciate you not walking out when Rico thought about trading Giannis this week. So let's just move forward. We have a good show planned for you guys. So if you're on the road, take your time. The roads are atrocious right now.
They don't look as bad as they are, actually.
They're bad.
So I know,
it's
that's what I'm saying.
nobody's
Be
fault.
careful.
The salt doesn't even work. It's too damn cold. You know they're busting their ass to clean the roads. It's
Yes.
not on them.
No.
It's a generational confluence of events.
Mm-hmm. Hey, look, basically, let's call her out. Mother Nature's a bitch.
Yep.
She is.
Yep. So Sam Darnold.
Okay, so let's get it out of the way.
We can just get into it.
Yeah.
I'm not angry. No. It more just makes me not like sports. I no longer like the NFL. I don't want to live in a world where Sam Darnold, this bum, is in a Super Bowl. I will never forgive the LA Rams for that ridiculous defensive performance or lack thereof. And I hate that punt returner who fumbled. So, look, I just feel like this is the generational hex. Once a generation or once every 15 years, a complete booger makes the Super Bowl. Whether it's a Jeff Hostetler, a Trent Dilfer, a Rex Grossman, or yes, Ginger Jesus. So, yeah, basically, it makes me hate football, makes me hate the Super Bowl, and I hate the world.
But this is not
That's Mike Stone.
But this is not
That's
like
Mike Stone.
Jeff Hostetler.
Yes, it is.
No.
It's Nick Foles. All the same.
No.
Guy sucks.
No. Sam Darnold has had 2 fabulous seasons with the exception of, Ford Field and the first playoff game last year.
Hold on.
He's had 2 exceptional seasons.
You can't do that. He's had a career where in any remotely big spot, he's come up a 0. He finally does it once. Kudos.
Okay, yeah, but he's had, how many big games has he played in now? 5?
A bunch, and you know it.
5?
Come on. No,
How many?
Mike.
He had no big games with the Jets.
Hey, every game was a big game. Monday night here in Ford Field. I'm kidding.
I know.
I got
I know
you.
you are.
Mike, it makes me not take this serious.
I look.
Not a Super Bowl quarterback.
I understand that. I know the Ginger history. I get all that.
I hate him.
But
I can't stand him.
Isn't there a lesson to be learned here that possibly?
Yes, that any idiot who says that Jared Goff can't make a Super Bowl needs to STFU.
That's
in
true.
Continuum.
But even more than that, the fact of the matter is that we, in a knee-jerk society, in a knee-jerk medium that guilty I'm definitely a part of, we don't let athletes sometimes develop. I mean, he was 2018, so it's been
Mike, it's the better part of a decade. It's 2026.
Yeah, but he was after this Jet deal, he was okay for a while for the 49ers as they tried to get him back. He had some decent games with Carolina. Minnesota was smart enough to
Minnesota
sign
had a first-round
him.
QB in the wings.
No. I'm saying they were smart enough to sign him when they signed him. And he played very well under a really good coach.
I am preparing for him to be the worst QB since Trent Dilfer to win a Super Bowl. I'm ready.
He's better than Joe Flacco?
No. Okay. Absolutely not. But look, that's my official.
Nick Foles?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Look, this Super Bowl sucks. Absolutely no juice. You got one team who played the easiest schedule in 50 years in the NFL, and then corpse in the playoffs. Go look.
I know.
And it's against Sam Darnold. To hell with Matt Stafford, and to hell with the Rams, and to hell with Rico's Niners. What garbage. And I'm mad at the Lions because, damn it, if they made it, they probably could have put Darnold out of his misery.
Well, it's possible.
So,
not
yeah.
likely.
But, yes, am I living in a world I don't want to live in where Sam's in a Super Bowl? Yes. Is this on the list of things I didn't think I would live to see in sports? Stupid Sam Darnold in a Super Bowl. Yes.
It is bizarre.
It's probably under the same file of Nebraska basketball winning national championship. Indiana football.
Yes.
So, if you want to go down that road, we can.
Yes.
This is absolutely on my list of I'll never be alive when Sam Darnold makes Super Bowl.
So you bring up, Nebraska playing at Chrysler tonight, where who the hell ever thought after 15 or so games, Nebraska would be undefeated and Michigan would have one loss.
Well, Michigan, Michigan's
No,
good.
I know, but even like 2 or 3 years ago, whatever, you never thought Michigan would have one loss at this part of the season, and definitely not Nebraska being undefeated. So, yeah, what in sports are you seeing, or you thought you saw that you'd never see? You never thought you'd
I got
see.
one. A 2-time Cy Young Award winner walking away for nothing. Too soon?
No, because it was close to Justin Verlander.
Well,
or
don't
Max
worry.
Scherzer.
I've got some smoke for Scooble,
I know.
not the Tigers.
I know.
Because what happened with J-Ram, we need to talk about that later.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Okay?
Yeah.
You want to play dress up?
Yeah.
Shake your ass around town. I'm wearing a Red Wings jersey. I'm wearing a Pistons jersey. Look at me. Ooh. You could be here if you wanted to be here. You know how I know it? Because a player who's better than you is staying with the poverty-ass Cleveland Guardians. Why? Because he wants to be there, his family likes it there, and he's loyal to the organization who stood by him. We'll get to Scooble. Because it is. I love knocking the Tigers, and they deserve a lot of it. But in this case, you know where I'm at. I'm sick of Scooble and Boris. I've had enough.
I get it.
So let's talk. Yeah. This is the end of days. Sam Darnold is in the Super Bowl. Am I taking it well? Not really. It makes me not want to watch the game.
At least he's not doing it for your hated Jets.
Well, that's an impossibility. I won't be alive when the Jets make a Super Bowl. It's just that, forget it. That means apocalypse.
Yeah.
This is as close to that as possible. But what are the things in sports that you go, I never thought I'd live to see it? I think this year we all saw Indiana going 16-0, first team to do it in the history of the sport. And wire to wire, they're pretty much the best team.
Yeah.
That would be another big one.
I'm sticking with the same conference. I never thought that I'd see Michigan or Michigan State or whoever have to travel to the Pacific Northwest for conference games. I never thought I'd see that.
Yeah, it's
ridiculous.
I'm going to stay,
I know.
We're starting the week. I'll stay away from knocking the sport at large, but you're right. Tell you one thing, that Rutgers thing, that little note you had earlier.
Yeah.
Man, we'll talk about it, but I know people
don't care about
don't
Rutgers.
really care, but you're in the richest conference in America. You're getting the biggest checks.
Mm-hmm.
You've managed to lose $500 million. How is that even possible? What is that? Is that part of Tony Soprano's Palisades project?
I don't know.
What? How does it happen?
Jersey Mike's didn't give him enough.
That's right. That's right.
They couldn't get a sponsor. They couldn't get the Bada Bing to sponsor their field hockey team.
That's a good pull by you. So yeah, look, I'm in a depressive state to start the week. Nah, the weather's whatever. It is what it is. We live in Michigan.
Yes.
We're used to this.
Yeah, we're used
Sam
to it.
Darnold's got me more bummed out than the weather. Okay, it makes me think less of the NFL. I've lost respect for the Shield. I've lost respect for the LA Rams. I've lost respect. I honestly, I don't even want to watch football anymore.
Okay, so let me
Sam
all
Darnold
right,
in the
so you-
Super Bowl. I don't even want to watch.
Okay,
football
against
anymore.
a team that you probably hate.
Who?
No,
I love Drake May, but they're
I
not
know.
a Super Bowl
right?
team.
And Vrabel's
This Super Bowl's
and,
terrible.
And Vrabel's a really good coach.
He is. He's excellent.
Who should have been here instead of Matt.
But they
Patricia,
played the
but I
easiest schedule in
digress.
50 years.
I
they
get
played
that.
the Chargers with no O-line. They played the Texans down every good offensive player they have. And then they play Jared Stidham, where if the Broncos just take a sack and take a field goal, win the game.
Yes, they
Imagine that Super Bowl, Darnold Stidham.
Well, Sean Payton thinks he invented football.
I understand that. So, yes, the Darnold thing, it's not good.
No.
And this Super Bowl, you can have it.
Well, okay. So
But they
you-
told us this was going to be the Super Bowl. The script writers are back, people.
You're unbelievable with that.
Mike,
I know, it's true.
The script writers are back. I'll explain. We have evidence.
Yeah.
We have artwork.
But you thought, let me ask you this. You've never been known as more of a Patriot. I hate to use the word hater.
I'm 2-0 against them. What do you want from me?
Okay, well, you don't like the Patriots historically. I mean, you're.
I'm
New York,
largely
Boston, although
indifferent.
except-
Brady got on my nerves towards
Right,
the end.
okay,
But I'm
okay.
indifferent. I don't hate them.
So I know.
I'm rooting for. Oh my God,
You're
yes.
rooting for the Patriots.
Oh my God, yes. I will donate to whatever charities Drake May is involved in. Please, for America. You cannot allow Sam Darnold to win a championship. You can't. It'll
But
invalidate the
isn't
league.
it too many Super Bowls for that damn
No.
city of Boston?
Give him another one. Boston's a way better town than Seattle. Bunch of weirdos. Listen, 248-539-9797 for America.
Have you ever been to Seattle?
Yes.
The gum wall? Kind of cool.
Buddy, you can have it. You can have it. You can take San Francisco, too.
I know.
I like Vancouver. Those are my three
Yeah.
Northwest places I've been. Vancouver's pretty amazing, albeit I would never
haven't
live
been
in
to Portland,
Canada.
but I have been to Seattle and Vancouver. Yes.
People,
That's where I got my great hat. My Seattle Super
you
Sonics.
got it. Okay,
In
now it adds
Seattle.
up.
Yeah.
That adds up. The Lenny Wilkins era hat you have.
Thank you very
248-539-9797. Yes, the Darnold thing has killed my ability to watch football, but also, where does Sam Darnold rank on things you never thought you'd see in sports? And no sarcasm. A Detroit GM making a big trade. Come on, that doesn't enter this. Come on now. 248-539-9797. All right, last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday. One last kickoff to avoid the national nightmare of a ginger quarterback winning a Super Bowl. Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you've got some offers and bonus bets to play with. So whether you're backing Ginger Jesus or America's quarterback, Drake May, do whatever you like. You'll have bonuses. Log in, check it out. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Just getting started on a Tuesday. Yes, we have discussed the hellscape that is Sam Darnold in a Super Bowl, but also other things you never thought you'd live to see. You know, for me, the idea of Sam Darnold in a Super Bowl has me questioning my entire life. It has me questioning whether I even want to watch football anymore. Awful. I'm so disgusted with the Rams. What a bunch of losers.
Their defense was horrific.
It was
as good as I understand Chris Shula's interviews have been. I heard he was awful.
Yeah, well, sounds like people dodged a bullet there. We'll get ticket text momentarily. We'll go to Matt, 97. Matt, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, what's up? Hey, what's up, Mike and Mike? So for me, I'm with you, Mike. I don't really care to see Sam Darnold win anything. I'm rooting for the Patriots. But the other thing in sports that I didn't think I would see for the Pro Bowl, and I don't know if you like it or not because it's become kind of a joke now, but they put Shedeur Sanders in over actual good quarterbacks. And so I'm probably not even going to watch it, and I'm probably not going to watch the Super Bowl either.
Well, the Super Bowl I'll watch because I have to be Latte Larry, and Sam Darnold's my Mocha Joe. I have to spite watch this. But Matt, listen, here's the thing. Years ago, I would have got upset by the Pro Bowl thing.
But it's not even a game anymore.
It's not real.
It's flag football.
And
basically.
all they're trying to do is desperately garner any modicum of attention they can. Shedeur being in the game, it's ridiculous by any metric. Right. And any reasonable person knows that. So I'm just choosing serenity now. Insanity later.
Yeah, exactly.
Kenny, ticket text coming in. Let's get it started. Where's all the Ginger fans?
The texts, Mike, the text.
Ah, damn it. I did it again. The text communication.
The text said, the first one that came in, this might be the most who gives a bleep Super Bowl in history.
Amen. Okay, now I said
You
this.
said that out there.
I said that in the bullpen area, and you and Powers and Evan and everyone looked at me like, oh, stop it. You're being mean. This is an objectively terrible Super Bowl. Super Bowls are about a clash of the Titans. Who the hell believes in Seattle? And everybody knows how New England got here. The easiest schedule in 50 years and the easiest playoff run in the history of the league.
I think a lot of people thought Seattle was a pretty good team.
I didn't say pretty good.
I know.
Don't straw man.
Okay.
We're not on TV news.
No, I
Don't
know.
do that. I said they're not a Titan. They're not a team that you view as the pedigree to win a Super Bowl.
Who was this year? None.
Well, then shame on the Lions for not getting in here and taking care of business.
I actually mentioned
Damn
yesterday
it.
if they would have gotten a good, and it's not an excuse making, if they would have gotten a proper call and an OPI, they definitely would have gone into Minnesota and won that game, and they would have been in 11-7, and who the hell knows, even with that crappy defense.
No, but I
offensive line.
have no buzz for this Super Bowl. Other than I gotta hope Drake May for America can take Darnold out. I don't like it when guys who don't deserve to be in a Super Bowl win one. I don't like it. That's like Manning when he had bolts in his neck and he still got a Super Bowl. Ridiculous.
That'd be Peyton Manning for those keeping score.
Eli Manning doesn't deserve one. Awful. Kenny?
Mike, you jinxed yourself. You kept saying a Ginger will never win. LOL. Mike will come down with the Ginger flu if he wins. LOL,
No. I schedule my annual vacation a full week after the Super Bowl every year once the Lions stop pooping their diaper. I will be here. Guys, I'm not angry. I'm sad. Okay? Sam Darnold makes me sad.
It's such a reclamation project. It's such a good story.
If you want me to do silver linings, it's that I never have to get another call that this team can't make a Super Bowl with Jared Goff.
That's true.
Oh,
Right.
really?
Yeah.
Old pumpkin boys in the Super Bowl. Don't talk to me about Jared Goff. In fact, anyone who says you can't win a Super Bowl with Goff will be hung up on. I'm done. Darnold making it means Mike Stone could go to a Super Bowl. Kenny Cott could go to a Super Bowl.
Mike Darnold-
Ayande could go to a Super Bowl. That's Mike Stone.
But Mike, Sam Darnold has more mobility than Jared Goff.
A garbage can could make a Super Bowl. True or false?
True.
It could have a balloon, and you could draw a face on it. That could make a Super Bowl if Darnold made it.
The Wilson volleyball could make a Super Bowl.
Never again.
Wilson.
I'm sorry. I can't stand it that he's in this. Go ahead, Kenny.
Gotta love a redhead in the Super Bowl. Now we're getting a little bit of Darnold love.
Oh, yeah, good.
Who do you think is more upset about Sam Darnold in the Super Bowl, Mike or the Minnesota Vikings?
I'm not upset. I'm sad. Second of all,
the Vikings made a decision when they drafted J.J. McCarthy, number one. Number two is they signed Darnold, and people say, oh, yeah, they made a choice between Darnold and McCarthy for this year. Well, of course you're going to let your number one draft choice try to start. But they were prepared to have a really good backup that they did. They didn't anticipate Daniel Jones leaving as well, and until he got hurt, he was the MVP of the National Football League. Could you imagine? If it was Sam Darnold versus Daniel Jones?
God.
You'd be out for a month.
Oh no, that's no. I just.
Oh God, why didn't that happen?
I know that would have been remarkable. But not like I always love it too. Is where we're in this gotcha society. Like, oh, Minnesota. It's like, guys, learn the game.
Yes.
They drafted a first-round pick. The kid was entering his second year. Instead of paying your quarterback $30, $40 million, you know what they did? They spent to build the roster around the rookie scale contract. The same thing New England did. All right, it didn't work. But how did the season end with Sam Darnold? Tank the Lions game, tank the playoff game. He did what he always does. Oh, now, though, Minnesota should have known. This time, it's for real. Like, that's such a hindsight bitch opinion. Stop it.
Right.
Everything in society now, it's like someone's got to be at fault. The Vikings made a move that was totally sensible, all right?
Right.
And Sam landed in a good spot.
And they thought they had Daniel Jones.
Thank God they played the Niners, who had no healthy players.
By the way, we mentioned the Jets, Sam Darnold's former team.
Yes.
You see what happened today? Aaron Glenn, the head coach, who was not fired after 1 year, he has fired the following people.
Uh-oh.
Former Lion quarterback guru, or whatever you want to call him, offensive coordinator Tanner Engstrand. He's already fired defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. That was a while ago. He's already fired defensive backs coach Dre Bly, quarterback coach Charles London, defensive line coach Eric Washington, passing game coordinator Scott Amnorv's Kid Turner, and linebackers coach Aaron Curry, among other assistants.
My God.
So you think Aaron Glenn's his head's on the line this year?
He did the Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
Fired everybody but himself.
Exactly.
Oh, my God. Look, I hope they give him time. I like AG, and I think he's a good football coach. But New York, are they going to give him the time that Dan Campbell was afforded here? It was Dan Campbell having a very similar first year.
Yes, and an awful start to year
1
2.
1-6 to start year 2 with teams like, I believe, Buffalo coming into town.
Is Woody going to come out like Sheila did and support him?
Lions fan. That drop was amazing. All right, Kenny, a couple of ticket texts, and we'll move it along.
Hi, I just had rotator cuff surgery 5 days ago. Mike, can I win a Super Bowl? That's from Derek in Rochester Hills.
If Sam Darnold can do it, anybody can. Anybody. This is proof. If you want a silver lining, other than knowing I'm just sad, it's that the debate about Jared Goff has to die. If Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl, anybody can make it.
Because I think Jared Goff's a better quarterback than Sam Darnold.
100%. And even if they're similar, Goff is better. It's just, it's beginning, middle, and end. Now, I think what else it shows, if you want me to take something else out of it, people here have gotten very comfortable with offense. 3 of the top 4 scoring defenses in the league were playing this weekend for a chance to go to the Super Bowl, okay? You can have a defensive coach. You could have a CEO coach, which I do believe is Dan Campbell's best path forward. But defense has to matter. Pass rushes matter. It does.
I know. Well,
so
you got the 2 defensive coaches coaching in the Super Bowl.
Correct. And look, Mike McDonald has done a remarkable job. And Seattle, look, John Schneider, he's done something that Brad has yet to do. Like, he's made a couple of big moves, big trades. That Leonard Williams trade.
Yes.
The DeMarcus Lawrence signing. Going out and being able to sign another man's trash and have that player turn into be an all-pro linebacker, Ernest Jones. Like, there are just things that they've done.
Wasn't afraid to let go of a popular player like Bobby Wagner.
Sure. Same. It just, look, But it's showing you the Lions can bounce back. They can do this. And but again, how did New England do it? They spent their way to a Super Bowl. They spent more money. I think it was $358 million last year to rebuild that defense. And yes, a couple pieces on offense.
Right.
They spent their way in. What have we talked about? If the Lions do this right with Goff, with Amon-Ra, Decker, Glasgow, etc., they could have $100 million in cap space. They could go out and reshape their team and be right back to business next year. But you gotta hit home runs.
Right. And you have to have players willing to restructure.
And you gotta have a set.
Yes.
You gotta be willing to risk it for the biscuit now.
Yeah.
You can't play scared. And
No.
that's what saps my passion.
Because you're not going to lose your job if you go for it and it doesn't work. That's what I don't understand.
Well, because you and I always argue. I don't think these teams are necessarily interested in going all out. I think they like being good. They like having a waiting list for the season tickets, and they want to stay good. They're more concerned staying good.
But I think that might be true for ownership, but the actual football people, hockey,
then act like it.
They don't think about that.
Okay,
they don't care about
hold
that.
on. Then how do you explain last offseason?
I know. I agree with
Then
you.
act like.
All
Not
right,
you.
That's
You're
true.
beautiful. They can act like.
Yes.
248. You got a date tonight? Your hair's good again.
No.
You're having one of those hair days.
But I brought something out of the relics for today for you.
What do you got?
You'll
It
see.
is Mike Stone.
You'll see. You'll see next break.
He's got a pickleball day tonight. It's going to be exciting.
No.
248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Before we do our little blitz thing or whatever you want to
Yes.
call it, I do want to pull out a relic from, I believe, their first or second year when I actually went to a game. The bright orange Orlando Magic hat.
My God.
You're a big hat guy, so I figured this is the most obscure, one of the most
Good
obscure
Lord, the
ones I
Scott
have.
Skiles era
Yes.
Orlando Magic.
Exactly. You are
Good
correct.
heavens.
All right, Kenny.
Jeez.
Hit it. Well, over the past week or so, we've discovered that I really enjoy playing blind rankings with Mr. Valenti.
Oh, hold on. Let me get the notepad.
Get your
I love this
notepad
game.
out. I know you do.
This is dangerous.
And
All
I
right.
hope it's saved only for when I'm here.
Honestly, I kind of want to keep it that way because you're good at these. The
Okay.
list you find.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Oh, man. All right. I got to focus.
All
I
right,
got to
I
get out of
think
my
you're speaking
Sam.
too soon, Mike.
Yes.
Oh, no. This is bad. This isn't like broadcasters. What is this?
No. We want you a blind ranking of 10. The top 10, in your opinion, ginger athletes.
Oh, God. This is awful. Oh, this is my
And only one is really old.
All right.
I mean really old. I mean like after 1960.
Here's the problem with this.
69.
We are now dealing in a list where I don't have a general. I'm thinking of a couple.
Okay.
I've got one. I would be shocked if he's not on the list.
Okay, so we'll start off giving you 1 through 10. Number 1, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Now this is controversial. That very fast. That's the Intimidator. If you are
that's the Intimidator's son. The Intimidator.
I
was
thought you said Dale Earnhardt. Okay, so Junior.
Yes.
This is okay. Ken, it's the problem. I don't know what's next. I don't like when we were doing broadcasters. I had a general idea of all right, Tirico and this guy.
That's the beauty of this.
Okay, I will go. Kenny, what do you think? 7 or 8?
No,
I think there's a lot of athletes on here, and there's not a ton to hate about Junior. So you could do a lot worse, is my point.
You want to go 5? We'll put him dead set middle.
4 or 5, somewhere in there.
Because is NASCAR really a sport anybody cares about? This isn't Biloxi, Mississippi. Who cares? Okay. Hey, Kenny, let's check that NASCAR topic hotline.
What do you give him?
All right, I'm going to put him. I'll put him 5.
Okay.
Oh God, I probably made a terrible mistake.
Roy Halladay, the late but great Roy Halladay.
Loved Roy Halladay, except the year I traded for him in my fantasy league, and he took a liner off the shin and missed the rest of the season in his first start. I loved Halladay. See, to me, I'd put Halladay. Would you put Halladay above Earnhardt Jr.?
I don't have an issue with them. I think they're 1A and 1B right there. Not like number 1, but you could put them in the same spot.
My fear is he's going to have a bunch of bum-ass gingers, and we can't have too many spots up high.
I was going to say, I would assume since you hate ginger athletes so much, reserve as much space as the bottom as possible, right? That would be my
And
strategy.
Halladay was objectively awesome. All right, I'll put Halladay 4.
Okay.
Roy Halladay. I love Doc Halladay. What a gamer.
Former Celtic Bill Walton.
Yeah, this was going to be possibly my number 1. Bill Walton is one of the greatest college basketball players in the history of college basketball.
The best, I think.
And he went on to be an incredible NBA player. Injuries clearly robbed him of longevity. Brought a championship to Portland while looking like a pumpkin wearing an afro.
Yeah, I know.
And then
the Sixers choked.
And he played a big role on the Celtics as well.
Yes, he did.
As a 6th man. Yeah, the problem is canvassing the ginger populace. I know I'm missing players. Do I want to use the number 1 spot right now, Kenny?
I would, just because of his greatness. That wouldn't be an issue.
Would it, Stoney, if you could step away as our master of ceremonies, would you find it offensive or insane if I had Walton as the number 1 ginger of all time?
No.
Because I think I can make a credible case.
Yes, you can.
All right, we're going to go Bill Walton.
Okay.
Also, huge pothead.
Yes. Number 2, or not number 2, but the next one is Andy Dalton.
Is there an 11 on here? Scale of 1 to 10? And this isn't a Bobby Flay lookalike contest.
Correct.
Andy Dalton, 10.
Okay.
POS.
Wow.
I hate Andy Dalton.
Earning the 10 slot.
I couldn't stand him at TCU. I couldn't stand him with the Bengals.
He might regret this.
Oh, no.
Only by 1, though, maybe.
This game is great, yet horrible.
Rusty Staub. That's my one old guy.
Oh, my God. Mike.
Met Expo.
Yeah, I know who he is. I wasn't alive when he played.
I know. That's the only one.
Where do you put him? Come on, Mike. I never got to see the guy play.
Yeah, but you've heard stories. You're a historian.
I'll put him 9 just because he's old and dead.
Okay.
Jeez.
Sean White.
Oh, the X Games guy.
Yeah.
Well, how do we value X? Like, is being good at the X Games Does that move the needle at all?
But he did win an Olympic gold medal or two, didn't he?
But I hate the Olympics. It shouldn't even exist.
Oh,
You could call that NASCAR adjacent, though, if you don't care about the sport.
Oh, I respect NASCAR drivers too much. The X Games stuff is lunacy. It's like dodgeball on the Ocho. It's not even real.
All right, so you're putting him below Earnhardt Jr. then.
I have to. But he did win a gold medal, and just because I hate the Olympics doesn't mean the Olympics don't matter. You want to go 7?
Don't outsource this. This is your list. Hey, Stoney, where should I put this guy?
I know.
I'll put him 6.
Was he the flying tomato?
He was. That was his nickname.
You call him 6?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Looking for a little help, and Kenny yells at me.
Blake Griffin.
Okay, I could live with this. The question is Stoney going to have somebody better than Griffin? Because I could put Griffin 3. Then again, if someone's better, I could put them at 3, and I could put Blake Griffin 2. What other redheaded players even exist in this world? I'm going to put. I like Blake. Plus, he had a big impact on the game. Give me Blake number 2.
Okay.
Just because I didn't like the Griffin trade doesn't mean I didn't like him.
Sam Darnold.
Well, definitely over Andy Dalton. Definitely over Rusty Staub. I'm not going to put him over Sean White or Earnhardt Jr. or Roy Halladay. I'll put Sam Darnold 8.
Okay.
Piece of garbage.
Mark McGuire.
Okay, as I've aged, I stopped caring about the steroids thing.
Right, me too.
He was really fun to watch, and he hit absolute bombs. Go look at the home. Kenny, you want to see one? Go look at a home run he hit off Randy Johnson in
I've
the
seen
Kingdom.
the home. I'm not that young.
Kenny, I mean, anything before 2010, you start drooling.
By my math, you either have to have him 3 or 7.
I'm going to go Big Mac at 3.
Okay.
I just don't care about the steroids anymore.
And at 7, somebody you probably want to put maybe at 9 or 10, and you're going to say, or why the hell is he even on this list?
Uh-oh.
Brian Scalabrine.
I'm good with it. Definitely better than Darnold. Played a role on the Celtics title team. Also hosted a god-awful podcast for this company called Scal and Pals. We'll put you 8.
Okay, there
Scal and Pals at 8.
Here we go. So it's from the bottom up. Andy Dalton, 10. Rusty Staub, 9. Sam Darnold, 8. Brian Scalabrine, 7. Sean White, 6. Dale Earnhardt Jr., 5. Roy Halladay, 4. Mark McGuire, 3. Blake Griffin, 2. And Bill Walton, 1.
Okay.
Those are your top
All right,
10 gingers.
Now let's analyze this for a minute. Now, hold on. Stoney, what is my biggest mistake here in your opinion?
I think, with all due respect, I think Scalabrine should be 9.
I like Scal
But
because
I
he
like
also
him too.
takes on New York street ball guys. He goes to
I know.
playgrounds.
I know.
And these guys think they could take an NBA player, and he's out of shape, and he's 100, and he dusts them.
Although he didn't answer my email to try to get him on the Restore the Floor podcast that he said he would do when I met him at this Pistons season home opener. But that's
Quote, he didn't respond to my email.
No.
I'm glad that factors.
Yes.
All right, so you would have Scal and Pals lower and Darnold above him.
Yeah, by 1. I because I saw Rusty Staub play. He was a really good player.
Mike, overall, I think you made this list pretty. It's not bad.
No.
Here's what I've learned from this game. When we did it the first time 3-4 times ago, you have to be careful, you have to be pragmatic, and you have to know that Mike Stone is going to have a player up his sleeve that played when games were in black and white. So I've tried. I take this serious.
Yeah.
I'm just glad the Bill Walton, that was the one where I go, okay, if there's a better redhead player than Bill Walton, I haven't seen it.
No. The only other person I thought about putting in here he's not even a player, as a coach, would be Andy Reid. But I decided to just do players.
Yeah, then you would have to turn it into sports figures.
Yes.
And then that would get complicated.
I know, exactly.
I like this. I feel good about it.
Okay.
And I like that I have Scalabrine over Sam Darnold. That makes me feel really good.
Well, you know what? My job is
D-
to make you feel
podcast
good.
host over F quarterback.
Over Super Bowl quarterback.
Shh. Look, Jeff Hostetler made a Super Bowl. He's not making your top 10 mustache people from West Virginia list.
Did Rich Rod ever have a mustache? No.
Stop. We're not doing this. That's your blitz. To hell with redheads. 97.1. I'd say stop ignoring the cold, but it's simply impossible to ignore the way it's been. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. And right now, it's only $79. $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And with the brutal cold, you don't have time to play around. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices, so do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, so inevitably there's going to be some controversy as we have commented on. I'm disgusted by Sam Darnold being in a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I don't even want to watch the NFL.
Kenny, I forgot my favorite sport.
I got a couple of things for you here now.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to, after we do the ranking and you surprise me with it. I have curated a list of the best redheaded athletes of all time. Now, there are a couple you didn't have. You will have to weigh in on this, okay? You tell me what you want to do. Now, Andy Dalton was 14. At 13, Alexei Lalas.
Yeah. But who am I going to put him ahead?
I look, I'm here. Now, at 12, it's controversial. They have a wrestler. I would lean on Kenny for this. Some guy named Sheamus.
Don't know him, but there is, I think either Hacksaw Jim Duggan or one of those guys actually was, I don't remember which one, was redhead, colored his hair, and then they had him go back.
McGuire was 11, but then this is your wheelhouse here. This is your prime. This is Mike Stone in his youth, Sonny Jurgensen.
Yeah, I thought about him, but I thought that was even too old.
All right. Yes. For the golfers, Tom Watson.
I never really viewed him that much as a redhead so much. So maybe I didn't think of it. I looked at some lists too.
Dale R. Jr. at 8.
Yeah.
Griffin at 7. 6. This is the problem now. What do we do with tennis players? Boris Becker.
Yeah, he just, Boris Becker could have been in there.
Halliday 4, Shaun White 3, and then this is just Red Schoendienst.
Oh, Red Schoendienst.
Sure.
Red Schoendienst was the manager of the St. Louis Cardinals in 1968 when they played the Tigers. And he also played for the Cardinals.
I was 32 years from being born.
That's why I didn't put him.
And then Red Grange, number 1 overall.
Yeah, I thought about it.
But, I mean, come on. You didn't even have TVs.
Right. I thought about it. Nobody knows.
How did Bill Walton not make this list? Why they got a dog Bill like that?
I don't know. The one that there's two guys from the world of hockey that I probably should have put in there.
Where are all the gingers in hockey,
They're
Kenny?
coming up on the text. I think I can guess one of them based on text.
Lanny McDonald was probably, and Larry Robinson maybe. Scott Hartnell is one.
What, the former Pred?
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that Chris Draper was a redhead.
Draper's coming in a lot. We're also getting Connor McDavid a lot.
Connor McDavid's a redhead?
I mean,
it skews that. You can tell more in the playoffs when the beard comes out.
It skews, but to me, to qualify for the redhead list, you got to look like a pumpkin.
Yeah.
You got to look like Darnold. Like Connor, I've never watched Connor McDavid play and gone, redhead.
Right. You can make the same argument about Dale Jr.
You could say the beard skews that way, but like they don't look like Carrot Top.
Right.
You got to look like Carrot Top to make the ranking.
Like Shaun White.
Yes. Like Sam Darnold, like Andy Dalton.
Like Bill Walton.
Right. Not these welfare touch of red.
Lanny McDonald and Alexei Lalas has I understand that.
I don't know. Once in a while, I'll see a video clip of Lalas shredding the U.S. soccer team.
Yeah.
He's such an aloof putz.
He's Birmingham's own. I know. Yeah. So look, just like the college football playoff, I'm not going to expand.
You don't have to.
10.
Let's get the ticket text. Let's see if the people enjoyed it, and then we got to move on because I want to bring something up that to me might sway the conversation with Tarek Skubal. Go ahead, Kenny.
Bill Walton was an excellent number 1 choice, great player, even better taste in music. I'm not sure what that means.
He was a huge Grateful Dead guy.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Kenny, you'll have to Google it. It's a very famous band.
All right, here we go again. This was apparently the biggest snub that we've seen on the text. His name keeps coming up and up and up. Where's TJ Lang? Shouldn't the giant ginger giant at least be an honorable mention?
Oh.
But here's the problem. It's not top 10 football players.
No.
This is top 10 across all of athletics. Now, okay.
You could argue that TJ had a better career than Brian Scalabrine.
Truth. But Scal probably doesn't belong on the list.
No, I did that for more comedic purposes.
What about TJ versus Andy Dalton? Did Andy... Now, see, this... If I'm TJ, maybe I'd be embarrassed if Andy Dalton had a better career. Hold on. Let's do this live. I don't care. It's a snow day, and we're going to get to this Skubal stuff. I want to pull up Andy Dalton here.
Okay.
Now, TJ won a Super Bowl. Did Andy look? I can't even do it. You Google Andy Dalton. Look at his face.
He didn't win a Super Bowl.
He looks like Satan with that red hair. Oh my God, I can't stand him. All right, Andy Dalton's stats and career accomplishments. What do we have? Did he make a Pro Bowl? How about this one? He was a Pro Bowler as a rookie. In 2011, he got into another Pro. All right, so he made the Pro Bowl 3 times. Now, what we'd have to check, is it a Shedeur Pro Bowl or a real Pro Bowl?
Right. Did TJ ever make a Pro Bowl?
He had to have. Hold on. If TJ didn't make a Pro Bowl, we're not letting him on the show anymore.
Oh, I think he made 2.
What a joke. What an absolute joke. Yeah, he made 2.
Okay.
That's terrible. I thought he would have had at least another one.
And TJ did win a Super Bowl. Dalton didn't. But with all due respect to offensive linemen that we know and love, quarterback's a little more impressive.
Yeah, but I mean, he was a Pro Bowl guard.
I know.
I don't know. I think you could make the case for TJ over Dalton, but again, TJ doesn't have that type of red hair.
That's true.
TJ looks normal.
Right.
You know, look like Andy Dalton.
Correct.
Stoney, I'll need you to weigh
Andy
on this.
Dalton looks like the top of a Maker's Mark bottle. It's ridiculous. I can't stand Sam Darnold.
Stoney, do you consider Peter Forsberg to be a redhead? Because it does kind
I'd
of
say
skew
yes.
that way. So where's he on this list?
Yeah,
He's
you're
got to be
right.
somewhere in there. One of the best hockey players of all
I
time.
know. Look, I went through a lot of lists, and I basically didn't see him or.
So Big G has texted in with a selection that only Mike Stone would grade. It is a redhead, but doesn't make the list. Dave Cowens.
Yes, Dave Cowens. Yes,
Cowens could be on the list.
Yeah,
Now that Kenny, you'll have to Google
yes.
him. He's a 1970s Boston Celtic.
Out of Florida State, really good player, won some championships, and was a coach. It was an assistant coach for the Pistons at one point.
Anything that gets Darnold off this list, I'm happy. So sure, Adam. We'll go to the
Good
people.
call, Big G. I like that.
Listen, he's listening. It's a snow day. We'll go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. Sorry if it's a little loud in here. I'm working. But, hey, I got a couple guys on the list real quick before I get to my Super Bowl point.
Sure.
Okay. The Sedin twins.
Yeah.
What about Robert Swift? I know you love him, Mike.
Oh, my God.
Who's that one?
Drafted by the Sonics. He comes into the league out of high school.
That's right. The key, yes.
By the time he left,
Okay.
he looked like Birdman. He had tats
Yes.
all over the place.
Right.
Tom Coverdale, which was my favorite. And then probably one of your buddies and favorites, Drew Namath.
Oh, dear God, no.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
I just figured I'd give a couple guys to knock off, Sam Darnold.
Yes, I was not as kind to hockey players. I didn't have any on my list that I should have been. And that's on me. Lanny McDonald, Larry Robinson, Sedins, and to a lesser extent, Forsberg. Yes.
Yeah. So about the Super Bowl, I think on paper it looks trashy. You don't really want to watch it, but people are always going to end up watching it. But for some reason, those are the Super Bowls that always end up being kind of the most entertaining and greatest endings.
And both
maybe we're gonna see
defenses, I think, are going to do the job in shutting down the opponent's offense. Lower scoring game. That means maybe some drama in the fourth quarter. Chris, I hear you. It's just when you go Drake May versus Sam Darnold, look, I love Drake May, man, but that's not a Super Bowl team. It's not. They just got the easiest path in the history of sports.
True, but they also have a really good defense, and so did Denver, and so does Seattle, and that's the one thing that's come out of this Super Bowl, this playoff chase.
How about Robert
When
Swift?
you don't have, that's awesome.
3.3 points per game for a career. How about that?
When you don't have great quarterbacks, the defenses are the story, and that's what happened this year.
Robert Swift.
Great call.
248.
Where's Matt Bonner?
Oh, my God, the Red Rocket.
Yeah.
For the Spurs of Florida, I believe. 248-539-9797. All
How
right.
about former Syracuse player Tony Red Bruin?
I'm going to have to Google that one.
Okay. So.
Yeah, Sam Darnold Fest. We're done. We got to talk to Eric Scooble. We'll get into that next. 97.1. That's Mike Stone. Hour 2, and I have something I'm legitimately fascinated by. And I want to just put this out there, and I really hope you have a response. Because I thought what happened with Jose Ramirez and the Cleveland Guardians was fascinating. And I think it absolutely relates to what is or isn't happening here between the Tigers and Tarek Skubal. Let me explain.
It was stunning in a society where you don't see that usually anymore.
Well, I think what it reaffirms is this. We can start on the player side of it before we get to the Tigers. It shows that if a player wants to be somewhere, the tail doesn't wag the dog. The agent works for the player. Jose Ramirez signed a 7-year, $175 million contract. That is well below market value. J-Ram is exceptional. Might even be a better guy. Beloved. Loved by the fans. Loved by the town, his teammates. He's a Hall of Famer. And he wanted to stay in Cleveland. He has been very forward about, look, my wife likes it here. I like living here. And this team was loyal to me from the beginning. I want to stay here. Now, not every player has to follow that. No. But my point is, this idea that Tarek Skubal gets to skirt criticism, it's false. That he gets to sit up there with a wry smile and wear a Red Wings jersey. Stop. Stop the act, dude. You don't want to be here. Because if you wanted to be here, you would have at least made an offer to the Tigers of what it would take to stay. You haven't done that. Scott Boras is doing Dr. Seuss routines. We get reports about $400 million. Have we seen what it would take for him to stay with the Tigers? We haven't.
No.
Okay. Now, that's my point is people need to start getting on Skubal. Stop giving him a free pass and just bombing the organization.
Well, I think the love for him, and there's still mostly love, and it should be because he's the best pitcher in baseball, has started to dissipate a little bit because of his performance.
It's why this situation is going to be really weird.
The Seattle thing,
now, on the other side of it, here's the problem. And it's where, oh, no, he's not going to be nice to the Tigers. Well, why should I? You know what the Tigers haven't done? What Cleveland did. Have the Tigers truly made a good faith, realistic offer to Skubal that we have had any reporting on in 18 months?
No, well, that we know of because, first of all, if there was a good offer out there.
It would leak.
Well, no, not necessarily because the Tigers don't leak kind of stuff until they have to at the very end. Remember the Scherzer situation. And also, Boras ain't going to leak it because it would make him.
No, but the Tigers could easily put themselves in a position where they'd be beyond reproach. Let's say they offered Skubal 6 at 250. Not 10, not 8, not 400, 6 at 250. You're the highest paid guy in the sport as a pitcher.
Right.
And guess what? If Skubal says no, that's on you, dude.
Right.
And the organization, man, I'd be the Jeter respect kid. I'd go, hey, you tried. Good on you. Just like I did with Bregman.
Right.
The point I'm making is they're not clean in this either.
No, but I think people, these athletes in Skubal has said, I want to talk about it. Rieger and I remember it was almost even 2 seasons ago when you go to talk to him about this stuff. It's my agent.
Yeah, but that's my point. He's doing the old soupy
right,
sales.
I can't stand that.
Stop it.
He works for you. Now, the one thing I will object to, people say, oh, well, his tour. That was a boys' trip to watch sporting events. I don't think that was to show people I'm here. He could
have easily gone in private. He could have been in the box. He could have done whatever he wanted. He was very sure to get some camera time in the different jerseys.
But his friends were with him.
I don't care.
Okay.
Look, man, Mike. You know what? Here's a good thing right here. Maybe this is showing you what's playing out in Fanland right now. I'm done with him.
Okay.
I'm done with him. Because when you allow Boras to clown the organization, and that's exactly what Boras is doing, it's disrespectful. He has no intent on getting a deal done. If Tarek Skubal wanted to be here, if he actually loved the fans and he loved Detroit and he loved playing here, he'd go to Scott and go, listen, what you think I can go get $400 million, whatever. I can't spend $250 million in 10 lifetimes. I want to be here.
The other problem, and it's on him because he took the responsibility. He's part of the Major League Baseball Players Association Executive Committee. So somebody with a high influence or at least position in his own Players Association ain't going to take a friendly deal.
Right.
He's
and
not.
this is where we're in this teeter-totter. It's an idea of who do you blame more? Look, I blame both sides. This is, in my life of watching sports and doing radio, quarter of a century now. This is one of the weirdest situations I can remember. You have a team that seemingly hasn't put an offer out there that's real. They just haven't. The only reporting we got was a sub $100 million offer a year and a half ago. That is not market value.
No.
I'm sorry. The other side has a deranged 73-year-old agent doing Dr. Seuss routines and saying I'll listen while never coming to the table. All while we're staring down seemingly no willingness to actually trade him.
Right.
Reports this past weekend, the Mets felt it was going to take their top 5 prospects to get Skubal. Both sides look bad.
Right.
I just want to make a point, though, as we hurtle towards the season. You can't absolve him because you have his T-shirt jersey.
No.
You can't absolve him because you love him. Skubal's absolutely part of the problem here.
Ramirez will be below. They'll build a statue for him in that town, and they
look,
should.
Maybe that's not important to Skubal. But my point is, he has to own it. It's why, to me, this is going to be so weird every time he pitches.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get asked about it. It's going to be an annoying story.
He's going to get asked about it when he goes to spring training, and he's getting there early because he's going to represent the United States of America in the World Baseball
Which I think is
Classic.
idiotic, considering you're a blowout away from
Right.
never making a functional dollar in baseball again as a guy who's had 2 blowouts, flexor tendon surgery and Tommy John. Guys, what do you make of it? Because I think the J-Ram thing is one of like the only good things in sports recently that renews my faith that a player actually gives a damn, like actually cares, actually values fans. You know, we're on the heels of Amon-Ra basically doing the chair drop to fans, only later on to realize after his brother was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. He's like, well, you know I love Lions. Yeah, save it, dude. Like, I've had it. I've had it with a lack of connectivity where I feel like the players actually care and actually love the town they play in. It matters. You want to call me old? That's fine. I respect that.
I'm not calling anybody old.
But you could, and
Yes.
I'd own it because I know that's an old school mentality.
I know.
But it's like everybody wants this to be a one-way street where we just rock the organization. It's like, no, actually, Skubal has an equal blame here.
There's
Do
no
I like
doubt
the way the
about it.
Tigers have handled it? No, of course I don't. I think Scott Harris has handled the trade thing ridiculously. And honestly, any of the reporting done about Scott Harris, he's developing a reputation as being impossible to deal with.
Correct.
Kind of like Steve Yzerman. So that's not a good thing.
No.
And the Tigers haven't put a real offer out there because if they did, bobblehead Passan would have had it. So I just feel like Skubal's got to own some of this.
Mm-hmm.
And clearly the people do too.
Yeah, hey. pitchers
People, this is how you end up where people on this station do burrito rankings. Figure it out.
Yeah.
It matters. The J-Ram thing, it matters. That to me. I'm not asking fans to be pissed. The J-Ram thing angers me.
You would love to have players who want to be here.
And a team that wants them to be here.
Correct.
Because both sides have a funny way of showing affection. And I'm sorry. If you put 250 out there and he says no to it, to hell with him. Especially staring down a labor stoppage.
Right.
That's all I want the Tigers to do. Have that offer out there. Hell, you know he'll probably shoot it down. Expose him for what he is.
Right.
Expose him that he doesn't want to be here.
Which is what they did in the Scherzer thing, if you remember.
Yes.
And that guy in Boris got all pissed off, and the next thing you know, Scherzer's gone.
Whatever. I care about the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner, and people don't. So be it.
Yeah.
I tried. 2-4. I mean, Kenny, any response?
Now, if he was a ginger, people would care.
No, I just wouldn't offer him a deal.
No, I think you're bang on with this one. I think if Skubal wanted to be here, he would have been here. That's the point. But also the Tigers, if they wanted to send a message to the fan base that they want him here, they could have just made him an offer and let him refuse it and say, "Look, we tried. This we did our best."
Right, and it's part of winning the PR war. It's tactical, and it's something that I think they've kind of misplayed. Because what's the harm in making that offer? He says no, he's the villain. He says yes, you get the player.
Right.
If he doesn't recoil, you have active conversations. None of those outcomes vilify the team.
The only thing, and I don't think this is the case, but it might make sense, maybe they just don't want him.
Then trade him.
Well, of course.
That's the whole part of it that doesn't make sense.
But that's why I'm saying that's why there's no offer, because they don't want him to accept it.
Okay, but then how do you not trade him? Look, if they had traded him to the Mets and gotten McClain, their top prospect, right-handed pitcher, plus, right?
Yeah.
Fine. You go out and sign Lucas Giolito. You're still going to win this division.
Probably.
So explain it. And I'm not coming at you.
No, I know.
I'm saying.
Believe me, it's baffling what's happened with this.
248-539-9797. You do what you want with it, and if that's to let it die on the floor, cool. I tried. I wanted to just do a little baseball because of the J-Ram thing. I was all hopped up. My bad. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. The biggest games, best viewing experience. Man, you can see Sam Darnold looking like a tomato head out there on Super Bowl Sunday. 6 pools, 3 levels, the big screen. It's all there. And Sam Darnold's stupid face and 4K HD clarity. It's Circa. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. Straight to the people. My faith is renewed. And I know I'm a bit obsessed with the story, but it's a big deal.
No, the story is worth being somewhat interested in, to say the least. But the stuff over the weekend, when you have a rival, number one, a great player electing to stay in a city that, quite frankly, is equal or maybe a little worse than here, for less money, just says, what's the deal?
It's just you want one of these sides to kind of blink. Let's go to Alan, see what he's got to say. 97.1. Alan, how you been, buddy?
I'm great, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
I'd like to say... Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Please.
Listen, I think that by the Tigers not making him or Skubal a real offer, what they're going to get an opener next year. He's going to be saving himself for marriage. He's going to get 5 innings, 4 2/3 if we're lucky, and we're going to burn our pen. And we don't even have a pen. So...
Look, here's what's really interesting, right? He's a guy who already clearly has not a pitch count, but a pitch range. He's somewhere between 90 and 99. He simply doesn't throw 100 pitches. So you're right in that he's going to be limited. It makes you wonder if I'm Boris, I'm leaning on the organization.
Yeah.
And look, the problem is, it's not fair to Tarik Skubal. Like, do I wish he stayed in that game in Seattle? Of course I do. But people are impugning him over that. And, Alan, this is why it's such a bad situation.
They should, though.
They should to a point. I just think it's gone a little far. I'm fine with questioning it. I'm fine with saying, damn it, I wish you were there. What I'm not fine with is people calling up not Alan and going, to hell with him, I quit.
Well,
it's
I wouldn't go that, but like this first game at Comerica Park this year, if he's still a Tiger, I think he should get a standing ovation when he comes out for the next inning after his 99th pitch.
Okay, then, but my point will be this.
I'm being sarcastic.
If you don't trade him before the season, you can't trade him in season. I made this point with Rico. He didn't even fight me on it. Like, they were 9.5 games out and made it.
Right.
They were 15.5 games up and damn near missed it. There will be a full-blown mutiny in this city if Tarik Skubal were traded at the deadline this summer. Oh, you're 5.5 games out. Well, of course they can make it. You're 5.5 games up. Well, we're 5.5 games up. You can't. Why would any big market team blow out their entire system when they're just going to sign him in the offseason? It has to be now. So the fact that they're not talking about a deal, they're not talking about trade, and you're going to enter this player into such a bizarre situation, that's the part that wears me out. So, yes, when J-Ram signed this weekend and it was about loyalty and it was about loving where he plays, I go, that, damn it. Like, someone, either the Tigers show me they want the player or Skubal show me you want the Tigers.
Correct.
Please. Let's go to Edwin, 97.1. Edwin, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
So I've been talking about this for 2 years now with all my buddies. I knew this day would come. We should have traded him 2 All-Star breaks ago because I knew our ownership would never pay. They're not offering that money because they don't want him to accept it. They don't want to pay. They treat the Tigers like they're hot and ready pizzas. It's all cheap all the time.
Well, here's the thing.
They're middle of the road in payroll.
Yeah, that I want to say that. They're not the Marlins. That's not fair. Now, Edwin, I disagree in handing him $400 million. Would I pay him $200 million? Would I pay him $250, somewhere in the Max Fried range? Yeah, I would. I would do that. I admit that. But they haven't offered that. So until they offer that, I can't fight you.
But he's right because look at the arbitration offer. They made it so low.
I don't understand what the hell their angle is. That you have to explain that Skubal's not worth more than what David Price got 11 years ago.
I know. This is a new word. It's called inflation.
I know. No, Edwin, as long as you don't see a real offer from them ever reported on, I'm not going to be the guy to fight you. But I just want to be clear. I've said for 2 years now, I'm not handing them $400 million. I don't think it's
he
wise.
Only plays what? Twice a week, maybe once a week. I'm not giving him that either.
And here's Stoney for 99 pitches.
Yeah.
Yes, I get you. I hear you. But that's where the Tigers have a PR.
Right, and 3 weeks from now at spring training, when Scott Harris is asked, and he will be asked, obviously.
I don't comment on current players and negotiations.
Right. He's here. That's all. He's a Detroit Tiger right now. That's what he's going to say. Factually, he'll be correct. Morally, it's
look. I'd rather him take the tact if he knows he has no hope of signing the player. You go out and say, listen. You know what? Scott can claim he's ready to negotiate. That's not the experience we've had.
Correct.
There are ways to play this. Other GMs wouldn't take this crap.
No. And they'd be honest about it. I mean, Dave Dombrowski was pissed off. He thought we had Bichette in the bag and we got, he owes us basically.
Yeah, I love the candor.
Yeah.
I'm good with it. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, what's good, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you?
I'm not too bad. Just real quickly, that's the thing is, I guess for me is like the unknown is kind of what makes us all kind of go into the frenzy. Like you just said, like what angle, like without us knowing anything, whether we're going to keep him, whether we are going to make that offer. I agree, like a 2 to 225, like max. If he's asking 300-400, like, all right, it was nice having you here. You're awesome. You're the best pitcher, but we can't commit to that. I don't know. It's the unknown that just kind of driving us all nuts, and like something has to happen soon, or the unfortunate walk away 2.0 is going to end up.
Let me ask you this question:
inevitably happening.
So when Jose Ramirez signed this weekend, what was your reaction to that?
How freaking humbling and how nice that must be for the city and for that team and organization and for him. Like, bingo bango.
Yeah, like you just I think that's part of the issue I take in all of it is just. Tarek, if you want to be here, stop copping out and saying, well, that's my agent. It's like, no. You're grown. You could say, I want to be here.
Right.
But he knows he won't say it because he's letting his agent lead him around by the nose.
Right, and he believes he's a big part of the union, and he doesn't want to screw his former players.
Okay, but
his fellow players.
Okay, well then, all right, now the pendulum goes back this way.
I know.
Then what are we doing?
It's.
All right, let me ask you a question. I defer to you on this.
Yeah.
You've had a storied media career.
Yeah.
That's Mike Stone. Have you ever, in your time, whether it's in D.C. or here, have you ever seen a situation weirder?
Well, there have been weird ones. If you want to go back, the Billy Sims when he signed with the USFL and then came back to the Lions, that was bizarre.
But that's 40 years ago.
Right.
Plus.
The Jack Morris free agent tour where he went around the country wearing fur coats. People were, we really feel sorry for you, Jack.
He also pitched 10 innings in a game 7.
Afterwards, yes. Because
there was no 99 pitch thing there.
Right, exactly.
He was on 99 in the 4th.
Yeah. Gibby leaving here was, kind of bizarre the way Tom Monahan handled him. So, there have been situations that are crazy. I mean, the worst thing, it wasn't contractually, is Barry Sanders faxing his retirement. But
my point is,
yes,
player here, not traded, didn't leave, not a free agent. Here, they're not offering him anything. His agent's not interested in him staying, and seemingly they are totally unserious about fielding offers. You can't have teams. That's now 2 reports in the past 2 weeks that the Tigers are they're out of their minds. That's not me saying it. It's they wanted half the team, or, hey, top 5 prospects was what it was going to take. I mean, that tracks a little bit with what Scott Harris was like at the deadline when the national reporting, not the meanie pantses at 97.1, the national reporting was the Tigers are simply just not giving up anything.
No.
And it's like, okay, well, then you're going to gain a rep as being someone who's not approachable.
And by the way, speaking of not giving up anything, sometimes when you hoard your prospects, they don't develop if you believe ratings, because what's his face? Lorenzen's not even a top 100 anymore in the last 3 rankings that came out in the last 2 days by Keith Law, ESPN, and MLB Pipeline.
Okay. And all I will say here, take it from a Yankee fan. Let me give you 2 words. Anthony Volpe. Let me give you 2 more words.
Who was
Jason Dominguez.
What about Clint Frazier?
Let me give you 2 more words. Clint Frazier.
Yeah.
You want more words?
Oh, I know.
I'll give you words.
We have them here.
You can have as many prospects as you like. I was told Clint Frazier had the bat speed of Mickey Mantle. I was told Jason Dominguez was Mike Trout. Anthony Volpe was the next. Look, We don't know what they are or are not. I'm every bit as excited about McGonigal as a guy I've never heard of. The point I'm making is you can weaponize those in a trade.
Right. Especially if you have duplicity at positions.
And they do. They have multiple catchers, for instance, with Briseno and Lorenzo. I think that's where my frustration grows, is I view the Tigers in the AL Central the way I view the Pistons in the East. These are poverty division/conferences. You have a leg up on the competition as you don't even play in a real division. You can own this thing. You can go for it. Because baseball is coin flippy. And while I understand Scott Harris's perspective that the best way to win a World Series is to get to the playoffs the most amount of times, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive of aggression. And if not now, when? You'll never sell me that any combination of what the Tigers put together will be better than when they have Tarek Skubal twice in a 5-game series, or twice plus in a 7.
Yes.
You gotta maximize his window. And
whoa. Window? I asked Scott Harris that in that Zoom thing.
I know.
And the windows are an illusion.
They're not.
Who's he, David frickin' Copperfield?
Good poll.
Thank you.
Great hair. He did. David, you'll have to Google him. He was a magician in the 80s.
I don't have to Google every single person. I know who most of these people are.
Before 2010. You don't. I digress. Have you ever seen the movie The Other Guys?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right, just making sure. Another 2010 classic.
It's 9 o'clock. Time to have a great day.
All right.
Aim for the bushes, Mike.
Gator wants some walk-around money. All right, I can't say the other part. 97. Just joining in, we're rapping a little bit about how Jose Ramirez, given the hometown discount, how Cleveland at least trying to sign their best player, how it worked out. And it was about loyalty. He likes it there. His wife likes it there. And he's loyal to the organization who was loyal to him. Novel concept.
Oh,
and
what a world.
Look, I don't hate anybody's hustle. And I am well aware Skubal could probably make more elsewhere. The point I'm trying to make is you don't get to pass the buck anymore. You don't get to keep saying, well, it's above my pay grade. Well, I leave the business things to my agent. No. Your agent works for you.
Exactly.
And we saw in real time a Hall of Famer. You're not a Hall of Famer. Don't get it twisted. Terry Scooble's had 2 marvelous years. He is not a Hall of Famer.
Not yet.
J. Ram is going to the Hall of Fame. If a Hall of Famer in his prime can take a well below average deal, well below market deal, he wanted to make it happen. The team wanted to make it happen. My point in this is I've never seen a situation where seemingly neither side wants to make it happen, and yet the player's here. When neither side wants something, generally it means player loaded into cannon, gone.
Well, it is, when you think about it, it is Scherzer because he played one more year here and then left. And he had the same agent.
But the Tigers made a real offer.
Correct.
They offered him 165.
Right. But that came out when Dombrowski or Ilitch told Dombrowski.
I understand.
Which was during spring training, so maybe they'll use the
but
same,
can I be
the
fair?
same recipe.
Like, we got to be fair.
Yeah.
Things have changed a little in 15 plus years.
I understand that.
Like where things are now, if a team is even thinking about a player, it's reported. I need someone to show they want to be here. Do the Tigers want the player? Then show me an offer. Does Scuba want to be here? Then show me. All the Tigers would have to do is what they did with Bregman. I thought the Bregman offer, I thought the Tigers were more than generous.
Yes, absolutely.
So a Scooble deal, 6 years, $240.
You know what's weird? You thought, God, they're so forward thinkers when they signed Colt Keith that premature contract that other people have done later.
Yeah, he didn't make any money.
I know. But everybody said, yeah, it's a good idea.
But that's why we talked about 2 years ago, you could have signed Scooble or traded him.
Yeah.
And I didn't yell at anyone who wanted him traded. No. I never understood why people were getting so angry about trading Scooble. Nobody knew the Pixar movie was going to happen. And candidly, you haven't won the division. And you haven't gone to a World Series.
No.
So, what did it all mean? All right, we got some cheap thrills. That's an ice cream cone, okay? It's a nice thrill, but it's empty calories.
You need to put a little sprinkles on top.
Never
of
was a
ice cream.
sprinkle guy.
No, I know.
Nor the dip.
Really?
I didn't understand
the
that.
dip, the
hard casing?
Yeah, that I didn't
Nah,
like. But sprinkles,
Nah.
or as we called them in Philly, they were called Jimmies. But now they're
Wait, are we still talking about the ice cream?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sprinkles we call them Jimmies.
Kenny, Gators girls better be wearing Jimmies. Better be using Jimmies. Oh, what a good movie. All right, let's go to Christian, 97.1. Christian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear, pal.
So if it's hard for me to blame Tarek Skubal until you see the actual offer the Tigers put out. If they offer him that, what you guys are talking about, 6-year deal, $240, and he turns it down, then sure.
Yes.
You obviously don't want to be here, right? But the guy wants $400 million. I don't think you hire Scott Boras as your agent to then proceed to take the discount. Isn't that kind of what?
But that's my point. And Christian, I'll give you all the time you want. That's the point I'm making. Jose Ramirez told his agent, I want to be here. Jose Ramirez could have done whatever he wanted to do. Tarek Skubal could easily fire Scott Boras. I don't care they've known each other since Seattle University. I don't care. If he wanted to be here, you could be here. But on the other side, you're right, Christian. They haven't made a serious offer. It's such a strange situation for a team that's good. Let me repeat this. The Tigers are good. And Skubal's great. It makes no sense, Christian.
Yeah. I know. It's endlessly frustrating. My frustration's more targeted at the Tigers, especially with, the stubbornness in the negotiations. And so imagine if you're a team that can offer Tarek Skubal or can afford to take on a $400 million contract. So if you're the Yankees, if you're the Dodgers, if you're the Mets. So if you know that the Tigers are that hard to deal with, it's kind of safe to assume that they're not going to deal him because nobody's going to agree to the haul that they want. So why not just wait? And you're going to pay him the money anyway when he reaches free agency.
That's what
the
they're
Tigers
going.
are really kind of shooting them.
That's what they're going to do, Christian. No, you're nailing it. If you don't trade him now, and mind you, the Mets have already gone out and moved on from you apparently and got Freddie Peralta.
Right.
It's going to be impossible to trade him at the deadline because you won't be too far out of it to do it. And if you're up in the division, there'd be a mutiny in this town.
Yeah, it's a nightmare, man. That's the downside of these huge contracts and all the money that's in professional sports now. It's the greed of humanity kind of is rearing its ugly head. So,
Well, Christian,
anyway.
I'm glad you said it because Stoney and I were talking about it during the break. It's like nothing matters anymore. And you, Christian, if you listen to the show any amount of time, you know where I'm at with college football. It's like these guys, the minute there's adversity, or even if there's not, you're starting, things are going well, and you got your street agent pimping you. Like, it's just, what's the point of anything? Yeah, money's great. I like money.
Yeah.
But there has to be other things.
It's not just it's just the way the world, this country in particular, all that matters is money.
Like if Scooble wanted to be a Tiger and he goes, look, I'll stay for $250, and the team balks at that, then they're the villain.
Exactly.
But he's not doing that.
No.
That's
No.
Christian's point.
Christian, what's going to happen is they're going to keep them, and they're still going to be really good, and whatever. If they do well in the playoffs, fine. If not, and then they're going to lose him for the compensation pick, and people are going to bitch, and Scott Harris is going to get up there and say, "Look, we could have traded him, but we wouldn't have been in the playoffs. What would you want?"
Yeah.
And I'm going to say, I wanted to be good the following year. So then, that's.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, to your point, it's going to kind of let the Tigers off the hook because even without Tarek Skubal, the division is so bad.
Yes,
and it's full of teams that want to spend even less than the Tigers. That it's kind of it's all like so they'll lose them, right? You got a shot to win the division anyway. Imagine what the message will be if they go on to win the division without Tarek Skubal.
Oh.
It's going to seem like they played it perfectly, and they didn't. And that's the source of my frustration.
Only a World Series championship would say they played it correctly.
Yeah, how about this? I'd let them off the hook if they got it. I mean, if they got to the World Series, again, it's a coin flip.
Yeah.
If you get a chance at the ultimate prize, fine. Do I think they're making the World Series? No. So, all right, then what's the point? Like, when you're reading reports that they want to sign somebody, but they're waiting for the arbitration because they may not have the money, you could have got rid of Skubal and turned that into a good starter and a good right-handed bat.
Yeah.
For $32 million, I can make that happen for you. Here's the other thing. You could have made a trade. You could trade for someone on team control. You got a wonderful farm system, which I'm blue in the face giving Scott Harris credit for. The point is they've done largely nothing.
No.
I mean, okay, you brought back Glaber. Who asked for that? Nobody I've talked to. All right, you brought back Finnegan. Fine. No issue.
Kenley Jansen. Okay, fine.
Problem I have is you paid a 38-year-old closer for his best season in recent memory. That's dicey.
Right.
I'm not the one who gave Jack Flaherty a vesting option.
No, but hypothetically that the bullpen is a strength, that's fine.
The problem is they don't have a high K rate. They don't strike enough people out, and I tell you, get to the playoffs.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm saying hypothetically, if that's a strength, fine, but it's still not enough to win it all.
Did the lineup get better?
No.
There's my biggest problem.
No, look, their definition of the lineup getting better is guys like Green and Carpenter, who are kind of the same player, and others getting better because they're younger, and eventually, probably in May or whatever, that McGonigal and Clark later in the year will be up, and that's how they'll be better.
McGonigal, yes, I'd be really surprised at Clark. McGonigal's ready to go.
Yeah, I know. From what you read, yeah, absolutely.
And again, believe me, if Parker Meadows starts out terrible, I'll be more than happy. I'll play you in center before him if he's as bad as he was last year. All right, we'll get more to people coming up. I'm happy you guys want to talk about it. The Ramirez thing, how does it make you react to Skubal? Jose Ramirez took a deal $50, $70, $100 million under value to stay in Cleveland because he wants to be there, and he loves it there, and he's talked about it. And the team, and by the way, Cleveland's an embarrassment of an organization. They paid him. And it's like, man, that would be nice here, wouldn't it? Be nice if the team put an offer out, or if Skubal, who, by the way, Boris works for, Skubal wanted to be here. I don't need you doing a tour in Red Wings and Pistons jerseys, and I don't care. I just stuff it.
He's there with his boys.
I don't
Come
care.
on.
I don't care if he's there with his boys, his girls, farm animals. I don't care.
Wow, that'd be a story.
I don't care. He could be seated next to a goat. It doesn't matter. I don't want to see you.
That would be bad.
Okay. Kenny, I only blame myself for what just took place. I did that. I walked into it.
They gave me the thumbs up, though. That's all that counts.
248-539-9797. Your phone call's next. 97.1. Get to the phones in 1 second. Want to check on the text communications. Kenny, what are people saying? J-Ram signing in Cleveland. How does it make you feel about Skubal? And obviously, the organization's not without blame. We have no credible reporting that an offer of any market value has been made. And I'm sorry, if you don't believe that's how it works, then you're on your own. Look around baseball. If a back-to-back Cy Young Award winner in one of the most highly publicized situations in the sport was offered $250 million, it would get out, period. Kenny?
Tigers don't want to spend money for a Cy Young winner, and Skubal doesn't want to play for an organization. He probably feels they undervalue him. It's a lose-lose.
Yet, they are not realistically trading him. If anyone could explain that, I'm here. First time, long time.
I do think they want to pay him. I don't think they just want to pay him.
So what do they want to pay him exactly?
I don't know. That's the problem. I think they would pay him
6 at 240. I'll make you Zach Wheeler. You'll be the highest paid pitcher in the game, not Ohtani.
Well, I think they would pay, let's say, 6 at 210.
Not good enough.
35 not good enough.
No, I want Wheeler money. I want Wheeler money. Plus, I'm left-handed.
All right, 6 at 240. Yeah.
And again, if he says no, he's the villain.
Yeah.
Tigers win.
What about 5 at 220?
I got to, sure.
Yeah,
fine, done.
But
And again,
he probably wants more years.
Hey, you could do opt-outs.
Yes.
Whatever you like. I don't care. Make him the villain.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
give him
Kenny.
3 for 150. I don't care.
My biggest issue with the Tigers and Skubal issue is that the Tigers keep telling us they're trying to build from within and bring the kids up. Here's a player you built from within the organization, and now you're not paying.
Right, but my point has always been, you don't have to pay him, but you have to trade him.
Correct.
The idea of letting him walk for nothing. Look, how about this? Let me pay another compliment. If you believe in Scott Harris and their minor league talent acquisition, how on God's green earth do you want to sell me that you're scared to trade him and let them go get 3 or 4 pieces they covet? Pieces you can then spin in a trade to get better. And the replacement cost, that if Skubal was going to make 32 and you trade him, you take 16 of it and you replace him. Like it none of it adds up.
No, unless they believe they're so arrogant that they'd rather ride it with Skubal, and they are so confident in the compensatory pick they're going to get that they can make that person a valued commodity.
And again, I know.
I'm not saying they do feel
No,
that way. But
and I know before we even start, someone is thumbing it into their phone. Well, McGonigal was a comp pick. We know. Thank you.
One last one here. Great other guys pull Mike. The Skubal thing is making me want to do a desk pop at work right now.
Just a desk pop. When was your last desk pop? That's 2008. God almighty. Okay. Aim for the bushes. Okay.
There wasn't even an awning.
Honestly, that's where I'm at currently after Sam Darnold's in a Super Bowl. Okay.
There goes my hero.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Kane, 97.1. Kane, what's going on?
Hey, gentlemen, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
Firstly, I just want to say that Shedeur Sanders being in the Pro Bowl is basically Zach McKinstry in the All-Star game.
Yes.
Kind of a joke. But anyways, about the Tigers, Stoney brought it up earlier. If they don't want him, because maybe they think, well, Mize was an all-star, so he's just going to turn into Skubal, and then Job will be back in August or September or something like that, that they're arrogant that they made these right picks. And so what if Skubal leaves? We have his replacements right here.
Well, the problem is they don't have the pitching. Now, they have some serious positional prospects.
Correct.
But they don't have a lot in the way of pitching.
No.
You know, Troy Melton, we've got to see if that's real. Job has a long road back to throw in 180 innings. That'll happen in 2027 or 8. Like this year, you get him back midstream. You hope to get something the year after. Maybe you can get 120 out of him. You got to ramp up. You can't just blast out and throw 210 innings.
No.
So, Kane, I'm with you. Nothing makes sense in this. And believe me, I'm not the smartest guy on the planet. But between Stoney and I and all the baseball we watch and how we know the sport and how it works, Yeah, Kane, we're struggling to find situations that comp to this. And then you see Jose Ramirez do what he did, and I got to be honest, that's why we talked about it.
Yeah, and we're upset with the situation, and more and more of my, I don't know if it's anger, is headed towards the player.
Yeah, honestly. Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
That's why I look at the school bowl thing. Good, man. How you doing? I look at it like school bowl. I wouldn't want to be here either if they were going to play welfare ball and just sign a bunch of bums. But at the same time, if the Tigers were smart, say they did offer school bowl 5 at say $250 or $200, whatever, right? Say school bowl accepts it. Then okay, then you get your trade chip back and you can trade them halfway through the year if you don't want to keep them. I don't see what the problem is. Make them the offer. It's just, why is every one of our GMs smartest guy in the room?
Well, first of all, if he's going to sign a contract like that, chances are he would put in a no trade deal, or at least for certain teams, you would think, right?
Sure. But no, Tom, look, it's, again.
That would be bizarre, though.
He has a right to make his money. I just, if you're going to say you love it here, then back it up. You do what Jose Ramirez does, and you know what? If Skubal told the Tigers, here's what it takes for me to stay, and I'm not telling you, in the art of the deal, so to speak, like you don't negotiate against yourself, but if you want to be there, you could tell the Tigers this is what gets a conversation started. Then it vilifies them.
Right.
Neither side wants to make a dance move.
And if you want to make more money, you'll do more commercials than you're doing right now, and double up on what the Cure is paying you.
Leave that alone.
Yes.
We'll go to Pete, 97.
They're not an advertiser on our station.
Pete, how we doing?
Hey, Despop.
Despop.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I'm not a baseball guy. I love the Tigers, love it.
Sure.
I'm just trying to figure this out. And so Skubal's two-time Cy Young, and the Tigers have a gift in their hands right now. So I would trade him if they could trade him, offer the money they're going to offer him. And I wouldn't go exorbitant amount of money because you can get other players with that money that they're going to spend. I mean, it's 162 games in a year. He played 31. He won 13. Can't we? I mean, that's a lot, but it's not a lot in the scheme of things. Like,
well, you got to do it this way. Take it over a 2-year run. Skubal, in the games he pitches, you're like 21 games over 500. In games Skubal doesn't pitch, you're a 500 baseball team.
Yeah, and there's a lot of truth there, Mike. But at the same time, I know what you're saying as well. Like, if we can get something for him,
you can,
and we can.
You have taken the winter meetings, which were the first week of December. We are sitting here now, spiraling towards spring training. Now the Mets are off the board; they went out and got a pitcher. The Rangers have gone out and got a pitcher. Apparently, the Yankees felt like you were going to take the whole team. Like, Pete, you land in a spot where eventually, who's going to trade for him?
Right, exactly. But I just feel like we're in the driver's seat as far as this right now, if we want to be. I know that Boris is going to bring you into this other world, and Skubal hasn't committed to say, hey, I'm going to take this. I want to stay here. But, I mean, I just think of the value of what we can get if we do unload them.
Maybe they're waiting to see if the Yu Darvish retirement thing holds. Then they can shop him to San Diego.
Yeah, but San Diego's not going to spend like they did. Their owner died.
Oh, really?
Anyways, those are my points, guys. As I said, I'm just trying to figure it out.
Didn't they? Hold on, we're out. Let's check on that. I didn't mean to kill off somebody. Sorry. I thought he was sick and that was it. All right, hold on. We're up against it. 97.1. Sorry about that. All right, let's go inside the mind of Mike Stone. Music, Kenny.
Okay, Michael. Our last little blitz with the Gingers was a lot of fun. This one's a little more serious. And I don't think there's going to be that many wrong answers here, actually, because most of these people, I believe, are really, really good. But it's up to you in a blind ranking to rank from 1 to 10 the best current receivers in the National Football League.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. I got to clear out the Rusty Staub, Sean White, Scal and Pals all-time Ginger list in honor of Sam Darnold.
That's right.
Go ahead.
So this one, here we go. C.D. Lamb.
Tough. On any given Sunday, he can be the best guy in the league. First guy never tackles him, but he doesn't get in the end zone. I'm going to put him just outside the top 5. There are other players I like better.
Okay.
He's good, clearly. I'm going to put him at 6 just for fun.
Okay. Jamar Chase.
That's number 1 with a bullet to me.
Okay.
I just think Jamar Chase, the most physically gifted receiver. Speed, he's got it. Power, has it. 50-50 contested catch guy, has it. Explosiveness, route running, does it all. I can't hold it against him, but Joe Burrow died for, a bunch of the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. I just think Jamar Chase he is a prototype designed in a lab wide receiver.
Now, I'm going to preface this by saying there's a few guys who we'll discuss at the end. Why isn't he on this list? And why is this on? Of course, that's the way it always goes. All right. This one I don't think is really debatable that he's on the list. The question is, where should he be on the list? Puka Nacua.
Okay. Now, he's in a great situation because I know what's going to happen if I put somebody ahead of him. Other players don't have the benefit of McVay and Stafford. And before it was Kupp on the other side or Devontae Adams. I love Puka. I think Puka's an awesome player. But I do have somebody else I would put ahead of him. I'm going to put Puka number 3.
Okay.
Again, a guy who, the way he plays, he's not going to be in the league long.
Okay.
Stoney, he is nuts.
I know.
He's Cam Scatabo at wide receiver.
Exactly.
This dude is incurring brain damage. He just puts his head down and gets crushed. I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
All right, next on the list, some people might question this, but maybe they hadn't seen him play that much. Tetairoa, however you pronounce his name,
Tetairoa
McMillan.
Or as his friends call him, T-Mac.
T-Mac.
All right, yes. I will put him 10th.
Okay.
I will say a nice rookie year. Mm-hmm. I'm happy to put you on the list, but I'm not going to rank you above guys who have put years of tape out there. Mm-hmm. I like T-Mac. And again, what I hate is when teams draft receivers that don't profile to be that big, physical, outside receiver. If you're going to use a top 10 pick on a guy, it has to be my number 1 read in the red zone. It has to be a 50-50 guy. It's got to be that big, physical prototype receiver, and he's that.
All right, next one might be the most controversial one on this list.
Okay.
A.J. Brown.
Man, he's still got it, but that situation in Philly, I'll absolve some of it, but he's his own worst enemy with others. You cry about getting the ball, then when you catch the football, your team loses. Any game he had 100 yards and I felt like they lost, dropped a couple of critical passes. I'm gonna ding him, but he's still going to be on the list. I'll put him 9th.
Okay.
I think he's got to have a bounce back to get back to that lofty praise I just offered. He needs to change scenery, to be honest with you.
Nico Collins.
I love Nico. I think Nico is, honestly, I have the spot for Nico. I'm going to slot Nico ahead of CD. More of a physical player.
Okay.
Obviously, he got hurt, horrific concussion, didn't play in the game against the Pats. But Nico, only Michigan could wreck a wide receiver the way they did to Nico. I mean, Nico to me is, again, a Jamar Chase type guy. Does it all.
Justin Jefferson.
That's my number 2. I don't get the Jetta thing. His name's Justin. We could lose the Diamonds. It's probably a little bit much. he has no quarterback play. Even with Sam Darnold, he was awesome. With JJ, not so much. But Jefferson and Chase, Chase and Jefferson, that's your 1-2.
Okay, so we have
4, 7, 8.
Okay. Terry McLaurin.
I'll put him 8th.
Okay.
I'll put him 8th. I probably could flip. No, I don't need to. Scary Terry, look, obviously this year the quarterback play was a disaster. Difficult catch, high point player, deep threat, yes. I like him. I could put him 8th.
Okay. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
That's why I left number 4 open. Okay. ASB. Now listen, him knocking the fans aside. Will play hurt, durable, reliable, great route runner. I know he had a couple bad drops this year, noted, but let's take the aggregate. Great hands. He's explosive. Is he going to go 80 yards? No, but he's a big reason you lead the league in yak every year. And if I've got a 4th and my season, the ball's going to him. I think ASB's a top 5 receiver, so number 4 for me.
Okay, so we're left at number 7. Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, here's what I'll say. He had an incredible season. You're right. I should have left one more spot open. If I had it to do over again, I wouldn't put him over Jamar. I wouldn't put him over Jefferson because you're asking about talent.
Right.
You're not asking about who had the best season.
Right. I'm saying that's what this is. This is a difficult one to win because they're all really good.
I could probably slot him at 5, put Nico 6, CD at 7.
Yeah.
Or I could put him at 4 and put ASB at 5. ASB is a top 5 receiver to me. Mm-hmm. But yes, JSN at 7 is going to be the controversy point. I put CD a little too high. But I'm not backing off the Jamar JJ top 2. No way. And again, if you want to knock Nakua, that's on you guys. I can't. That guy's insane.
Now the two that I thought of, but one gets hurt all the time.
Yeah.
Is Chris Olave.
Not quite.
But
came on towards the end of the year once Shuck figured it out.
And somebody else who had a really good season in a weird situation, Drake London.
Yeah, but in wild swings.
Yeah.
Wildly inconsistent. And let's be fair, injuries.
Yes.
Yeah, look, if you...
And I was also thinking of T. Higgins. Did I want to put 2 guys from the same team? But I said no.
If you let me redo it, London would be on here, not Scary Terry.
Okay.
And A.J. Brown. I would probably put London over A.J. Brown and Scary Terry.
Okay.
But that's not it because that's Mike Stone. It's his list. He gets to do what he wants.
That's right.
Now, what is your biggest grievance here?
My biggest grievance, and it's not much, is just I would have put in Jigba.
Where would you put him?
I would flip flop him and Nico. I think.
Oh, and fair. That's probably where my love of Nico Collins went a little too far.
That's okay.
I just feel bad for what Michigan did. He's such a good player. He's amazing.
He's a great player. Absolutely.
Kenny, I'm getting better at this because I'm careful. I'm tactical.
Yes. I was looking at Kenny. We were saying, is he going to screw ASB for a while? I know.
No.
And I didn't think you would.
I'm putting aside that ridiculous remark on his podcast.
You've always said he's a top 5 guy.
I love him.
And in this list, he's a top 5 guy. He's number 4.
Damn it.
All right.
I almost got it perfect, Kenny. Almost. That's the blind rank by Mike Stone. Distracted driving, it's an epidemic. God help you if you're texting while driving in this weather. Please don't do that. But if you're on the road, you're at risk. Look at the winter, for God's sakes. You don't need people texting to be in danger. If you don't have life insurance, you're putting your whole family at risk. Look, for starters, you get with Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. Shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He guarantees you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with some phone jockey 6 states over, okay? It's the best of the best. 30 years of experience. He'll get you in the plan you need, and your family will have the security they deserve. Go to nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. It's National Benefit Plans. They want to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, before I turn it over to Stoney here, because I asked Kenny, I go to Mike. I go, hey, dealer's choice. We got about 17 things hopping around here. I go, hey, Mikey, what do you want to bring up? Kenny, he recited the same 17 things I talked about. So it's going to be a grab bag from Stoney momentarily. Ticket text first, though. Just a text communications. Text communication. It is not called that anymore. It is text. Damn it. It's my fault, Kenneth.
Mike, you're getting better at these lists. Congratulations.
I know. I get a leg lamp in the mail. It's a major award. But I take it serious because the first time I bombed because I didn't understand how to play his game.
What about Egbuka? That's from Steve.
I thought about him, too, because he had a great start, and then he fizzled. So you mentioned Mike Evans, too, but...
you got hurt.
Yeah.
What do you
we got a couple of Mike Evans on the Texas.
Look, there's a lot of... The point is, it probably is the highest, the most talent at any position in the league, if you think about it. As quarterback plays diminished over the years.
Big time. Sam Darnold's in a Super Bowl. God help us.
Yes, he is.
Oh.
There's a couple of people saying St. Brown should have cracked the top 3.
Boy, I tell you.
So he's better. So you think he's either better than Jamar, Justin Jefferson, or Puka?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
Well, we're saying they'd replace him with Puka.
I don't know how many. Because, look, St. Brown, as great as he is, he did have a little bit of dropsies this year towards the end of the season. But he's a great player. Should be in the top 5.
There you go. Bickering about wide receivers.
Yeah.
Now,
all right.
what do you want to do here? I'm open. I like everything we have today.
Okay, first, I just want to mention something here. Joe Brady is the head coach of the Buffalo Bills. Obviously, had to be in simpatico.
I think you're looking for simpatico, but we'll just go with it.
Yes.
Simpatico.
Up next, Stoney on syphilis.
Your top 10 STDs, rank them, Michael.
Cutscene. Kenny Cott says crabs.
Number 7, chlamydia.
Had a big season.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Joe Brady.
Let me tell you something. Back in the day, me and Woj could have made a top 64 out of that, and we did something similar. Anyway, enough of that. Joe Brady, the head coach of Buffalo.
I like it because they go defense to offense. It's all about Josh Allen, period.
Okay. So, yes.
I heard Mike Stone's interviewing for the Browns. Nobody else wants it.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so who wants the Browns job?
I bet you it'll end up being Jim Schwartz.
Jim Schwartz?
They don't have anywhere else to go.
I know.
They can't even get people to interview.
Is it safe to say that the Raiders are just waiting for the Super Bowl and they're going to hire Kubiak if he wants it?
It would seem to be that? Question mark?
Yeah. And here's the other question. What the hell's Arizona doing? Who are they waiting for?
I don't think anyone wants the job. This is why Mike McDaniel took that Charger OC job. It's better than taking Arizona. It's better than taking Cleveland.
Yeah.
These jobs are hire to be fired. And again, you know what's going to happen here now. This isn't me doing this because I'm stating it. You get into some problems here. You basically had what, 7, 8, 9? How many jobs? 10.
Yes, and all Caucasians.
There you go. You're going to hear it.
Yes.
It's not me doing it.
No, I know, but
it's kind of hard to fathom.
Yes.
Now, here's the problem. This is where it gets bad is if you have a minority candidate, you're put to a choice. You can take the worst job on the board or you don't get any job. That's a Sophie's choice right there as well.
And if I'm Brian Flores,
I'm not taking a Browns or Cardinals.
I'm not taking Arizona.
I've earned better.
Or the Raiders?
No, that's different. I think there's a connection between him and Brady.
Oh, that's true.
And you get the number 1 pick. You get Mendoza. I thought Flores to Vegas would have been good. Or Baltimore. I thought those were the two. It made sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
But just wait. I'm sure Stephen A. is already priming a rant.
Well, speaking of Stephen A.
Oh, God.
Did you hear what he did today?
No.
Or yesterday?
I try to avoid it like the plague.
Okay.
What?
He suggested that the Steelers messed up by not offering the job or even interviewing former Steeler Ryan Clark.
Okay.
And Ryan Clark basically told Steven to stay in your lane.
What on earth?
I mean, seriously.
Oh, my God.
One of the most...
My head hurts.
One of the most proud
franchises
Hiring
in
a
NFL
TV guy
history. Hiring
who
a former
dresses
player
like he's in Star Trek.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they changed the logo. They have the brooch
Yeah,
on
exactly.
the
The Steelers, instead of wearing a Captain C, you wear a Ryan Clark brooch.
Yeah. I mean,
you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Guy wears two-tone suits like the Joker. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
All right, now what do you really want to talk about?
Okay.
I know you're clearing the deck. Stoney was so amped up for a couple of these mentions.
All right.
Go ahead. Clear the deck, and then we're going to get back to business.
Okay. This might not even be clearing the deck. This just might be another sign that where are we living? And it actually has to do with Michigan. And I mentioned this to you about an hour ago, and then Rico texted us a similar thing.
Oh, the NIL?
Yeah.
The state of Michigan.
The Michigan High School Athletic Association today has approved NIL for their student athletes in high school. That's right. They can, host camps, clinics, whatever, do whatever the hell they want. Look, I understand we live in a capitalistic society, but what's really high school kids getting money for playing sports? Well, it's absurd. So what? So if and forgetting about recruiting kids, because that's been going on for a long time, and even my favorite high school's done that in the past. So if West Bloomfield wants to recruit a kid and they got to sign him an NIL deal, so Belleville won't poach him. I mean, what's going on here?
Look, I'm the wrong person to ask. You know my
What's
thoughts.
that? Middle school. Okay.
Well, the problem is, until these cases stop winning in court, this is what's going to happen. Now, I've made a joke at Kenny's expense for a while. I've made several. But the Georgia paying high schoolers to stay recruited,
Right.
to stay committed, this is the next step. Look, I don't see a need for it, but this is where parents would need to speak. This is where, if you're a high school coach, are you ready to deal with this? If you're a parent, is this something you deem appropriate? Because, look, here's the one thing. First of all, we have no structure to anything.
Of course.
Second of all, what we've seen in college, and it's really unfortunate, but we knew this would happen. Kids are making decisions that are not of their own. They are making decisions because they are the earner for their family in many cases.
Right.
And even if the parents are working, when backup linemen are making $500,000, like let's just be clear, you are the breadwinner of your family. That's a dangerous game to play. It's a double-edged sword, and it often leads to the kid not doing right for him.
Right.
Because other people want the kid to do what's right for them. I would need to see parents call in.
248-539-9797. You're a parent of a high school athlete?
Or a high school administrator or a coach. NIL, MHSAA, NIL to high school is here.
Yeah.
And by the way, who the hell? Now, look, if you told me Texas high school.
Right. That's the difference. I mean, they get 20,000 at high school games. And
They actually have a financial model.
Yes.
I don't want any of this, but I've given up. That's the difference, Mike. I've blown the Titanic whistle.
Right. I mean, how much NIL money could what? Billy Norris is in Landman. Billy Bob Thornton's girlfriend's, his daughter's boyfriend.
Okay, this is the reference. This is what you needed to go to. How about how much would Bryce Underwood have gotten?
Yeah.
That's just simple, easy, and it's not a TV show. I'm helping.
But I know you love Landman, too.
I do.
You know what I'm talking
I
about.
love it. I'm going to miss it. It's back. They're going to film in spring, and then what? I got to wait till next fall?
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah. I do like it.
His daughter was with the quarterback and whatever.
248-539-9797. I have no problem spending a segment or two on this because I would love to hear.
It affects our listeners.
Well, and I want to hear from the people it affects. Yeah. This has no impact on me. I don't watch high school sports. I don't care about it. I don't even care about the recruiting anymore because I feel like even if you get a kid, he's gone before he ever plays.
Right.
I leave it to the people.
And what about the NIL for the public address announcers?
Oh, you're still doing that?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
My community service.
What are you on probation?
Yeah, you never know.
248-539-9797. Kenny, you tell me. High school NIL? I mean, what are the ticket texters saying? What do you say?
Still waiting for them to filter in, but my take on this is The younger that you do this, the worse of a precedent it sets. And I wonder what the guardrails look like on this thing, because oftentimes with these NIL programs,
Here's what they look like, Kenny.
you brought up Texas, right? They probably do have guardrails because they have such a massive collective of students and of parents and of coaches and of administration that if they didn't, it would have already crumbled.
How much money is David's son going to get?
Well, I've tried to get him out of Canton for months. He's got a Jose Ramirez loyalty to the program. I've been trying to get him over to Cass Tech. You know how much faster he'd be on a 94-yard field?
I was going to say,
my God. Instead of a 40-yard dash at Cass, they run a 38.
Come to West Bloomfield. Come to West Bloomfield, Hatchet son.
The point I would make is this. I think no, I don't like kids. So that's why I didn't have kids, okay? The point I'm making is I am an uncle, and I love being an uncle. It's fun. It has a return policy.
Right.
The point I'm making, we are warping children's minds already. They live on their tablets, their phones. Society's never been worse. When you add money to the equation, the younger you add it, the more you are altering, and I think irreparably damaging their perspective on the world. And if you don't believe me, listen to the conversation Cam Scatabo just had on what college NIL is doing to NFL rookies.
It's crazy.
You are taking away any ability to understand strife, adversity, having to earn things. Like the idea of handing a high schooler money to play a sport, that's a laugh factory.
By the way, Olive Rieger just got called Olive Rieger, Jeff Rieger's daughter.
Oh.
Just got a NIL offer from golf from Detroit Country Day. I don't know.
Is she like 6?
This is what it's going. This is what it's going to.
I don't even know how old his daughter is.
I don't know. She's like 6. Yes.
No,
7.
she's got to be older than that now.
Yes,
I remember this is
7, whatever.
Like pre-COVID, he brought her in here and she had like food all over her head and stuff. And I'm like, Jeff, do you bathe this thing? Like, what the hell is this?
Annie Birchfield. She's a month old.
Sure.
She just got offered by Belleville. I don't know.
I'd like to know from the people. If you're an administrator, a coach, or a parent, just a word, please. Help us understand, because I think this is bad.
Yes, it's awful. That's why I'm going loco and losing my train of thought on this.
You're
thing.
okay.
I can't even
You're
speak.
all right. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls next. 97.1. All right, let's get to the people. Kind of I don't want to call it breaking news. It's more of a community news thing. We talked to Eric Skubal earlier because of the J-Ram deal in Cleveland. We got into Ginger Jesus making a Super Bowl and other things that we didn't think we'd live to see. But the MHSAA has approved NIL for high schoolers. I leave it to you. I'm not going to feign outrage. I could say something's a bad idea or it's stupid. It doesn't impact me. But if I were a coach, if I'm an administrator, or if I'm a parent, it feels like we are redefining the bottom of the chili pot with every decision as it pertains to youth sports, college down. So you tell us. We'll go to Derek, 97.1. Derek, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. All right, so I come with an optimistic take on this thing, okay? So,
sure.
High school football coach in Plymouth Canton, counselor, yada, yada. So, I mean, this whole thing was inevitable, right? This was going to happen, and here's my optimistic spin on this thing, okay? So we lose kids to private schools all day, every day, all our best kids from our community. Not all our best, many of our best. Now, if a community really wants to buy in to their school sports programs, you know, who's to say that Cadillac of Plymouth can't sponsor little Jimmy and, you know, throw him a quick 10 G's a year to be doing commercials for him, and now we keep that kid in Plymouth Canton and he doesn't go to CC, you know? Just little things like that give me a little hope with this, that it's not just going to ruin everything.
All right, so no, question mark? No, but Derek, you know what?
He's right.
Point proof. Great point. Now the question just becomes, where does the money come from? Like, see,
Right.
this is the issue. You're not, I mean.
Who's negotiating the money?
The private schools, these power programs, Derek, I mean, they'll have a collective. And then schools who, look, you could have great coaching, you could have great kids, but if you don't have financial backing, I don't think anything will change. You're still going to lose those kids.
Yeah, I think the community is the key here, man. I think that's the thing is if Dexter's got a Honda dealership, you know, I keep going to car dealerships, but there's going to be other, you know,
Right, I get you.
businesses within the community. And that's going to be the key is they're going to need to step up and support their local high schools, or we're going to be in some big trouble.
Well, as far as the private versus public deal, I think the best way, I don't know if it would change guys leaving, but you have to separate when it comes to state tournaments. Private school should have their own classification.
Derek, your thoughts on that?
That's another, you know, that's a serious battle that we all discuss every single day.
It's ridiculous.
CC's AD had a great point that, you know, I mean, here's the thing is CC and all of them, they'll take their ball and go home. They don't need the MHSAA if the MHSAA isn't. That's millions in revenue they're going to lose. I mean, think of that. That's just games at Ford Field, all those playoff ticket sales, all those things. And these are such successful programs. The MHSAA ain't going to do that. They want that money.
Well, you got
see, but again, you know, Derek,
you got to put guardrails on. You can't recruit kids from Canada.
Yeah, but good luck.
I'm with you, brother.
Good luck. We just saw a kid who got drafted in the NBA 4 years ago play for Alabama this weekend. I mean, come on. Derek, appreciate it. Thank you. Because the perspective matters.
Yeah.
And again, there's no Pollyanna, right? I understand. I've always said this. Whether you run a business or it's sports, hey, 90 cents on the dollar. It's about money. You got to leave 10 cents in the little tray for the homeless people. You can't swipe that dime too.
No.
And with sports, and now it's in high school. Listen to what Derek, it can't all exclusively, every cent of it is about money. That's the problem. There was a space that while college football was about money, there was a space for program, culture, history, loyalty. High school athletics now, think about this. You made a perfectly reasonable point. Why? Well, why can't we? Money. Yeah. Now, NIL, infusing more money into high school. And I do laugh at the idea that in communities that are not affluent, you got people who it's never been more expensive to live. Yeah, here's an idea. Now you got to pay in order for what? To have a high school football team?
Right.
Come on. You know what I mean? Like, at what point do you go, enough? What are we going to do? NIL for fourth graders?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's just by the way, thank God. The martyr that is Darian Mensah has won his case against Duke.
Yeah.
You know, where he signed a 2-year, $8 million contract and wanted to renegotiate, aka leave. Just God almighty. Because here's the other thing. None of it will be enforceable.
No.
You pay a kid on one Friday night, he'll be at a different school the next.
Right. And there are kids that'll play one sport in the fall,
Right.
and they'll play basketball.
Oh my God. I gotta go. Go to Mario 97.1. Mario, what's good, buddy?
Mike and Stoney, good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon, sir.
Mike,
What's good?
Mike, can I say something real quick before I make my comment?
Sure.
Man? Congratulations on you getting your coach. Good there.
Thank you.
I missed out. When that happened, I turned to my son and said, Mike was so distraught the day he was in and he left the building. I told my son, Mike, he's a big fan of yours, man.
Well, thank
you. But congrats, man. On to my comment, Mike. Being a former high school coach, man, this is a disaster in every single way. I'll take West Bloomfield, for example.
Yes.
Say West Bloomfield, okay, they looking for receivers. They need good receivers. And they saw some kids from the Detroit Public School League.
Yeah.
How are those? They want those kids. How those kids from 7 Mile and Kelly gonna get out there to Orchard Lake and not be a strain on their parents? Also, you had this little thing called School of Choice, where those requirements are they going to just throw those out the window?
No, School of Choice. School of Choice enabled schools like West Bloomfield at least to get some. But you ask how your kid's going to get to school and stuff like that. What do you think? One of the reasons, what's his name, Crowell from Belfield was suspended.
Yeah,
He drove his kids
Crowell.
there. Yeah, I know.
And here's my last thing, Stoney. You got, like Mike just said, you got kids whose parents are struggling to pay rent. Now you say, they come and say, we're going to give y'all $10,000 to do this. Now that parent just to make it to possibly be able to get their kids over there, now they got to try to look at, maybe I have to move somewhere closer, because that's going to be inevitably. And I tell you, the school district who's not going to definitely be involved in it, Grosse Pointe, because they not having that where somebody's going to be coming into their district and not living there. Have a great one, guys.
Mario, appreciate it. And it's not pushback. Just understand, it's already happening where if you're a high-level player, you're leaving the state. And I don't even need to make jokes about Josh Jackson playing in Napa, California.
Look at Darius Acuff, one of the best freshmen in the country, left Cass Tech, and he was playing in Arkansas now. He's a great player, but he went and played somewhere else.
Look at IMG. We're creating football factories.
Right.
Or like IMG's athletic complex, if you haven't seen this, it'll make you sick, but you should see it. So I just want to say, it's not that players moving around is going to just start. Now, it might be more heightened, but I just, where do you draw the line on this? So we'll get more of your phone calls. Just sit tight for a second. We do want to mix in a little fun. But yeah, this is, look, the college thing, if you're unbothered by that because you can just say, hey, forget about it, and you're a go blue guy or you're a go green guy, that's fine. But when it gets to high school, I feel like that crosses the line. I don't understand the need for high school athletes to be paid.
No.
I'm sorry. I don't. You want to get paid? Get a job. There's an idea. No, I know. I'm not doing this Rod Marinelli, I walk to school thing. I'm just saying.
I know.
I worked the minute I turned 15 with working pay. Get a job.
Now, the NIL isn't coming from the school. It's coming from the advertisers.
All right. We'll get your calls. 97.1. All right. Let me take care of some business here. Winter conditions. It's no joke. Whether it's the snow, the whiteouts, the ice, the roadways. Look, you could fall flat on your head in the parking lot. If you're in an accident or a slip and fall, call David Femininia, injury attorney in Michigan for over 30 years. David has helped thousands of people pick up the pieces. Call David, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website anytime. GetDavidGetPaid.com. Let me get the notepad.
Get your
I love this
notepad
game.
out. I know you do.
This is dangerous.
And
All
I
right.
hope it's saved only for when I'm here.
Honestly, I kind of want to keep it that way because you're good at these. The
Okay.
list you find.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Oh, man. All right. I got to focus.
All
I
right,
got to
I
get out of
think
my
you're speaking
Sam.
too soon, Mike.
Yes.
Oh, no. This is bad. This isn't like broadcasters. What is this?
No. We want you a blind ranking of 10. The top 10, in your opinion, ginger athletes.
Oh, God. This is awful. Oh, this is my
And
hellscape.
only one is really old.
All right.
I mean really old. I mean like after 1960.
Here's the problem with this.
69.
We are now dealing in a list where I don't have a general. I'm thinking of a couple.
Okay.
I've got one. I would be shocked if he's not on the list.
Okay. So we'll start off giving you 1 through 10. Number 1, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Now this is controversial. That very fast. That's the Intimidator. If you are
that's the Intimidator's son. The Intimidator.
I thought you said Dale Earnhardt. Okay, so Junior.
Yes.
This is okay. Ken, is the problem. I don't know what's next. I don't like when we were doing broadcasters. I had a general idea of all right, Tirico and this guy.
It's the beauty of this.
Okay, I will go. Kenny, what do you think? 7 or 8?
No,
I think there's a lot of athletes on here, and there's not a ton to hate about Junior. So you could do a lot worse, is my point.
You want to go 5? We'll put him dead set middle.
4 or 5, somewhere in there.
Because is NASCAR really a sport anybody cares about? This isn't Biloxi, Mississippi. Who cares? Hey, Kenny, let's check that NASCAR topic hotline.
What are you giving him?
All right, I'm going to put him. I'll put him 5.
Okay.
Oh God, I probably made a terrible mistake.
Roy Halladay. The late but great Roy Halladay.
Loved Roy Halladay. Except the year I traded for him in my fantasy league and he took a liner off the shin and missed the rest of the season in his first start. I loved Halladay. See, to me, I'd put Halladay. Would you put Halladay above Earnhardt Jr.?
I don't have an issue with them. I think they're 1A and 1B right there. Not like number 1, but you could put them in the same spot.
My fear is he's going to have a bunch of bum-ass gingers, and we can't have too many spots up high.
I was going to say, I would assume since you hate ginger athletes so much, reserve as much space as the bottom as possible, right? That would be my
And
strategy.
Halladay was objectively awesome. All right, I'll put Halladay 4.
Okay.
Roy Halladay. I love Doc Halladay. What a gamer.
Former Celtic Bill Walton.
Yeah, this was going to be possibly my number 1. Bill Walton is one of the greatest college basketball players in the history of college basketball.
The best, I think.
And he went on to be an incredible NBA player. Injuries clearly robbed him of longevity. Brought a championship to Portland while looking like a pumpkin wearing an afro.
Yeah, I know.
And then
the Sixers choked.
And he played a big role on the Celtics as well.
Yes, he did.
As a sixth man. Yeah, the problem is canvassing the ginger populace. I know I'm missing players. Do I want to use the number 1 spot right now, Kenny?
I would, just because of his greatness. That wouldn't be an issue.
Would it, Stoney, if you could step away as our master of ceremonies, would you find it offensive or insane if I had Walton as the number 1 ginger of all time?
No.
Because I think I can make a credible case.
Yes, you can.
All right, we're going to go Bill Walton.
Okay.
Also, huge pothead.
Yes. Number 2, or not number 2, but the next one is Andy Dalton.
Is there an 11 on here? Scale of 1 to 10? And this
Yes.
isn't a Bobby Flay lookalike contest.
Correct.
Andy Dalton, 10.
Okay.
POS.
Wow.
I hate Andy Dalton. I
You're earning the 10 slot.
I couldn't stand him at TCU. I couldn't stand him with the Bengals.
He might regret this.
Oh, no.
Only by 1, though, maybe.
This game is great, yet horrible.
Rusty Staub. That's my one old guy.
Oh, my God. Mike.
Met Expo.
Yeah, I know who he is. I wasn't alive when he played.
I know. That's the only one.
Where do you put him? Come on, Mike. I never got to see the guy play.
Yeah, but you've heard stories. You're a historian.
I'll put him 9 just because he's old and dead.
Okay.
Jeez.
Shaun White.
Oh, the X Games guy.
Yeah.
Well, how do we value X? Like, is being good at the X Games, does that move the needle at all?
He did win an Olympic gold medal or two, didn't he?
But I hate the Olympics. It shouldn't even exist.
Oh,
You could call that NASCAR adjacent, though, if you don't care about the sport.
Oh, I respect NASCAR drivers too much. The X Games stuff is lunacy. It's like dodgeball on the Ocho. It's not even real.
All right, so you're putting him below Earnhardt Jr. then.
I have to. But he did win a gold medal, and just because I hate the Olympics doesn't mean the Olympics don't matter. You want to go 7?
Don't outsource this. This is your list. Hey, Stoney, where should I put this guy?
I know.
I'll put him 6.
Was he the Flying Tomato?
He was. That was his nickname.
You call him 6?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Looking for a little help, and Kenny yells at me.
Blake Griffin.
Okay, I could live with this. The question is Stoney going to have somebody better than Griffin? Because I could put Griffin 3. Then again, if someone's better, I could put them at 3 and I could put Blake Griffin 2. What other redheaded players even exist in this world? I'm going to put I like Blake. Plus he had a big impact on the game. Give me Blake number 2.
Okay.
Just because I didn't like the Griffin trade doesn't mean I didn't like him.
Sam Darnold.
Well, definitely over Andy Dalton. Definitely over Rusty Staub. I'm not going to put him over Shaun White or Earnhardt Jr. or Roy Halladay. I'll put Sam Darnold 8.
Okay.
Piece of garbage.
Mark McGuire.
Okay. As I've aged, I stopped caring about the steroids thing.
Right, me too.
He was really fun to watch, and he hit absolute bombs. Go look at the home run. Kenny, you want to see one? Go look at a home run he hit off Randy Johnson in the Kingdom.
I've seen the home. I'm not that young.
Kenny, I mean, anything before 2010, you start drooling.
By my math, you either have to have him 3 or 7.
I'm going to go Big Mac at 3.
Okay.
I just don't care about the steroids anymore.
And at 7, somebody you probably want to put maybe at 9 or 10, and you're going to say, or why the hell is he even on this list?
Uh-oh.
Brian Scalabrine.
I'm good with it. Definitely better than Darnold. Played a role on the Celtics title team. Also hosted a god-awful podcast for this company called Scal and Pals. We'll put you 8.
Okay, there
Scal and Pals at 8.
Here we go. So it's from the bottom up. Andy Dalton, 10. Rusty Staub, 9. Sam Darnold, 8. Brian Scalabrine, 7. Shaun White, 6. Dale Earnhardt Jr., 5. Roy Halladay, 4. Mark McGuire, 3. Blake Griffin, 2. And Bill Walton, 1.
Okay.
Those are your top
All right,
10 gingers.
Now let's analyze this for a minute. Now, hold on. Stoney, what is my biggest mistake here in your opinion?
I think, with all due respect, I think Scalabrine should be 9.
I like Scal
But
because he
I like
also
him too.
takes on New York street ball guys. He goes to
I know.
playgrounds.
I know.
And these guys think they could take an NBA player, and he's out of shape, and he's 100, and he dusts them.
Although he didn't answer my email to try to get him on the Restore the Floor podcast that he said he would do when I met him at this Pistons season home opener. But that's
Quote, he didn't respond to my email.
No.
I'm glad that factors.
Yes.
All right, so you would have Scal and Pals lower and Darnold above him.
Yeah, by 1. I because I saw Rusty Staub play. He was a really good player.
Mike, overall, I think you made this list
Yes.
pretty. It's not bad.
No.
Here's what I've learned from this game. When we did it the first time 3-4 times ago, you have to be careful, you have to be pragmatic,
Right.
and you have to know that Mike Stone is going to have a player up his sleeve that played when games were in black and white. So I've tried. I take this serious.
Yeah.
I'm just glad the Bill Walton, like that was the one where I go, okay, if there's a better redhead player than Bill Walton, I haven't seen it.
No. The only other person I thought about putting in here he's not even a player, as a coach, would be Andy Reid. But I decided to just do players.
Yeah, then you would have to turn it into sports figures.
Yes.
And then that would get complicated.
I know, exactly.
I like this. I feel good about it.
Okay.
And I like that I have Scalabrine over Sam Darnold. That makes me feel really good.
Well, you know what? My job is
D-
to make you feel
podcast
good.
host over F quarterback.
Over Super Bowl quarterback.
Shh. Look, Jeff Hostetler made a Super Bowl. He's not making your top 10 mustache people from West Virginia list.
Did Rich Rod ever have a mustache? No.
Stop. We're not doing this.
That's your blitz. To hell with redheads. 97.1.
MLB writer John Heyman said in his live stream today the Tigers will not settle on Tarik Skubal's arbitration before the hearing. In terms of trade discussions, he's hearing that the Tigers are not naming their price either. The Red Wings start a 3-game homestand tonight against the Kings. Rookie forward Emmett Finney spoke to the media about what his fellow forwards can do with Simon Edvinsson out for the next few games. Here the 7 o'clock face-off right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Pistons have a late-night tip against the Nuggets today. Nikola Jokic still remains out. Here's LeVert also on for the Pistons with an illness. You can hear the 8:35 pregame over on WWJ News Radio 950 with yours truly on it there. The Michigan High School Athletic Association approved the expansion of NIL for high school athletes today to include social media endorsements and promotions, personal appearances, photo sessions, or autograph signings, modeling, advertising, merchandise, sports card or apparel sales, and the use of students' name, image, or likeness in marketing materials. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, Rico back tomorrow. I had a bit of a travel disaster this weekend, so I missed yesterday. Sorry.
You and about 25,000 other people
I know,
in this country.
but dude, it's my responsibility to be back. I felt terrible, but thank you for filling in with Rico yesterday. Rico's just the king of the random day off.
I don't understand the
Neither do I.
Tuesday thing.
You know what? It's something you need to get into next time you host with him. Because I bust his balls all the time. I'm like, dude, what is it with you? Take a week off. Get the hell out of here.
Right.
I got this Thursday and this Wednesday and boop-a-da-boop.
Well, last
like,
week I
all right.
understood it because it was a Tuesday coming off of a holiday. I got it.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
That's not my issue. He'll be back tomorrow. So here's what we have for you. Odyssey.com Rewind. I offered my official statement on Sam Darnold. To hell with him. And to hell with the NFL and to hell with the Rams. And it's the apocalypse. We have a ginger in the Super Bowl. But we talked Skubal, and it was different because of what Jose Ramirez did. And now we're talking about the MHSAA saying NIL is a full go for high school athletes. So we've asked parents, administrators, coaches, how bad of an idea is this? Question mark. The Skubal thing, if you want to dial in on it, it's a very quick reset. Jose Ramirez wanted to stay in Cleveland and stayed in Cleveland and signed a contract, 7 at 176, well below market value because he wanted to be there. Not lip service, wanted to be there. And Cleveland, as pathetic of an organization as they are, did something that, by all evidence we have, the Tigers haven't done. Made a real offer.
Correct.
And I asked you whether it kind of changes how you feel about Skubal, because it's one thing to say, damn, why can't players be loyal? And then you have no evidence of it. Why can't a guy give a hometown discount? And you have no evidence of it. Well, Tarik Skubal's not a Hall of Famer.
No.
Jose Ramirez is.
We see these things in other sports because of for cap ramifications where guys take
Right.
less to help their teams. Baseball, there's no cap. And the fact that Ramirez, a great player, arguably Hall of Fame player, as you mentioned,
100%.
a Tiger killer, man, oh man, it's just nice to see in this
Nice
world
to
that
see
somebody
he didn't let
does
his
that.
agent lead him around by the nose.
Exactly.
Skubal could do the same. Now, he could go to the Tigers and say what it would take to sign him, and the Tigers could balk at that. Then that vilifies the Tigers.
Right.
But if the Tigers made a real offer, say 6 at 240, and Skubal mocks that, then it vilifies him.
Correct.
I just want to know if it changed people's perspective. It's very easy, and I'm guilty of this, to crush the team. But the player has to bear responsibility in this too.
It's a two-way street.
I just wish one side would act like they want the other.
And would
Either
talk.
the Tigers act like they want Skubal or Skubal acts like he wants them.
In the last 4 to 5 months, the only numbers we've seen is because they were forced to put him out for arbitration.
Right. And by the way, today, it doesn't surprise anyone. It's what I've been telling people for weeks. There's not going to be a negotiation.
No.
I don't think Boris is interested in negotiating. And the Tigers made an offer so low, I don't know what there's to negotiate.
Right. They just figure what the hell we're going to lose anyway, so why bother?
Yeah, that'll build
I know.
some real
Oh,
morale.
yeah, exactly.
So that's what we're rapping about. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. But the NIL in high school, you guys, if you're a parent, a coach, an administrator, and before you call in and go, well, listen, these will be put through a clearinghouse, and it truly, I don't want to hear it.
I know.
I just don't want to hear it because it's been the Wild West. Even with Deloitte reviewing college deals, teams are paying $6 million for guys.
I do want to, because we really didn't say what this NIL deal, how it differs from college a little bit. They can sign new deals, including social media endorsements, promotions, personal appearances, photo sessions, autograph signings, and those type of things. Now, the prospective NIL deal must be compliant with school policy. Students will be prohibited from entering deals specifically tied to athletic achievement awards, participation with specific school or team events. So you can't do it on, at your game or something like that. Okay. All the promotion deals are on behalf of athletes, not their parents. Additionally, students are prohibited from using any school names or logos. It also states here that the change opens the door for these athletes, obviously, but the MHSA will examine each deal submitted by a school on its online NIL page. There can't be any collective or group activity. It's an individual carve-out for kids that get those individual opportunities. So it says also, according to Mark Ewell, the head of the MHSAA, what it really allowed us to do is bring one of the last states to approve it. They have to have status and show that they're deserving of this as well, whatever the hell that means.
Good luck enforcing it.
Yes.
So you guys tell us, 248-539-9797. We will go to Dwayne, 97.1. Dwayne, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you doing, guys?
Good.
The last two callers you had kind of touched what I was going to talk about. So Derek has a point. I'm in Canton too. Plymouth, Canton, Salem loses kids all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But man, this opens up a crazy can of worms. So it becomes big bank takes little bank. So who's to say that the private schools don't put up more money? But then it opens up that conversation of if they do start getting more athletes because they have more NIL deals, then they're going to want to split, like you said, the playoffs between private and public schools.
But the school, but under the the real laws of this, wink, wink. It's not the schools that's giving them the money. It's the car dealership. It's the doctor's office. It's wherever else. It's not the school. Wink, wink.
But who's sponsoring kids now, though?
Right.
You go into some of these private schools' gyms, look at the banners that's hanging up.
Oh, I know.
And then if you want to talk about school of choice, that's a whole different realm. So now, normally it's within the counties, but who's to say a county like, hey, let's move that kid in, and he won't even have to skip a year to play. So it's just going to open up a big can of worms, man.
Well, and it just feels wholly unnecessary. But the problem, Dwayne, these cases keep going to court and you keep losing. I mean, Ohio had this happen. I thought it was in the summer that this kind of started this, where Ohio went legal with this. And look, you're seeing it in college. I mean, players are able to sue or get a restraining order against the NCAA. And you're seeing guys who got drafted, this Charles Badiako, and he got drafted in the NBA in 2021.
He played Saturday.
Correct. So, again,
high school is going to be college 2.0.
Well, but and that's the problem. That's the problem I have with it, because Dwayne, I think the very things that we loved about college sports that are now dead, because this is simply a bad version of professional sports, and you're affecting and impacting. Look, I said this last week, and maybe you disagree with me, Stoney, but the difference when you're 18 to when you're 24, I mean, it is a light years.
Yes.
So it's the same principle of when you're 14 and then you are 18. We are impacting young people's view of the world. And I'm not being Pollyanna. When you play college ball, your ability to learn the lessons necessary because you're not getting drafted. To be functional in society, we are eroding all of it. Oh, you don't like the way things are on a Tuesday? You could be gone Wednesday.
Right.
Oh, I'll just shop a bigger, better deal, even though I gave my word and signed on the dotted line. Nope, I'll just sue. Like, it's all the wrong lessons.
And the age thing, in college basketball, some coaches like Pitino thinks it's good for the quality of the game because they're bringing all the Europeans in there who are already polished, they're already pros, and they're entering the college ranks. But they're 21, 22 years old. So there's your point. These guys who were playing pro basketball in Europe are now playing college basketball.
Like I used the example last week, Chad Baker Mazzara, okay?
Yes.
That kid is 20, I think he's 24
Yes.
or 25
Kid
years
from
old.
USC, transfer from Auburn, right?
Yes. He's in his fifth program,
Yeah.
6 years. A 25-year-old man facing 19 and 20-year-olds, it is not the same.
No.
It's ridiculous. And that's hey, man, hey, I know you're going to be all about Chrysler and undefeated Nebraska.
And
you enjoy that.
Yeah.
It's taken all the zest. I've watched Michigan enough. They're very good. Wake me up in March. Can't take any of it serious.
Come on,
Me.
Spartan, 6:30, an hour and a half. Then go to play in Rutgers.
Great.
Where they lose. How much money have they lost?
$518 million since joining the Big Ten.
Yeah, because it was so important to get that New York market because everybody in New York loves Rutgers.
They need a new accountant over there. What are they doing?
I know.
248-539-9797. Your phone call's coming up next. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And before you laugh and go, what the hell are we talking about decks? My dogs don't even want to go outside and poop. Look, you got to get on their schedule for spring or you're not going to have a deck. Simple. Go to their showroom, take home some samples, do what you got to do. They got all the Trex decking in stock. They got it at the best pricing, and get on their schedule. They'll intro you to a builder. That way, when it does get nice out, funny guy, you have a deck. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Before we get back to the phones, in case you didn't hear, Brian Daboll, the former head coach of the New York Football Giants, is the Tennessee Titans OC.
That's a really good hire.
Kind of interesting. Saleh used to coach the Jets, and Daboll used to coach the Giants.
But understand something. I think Daboll is the typical better as an OC than the head coach.
Yes.
He doesn't have the emotional maturity. Again, yes, as a radio host, his personality would work. You can't do that as a head coach.
Right.
I mean, the guy basically undressed Mike Kafka on an every other week platform. Daboll helped Josh Allen in a lot of ways. Josh Allen was very fond of him. What do they have in Tennessee? Cam Ward.
Exactly.
It is save Cam Ward at all costs because that rookie year was rough.
And Sean Payton has fired his OC, former Detroit Lion coach Joe Lombardi. His OC has been fired. And
He should fire himself for not taking that field goal
unbelievable
with a backup quarterback to go up 10-0.
And you have a great defense. I mean, and you know weather's coming. Yeah, and he basically, without saying so, admitted it after the game.
Yeah, I mean, they covered, so
Yes.
it doesn't matter. I'm just making a point.
Yes.
If there was anything worse than the Super Bowl as is, it would be Darnold Stidham.
By the way, and one other thing that is, I know you're not big on awards and Hall of Fames and things like that.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But Bill Belichick fell short of the 40 or 50 votes needed for induction in the Pro Football Hall of Fame in his first year of eligibility.
Okay, that's absurd.
Seriously.
That's absurd.
No matter what you think of him, no matter what you think of his side piece, any of that stuff, he's arguably the greatest football coach in NFL history, and he can't get a first ballot.
That's absurd.
That's ridiculous.
That feels like they're taking things that are irrelevant and trying to make
Exactly.
it relevant. Let's go to Terry, Bloomfield Hills. T, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Good.
So quickly on the ginger thing, Rod Laver.
Oh, that's a good one. It's a very good one, but you know, that's going back to my youth. So we tried not to do that. Rusty Staub was the only young guy we put in there. Oh,
Red Grange.
guy.
Red Grange, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Red Grange. So like any bad situation, how do you turn it into a good one? What if there was a matching policy where you were giving out college scholarships for families in need for non-student athletes also? So if a school gives out $100K, they got to supply $100K for scholarship money.
Are you talking about college or high school?
Both. So, I mean, the high schools would, for their seniors, for the kids that can't really afford tuition, and they're a non-athlete, you're going to give out 100 to football or whatever combined. You got to give them out to your students too. That way,
but the high schools aren't giving these kids money. Even with the new NIL, it's
right.
No, I know,
is
but
about
I'm saying
sponsorships.
the NIL, if it was written where the NIL money also had to incorporate scholarship money, just a matching policy.
Yeah, but most of these kids who want NIL money think they're going to get NIL money, think they're getting scholarships anyway.
Yeah,
they think they're too good for that.
I mean, Terry, listen, I like that you're trying to fix it. I think it's more the overriding point of we've gone too far. Like, where are you at that when you saw the MHSAA make that ruling? I mean, did you roll your eyes or did you go, all right?
Yeah. So, I mean, the way I'm looking at it, how does a high school now look someone in the eye and say, hey, we're about education? Well, they could still do that if they're supplying money for kids in need, for their non-athletes. And that's
I still think and hope and pray that high school is still about education for 95%, if not, of the
for
students.
higher than that it is.
Yes,
But what I've always argued is if you're an elite athlete, I mean, give me a break.
Right. The
schools are incentivized to get you to college.
Yeah.
And who are we kidding? Once you're in college, you only need a 2.0 to stay eligible.
Correct.
And then you go and they got these, quote, study centers. I mean,
Yes.
give me a break. Right. They probably got robots writing papers.
Probably.
Go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I want to bring something else. I followed this before because it's been on the docket and it finally got obviously approved by the Michigan House, whoever approved it. The question is now take your IMGs, take a coach like Lane Kiffin and says, and you know this, Mike, and Mike, you probably both Mikes know that wasn't Georgia saying you can't go talk to another kid unless you sign with us or unless you decide to.
George is paying kids $20,000 a month to stay committed, according to reports.
Okay, so what's to say that like a Lane Kiffin now at LSU comes out to IMG or even take a local school like Orchard Lake St. Mary and says, I'm going to funnel down. This is the trickle down what I think could happen.
Yeah.
I'm going to funnel down money from our NIL at LSU and say, okay, anybody from Orchard Lake St. Mary is going to have to, we have the first rights to those kids.
Yeah, I think you know what, Kevin? That's a hell of a good point, is you could even go as far as to have, for instance, you use the LSU example, LSU NIL-affiliated companies funneling the money down to get them in the pipeline. See, in a lot of ways, maybe we looked at it the wrong way. It won't impact the everyday school. It's just going to make the gross even grosser. So whether it's a Bishop Gorman, whether it's an IMG or whatever it is.
I wanted to bring it down to a local level. Is we know we have good players in this state. And we know where they come from. Just go with IMG, like you said, Mike. Is okay. Lane Kiffin, I'm giving IMG a buttload of money, and I want those kids. And until I say otherwise, you get the money from the school, but they cannot commit to anybody else.
The problem is once you legalize this, which they have, it just becomes very difficult, as we've seen in college, to find guardrails. There are no guardrails. Who are we kidding? NIL was supposed to be deals that were relevant, that had market value for services provided. It wasn't supposed to be pay to play. Cutscene. Quarterbacks are making north of $6 million. I mean, we lost the plot, and that's okay, but we just got to admit it. Like, I had one buddy of mine, they are reviewing these deals, and I'm like, you are way too smart of a person to really have just said that to me. They're reviewing the deals. You have backup players getting $500,000 a year. What value do they bring? I'm sorry, are they standing outside with a sandwich board that says "Eat more beef," like a one of those cows in the
Chick-fil-A commercials?
The Chick-fil-A commercial.
Yes.
Like, come on, like it's a joke. So now you're going to do it with high schoolers. It'll be even more difficult. You have no resources to police this.
No, and the smaller schools are going to. Is somebody paying them how much money to have that same signboard saying, I know. Come to Joe's Pharmacy?
No, and again, companies can pay these kids, but and I'm happy to have that conversation. I think it's a bad idea.
Yeah.
I just don't think you should be profiting as a 14, 15, 16, 17, 18-year-old. I think I've covered every range of high school.
Yes, you did.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why can't you just be a kid? You earn your scholarship and you earn your NIL offer if you are good enough. Why the hell do we got to bring this to the high school level?
Do you get 2 stipends of NIL if you play more than one sport?
I leave that to you as the voice of West Bloomfield Athletics.
There was a great text that just came in. It says, in the words of a junior high school kid, I didn't come here to play school.
Exactly. Like, at what point do we get that one? Go to Bob, 97.1. Bob, whoopsie daisy. We'll go to Bob. Bobby, what's good, bud?
Hey, plenty. A little bit of backdrop. I have 6 sons, 4 of which played D2 football.
Wow.
So it's a little bit of different perspective. But I will say this. I'm curious as the conspiracy theory. Notice at the beginning of the season, the major programs go down to Ohio to play like the Massillons and Cincinnati Moeller, etc.
Right.
I wonder, and I have no idea, but I wonder if the Michigan High School Athletic Association's foot were to the fire, because there has been rumblings about separating the private schools from the public schools.
I applaud that.
But won't that kill the? Didn't earlier we had a guy who was a coach call in and say financially it would destroy everything, correct?
Oh, well,
yeah, but here's
it wouldn't.
But here's my point. Let's just say there's a little bit of gray mail, if you will. If you don't give us NIL money, we're going to take our money and go to Ohio and play all the Ohio schools. They would lose a ton of money. The major programs
in Michigan, if they all said, you know what, you can keep your money, we're going to go play in Ohio. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but I think a year or 2 years ago, they allowed Michigan high schools are able to go, I think, up to 200 miles from the state line now to go compete, where in the previous, when I was a kid, you couldn't do that.
In the past, they couldn't even play in all-star games. Remember that?
Correct. Now, so getting back to my thing is, sorry, I'm a little conservative. Where the heck is the money coming from? That's my question.
Well,
it's supposed to come from the advertiser for the NIL.
Right, but you know where it's going to come from.
But here's the point. Many people don't know this, but because I'm the kind of guy that I am, I called every athletic director in the Macomb Athletic Conference and in the Oakland Athletic Conference. 1/3 of the schools don't have a pay-to-play. 1/3 have a modest between 100 and 200. And the upper third, like West Bloomfield, Clarkston, and Lake Orion, they pay $400 for their pay-to-play. Now, that money doesn't go to the athletic fund. That money goes into the general fund, which is a clear violation of the Handley Amendment. And people aren't aware of that.
I'm not familiar with the only Handley
learning
Amendment.
something new.
The only Handley I know is the one who was a horrible coach for Mike's Giants.
Ray Handley,
Yeah.
who disappeared.
Oh, really?
I don't know that anyone ever saw Ray Handley after he got fired.
Wow.
No, literally. Try to find anything about Ray Handley.
Okay.
He disappeared like Ray Finkel. I'm serious.
I don't dispute you.
You look up Ray
When
Handley
it comes to the New York
or
Giants.
Rich Kotite. Vanished.
By the way, Rich Kotite's one of the, you know who he always looked like? Some guy that'd be behind a deli counter slicing meat. You know, because that's the look he had to me.
I don't know what that person looks like. I didn't know the deli counter had a type. Yeah. Also, it's a great call by Bob. Just forgive me. I'm not in the weeds with high school sports that way, so I was willing to just listen and learn.
Right.
But that was a deep dive. That was like the X-Files.
I know.
248-539-9797, 97.1. Start your year, Marant Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. 2 years in a row. And how do they do it? Well, they don't break your chops, I'll tell you that. They make it simple. Certified service is a breeze. You get the best price. That's what you're looking for out of a car dealer. So GM employees, immediate family members, you can lease a 26 Trax, $299 a month, $999 down. GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 26 Equinox LT, $299 a month, $999 down. Straightforward pricing, no runaround. And if something's off with the current vehicle, just take it to Marant Chevrolet for certified service. Shop online, MarantExpress.com, or you could stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Marant Chevrolet, where you always get the best price period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right. Let's get a few ticket texts. Rieger will plug in, and we'll pass the baton here. The text. They are not called that anymore. 20 years of saying the same damn thing. It's like San Diego Chargers for me. I'm struggling.
Yeah, I get it. It's like saying your regular phone number over the air once.
You did that.
Yes, I did.
That was famous.
You did that?
You also said you slept with your sister. So, you know, there are many things.
I slept in the same bed.
You also said you loved it when Tommy Lee did you. Oh, you don't remember that drop? Reeks, you don't remember that?
I don't. I don't know.
Kenny, is that somewhere in the system?
I remember the Kid Rock interaction.
Maybe the Jim Ross.
Nope, that's not Stoney. Nope. All right, sorry.
Erased, eliminated.
Something was mislabeled.
Did you have the sister drop, though? Every time you play that, it's amazing how young he sounds.
It's got to be in the system back there.
Okay.
David handles a lot of those. I have the more standardized
that's a championship-winning drop.
Right.
How is that you?
I mean, it was 30 years ago.
I'm just saying, totally different voice.
Do you have his Tommy Lee one? That's somewhere. When David returns, we'll figure it out. Riggs, what's good? What's going on?
How you guys doing?
Great.
Wonderful.
We had a very fast-paced show. A little bit of Scooble. I was fired up with the J-Ram stuff. I was.
Yeah, $25 million a year for the next 7 years.
Underpaid.
He's going to be 40. He's going to, he likes Cleveland. He's the one guy.
The point is, he wanted to be there, and the organization wanted him there.
True.
So, to this point, the Tigers have not shown true value in Scooble to make an offer. And we know Scott Boras has no interest in his client being here.
No.
So my point was, instead of just pummeling the team, Scooble's going to have to take his licks too.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
if he wanted to be here, J-Ram just proved to you the agent works for the player, not the other way around.
Yeah, but he wants to be here. He just wants to be here for the right price. I mean, have the Tigers even offered him any money?
That's where we talked through it.
Right, but okay.
Maybe they haven't offered because they know no matter what they offer, the guy's not serious.
You guys fired me up at 3:00 when I tuned in to listen to this. I was making some lunch in the kitchen.
He was trying to get some NIL money for Olive Rieger.
You know what was going on.
We do that in the evening, Michael. When I get home at 11:30. Hopefully Allison's going to be ready to go. New order just came to the household. Now listen to me. You got a superstar in town. I see zero blame for Tarek Skubal. I don't know how. Zero blame.
Oh, come on.
We'll discuss it at 6:00.
Zero. You can't say zero.
What do you blame him for? That he left Game 5 early?
Well, if you wanted to be here, you don't have Boras rep you. Don't act like there aren't plenty of other agents who can get the job done.
Okay, but why do you blame him? Because he doesn't want to be here. He wants to get paid as much money as possible.
Okay, then you know what?
Yeah.
Then I blame
Then
then I blame the team for not trading him.
Okay, and
I am
agree with that.
open to
I agree.
assigning blame. I'm making a point. I don't want to see him playing dress up around town. I don't want to hear him say how much he likes it here, or I don't want him to do the cop out of, well, it's business stuff. Because J-Ram was a Hall of Famer, which Scooble will never sniff. J-Ram's a Hall of Famer. Planted the flag and said, I want to be here.
Yeah, he's
and
the
let's get something
unicorn,
done.
though. Dude.
But why can't we have a unicorn, damn it?
But why are you mad at the one guy that is doing everything that 99% of athletes would do?
Jeff, I'm mad at everybody involved.
From
Don't
the get-go, he
mislabel.
said he wanted to be paid, right? He was taking a chance on
Then
himself.
I blame the Tigers for
I
not
agree.
making a real offer. If the Tigers made a real offer, we sure as hell haven't heard it yet.
That's fair.
So if they made it and he turned it down, he gets vilified.
Yeah, like I told Stoney, he disagrees. Like, if I'm the Tigers, I don't think he's going to take it regardless. I'd go give him the Kyle Tucker deal. 4 years, $60 million a year, make him the highest paid